House Dad's Literary Life Chapter 761 to Chapter 837. When Xianxia's words were not completely accurate. Xianxia went to the publishing house not only to meet Tang Nai, but also to get a sample book to read with Xixi. Although Tang Nai's story was very simple, his paintings were very interesting. He used two painting styles in the whole book. One was watercolor, which imitated the style of children's painting. The lines were light and soft, and the colors were extremely rich and tended to be warm. The other was printmaking, which was like the printmaking style of 200 years ago. The colors were monotonous, but the lines were condensed and delicate, and the objects drawn were extremely realistic. According to Tang Nai, he used watercolor to draw the childhood life of the protagonist in the story, and used printmaking style to draw natural animals, plants, and even some of the protagonist's fantasies. Of course, the two paintings were separated, and the latter existed as the background of the text. He was indeed a student of art. He could think of using two styles of painting to express the two different spiritual worlds of the protagonist. He was indeed unique. Of course, the most important thing was that the paintings were beautiful. After Xianxia went home, he handed the book to Xixi. The little girl looked at the pattern on the book and couldn't put it down. She was looking forward to reading the picture book with her father. At 8:30 in the evening, Xianxia went to the next room to play with Tong Tong for a while before coming back. Xixi, who had just taken a bath, couldn't wait to climb into bed. "Papa, come here. Sit here." He saw a little girl with disheveled hair kneeling on the quilt, twisting her body and smiling happily. Of course, her hair was disheveled because she had to untie the hairband to wash her hair. Later, Murphy helped Xixi dry her hair, and Xixi forgot to wear a hairband, so her long hair was disheveled like a little beggar. It was also interesting. Now Xixi was kneeling on the quilt, but her body was straight. The pair of watery cat eyes on the pink pajamas were very eye-catching. But it was not as cute as Xixi. Xianxia sat on the edge of the bed and placed the book on his lap. Then, he lifted the quilt and Xixi crawled in like a little field mouse. "Papa, I want to read many, many pages today." Xixi wriggled out of the blanket. After she sat up, she giggled and said to her father. Xianxia smiled and opened the book in front of Xixi and himself. Seeing the first page, Xixi pointed at the animal in front of the little girl and asked curiously, "Papa, is this a monkey?" "This is a chimpanzee. To be exact, it's a chimpanzee plush toy, similar to the one we bought in the zoo in Australia," Xianxia explained. "But it's like a monkey." Xixi felt a little confused. "That's because the color here is warmer, so it was originally black, but now it looks a little brown." Of course, accompanying Xixi to read books was not just about looking at patterns. Xianxia also had to read the words with Xixi. Papa gave Xiaozhen a chimpanzee plush toy. Xiaozhen calls it Pippi. Xianxia's fingers gently moved, and he pointed to the words one by one and read them together with Xixi. Papa gave. When they were reading, Xixi pronounced the word Papa correctly. After reading it, she couldn't wait to turn around, pulled her father's clothes and said, "Hee, Papa, I also like this name, Pippi." This picture book was well done. The words were concise, and there was only one sentence on each page. Of course, what was interesting was the picture above. After a while, Xixi saw a squirrel in the style of the print and recognized it at once. She cried happily, "Squirrel, Papa, this is a little squirrel." "What about this?" Xianxia pointed to another print on the same page and asked. "This is a little bird, but I don't know what kind of bird it is." Xixi said with some embarrassment. "Just call it a little bird." "Look, this should be the mother bird. It is feeding the baby bird." Xianxia pointed to some details in the picture to Xixi. "It's true," Xixi said in surprise, "there is a baby bird. Here is a baby bird with two little birds." "Papa, do you think there are two of them?" "There should be three. There is one here, but it doesn't open its mouth," Xianxia said with a smile. However, the printing style squirrel was easy to recognize, but the watercolor style squirrels on the next page looked a little strange. Xixi looked at them for a while, but she didn't recognize them. "They are also squirrels," Xianxia said with a smile. "You can recognize them from their appearance." "What does a squirrel have?" "A big tail." Xixi looked at the left side, and then looked up at her father. Not only is it big, but it is also curved. Look at the ones on the tree, are they also curled up? Xianxia drew circles with his finger and said with a smile, and its ears, small, erect. I know, they are all little squirrels. She grabbed her father's hand. She didn't want her father to remind her anymore. She rushed to answer and giggled. Although there was nothing funny, she was very happy to see it. The little girl's eyes were bright and full of spirit, and she didn't look sleepy at all. What are these little squirrels doing? Xianxia continued to ask. They are climbing the tree. She pondered for a while and gave an answer. Climbing the tree is not bad, but so many little squirrels are climbing the tree. Doesn't it look like you and Xianxia chasing each other for fun? Xianxia asked. Xi's little mouth opened slightly, and she nodded her little head in a daze. Come, let's read it together. Xiaozhen watched the bird build its nest, and the little squirrels chased each other in the tree. She stared at the words her father's finger was pointing at, and read it word by word. Her voice was a little muffled. Building a nest. Jiwu builds, Jiwu nest. Building a nest. Xianxia patiently corrected Xi's pronunciation. Building a nest. She read it correctly this time. Do you know what building a nest means? Xianxia asked with a smile. The little girl shook her head obediently, and didn't pretend to understand. Building a nest means that the bird builds a nest and a house for it and its baby. This nest is their house. Xianxia explained. Then, Xianxia threw a question out of the picture book. Do you know how the bird builds a nest? She shook her head again, but this time, her eyes were wide open, and there was a thirst for knowledge in them. Xianxia took the sketch paper that he usually put on the bedside table, took a pencil, and drew for Xi. Usually, he would read with Xi, and every time, he would explain some common sense or scientific knowledge. At this time, nothing was more vivid and interesting than his casual drawing, he explained while drawing. It was simple and clear, and Xi could understand it easily. Papa, why don't the birds live in a big house? Why do they build a nest with grass and branches? Xi also raised her own question. In this way, with rich interaction, Xi spent another interesting bedtime reading with her father. After Xi fell asleep, Xianxia covered the little girl with the quilt, and then went to the next room. He and Murphy didn't go to bed so early. Usually, Xianxia would accompany Murphy to watch TV for a while. I found that when you went to the publishing house today and brought back someone else's book, you were happier than when you published your own book, Murphy said with a smile. That's because publishing my own book has become a habit, and there's not much novelty. Xianxia shrugged and said with a smile, on the contrary, this time I helped someone publish a book, and I helped him change his life and his child's life. This kind of achievement is quite good. In fact, there was one thing that Xianxia didn't say. He felt a sense of achievement, not only because he succeeded in helping others, but also because he succeeded in changing the world. The foundation he set up, although it hadn't taken shape yet, had brought about a real change in the world of children's literature. In addition to Tang Nai, there were thousands of new authors who were participating in this change. He believed that in the future, he could accompany Xi to read more and more wonderful children's literature. In the past, he only relied on himself, and kept moving the fairy tale classics from his previous life. After all, the impact was limited. Now, Xianxia could be considered to have made some achievements that belonged to him in this world. The end of May was not Leo, but the broadcast date of the episode of Jixin interview that Xianxia and Murphy recorded in Shanghai. At the same time, it was also the time when their 2 English songs were officially released at night. Song Ji, the young girl who was previously mentioned. As a qualified fan, Song Ji naturally received the news early and sat in front of the computer early. She opened the Shanghai TV station's website and watched the show directly through the internet. They are indeed a perfect match. When Song Ji saw Xianxia and Murphy walk out from the backstage, her eyes lit up and she couldn't help but sigh. Murphy's outfit had been carefully selected. The color, patterns, and materials looked simple, but it was definitely not simple. It gave people a gentle, quiet, and comfortable feeling. Xianxia was wearing a suit, which was very rare. After all, Xianxia rarely appeared in front of the camera. Even if he attended some events, he would wear casual clothes and wear whatever was comfortable. Song Ji didn't know if she remembered wrongly or what, but she felt that it was the first time she saw Yang Yi in a suit, and the effect of the suit was surprisingly good. Yang Yi's figure was too good. Usually, it was covered by loose clothes, but now that he wore a suit, the clothes frame was propped up. He was like a model, slender, handsome, and solid. Interestingly, Yang Yi and Murphy might not be willing to show their affection in front of the camera, so they didn't walk out holding hands. However, in the details captured by the camera, Xianxia could still see some loving interactions between them. For example, Murphy was thirsty, or it was a requirement of the show. She took the sponsor's drink on the table, twisted it twice, and then handed it to Yang Yi. Yang Yi gently twisted it open and handed it back to Murphy. These actions were smooth and not pretentious at all. The show talked about a lot of interesting things about Yang Yi and Murphy's tour in Australia. At that time, did Yang Yi tell you in advance that he was going to give you a surprise? Or did he suddenly take out a guitar and sing for you? Luo Xian asked Murphy on TV with a gossipy face. It's not a surprise if you tell me in advance. Murphy smiled and said, actually, the situation at that time was like this. Before us, there was a boy who was confessing to his girlfriend. When he saw it, he suddenly didn't say anything and ran to borrow a guitar from someone else. So it was a last-minute decision? Luo Xian looked at Yang Yi. It was indeed an impromptu idea. At that time, I suddenly felt that it would be very interesting to sing a song for Murphy on such a beautiful beach. Yang Yi smiled and said, I've written the song a long time ago, but I've been hiding it. I wanted to find an opportunity to sing it for Murphy, but we're an old married couple. It's difficult to make it romantic and special. From a woman's point of view, I actually don't think it's a big deal to repeat the romance, as long as the man has such a romantic heart. Luo Xian smiled and said, Murphy, I think you must have a lot of thoughts when you saw the special surprise that Yang Yi gave you. Can you share them with the audience? Xianxia stared at the screen and pursed her lips as she muttered to herself, of course it's happiness. Do you still have to ask? Murphy's answer was similar and concise. Have you ever thought that your public display of affection would be filmed by someone and uploaded to the internet, and even become popular in the West? Luo Xian continued to ask. We can't call that a public display of affection, right? Murphy looked a little embarrassed in the camera. Yang Yi chimed in and said, I also think that it can't be called a public display of affection, because everyone was playing on the beach. With some music to adjust the atmosphere, they also shared our happiness. But I really didn't expect that it would be uploaded to the internet. After a while, Luo Xian asked Yang Yi to sing I'm Yours. After last month, Xianxia had not heard this song for a while. After all, it was an English song, and Xianxia preferred Chinese songs. This was considered a live version, and the sound quality of the broadcast was not bad. It was much better than the video taken by a passerby a month ago. Xianxia was soon intoxicated by Yang Yi's rhythmic and affectionate singing. In fact, it was not only Xianxia. Many viewers who were not Yang Yi's fans could not help but listen to Yang Yi's song when they changed the channel. After Yang Yi finished singing, they returned to the interview segment, where Luo Xian talked about Xi. In the video, many attentive viewers noticed that Murphy had 2 children with her at that time, including your youngest son who was born at the end of last year? Luo Xian smiled and said. Yes, we always bring Xi and Qinchin with us when we travel. Murphy nodded. We can't just leave them at home. Besides, I think it's more meaningful to travel with family, Yang Yi said with some emotion. In fact, Xi and Tong Tong were also brought to Shanghai TV station at that time. During the recording, they stayed in the lounge with Mo Xiaowan. Xi was also watching Yang Yi sing at that time. How did she react? Luo Xian asked. She was even happier than I was. Murphy smiled and said. Happier than you? Luo Xian was surprised. Maybe she was proud of me? Yang Yi touched his chin. After all, many foreign tourists were cheering at that time. She understands English, so she could understand that people were praising me. Cici can understand English? Luo Xian was a little surprised. She grew up in the United States, so she has a foundation in English. She also learned a lot of English from the teacher in kindergarten, so she can understand and speak now. Her standard is not bad. Yang Yi explained. I'm curious. How do you educate your children at home? Now, many viewers are especially fond of Xianxia. If it weren't for you, I would have invited her to be my guest. Luo Xian said with a smile. Under Luo Xian's guidance, Xianxia talked about how to raise a child, and Murphy occasionally chimed in. Although many of the single viewers like Xianxia were listening to the cute Xixi's stories, there were still many parents who were interested in learning how Xianxia and his family educated their children. I heard that Xianxia also wrote another English song for you to sing. You're going to release it together with I'm Yours, right? Luo Xian brought up the finale. There's another song? Xianxia, who was a little bored at first, was suddenly energized. Yes, but I can't say that it was specially written for me. This song was sung for Xixi when he was telling her a story. Xixi likes this song very much. Murphy couldn't help but laugh. Those who have watched Xixi's bedtime stories should know the story of Frozen, Xianxia said. I know this. It's one of my favorite fairy tales, Luo Xian said with a smile. The English song that Murphy sang was written with this story as the background. Xianxia said shamelessly, I'll advertise here. Now, the story of Frozen has been adapted and made into an animated movie. It's still in the process of production. It's expected to be released to the audience next year. I hope you like it. Xianxia, if you advertise here, I'll charge advertising fees. Luo Xian smiled. This advertising fee was naturally for Murphy to sing Let's Go on stage. Originally, Xianxia didn't have much hope. She didn't think that Xianxia could write a second wonderful English song. However, she was very interested in Murphy singing on stage again after more than a year. But who knew that Murphy would use her increasingly beautiful voice to give a perfect interpretation of this song, which was not inferior to I'm Yours at all. It also completely conquered the hearts of Xianxia and the audience. It's so good. But what's this song about? What's with that fairy tale? Xianxia knelt down in front of Xianxia and Murphy. It seems that I'm going to lose my living expenses for the next 2 days. Those who don't listen to English songs are going crazy over these 2 songs. June 1st, Children's Day, which didn't exist in Xianxia's world, was a rare weekend. Just like last year, Xianxia threw a small party for Xixi and her friends. In the courtyard of the Yang family's villa, Xianxia brought the father's group to barbecue. As they barbecued food for their wife and children, they chatted about all sorts of topics. Of course, they were talking about men. On the other hand, Murphy led the mother's group to play with the 6-month-old Tong Tong and Chen Shiyun's 1-year-old brother by the flower bed. Hee hee. Nanjiaoyu, you can't go back on your word. You have to do it dozens of times before you can come and find us. In the clean and bright villa with the open door, the laughter of a few young girls echoed in the room. Xixi and her friends weren't in a hurry to eat barbecue. They were playing hide and seek. Xixi's villa wasn't big. It wasn't big enough for Xixi and her friends to search endlessly. However, it wasn't small either. It had 3 floors and more than 10 rooms. It was just right for children to explore. At this moment, Nanjiaoyu appeared as the pursuer. Xixi and her friends laughed and told Nanjiaoyu not to go back on his word. That was because Chen Shiyun didn't count to 100 before she went to look for him. However, Nanjiaoyu was very honest. The little boy stood alone at the entrance of the villa. He leaned against the door and counted very honestly. 7, 8, 9, 10, 1, 2. Xixi could count from 1 to 100. However, Nanjiaoyu wasn't that good. His talent in mathematics didn't seem to be as high as his recitation of poems. Therefore, he counted the numbers over and over again, dozens of times. When he finally finished counting, Nanjiaoyu closed his eyes and shouted, I'm done counting. I'm coming to catch you guys. The villa was quiet, and none of her friends responded. Nanjiaoyu began to search, but he couldn't find anyone on the first floor, so he excitedly ran up the stairs. Hearing Nanjiaoyu's footsteps, young Luoqi, who was hiding in the corner of the stairs, was extremely nervous. The little girl was a little afraid of enclosed spaces, so she didn't hide in the room. However, it was very dangerous outside. Nanjiaoyu could discover her at any time. However, Nanjiaoyu had no intention of looking back. His small figure flashed in front of young Luoqi and went into the bedroom next door. Ah! Before young Luoqi could breathe a sigh of relief, Xixi screamed. Hee hee, I caught you, she. Nan Zhaoyu's proud laughter was heard. It turned out that Nan Zhaoyu spent a lot of time searching on the first floor. She, who was hiding behind the bed, couldn't help but come out to see what was going on. But unexpectedly, Cici walked right into the trap. She had just tiptoed to the door when she heard Nan Zhaoyu's footsteps. When she was about to hide in a panic, Nan Zhaoyu also opened the door and caught a glimpse of Cici's back, who had not yet had the time to hide. I'm the first one. No, she, you're the first one I caught. Nan Zhaoyu was overjoyed as he grabbed onto She's clothes to prevent her from escaping. Cici pouted her little mouth in dissatisfaction. She felt that she had lost too unjustly. However, she still kindly said to Nan Zhaoyu, all right. You don't have to look here. There's no one else here. However, how could Nan Zhaoyu believe her? He didn't believe her even more. He searched even harder, as if there was really someone else in the room. He even climbed onto the bed to fiddle with the neatly folded quilt. His good intentions were being treated as ill intent. She, who was already unconvinced, pursed her lips and walked out gloomily. As she walked towards the stairs, she saw Yang Luoqi hiding in the corner. The two beautiful ladies looked at each other. Yang Luoqi hurriedly raised her little finger and put it in front of her mouth to shush her. Cici blinked her big eyes. Thinking about Nan Zhaoyu's bad guy behavior of not believing her words just now, she smiled and nodded at Yang Luoqi. After a while, Nan Zhaoyu finished searching the second floor and was ready to head to the third floor. Just as he was about to see Yang Luoqi, she stood in the middle. The tall lady blocked Nan Zhaoyu's vision. I'm going to look for Chi and the rest. Nan Zhaoyu didn't suspect anything. He excitedly ran past Chi and went upstairs to look for them. When Nan Zhaoyu ran upstairs, Chi made faces at her little friend. The two of them laughed quietly. Of course, this was just a delay. Nan Zhaoyu found Lan Xian and Chen Shiyun hiding on the third floor. Not long after, he found Yang Luoqi. After playing for a while, during the break, Wu Yu from the mother group diligently made a glass of milk for each of the children. Hurry, it's Chi's turn to look for them. Chen Shiyun was having fun. She gulped down the milk in a few mouthfuls. She didn't even bother to wipe off the white beard on her mouth and couldn't wait to shout. Don't worry, drink slowly. Don't choke. Several mothers were taking care of the little ones. Wu Jingjing smiled and said, when you're tired later, come and eat barbecue. Your father made a lot of delicious barbecue for you. I want to eat. Lan Xian licked her little mouth. Smelling the fragrance from the barbecue stall next to her, she was already hungry. However, Lan Xian was still dragged away by her little friends to play. Including Shi, the other little friends still wanted more. Shi, you have to count to 100 too. Chen Shiyun said. She was breaking the rules, but she was still worried about others. Okay, I won't do the same as you. She giggled. I'm going to start counting. You guys hide. She didn't press against the door to count. After the door of the villa was opened, she leaned against it and it made squeaking sounds. It sounded uncomfortable, so the little girl covered her eyes with her hands and leaned against the wall to count. While Yang Luoqi and the others were frantically running to find a place to hide, Steamed Bun followed them around, looking like he was worried sick. Finally, he saw the figures running upstairs. Steamed Bun wagged his tail and hesitated for a moment before running back to Cici, who was still counting the numbers. When she finished counting to 100, she raised her head in a daze and saw Steamed Bun beside her. Steamed Bun was copying her. He put his two front feet on the wall and stretched his body. When he saw the little master looking over, he stuck out his tongue and wagged his tail happily. Hee hee. Why are you counting too? It's not like you're playing hide and seek. She smiled and whispered to Steamed Bun. Steamed Bun thought the little master wanted to play with him, so he happily followed behind the little master and watched her search on the first floor. Steamed Bun was very smart. After following the little master for a while, he seemed to understand what the little master was playing. Steamed Bun wagged his tail and ran in front of the little master. Woof woof. She didn't care at first, but Steamed Bun bit Chi's trousers and kept gesturing. She followed Steamed Bun with a puzzled look. After a while, Nan Zhaoyu's pitiful cry came from the second floor. Shi, you cheated. You can't bring a dog to hide and seek. After a while, Lan Xian and Nan Zhaoyu, who were caught first, strongly protested. Steamed Bun, who had contributed greatly, was kicked out of the villa. Of course, Steamed Bun didn't feel wronged. He whimpered as he ran to his master and asked for a few pieces of chicken leg bones. He gnawed on them with relish. Humph, this Steamed Bun's treatment is something that Demon King Xian can't even envy. Steamed Bun was lying on the lush green grass, gnawing on 2 pieces of chicken leg bones that still had meat on them. However, the excellent Chinese rural dog blood made it so that it would never let down its guard. Although its head was buried between its legs, its mouth trembling as it gnawed on the bone, its ears were still alert. It wasn't clear if it was listening to the movements inside or outside the house, or if it was listening to the conversation between the big master and the others. Boss Lan, a few days ago, I heard from a client of the boxing gym that Xianxia is preparing to make a big move in the old city area. If you have money, you should buy a house in Wu Lake as soon as possible. You're in the real estate business, have you heard of this? Chen Guoqiang asked with a smile. Aren't the children going to the Huijia primary school in Wu Lake to study? I was thinking that if there really is such a thing, we also plan to buy a house there. Whether it's investment or living there, it'll be more convenient. Yang Yi and Lan Cao Kai's families were filthy rich, so they didn't need to worry too much about small profits. However, the other 3 families were different. Their families might have millions of yuan in savings, and their combined income was slightly better than a normal family's, but that was still only in the middle class. Therefore, when Chen Guoqiang mentioned this, Yang Gua and Nanny Yun couldn't help but look over. Especially Nanny Yun. He used to be more virtuous and had the arrogance of a scholar, treating money like dirt. However, after that stroke, Nanny Yun realized the importance of money. Without money, if something happened to him, what would happen to his wife and son? I think the possibility of Jiangqing developing the Wu Lake area is very high. Think about it, the potential of the coastal area is almost fully developed. Because of the Tingshan mountain range, there isn't much land that can be used. On the other hand, the old city area has a lot of potential. The original framework is still there. Once those old houses are demolished and the roads are repaired, it will look brand new. If I were the mayor, I would also want to think about this, Nanny Yun said confidently. Of course, they still wanted to hear Lan Cao Kai's opinion. Before the government's matters are announced, no one can say for sure. Lan Cao Kai said with a smile. He was still more cautious when commenting on the direction of the government's policies, so he didn't say too much. However, Lan Cao Kai didn't disappoint his close friends. He said meaningfully, but if you have extra money, you can buy a house on the east side of Wu Lake, near Tingshan district. It's definitely more cost-effective than putting your money in the bank and earning interest. Of course, this is also a long-term investment. Who knows when they will start to develop and when they will develop? Lan Cao Kai wouldn't tell them that other than renovating the old houses in Wuhu district, Jiangqing City also had plans to build a subway line. However, Chen Guoqiang and the others had already understood the meaning behind Lan Cao Kai's words. They quickly nodded and remembered it in their hearts. No matter which world it was, in the eyes of the general public, investing in real estate was indeed a very good choice. After that, they brought the topic back to their master, Yang Yi. A few days ago, Yang Yi, didn't you release a new song with Murphy? It's an English song. I even recommend students to listen to it in class. Yang Gua, the associate professor of English, smiled and said, but to be honest, your 2 songs are really well written. I'm talking about the lyrics. I think it's almost on par with the level of other native speakers. Is it the song Let It Go? I heard from my colleagues that there are many female customers in the gym on the second floor who listen to your song running on loop, Chen Guoqiang said. This song was sung by Murphy. Yang Yi smiled casually. Both of them are very good at English. Lan Cao Kai said casually as he chewed on a grilled chicken wing, so she's English is also very good. By the way, Yang Gua, you are an English teacher. You said that our Xian heir's English is a bit bad. Do you want her to take a class during the holidays? In the previous discussion, they also talked about the summer vacation arrangements. Yang Luoqi was pitifully arranged by her parents to take a lot of interest classes, such as dance, piano, and even math classes. Every family has a different education philosophy for their children. Yang Yi only needs to take care of his own daughter. He doesn't want to interfere with other parents' choices too much. But he has to persuade Lan Caocai. He doesn't want Lan Xian to be haggard from attending classes at such a young age. Although haggard can help with weight loss. Brother Lan, if you want Xian heir to learn English well, you should take her abroad during the summer vacation. Murphy and I are going to take Xixi to her grandfather's house in the US for a month or two. She will definitely be fluent in English when she comes back. You can let her learn while playing and spend more time with her. This is killing two birds with one stone. Isn't it better than attending classes? Yang Yi said with a smile. Yang Yi is right. The more you listen and practice, the faster you can learn English. Yang was supported. At this time, the hide-and-seek game in the villa started a new round. This time, it was Qin Shiyun who was looking for someone. However, when Qin Shiyun was counting the numbers, Lan Xian quietly came out of the door and ran over to her father's group. Xian heir, why did you come out? Aren't you guys playing? Yang Yi noticed Lan Xian coming over before Lan Caocai, and asked with a smile. I'm hungry. Lan Xian looked at the skewer of barbecued meatballs in Yang Yi's hand and said while swallowing her saliva. It seems that Yang Yi's question passed through her head like a gust of wind, leaving no impression at all. Come, here's some barbecued meatballs. Take whatever you want. Yang Yi brought over a large plate of barbecued meatballs and smiled as he gave Lan Xian her choice. Looking at the plate full of barbecued meatballs, Lan Xian's saliva flowed out. She finally moved her gaze away from the top and looked longingly at Yang Yi and said, Uncle Yang, can I take two? She was also a little greedy, Yang Yi said with a smile, of course, if you can finish eating, this is all yours. Hee hee. Lan Xian was so happy that she forgot to say thank you. She held a skewer of barbecued lamb in her left hand and a long skewer of barbecued chicken wings in her right hand. She stood in place and couldn't wait to eat. As the little foodie ate, she stared at the food on her plate with eager eyes. Come, sit down and eat. Lan Caocai finally came to serve the little ancestor. He moved a small stool for Lan Xian to sit on. Lan Caocai saw that his daughter was eating happily, so he also took a skewer of the meatballs that Yang Yi had just roasted. As a result, when he turned around, he saw his daughter staring straight at him. He couldn't help laughing. Hey, can't your father eat a skewer? The hide-and-seek in the villa was still going on. Qin Shiyun found the other friends, but she couldn't find Lan Xian. Where's Xian heir? Xixi and the others waited for a long time and couldn't help but help to look for her. However, the four little guys turned the villa upside down and couldn't find her. Xixi went to the big balcony on the second floor. She tiptoed over the railing, poked half of her small head out, and called out in a crisp voice, Papa, have you seen Xian heir? Yang Yi was just about to answer. However, Xixi had already seen Lan Xian eating and drinking among the adults through the glass. The little girl turned her head excitedly and shouted into the house, I see her. Xian heir is downstairs. She's with her papa. I found her. How can you hide outside? Qin Shiyun's angry voice also sounded in the building. The army of thousands of people who were eager to denounce Lan Xian were rushing outside the house. Although there was a lot of noise there, Lan Xian was still eating her food wholeheartedly. She didn't even notice that her face was smeared with sauce. On the 3rd of June, Xingyao held a press conference. In the flashes of the reporters, Luo Jinting, with a glowing face, introduced their newly produced reality show called Travel Challenge. Our show's theme is travel, but what's more interesting than travel is the difficulties that the show will set for the guests. They need to challenge themselves and break through one obstacle after another. Xingyao teamed up with Shengnan TV to produce the show. The fixed lineup of invited members was very luxurious, 3 men and 3 women. There were A-list singers like Yi Qing and Li Manman, as well as idol singers like Chao Tsong. In addition, there were also 2 little fresh meats and a beauty from a popular girl group. Don't underestimate the influence of idols. The 6 of them, not to mention the number of fans added together, wasn't inferior to the 6 people in the Limit Challenge. Just in terms of looks, they completely beat the limit challenge. It could be said that although the 6 of them didn't come to the press conference, but seeing the appearance of the 6 on the show's poster was enough to make the audience look forward to it. Of course, since the name challenge was used, it was inevitable that the reporters would pull it out and compare it to the limit challenge. "What's the difference between us and a certain show?" Luo Jingting said with a smile. "Of course there's a lot of differences. We're completely different from them. If we're the same, then wouldn't we be plagiarizing? It's like this, the travel that our show talks about isn't a normal trip, but a more beautiful and challenging foreign trip. Just like right now, our members are recording the first episode of the show in France. They're in a country where they don't speak the language, and they also need to face all kinds of difficulties from the show's crew. For example, we'll limit their travel expenses, give them missions to earn travel expenses, etc. If they want to make this trip more exciting, then they need to face these challenges. This process will be very exciting and very interesting," Luo Jingting said with confidence. It sounded pretty good, so Luo Jingting naturally had to describe his show to the heavens. However, the real effect still needed to wait until the show was broadcast to be clear. But without a doubt, the limit challenge was about to meet a strong enemy. Moreover, this strong enemy wasn't like other imitation shows that were unsightly. Xianxia put a lot of effort into this show, and also received the support of Xiangnan TV, the variety show's overlord. Its strength couldn't be underestimated. Of course, it was still too early to say. It was unknown if Xianxia had done it on purpose, but they had set the premiere of the travel challenge in September. It was enough to separate it from the first season of the Limit Challenge. According to the plan, the first season of the Limit Challenge would end in mid-August. It seemed that they were not competitors. However, the two variety shows were still somewhat similar, and it was bound to cause a battle of public opinion and the audience's reputation. Speaking of which, even though the last episode of the first season of the Ultimate Challenge ended in mid-August, the recording for this episode had already started early. Due to the busy schedules of several big names, like Jia Yuchen, who had successfully passed Wu Yan's audition, he would be playing the role of Andy in the blockbuster movie, The Shawshank Redemption. Wu Yan's movie was not widely publicized, nor was there any press conference. Of course, he was only at the stage of confirming the actors. He was still waiting for the prison's renovation to be completed before he could officially start filming. The prison for the movie was in the suburbs of a city in Anqing province. Wu Yan's crew rented an old prison that had been eliminated before the arrival of the new era. Of course, in order to conform to the original prison's appearance, the crew had also invested a lot of money to renovate it. This movie with a big director and big-name stars naturally attracted the attention of many film companies. During the negotiation process between Wu Yan and Yang Yi, the investment and profit-sharing model was the focus of the two sides for several days. Of course, Yang Yi gave in. He later agreed to Wu Yan's investment, and Yang Yi's Hua Yi brothers only invested 1 million yuan symbolically. Together with the copyright, he took 10% of the profit share. During the final negotiation, Wu Yan told Yang Yi that the estimated total investment for this movie was more than 80 million yuan. Yang Yi looked at the other party with a strange expression. Yang Yi was not like Wu Yan thought. He could not afford the money, but he was not willing to invest so much money in this movie. Although Yang Yi liked this movie very much and was crazy about the spiritual theme of the story, he also knew that when this movie was released in his previous life, the box office was indeed a flop. The investment of 25 million yuan, but the total box office was only 28 million yuan. If it were not for the fact that it made a lot of money for Warner Brothers by selling videotapes over the next 20 years, this most acclaimed movie in history might have been a losing movie. Of course, with a different box office environment, a different country, and even a different cast, Yang Yi could not be sure whether this movie would still be a flop. Maybe it would make a comeback, too. However, Yang Yi had other uses for his money. He did not want to gamble, nor did he want to wait for 20 years to recoup his investment. Therefore, he agreed to Wu Yan's idea of attracting other investors to film this movie. The reason why Wu Yan chose Jia Yuchen as the lead actor of this movie, he did not cross over, because although Jia Yuchen was a film emperor, he had also acted in 1 or 2 movies, had little to do with him being a regular member of Yang Yi's variety show. The person who recommended him for the audition was Chen Fengchen, who had worked with Jia Yuchen many times. Jia Yuchen might be funny during the recording, but his acting skills were not bad at all. During the audition, he won over Wu Yan and Yang Yi. Other than Jia Yuchen's tight schedule, Dan Hongkue also had to free up his schedule for the second half of the year to film a big production movie. Therefore, the production team of The Ultimate Challenge sped up the recording frequency and had to finish the 6 episodes in July and August in advance. Dan Hongkue suddenly came out of Phoebe's studio with a few cameramen and executive directors. Yang Yi was kept in the dark. He, Murphy, Ji Ningming, and Qianli Chuanshu, who was about to graduate and had signed with the Hua Yi brothers, were producing music in the recording studio. Dan Hongkue smiled slyly and knocked on the door. "What's going on? What's going on?" Yang Yi saw the cameraman behind Dan Hongkue and could not help but laugh. "Are you filming The Ultimate Challenge? Why are you here?" Dan Hongkue pulled Yang Yi's hand and called him brother. "Hey, no, you're my brother. Brother Dan, don't be so mushy. If there's anything, just say it." Yang Yi smiled. "If I can help you, I'll definitely help you." Dan Hongkue then told him the reason for his visit. It turned out that the final, special episode of the first season was to organize a charity gala. However, it was different from the one in Yang Yi's previous life. The 6 members had to find a songwriter to write a new song for them. Then, they would participate in the charity gala to raise money for the children in the mountainous areas. Of course, before that, they had to go through all kinds of scheming. They had to choose the songwriter they wanted one by one. Dan Hongkue chose Yang Yi before Yang Huan did. The production team was really bad. They had already contacted the other 5 groups of songwriters, but they did not tell Yang Yi. That was to increase the difficulty of Yang Yi and Dan Hongkue's task. "So, I'm going to write a song for you to sing in the concert, right?" Yang Yi asked. "We'll sing it in the concert. We'll sing it together," Dan Hongkue said. "Concert?" "The concert of The Ultimate Challenge. What song should I sing?" Suddenly, Yang Yi had an idea. "Where are you from, brother Dan?" Yang Yi suddenly started chatting. Dan Hongkue was a little confused, but he still told Yang Yi, "I'm from Dongshan." Yang Yi smiled strangely and said, "Brother Dan, our show is called The Ultimate Challenge, right? Since that's the case, I have an idea for my song. However, I might need you to do some challenges. For example, you'll have to practice singing in a dialect you don't know." "Dialect?" Dan Hongkue rolled his eyes and remembered the Cantonese song Love of a Lifetime that Yang Yi released a while ago. He asked proudly, "You're talking about Cantonese? That's easy to learn, and I know some too. For example, Thunder Monkey." Yang Yi held back his laughter. "Brother Dan, who told you I was talking about Cantonese? Singing a dialect song, if it wasn't Cantonese, what else could it be?" Dan Hongkue was confused, but he was one of the extreme 3 essences. The other 2 were Yuan Yan and Guozi, and had a high EQ. Once he heard what Yang Yi said, he began to beg for mercy. Of course, Dan Hongkue's torture process would last for a few days. There was no need to elaborate on these details, the mystery would be solved when the show was broadcasted. Although the first season of The Limit Challenge was coming to an end and China Star Productions had announced that the second season had been renewed by Magic City TV station, Yun Yangfeng still appeared in the capital to meet his old friend, director Meng Fancheng, for a meal. In the adult world, there weren't so many unsolvable love and hatred, there were only ever-changing relationships of interest. The relationship between Meng Fancheng and Yun Yangfeng was the same. Back then, Meng Fancheng had rejected the Limit Challenge because it was too early. Magic City TV station had taken advantage of it and Meng Fancheng regretted it immensely. Meng Fancheng and Magic City TV station had even been dragged out by some media outlets to label them as the typical example of blind people. The Limit Challenge had been broadcasted for a few months and Meng Fancheng had been mocked by the industry for a few months. However, Meng Fancheng did not hate Yun Yangfeng because of this. This time, when Yun Yangfeng came to the capital and invited him for a meal, Meng Fancheng gladly accepted. At the dinner table, Meng Fancheng complained about Yun Yangfeng, using a teasing tone to vent the depression in his heart. "Speaking of which, it's still your fault. You had to pick such an early time. If it was so urgent, where could I find the time for you?" I was very optimistic about your show at that time, but the conditions were limited. Meng Fanqing rambled on. Yes, it's my fault. Yun Yangfeng maintained a humble posture as he poured wine for Meng Fanqing. Both of them toasted each other and chatted a lot, as if they were very close friends. I don't have any hopes for the limit challenge. Magic City TV station will definitely not let go of such a fat piece of meat so easily. Meng Fanqing rambled on, but China Star Productions, Yang Yi, if you have any new shows, Old Yun, you have to consider Magic City TV station first. Yes, that's a must. Our production company, China Star, has worked with Beijing television station and old brother Meng for many years, so we have a tacit understanding. If there's a chance, we'll definitely continue to work together, Yun Yangfeng said with a smile. Meng Fanqing was a little tipsy, but his words were still very clear. As long as your show is creative and is as exciting as the limit challenge, Old Yun, Meng Fanqing, promise you that the time slot is not a problem. I can give you a primetime slot on Friday nights. Yun Yangfeng's eyes shone as he said, Old brother Meng, you're the one who said it. A gentleman's words cannot be taken back. Meng Fanqing patted his chest and said heroically. Yun Yangfeng chuckled and said, actually, Director Yang has been preparing for a new variety show. He provided a great idea. This time, I came to Beijing to discuss with you and see if there's any possibility of cooperation. Meng Fanqing could not be bothered to complain about the trap Yun Yangfeng had set for him. He was energized and asked like a machine gun, what kind of program? Was it like the limit challenge? Or, are you going to compete with Glorious Stars The Great Travel Challenge? It was not surprising that Meng Fanqing was involved in the variety show industry's news. The Great Travel Challenge? If we don't care about it, there will be plenty of programs that copy the limit challenge. Yun Yangfeng said with a smile, besides, with the quality of the limit challenge, we're confident that we can beat the other copycats. In fact, when Glorious Star Productions released The Great Travel Challenge, there was actually a heated discussion within Zhongxing Productions. Many people were filled with righteous indignation, thinking that Glorious Star Productions was too shameless. They used to say that the Limit Challenge had copied their High Ability Challenge, and now they were playing the plagiarism game themselves. However, Yang Yi stopped them from having a war of words with Glorious Star Productions. Looking at their fixed lineup, do you think they can pull off as many tricks as the Limit Challenge? I think that their program looks interesting, but the result won't be very good. Even if it's good, it won't be as good as the Limit Challenge. There's no need to spend too much effort on it. Instead of arguing with them, why don't we spend more effort on our program? Of the 6 fixed members of the Limit Challenge, 3 of them were young people who were not very famous in the beginning, and the 6 of them were not considered handsome or pretty. Yang Huan was considered pretty, but there was still a big gap between her and the idols and actresses. However, they had different personalities and were especially suited to the rhythm of variety shows. They could chat happily with any 2 of them, and different pairings could create different sparks. More importantly, none of the 6 of them slacked off during the recording of the program. Even famous stars like Dan Hongkue and Jia Yuchen, actors who were worth tens of millions or even hundreds of millions, put their lives on the line in the Limit Challenge, let alone the other 3 young people. How could a program recorded like this not be exciting? Looking at the fixed members of the Great Travel Challenge, almost all of them were popular celebrities, and more than half of them were idols. Yang Yi knew that they were no threat with their petite bodies. Then what's the new program you mentioned just now? Compared to the Limit Challenge, which one is more exciting? Meng Fanqing asked, perplexed. Using the Limit Challenge as a comparison, it seemed like Meng Fanqing was still brooding about missing out on this great program. Compared to the Limit Challenge? What's there to compare? One is a reality show, the other is a music variety show. Yun Yangfeng said with a smile, but I can tell you, old brother Meng, this program is just as exciting. Just like the Limit Challenge, it will change the structure of music variety shows. If you trust me, China Star Productions and the Capital Television Station will work together again and do something big. Although Meng Fanqing was drunk, his mind was still very clear. He was not so easily persuaded. He picked up a big mouthful of food to suppress his drunkenness and extended his arm to stop Yun Yangfeng from pouring more wine for him. It's not easy to make a music variety show. We already have the elite chart of new songs and these few music shows. Are you sure your show can surpass them? Of course, I'm talking about a revolutionary reform. Yun Yangfeng said proudly. In fact, Yun Yangfeng had seen the plan that the team had come up with. It was indeed interesting, but Yun Yangfeng could not tell if it would be successful. After all, there had been very few new music-related variety shows in recent years, so the market prospects were uncertain. However, in front of Meng Fanqing, he had to show a confident look. You've made me curious. What is your program like? Meng Fanqing asked. Yun Yangfeng smiled and said, let's do it tomorrow. I'll bring the proposal to your office tomorrow and we'll talk about the program. Now was not the right time because there were still some confidentiality agreements to be signed. Meng Fanqing nodded lightly. Old brother Meng, don't forget your promise. As long as our program is exciting enough, you have to help us make time for Friday's primetime slot. Yun Yangfeng said worriedly. Of course, but the prerequisite is that it must be exciting enough. Meng Fanqing was drunk, but not drunk. He shook his wine glass and said with a smile. Yang Yi had a lot of ideas for music programs, but the main purpose of this program was to support Thousand Miles Chuanshu, who was about to graduate and debut. Of course, those chores were taken care of by his subordinates. In Yang Yi's eyes, the most important thing now was Xixi's primary school entrance exam. Huijia Primary School's entrance exam was set for the second weekend in June. Early in the morning, the 5 families gathered together. Yang Yi even drove his RV out to give the mothers a place to rest. The car can only be parked further away. Right now, the street in front of us is completely blocked. There are too many families who came to take the exam. Yang Yi drove and found a spot 2 streets away to park the RV. The 2 intersecting roads in front of them were obviously all cars going to Huijia Primary School. Cars, taxis, and even motorcycles blocked the road. The traffic police came to help guide the traffic. Motorcycles are also here. Didn't they say that motorcycles are banned? Yang Hua sat in the passenger seat and asked puzzledly. Banning motorcycles? That's impossible. Nanny Yun shook his head and pointed at the country. It said that the superiors follow the example of the subordinates. But in the end, the superiors have policies and the subordinates have countermeasures. Lance Haokai's wording was much gentler. He said with a smile, after all, the old city area's traffic and economic conditions are not as good as the coastal area. Without motorcycles, it's really inconvenient for the people to go in and out. That's right. Especially in the village and the city, the road is too narrow for cars to drive in. Only motorcycles can be used. Yang Yi deeply understood. It was time to leave for the exam. Xixi and the others were saying goodbye to their mothers. Mom, I'm a little scared. Xixi hugged her mother's hand and whispered her feelings. She was embarrassed to say it in front of her friends. After all, it was her first exam. The little girl had not seen it. But subconsciously, she had realized that this thing was troublesome. It's okay. Xixi, you're great. Believe in yourself. Murphy encouraged her. Mom and your brother are waiting for you to come back from the exam and tell us the story of your exam. Look, your brother is also cheering for you. Murphy gently lifted Tong Tong's arm and shook it at Xixi. At this moment, Tong Tong was playing with a silver chain on his mother's clothes. After being disturbed by his mother, he looked at his hands and the chain and pendant that he was playing with. He opened his mouth and revealed a charming smile. Hee hee, all right. Xixi seemed to be infected by her brother's smile. Her eyes curved into crescents as she smiled. Mom, then you have to wait here for me and Papa to come back. Yes, I will. Murphy nodded with a smile. Mo Fei thought that Cici had finished talking, but she didn't expect that the little girl still asked, Mama, you said that I am the best, right? Yes, you're smart and cute. Those teachers will definitely like you. So, as long as you bravely take the exam, you don't have to be afraid of anything. You'll answer whatever they ask. You'll definitely do well. Murphy helplessly continued to encourage her. Then can I get a big little red flower? Xixi blinked her big bright eyes and asked. Was there an end to this? Fortunately, Yang Yi, who had parked the car, came over. He squatted down and reached out to tidy up Xixi's collar. He said softly, "It depends on how you perform, but Dad thinks that Xixi will definitely get a little red flower. When the time comes, Dad will hold it for you and give it to you when we get home." Today, Emofei dressed Xixi up very much like how she dressed as a primary school student in The Fugitive. She wore a shirt and a skirt, and a small knitted jacket over the shirt. It looked simple and decent. She also wore a red and black checkered dress, white socks, and black shoes. This outfit was simple and appropriate, giving people a refreshing feeling. Moreover, when Xixi wore it, it gave people a lovely liveliness and sweetness. "Why are you giving it to me when we get home?" Xixi asked, puzzled. Yang Yi moved closer to Xixi's ear and whispered to her, "Because Dad is worried that if the teacher only gives you a little red flower and doesn't give it to Xianxia and the others, Xianxia and the others will be sad when they see it. So, Dad will give it to you when we get home. That way, they won't be able to see it." Of course, the real reason was that he still had to go back and make a little red flower for his daughter. "Hee, I understand." The little girl seemed to have received some secret from her father. She hugged her father's neck and giggled quietly, not daring to let her little friend see. "Aya, are you all still going or not?" Beside them, the most carefree Chen Shiyun didn't even want to say goodbye to her mother. Impatiently waiting, she started to shout loudly. "Haha." The adults all laughed, which slightly diluted the tension in their hearts. If they didn't know that this exam was just a formality, the fathers might have been even more nervous. Even so, Lan Caocai still couldn't help but wipe away the sweat on his forehead. Boss Lan really hated exams. The 5 fathers led their 5 children through the crowded streets towards Huijia Primary School. Along the way, there were many parents and children like them. Some were led by their mothers, some were led by their fathers, and some were led by their whole families. Even their grandparents had joined them. Yang Yi was a big star, but right now, mixed in with the crowd, he was just an ordinary person. No one would pay attention to him. Today, the children were the main characters. Xixi's little hand was held by her father, so she didn't lack a sense of security. Her little head turned back and forth, looking around curiously. Especially after they entered the school, Xixi felt that there were so many new things that she couldn't take them all in. There were so many places that were different from kindergarten: the spacious school grounds, the spacious square, the tall teaching buildings, the tall flag-raising platform. There were also many sports equipment, such as the ping-pong table, basketball hoop, badminton net, and so on. Xixi had never seen these things in kindergarten. "When we come back from Grandpa's house, you, Xian'er, Qiqi, Shiyun, and Nan Zhaoyu will be able to study here in the future." Yang Yi saw his daughter's mesmerized expression and put his arm around her shoulders, patting her gently as he said gently. This was a primary school, a bigger, more beautiful place. While waiting, Xixi and a few of her friends gathered together. They chattered about their discoveries, and the excited expressions on their faces showed their yearning in their hearts. Of course, this was a rather simple thought. The little ones still didn't know that after entering primary school, there would be a lot of homework to learn. It would no longer be like kindergarten, where they could play every day. After a while, many teachers came down from the administration building to help guide the parents in an orderly manner, bringing their children to their respective waiting rooms to wait for the exam to begin. Perhaps because they were all gathered together for registration, Yang Yi and the others were also brought to a classroom. "Parents of Lan Caocai and little Lan Xian, please prepare yourselves. Your exam will begin in 10 minutes. Later, there will be invigilators bringing you to the exam. Parents and children will be separated, but the exam time will be the same. The children will be interviewed in one classroom, while the parents will be doing questions in another classroom. After finishing the questions, you can bring your children home," the teacher in charge of maintaining order explained with a smile. "Ah? We're the first?" Boss Lan, who hadn't mentally prepared himself, was dumbfounded. Small beads of sweat appeared on his broad forehead. How did he become the first one to go to the execution ground? Yang Yi and the other fathers all looked at Lan Caocai, only to see him sullenly standing up and asking, "Teacher, please excuse me. Wasn't I at the back of the queue at the entrance? How did I become the first one?" The queue at the entrance is not used as a reference for the order of the exam. In order to ensure the fairness of the exam, We will randomly arrange the queue before the exam, and you just happen to be the first one. The teacher in the waiting room explained politely. The so-called fairness was actually just a facade. Xianxia knew that before the final admission list was announced, there was room for under-the-table manipulation. However, Xianxia Primary School was considered to be fine. After all, it was basically fair, and only a few privileged families could take advantage of this loophole. It couldn't be helped. Lan Xiaokai was unhappy, but he couldn't vent his anger on the other party. He resentfully walked back to Xiangyi's side and prepared to wait for 10 minutes before being brought to the examination hall by the teacher in the waiting room. Compared to Lan Xiaokai, Lan Xian was much calmer. She didn't seem to have realized that she was about to go for an interview, and she was still chatting with Xixi and the others excitedly. I've seen it on TV. They're all tall uncles, and they can throw the ball far, far away. Xixi gestured with her hands, but it seemed to be impossible to describe the distance that she was talking about. My dad likes to watch football. It's played with the feet, not the hands. It's against the rules if you use your hands. Chen Shiyun said excitedly, I have a football at home, do you guys want to play? However, this appeal did not receive any enthusiastic response from her friends. Nan Jiaoyu lacked interest in sports. Yang Luoqi's brows drooped as she worriedly said, playing basketball is very tiring. My dad sweats a lot when he plays basketball. I don't like tiring, it's not fun. Lan Xian decisively shook her head. Yang Yi and the others did not know whether to laugh or cry as they comforted Lan Xiaokai. Chen Wuqiang chuckled, it's fine. Didn't we say that it's just a formality? The sooner we finish the exam, the sooner we can leave. Don't say that out loud. Yang Wu complained, it's not good for the child to hear it. Yang Yi patted Lan Xiaokai's shoulder and said with a smile, after the exam, I don't think you can come back to the waiting room. You can go back to the car and wait for us. Lan Xiaokai was only a little flustered at first, but after all, he was also a person who had seen the world, so he quickly calmed down. He waved his hand and said, it's boring to go back to the car. I'll see how it goes later. If you guys aren't back yet, I'll go with those who came back earlier and bring them to the restaurant to order something to eat. 10 minutes later, Lan Xiaokai and Lan Xian followed the teacher to the examination room. Xian Air is so generous. Look at her, she's not afraid at all. Yang Wu and Yang Yi sighed. That's right. Don't you know whose daughter she is? Chen Wuqiang shook his head. However, this was just a show. Yang Yi and the others didn't know that Lan Xian's calmness was actually based on the fact that she didn't realize that she was going to take the exam. They also didn't know that when the parents and children were about to be separated, Lan Xian, who only realized what was going on, burst into tears. Lan Xiaokai comforted her for a long time before she calmed down. In the end, when she sat in front of the interview teachers, she was scared and cried again. Of course, this kind of situation was very common in the entrance exam of Xianxia Primary School. In this part, there were no deductions or bonus points. The experienced interview teachers patiently comforted Lan Xian and finally completed the bumpy interview. This was also the reason why the personality test time for adults was not short, and the interview time for children was also long. They had already reserved time to comfort the children. However, although there were no deductions or bonus points, if the children were brave, like Chen Shiyun, who was careless, they would leave a good impression on the teachers. After the interview, the teachers needed to make a comprehensive comment on the children's performance, and this good impression would definitely affect this part. Yang Yi and Xixi's exam order was the 6th among all the families in the waiting room, which was about the middle and the back. When it was their turn, Yang Yi squatted down and helped his daughter tidy up her clothes again. Papa, is it our turn? Xixi crossed her two small hands in front of her body, looking very well behaved. Yes, weren't you talking about Xian Air and Chi just now? We'll be able to see them after the exam. Yang Yi smiled and steered the conversation towards a more relaxed direction. Okay. Xixi obediently responded, but the little girl was not particularly happy. Her willow leaf-like slender eyebrows were slightly wrinkled, and she opened her arms and hugged her father's neck, as if looking for support. Don't be nervous, Xixi, come on. Nanny Yun patted his dull son, he smiled and encouraged Xixi. She snuggled in her father's arms and smiled at Uncle Nan with some embarrassment. Xianxia knew that his daughter was nervous, and softly encouraged her, "It's okay, you are the best, Dad always believes in you. After you go in, you can chat with the teachers. You are usually so talkative, you can boldly tell them. But I don't know them." She pouted her small mouth a little aggrieved and said sadly. "You can think of them as Teacher Mu, Teacher Shen, and Teacher Kai." Xianxia said with a smile, "Is that right? And you don't have to worry, these teachers are super good people. If you speak well, they will praise you, if you don't, they will not blame you, but will comfort you." These were the experiences passed down by Guizi. If I speak well, Papa, the teacher will give me a little red flower, right?" She remembered the question she asked before, she was not relieved and repeated it. Xianxia patiently accompanied Xixi to talk for a while. Finally, the teacher came. When they arrived at the corridor, the teacher told them that Xianxia would go upstairs to the 509 examination room to take the written test, and she would take Xixi to the interview room. Finally, when it was time to face the test, Xianxia found that Xixi was nervous again. The little girl tightly grasped one of her father's fingers, pursed her small mouth, and looked at her father with a wronged look in her big eyes, unwilling to separate. "It doesn't matter, you can see your father in half an hour." "Half an hour, right?" Xianxia looked at the teacher who had guided him. She was a female teacher in her 30s. "If you are fast, it won't take half an hour, you can come out in 20 minutes. She affectionately smiled at Xixi and said, "Little girl, believe me, you will see your father soon. Come, give me a fist bump, I believe you will be great." Xianxia raised his big fist and said softly. In fact, Xixi was very smart, she knew everything, she also knew that no matter what, she still had to take the exam and face difficulties. But after all, she was still young and a girl. At this time, she wanted to stick to her father a little longer, she wanted to leave him a little later. At this time, she still very cleverly stretched out her small fist and bumped it with her father's big fist. "Good girl. I believe your performance will be great." The female teacher was not stingy with her praise, she was used to coaxing these children, she knew what words they liked to hear. However, Xixi was not satisfied, she did not withdraw her small fist, but stretched out her little pinky, and softly said to her father, "Pinky promise." Pinky promise." Xianxia smiled and pinky promise with her. "Papa, then you have to wait for me." Xixi pulled her father's finger and said seriously. I will wait for you." Xianxia nodded. Xixi was finally willing to follow the teacher to take the exam. Xianxia looked at his daughter's back, secretly relieved. To tell the truth, Xianxia was still a little surprised. When he saw Xixi was so nervous in the waiting room, he thought that she would cry all the way like Yang Luoqi. But Xianxia did not expect his daughter to be so strong. Although she relied on him, she was very brave when she held the teacher's hand. However, Xianxia began to be nervous, he was not worried about his exam. In the 509 examination room, Xianxia calmly scribbled on the answer sheet, his speed was very fast, unlike other parents who slowly pondered one question after another, he basically had the answer with a glance. But in the process of doing the questions, Xianxia was still worried about Xixi. How is Xixi now? When she faced the teacher's question, was she nervous? Or did she answer the teacher's question? Is she coming out now? No, I have to do it faster, I don't want Xixi to come out and not see her father, she will be disappointed. After saying goodbye to her father, Xixi was held by the teacher's hand and brought to a classroom. The teacher let go of her hand. At this moment, the little girl's thin body looked a little weak and helpless against the backdrop of the big classroom. Xixi also stood there a little timidly, not knowing what to do. Only her big bright eyes blinked, her long eyelashes fluttered, revealing some curiosity in her nervousness. She saw some pictures pasted in the classroom, as well as the lively and interesting chalk drawings on the blackboard behind. Of course, there were also 4 teachers, 2 men and 2 women, sitting in the middle and smiling at her. Those drawings were very interesting. They could share some of the nervousness in Xixi's heart. "Hello, little Xianxia." An older female teacher in the middle smiled amiably and greeted Xixi. Xixi was still very nervous. However, she had received a good education since she was young. When Xixi heard others say hello to her, She subconsciously raised her little head and looked at the other party. The little girl hesitated for a moment and said softly, "Hello." Xixi's voice was very soft, like a mosquito's. She was timid and had a kind of tenderness that made people pity her. "Come, sit down first. Let's have a chat, okay?" The female teacher stood up and gently held Xixi's hand. She led her to the table opposite them and sat down. She even pulled a chair for her. "Little Xianxia, what do your parents, mother, or friends call you?" "Oh right, I haven't introduced myself yet. My surname is Kai." "You can call me Teacher Kai," Teacher Kai said with a smile. Teacher Kai was the chief examiner. She was mainly responsible for chatting with the child. The other 3 teachers were responsible for maintaining a smile, observing, and recording. Only one female teacher was allowed to chat with the child. This could reduce the fear in the child's heart. It had to be said that Teacher Kai was indeed experienced. A few simple intimate actions had closed the distance between her and Xixi's heart. And there was another reason. This teacher's surname was also Kai. Xixi, who was used to her kindergarten's Teacher Kai, suddenly felt much more familiar. Xixi hesitated for a moment and said softly, They call me Xixi." "Very good. Then Teacher Kai will also call you Xixi. Is that okay?" Teacher Kai smiled. Xixi nodded. "Xixi, Teacher Kai is going to test you now. Do you know the names of your parents?" Teacher Kai didn't return to her seat. Instead, she pulled a chair beside Xixi and sat down close to her. She turned her face and asked with a smile. This question was very simple. Xixi straightened her chest a little confidently and raised her voice a little. "I know. My papa's name is Yang. My mom's name is Murphy." "Excellent." Teacher Kai gave Xixi a thumbs up and praised her. He had been praised. Xixi was a little embarrassed and smiled shyly. This was the first time she had smiled since she walked in. The sorrowful Dayu revealed a shy smile that melted one's heart. It didn't seem that difficult. Xixi gradually got into the mood after her nervousness was relieved. "Okay, Xixi, have you gone to kindergarten?" Teacher Kai continued to chat with Xixi. "Yes, I went to kindergarten yesterday, but I didn't go to kindergarten today because it's the weekend." "I don't have to go to kindergarten on the weekend," Xixi explained. This time, not only did she speak clearly, but she also added a lot of information on her own, as if she was worried that Teacher Kai didn't know. Teacher Kai was a little surprised by the change in Xixi's performance. Previously, she had thought that Cici was a particularly introverted girl who needed to be coaxed slowly in order to communicate with her. However, she didn't expect that with just a few questions, Cici would answer more questions than she did. "Then, can you tell me what you learned from the kindergarten teachers?" Teacher Kai asked. It seemed that this question wasn't difficult to ask. "Of course, I learned a lot." Xixi was in high spirits. She counted with her little fingers and said, "I learned how to dance. I danced very well. Teacher Shin even gave me a little red flower." Cici didn't notice that a few teachers who were observing were scribbling on a piece of paper. For example, in the area of expressiveness, they had scribbled logical and eloquent boxes, and there were also columns for personality, thinking ability, and so on. "Well, other than dancing? And origami. I know how to fold a frog, hee hee." Xixi relaxed and even took the initiative to smile at Teacher Kai. This time, she didn't wait for Teacher Kai to ask and said, "I also learned English. Teacher Kai taught me English." The little girl remembered this interesting coincidence and couldn't wait to grab Teacher Kai's hand. She shook it and said, "Teacher Kai, our teacher is also called Teacher Kai." Teacher Kai didn't mind Xixi's overstepping. Instead, she looked at the little girl's sweet smile and loved her very much. "You learned English as well? That's amazing. How much English have you learned?" Teacher Kai asked with a smile. "Can you perform for Teacher Kai?" How much English had she learned? Xixi couldn't answer this question. "What kind of performance?" Xixi asked, puzzled. "Just let me see how much English you've learned." Teacher Kai explained gently, "For example, you should know how to say apple in English, right?" "I know. Apple is apple," Xixi answered happily. She was full of pride to be able to answer Teacher Kai's question. Then let me ask you a difficult question. What do you say to a puppy? Teacher Kai asked with a smile. Initially, Teacher Kai thought that if Shishi could answer dog, she would be very satisfied. However, Shishi gave her a better answer, puppy. Teacher Kai actually taught English. Shishi's answer sparked her curiosity about Shishi's English. She tried to ask more words and even tried to use daily conversation. As a result, 5 minutes later, in the examination room, Teacher Kai and the other 3 teachers were dumbfounded. What the F***ck, where did this child come from? Her oral English was better than theirs. Seeing someone else talking to Teacher Kai fluently in English, the 2 male teachers looked at each other in shame. One of them was a language teacher and the other was a math teacher. They had long forgotten English. Now, they couldn't understand what the kindergarten kid was saying. Shishi, did you learn English from your Teacher Kai in kindergarten? If it weren't for the Abbott exam, Teacher Kai really wanted to ask which kindergarten Shishi was in. She was so amazing. And my papa and mom can speak English too. Shishi said proudly, puffing out her small chest. It turned out that Teacher Kai found a little comfort because of the family atmosphere. Okay, next question. Teacher Kai felt that she should ask something else. Shishi, can you tell me something that made you the happiest? Describe it in detail. The 3 teachers who made the observation unanimously gave Shishi a full score on the English proficiency scale of 1 to 100 points. Following that, they avoided the sad option and looked at the language organization ability below. What would be the happiest thing that happened? Shishi felt that there were many things that made her happy, but it seemed difficult to choose the happiest thing. Then, what about the happiest thing? Shishi had an idea. The little girl blinked her big eyes and said obediently, Teacher Kai, let me tell you. Papa, Mama, and my brother are going to Australia to play. Because Lu Weisha went to Australia to play and sent me a picture of a kangaroo, my papa took me to Australia to play. Who is Lu Weisha? Teacher Kai asked curiously when she heard the name of a foreigner. Speaking of Lu Weisha, Shishi said regretfully, Lu Weisha is my good friend, but she went back because her father had to go back to work. However, as she spoke, Shishi became excited again. But Lu Weisha is at her house, so we can meet. My father has a computer, so he can call Lu Weisha. That way, I can talk to Lu Weisha. Teacher Kai felt that she had found the reason why Shishi's English was so good. She smiled and asked, is Lu Weisha a foreigner? Is she British or American? No. Shishi shook her head and said honestly, Lu Weisha is Swedish. Teacher Kai felt that her worldview was collapsing. She only knew a few American foreign teachers hired by Huijia Primary School. How could a child know Swedish people? Ahem. Teacher Kai coughed and asked a question that she later regretted. Shishi, do you communicate with Lu Weisha in English? Shishi nodded and then shook her head. She tried to explain to Teacher Kai, who had a lot of questions. No, we speak English, but I can speak Swedish with Lu Weisha, and Lu Weisha can speak Chinese. Hehe, Teacher Kai, Lu Weisha couldn't speak Chinese before. Now she can speak it well. She's super good. You're super good too. When Teacher Kai heard Shishi say that she could speak Swedish, she was already kneeling down. She couldn't help but complain in her heart. Who is this child? How can she be so amazing, and how can she do it, be so smart and cute? Aren't geniuses all are reclusive? The other 3 teachers were stunned and even numb. Of course, they were also complaining in their hearts. Teacher Kai, this is not a question in the exam. Why are you asking so many questions? Teacher Kai, who had suffered a blow, didn't want to confirm how much Swedish she could speak. She couldn't understand it anyway, so she couldn't confirm it. Teacher Kai forced a smile and said, okay, Shishi, continue talking about the things that make you happy. When Shishi mentioned kangaroos just now, the teachers all felt that Shishi's happiest thing should be seeing kangaroos in Australia. But that wasn't what Shishi wanted to talk about. The little girl talked a lot and finally talked about how she and her father went to the sea to find big fish. There were so many dolphins. They would jump up like this. Oh, jump down, jump up, jump down. Cece wasn't trying to be funny at all. The little girl even used her little hands with a serious expression to make a dolphin jump on the surface of the sea. My papa said that dolphins are also big fish, because Cece talked about a lot of popular science again. She had heard all of this from her father. The little girl might not remember all of it, but she could still repeat a lot of it. Teacher Kai was a very nice person. Although she had suffered a blow and even began to doubt whether her smart and cute child was a little stupid compared to the little girl in front of her, her attitude towards Xianxia was still gentle and patient as always. Even though Xianxia said a lot of nonsense when she was talking about her happy things, Teacher Kai didn't feel annoyed and listened to her with a smile. So, the happiest thing that you felt was going to the sea with your father and seeing dolphins, right? Teacher Kai summed it up with one sentence. Xianxia nodded. Very good. You told Teacher Kai a very interesting story. Teacher Kai gave Xianxia a thumbs up again. Xianxia smiled sweetly. She sat on the chair, twisted her little butt, and looked at Teacher Kai expectantly. She was somewhat unsatisfied with the next question. Was this an exam? No, the exam had long been forgotten by Xianxia. Now Xianxia felt that Teacher Kai was as good as her kindergarten teacher. They both liked to listen to her stories. Teacher Kai looked at the time and said, Okay, Xianxia, Teacher Kai is going to ask the last question. After you answer this question, the exam will be over. The question is, let's say you go shopping with your parents. Xianxia blinked her big eyes and listened attentively to the question. Hearing this, the little girl's eyes lit up and she smiled happily. She liked shopping, and if she went shopping with her father would buy her a lot of teddy bears. However, Teacher Kai didn't ask this question this time. She talked about a question that Xianxia had never encountered or even thought about. If you accidentally got lost with your parents and couldn't find them in a very big shopping mall, what would you do? Xianxia was stunned. Xianxia really didn't understand this question. Xianxia was a big idiot. He had never thought of teaching Xianxia this question. But it was also true. Xianxia usually took Xianxia out and put his daughter's matter first. He had never thought of the problem of Xianxia getting lost. More than 10 minutes later, Xianxia picked up Xianxia with the help of the teacher. On the way back to the RV, Xianxia told her father somewhat unhappily that she didn't know how to answer this question. Later, Teacher Kai said that I could go to the security guard uncle. Xianxia pouted and said. Teacher Kai kindly told Xianxia that it didn't matter if she couldn't answer this question, but she had to know how to deal with emergencies in the future. In addition to going to the security guard uncle, Teacher Kai also taught Xianxia to go to the front desk and ask for a missing person broadcast. She also had to pay attention to the content of the broadcast. Of course, Xianxia didn't understand the concept of a missing person broadcast at all, so she didn't say it out loud. Xianxia touched his nose. He also realized his negligence. Besides blaming himself, he quickly thought of a solution. You can do this too. You can tell others that I got lost with my father. Can you lend me your phone to call my father? Xianxia said, You have to remember my father's phone number. 13XXX. Xianxia read out a string of numbers. Do you remember? Xianxia's memory was good. She could repeat it after hearing it twice. Of course, Xianxia would test Xianxia again in the future to deepen her memory. Wait, you can't just borrow someone's phone because you don't know if he's a good person or a bad person. You can go to a public phone booth, but that won't work. Forget it. When I go back, I'll make you a portable phone. Next time, when you go out, you can hang it on your body. That way, if anything happens, you can call me. Xianxia said. The more he thought about it, the more new ideas popped up. For example, he could take out the chip from the SIM card and make a phone disguised as a necklace. Xianxia only needed to press a button on the phone, and the necklace would automatically call him. Oh right, he could also add a GPS function. Even if Xianxia didn't call him, he could still find her through the GPS function. Not only would it come in handy if Xianxia got lost, but if Xianxia was in danger, he could also find her in time. Yes, he could also make one for Murphy and Tong Tong. Xianxia could disguise this thing as a wooden necklace. The more Xianxia thought about it, the more he felt that these things were necessary. Even if life was very peaceful now, Xianxia had to be vigilant in times of peace, Yang Yi didn't notice that she was actually more concerned about her not being able to answer the question. Papa, did I do a bad job? Teacher didn't give me a little red flower? She waited for her father to finish his self-satisfaction, pouted her little mouth, and asked with grievance. Ah? Yang Yi came back to his senses and said with a smile, how could that be? You did a good job. Didn't the teacher just say that you were very obedient? Teacher Kai also said that I was very smart. She was just a little happy, but then she regretted, but I didn't answer Teacher Kai's question. No one is perfect. You worked hard and answered so many questions. You did a good job, so you deserve a reward. Yang Yi comforted. Teacher Kai said that you were smart, of course. She also gave Papa a little red flower and told Papa to give it to you when we get home. Yang Yi still didn't know that his daughter had already shocked the examiners and teachers. He was still worried that she really didn't perform well enough and blamed herself too much in his heart. In his opinion, she had already performed very well. At such a young age, she faced the exam alone and didn't cry. When they got home, he folded a little red flower for her to reward her. She didn't doubt him. She hugged her father's neck in surprise and asked excitedly, really? Really, but remember. Before Yang Yi could finish, she finished his words. I know. He saw the little girl giggling, and her eyes were curved. She put her little finger in front of her mouth and shushed him. Don't tell Xianxia and the others. Great. Come, give Papa a kiss, Mua. She is here too. Yang Yi carried Shi to the private room of the restaurant. Wu Yu, who had sharp eyes, smiled and clapped her hands. Everyone was cheering for the return of a hero. This made Shi, who was still immersed in the emotions of having a secret with her father, a little shy. She turned her head and hid in her father's arms, laughing shyly in her father's neck. Come down and let Mom have a look. Murphy opened one hand. Only then did Cici jump out of her father's arms and run over to her mother. Yang Luochi wandered over and also rubbed against Murphy to listen to Shi's story. Lan Xian was the only one who was still eating. Her mouth was stuffed to the brim, and she looked at Cici while patting the chair beside her while mumbling something. She was probably trying to get Cici to sit beside her. How was it? How did Shi do? Lan Cao Kai asked as he held the teapot and wobbled over to pour tea for Yang Yi. She was okay, but she said she didn't know how to answer a question. She was a little sad. Yang Yi smiled. Xianxia went to the interview and cried half the time. I don't know what to say to her. Lan Cao Kai shook his head, but he wasn't worried. Even if she didn't do well, she wouldn't fail. Yang Luochi was the same. The little girl's eyes were still red. What question did she not know how to answer? Wu Yu asked curiously. Yang Yi told them. Immediately, the fathers and mothers said that this question was very good. They should let the children learn how to deal with some special situations. They talked and laughed, but Chen Shiyun's mother and Nan Zhaoyu's mother didn't talk so enthusiastically. After all, they were still anxiously waiting. When they returned home in the afternoon and only Yang Yi and his family were left, Yang Yi said to Murphy proudly, actually, I was too embarrassed to say this in front of them. Among these children, I think she performed the best. Chen Shiyun didn't cry either, did she? Murphy laughed. It's not just that she doesn't cry. I heard from Shi that she answers questions very well. Yang Yi proudly raised his eyebrows and said, you also know that your daughter is a chatterbox. I didn't expect her to be so chatty with the examiner during her first exam and interview. She kept talking nonstop. I'm guessing that the examiner was about to faint from her chatter. The teacher must be thinking, whose child is this? Am I the one testing her or is she the one testing me? Why are you talking so much? Yang Yi chuckled. What Yang Yi didn't know was that his daughter had embarrassed the teacher so much that he was speechless. Look at how proud you are. Why didn't I see you being praised by the teacher? Murphy laughed. Mine is different. Mine is a written exam, and I fill in the answer sheet. Yang Yi explained. She and the other children went for the interview one by one, and several teachers faced each other. We are all parents in the same round of the exam, and we are all gathered in the same classroom to do the questions. Papa, Where is the little red flower that teacher Kai gave me? At this moment, Shi, who hadn't changed her clothes, ran back from the side hall after playing with Xiao Guai and the others. I want to show it to my brother. Mom, take Shi to change her clothes first. Shi, Papa will bring it to you right away. After Yang Yi finished speaking, he winked at Murphy and asked Murphy to delay for a while. He was going to make little red flowers for Shi. Yang Huan had been in a dilemma recently. Although the filming of the Limit Challenge had been smooth sailing, she had also turned from an unknown film school student into a well-known and beloved Wonder Woman through this program. She had even taken on a few big commercials. Even senior sister Qin Wen was a little envious of her fame. However, Yang Huan had not achieved much in her career as an actress. Guozi had several movies released, and even the movie Fat Agent, which he starred in, would be on the big screen this summer. During the summer vacation, Guozi took on several movie contracts and was very busy. However, Yang Yi didn't take any movie contracts. She turned down a movie that asked her to play the leading role, and now she was asked to play the supporting role. Many people, including Yang Yi, tried to persuade her not to play the supporting role. If you really want to play the supporting role, go for the audition and find a few small roles that are suitable for your acting skills. It would be best if they are in ancient costumes, and it would be better if they have martial arts moves. Don't dream of reaching the top in one step. Yang Yi's words made Yang Huan sick of hearing them. Why wouldn't she seize the opportunity? In the film school, many students were waiting for the opportunity to play the leading role, but they couldn't wait for it. Why would she reject the opportunity that was right in front of her? Yang Huan felt sad when she thought about it. Especially when she overheard her senior sisters talking about the importance of the leading role when she was eating in the canteen. Yang Huan felt that it was a pity for her to do this. Of course, it was also because Yang Yi was her brother that Yang Huan was not convinced. If it were Yuan Yan or Dan Hongkue who persuaded her, Yang Huan might accept it more easily. However, Yuan Yan and the others were outsiders after all. How could they say anything about Yang Huan's future? This was a strenuous and thankless task. What should I do? Should I continue to play the supporting role this summer vacation? Yang Huan held her cheeks and lay on her stomach on the bed. She was in a dilemma. After all, she was a famous star with millions of fans. If she went to the film school to play some small roles, wouldn't she be laughed at? However, it was indeed the suggestion of many people. Her two best friends, Guozi and Ding Xiang, also suggested that she continue to practice her acting skills in the film school in the capital. After pondering for a while, Yang Huan couldn't come up with a good idea. She turned over on the bed and grabbed the bedside table to call Yang Qing. To be honest, Yang Yi and Yang Qing were both Yang Huan's brothers. However, they had different positions in Yang Huan's heart. Yang Yi was much older than Yang Huan. Moreover, when Yang Huan was growing up, Yang Yi was either serving in the army or traveling around. He didn't have a fixed residence and rarely called home. He only came back once in a while during Chinese New Year. Yang Yi left Yang Huan the memories of her childhood. But Yang Qing was different. Yang Qing was older than Yang Huan, but he grew up with Yang Huan. He really played the role of a reliable older brother. In addition, Yang Qing was gentle and honest, unlike Yang Yi who was strict. In comparison, Yang Yi was more like a father. Naturally, Yang Huan trusted Yang Qing more. Yang Qing was doing well in his hometown. He was in charge of the road construction and mechanized farming in Wadayaku village. When Yang Huan called him, Yang Qing had just returned from outside and was soaking his feet. I don't know much about you celebrities, but I think you should listen to your brother. Who can tell what an outsider says? Only your brother will never hurt you, Yang Qing said to Yang Huan. The problem is, it's a rare opportunity, Yang Huan said. Huan, do you remember how your father taught you martial arts when you were young? Although Yang Qing wasn't very educated, he had his own unique wisdom. Martial arts can't be improved overnight. If you want to learn well, you have to practice the horse stance and build a good foundation. You can't rush it. Yang Huan was silent. I think it's the same for your acting. Why do you care how people laugh at you? If you don't practice martial arts, you'll get nothing. We should first train our muscles and bones, hand techniques, footwork, breathing, etc. Then we can practice our dodging and shifting, and then we can practice our complicated moves. Not only will this be twice the result with half the effort, it will also be more solid step by step. It will be better than people who practice impatiently. Yang Qing saw that she didn't speak, so he continued to persuade her. Yang Qing's patient persuasion was more effective. Although Yang Qing didn't say anything concrete, and he really didn't know much about movies and the entertainment industry, what Yang Qing said was very reasonable. It made Yang Huan, who was a little stubborn, come out. I understand, brother. I'll be more patient and work harder. Yang Huan said gratefully. Most importantly, you have to listen to your brother. Don't forget that he guided you on this path. He helped you achieve what you have today. You should listen to him, Yang Qing said. Okay. Yang Huan knew that she should be grateful to Yang Yi. After taking the exam of Huijia Primary School, Xixi was considered to be half a step into elementary school, although the results were not out yet. Of course, she was also about to graduate for the first time in her life, kindergarten graduation. Normally, kindergarten graduation didn't receive any special treatment, but Springfield Kindergarten was different. They would make a commemorative album, which included photos of all the children and teachers in the upper class, as well as some wonderful photos of activities in the kindergarten. This album would be given to each child at the small graduation ceremony held by Springfield Kindergarten as a souvenir. We should also make something for Teacher Mu, Teacher Shen, and Teacher Kai as a souvenir, to thank them for their careful teaching in the past 2 years, don't you think so? That evening, when Xixi came back from kindergarten, Yang Yi suggested. This was called thanking the teachers for their kindness. Yang Yi didn't like to make it too complicated, as it was full of the smell of money. Making handicrafts and giving them to Xixi's teachers could not only let Xixi participate in it, but also express Xixi's feelings well. It was much more meaningful than treating them to a meal, Xixi nodded briskly. She propped herself up on the sofa, and her big eyes showed great interest. She asked, then, Papa, what should we make? What handicrafts do you want to give to the teachers? Yang Yi asked. This was too difficult for Xixi. How could a little girl have any good ideas? Well, Papa, you can make a little red horse, so that you can give it to the teachers. Xixi tilted her little head, thinking and pouting her little mouth. That won't do. You have to make it. Papa can help. Papa has almost finished making the little red horse, so it can't be considered as yours. Moreover, this is a specialty of Lu Weisha's hometown, so it's not appropriate for us to give it to her. Yang Yi laughed. But, okay. Then what should we make? Xixi hesitated for a while, and then kicked the ball back to her father. This was indeed a difficult problem. Murphy listened and said with a smile, how about making a pen holder? I used to make it when I was a child. There are many ways, such as taking a roll of paper in the middle, wrapping it with a hemp rope, and decorating it. This can make a pen holder, or you can take an unwanted mat, make a section, and roll it up. Speaking of the handicrafts that she used to play with in the United States when she was a child, Mo Fei was completely interested. She said a lot of things excitedly, not only because it's easier to make, but also because the circle around it can be used for Xixi to draw, or we can make some other decorations. Murphy remembered the gossip Yang Yi had told her about Guozi and Ding Xiang. She even went to the house to see the seashell birds that Guozi had bought for Ding Xiang. Murphy said happily, we can use seashells to decorate it. When we go to the beach in the coastal area, Xixi, you can personally find some beautiful seashells on the beach, and we can paste them on it. This pen holder will become even more beautiful. Xixi was listening happily at the side. The little girl waited for her mother to stop for a while before she interrupted with a smile, Mama, I know. Teacher will like it more if I draw on it, right? Yes. That's right. Murphy wanted to continue. However, Xixi still held her mom's hand excitedly, and she said anxiously, then, Mom, can I draw Xiao Guai? Xiao Guai is super cute, and Teacher Shen likes cats very much. She has 2 cats at home, and I've even seen photos of them. One of them is very, very big, but it's not like Xiao Guai, and it's not black. Alright, the little girl was rambling on, and she didn't know where she was going. Yang Yi and Murphy looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Murphy couldn't take back the topic, and in the end, they had to wait for Xianxia to finish before Xianxia took over from Murphy to conclude. Alright, we'll make 3 different pen holders for the 3 teachers. Alright, sit down. I'm going to announce the specific division of labor now. Xianxia said. Xiaxia's eyes lit up. This was one of her favorite segments recently. The little girl walked around nimbly, climbed onto the sofa, and sat next to her mother obediently. She looked at her father and listened attentively. Now, I'll appoint your mother as the technical director. She'll be responsible for the technical guidance of the pen holder production, Xianxia said solemnly. Xianxia turned to look at her mother and giggled. Got it. I'm the technical director. Murphy was playful. She held back her laughter, put on a straight face, and nodded solemnly. Then, Comrade Xianxia. Xianxia looked at Xianxia. Xianxia, who turned her head, immediately straightened her little chest. Comrade Xianxia will be the artistic director. You'll be responsible for making the pen holder beautiful. Can you complete the difficult task given to you by the organization? Xianxia held back his laughter and asked solemnly. Yes, I can. Xiaxia's movements were more serious, but she couldn't look serious. She smiled and said sweetly. Then, your father will be the logistics supervisor. I'll be responsible for preparing the materials for you. Xianxia waved his hand and ended the important division of labor. What about little brother? Xianxia asked as she pointed at Tong Tong, who was sitting on the sofa and holding a toy cart. Tong Tong seemed to have realized that his sister was calling him. When his father and mother looked over, the little guy also raised his little head and looked over. Yaya. Tong Tong liked the feeling of being noticed. He happily waved his other little hand and greeted his sister. However, the little guy didn't sit very firmly. He lost his balance and almost fell back on the sofa. Of course, Murphy supported him in time. After the little guy sat firmly, he giggled even more happily. He even threw away the toy cart and clapped his 2 little hands. This was what Murphy taught him. The little guy could now imitate some simple actions. Little brother will be the quality supervisor. He'll watch us do it. If it's done well, he'll clap his hands. If it's not done well, he won't clap his hands. Xianxia said with a smile. Okay. Little brother will also have a job. Xianxia smiled and slipped off the sofa. She picked up the toy cart that Tong Tong had thrown to the ground and playfully shook it in front of Tong Tong's eyes. Tong Tong blinked his eyes. He quickly realized that his favorite toy was in his sister's hands. The little guy immediately stretched out his little hands and cried, AI, wanting to take it back. Big sister will give it to you. You have to clap your hands for big sister. You can't not like the pen holder that big sister made, okay? Xianxia handed over the toy cart and muttered to Tong Tong. Tong Tong ignored her words. He grabbed the toy cart and stuffed it into his mouth. When he opened his little mouth, 2 half-grown front teeth could be seen. They looked like small grains of rice. Of course, the toy cart was a little big and couldn't be stuffed into it. However, he could gnaw on it. For example, he could gnaw on a tire. When Xianxia saw this, she quickly pulled her little brother's hand and shouted, No, you can't put it in your mouth. Tong Tong's little hand was held down, so he couldn't gnaw on the toy cart. He immediately pouted his little mouth and looked at his mother. Big sister is right. You can't put the toy in your mouth. Mommy also told you that you can't. Murphy smiled and shook her right index finger at Tong Tong. Tong Tong could understand this gesture. He would definitely feel wronged, but Murphy still insisted on teaching him some things that he shouldn't do. This wasn't just because these actions weren't good. Murphy also taught him this because at the infant stage, Tong Tong's ability to suppress his desires was limited. If he didn't learn how to suppress his desires, he would develop a willful personality in the future. It was late at night, and Xianxia and Tong Tong had already entered their sweet dreams. In the brightly lit study room, Xianxia was still burying his head in front of his desk, fiddling with some things. Although there were many things on Xianxia's desk, they were not messy. Some of the components were neatly arranged in a row on a piece of black flannel, and the other small tools were neatly inserted into a cloth bag. The cloth bag was aligned with the black flannel and was of the same length. Knock knock. Someone knocked on the study room door. "Come in." Xianxia called out without raising his head. He was installing a small screw on the hanging magnifying glass, so he did not have time to get up. Murphy pushed open the door and walked in with a cup of hot water. She walked to Xianxi's desk. She was familiar with Xianxi's habits, so she took a coaster from the side and placed the cup of hot water beside Xianxia. "I saw that you were not up yet, so I came to see you." "What time is it?" Xianxia was intoxicated with the small components and forgot about the time. Only now did he raise his head and look at the clock on the wall. He said in surprise, 11 o'clock, so late? Murphy looked at the few pieces of wood waste on Xianxi's desk and laughed. "You are really diligent. We just divided the work tonight, and now you, as the logistics supervisor, can't wait to fulfill your responsibilities?" Murphy obviously misunderstood. "These are not prepared for Xianxia to make a pen holder." Xianxia pointed at some of the electronic components on the desk and laughed. "Is there anyone who makes a pen holder like this?" Murphy looked at Xianxi's desk seriously and asked curiously, "What is this?" "A pendant that can be used for calls and positioning." Xianxia picked up a finished product on the table. It was a reddish-brown wooden Buddha statue that was hung on a red string. Murphy took it. While listening to the reason why Xianxia made this pendant, she carefully looked at the handmade pendant made by Xianxia. The carving of the Buddha statue was very delicate, and the surface was polished very smooth. It did not feel burrs to the touch. She brought it to the tip of her nose and could even smell a faint fragrance. It was very faint, but Murphy could still smell it. Seeing this, Xianxia explained with a smile, "This is made of red sandalwood. If you wear it for a long time, it will turn purplish black. It's very beautiful." "You did all this?" "The Buddha statue is so beautiful." Murphy couldn't help but praise. "Hee, of course. I've been practicing for many years. When I felt lonely in the army, I would take a piece of wood and carve it for fun." Xianxia lied through his teeth. Of course, Xianxia was more satisfied with the internal electronic design of the Buddha statue. He proudly showed off in front of Murphy. "Try pinching the Buddha statue up and down. Pinch harder." Murphy did as she was told. Indeed, she had to use a little more force. A strange scene appeared. The Buddha statue's head shrank into its stomach. Ah! Murphy was a little scared and almost threw it away. However, she relaxed a little and the Buddha statue returned to normal. "What the hell? This is too frightening." Murphy rebuked and hammered Xianxi's shoulder. However, he took advantage of the situation and pulled her over to sit on his lap. "Look." Xianxia wasn't completely mischievous. He smiled and took out his phone. The phone lit up and an unknown number appeared. "This Buddha statue is calling?" Murphy was a little surprised. She had already heard Xianxia explain the meaning of making this Buddha statue. "Yes." Xianxia nodded. He swiped the phone and answered the call. He spoke into the phone. "Hello, hello, hello." Almost at the same time, a voice came from the Buddha statue. Murphy's hearing was very good. She could tell that the quality of the voice was average. However, this was a small speaker installed to save space. There was no need to have high standards. However, this was already amazing enough. A Buddha statue actually made a sound. "Say something to it," Xianxia said to Murphy. He set the phone's call to speaker mode. "Hello, I'm Murphy." Murphy curiously gave it a try. It was a strange feeling to hold a Buddha statue and speak. However, what surprised Murphy once again was her own voice coming from Xianxi's phone. It was really a call. It could be used as a phone. Xianxia took the Buddha statue and pressed it again. The call was hung up. He explained, "This Buddha statue can be pressed once to make a call to my phone. Pressing it again means hanging up. Pressing it a third time can make a call, and so on. The battery inside can last for 4 hours." Of course, the SIM card inside had been charged by Xianxia. "But this design of yours is a little too strange. Pressing the Buddha's head into the stomach looks very strange." Murphy was a woman after all. "There's a reason for this design. When a normal person picks up this Buddha statue, they would either hold it from the front to the back or grab it from the left and right. Very few would pinch it up and down. This is because there's a hole here that's a hindrance. This reduces the possibility of it being touched by mistake, Xianxia explained. Alright. Murphy could only accept this fact helplessly. It can also perform satellite positioning. Look at my phone. This shows the position of the Buddha statue. Xianxia introduced the more advanced functions of the Buddha statue to Murphy. So powerful? It can even perform satellite positioning? How do you know so many electronic things? Murphy asked in surprise. Don't you know what I used to do? Xianxia still used the same excuse. Murphy believed him. She nodded and said, "Oh right, you're a special forces soldier. You have to eavesdrop. You should know these things." Xianxia smiled and continued, "Actually, it won't be activated normally. It will only be activated when I press the call button. Even if the call is hung up, the positioning function will still be activated. Only when I bring it home and use this special tool to turn it off will it stop working." Murphy saw Xianxia take out a wire as thin as a hair and insert it into the Buddha statue's butt. Then, the satellite positioning function in the phone lost its signal. This wire was not easy to get. Most people would not be able to find such a wire without customizing it. Even if they poked it with a ballpoint pen, it would be useless. Such a design could, of course, ensure that the positioning function would not be easily discovered by bad people. But, it was still the same problem. The action of inserting it into the statues but was really too. Murphy leaned on the table and laughed. "Hey, can't you change your position? It's either the head or the butt. There's no other way. The space inside is limited. This is the only layout I can make for the time being." Xianxia spread his hands helplessly. "So, this positioning system will not be activated normally, right?" Murphy asked after she managed to slow down her laughter. This was a little personal. Even if they were husband and wife, Murphy was not too willing to be monitored all the time. Xianxia understood what Murphy meant. He nodded and smiled. "Of course, it won't be turned on normally to save power. When it's really necessary, you can turn it on. The main purpose is to be able to find you or Shishi when you're in danger. Of course, you don't have to wear it normally. This is mainly made for Shishi. As for yours, you can wear it when we go on a trip, in case anything happens outside." Xianxia added to reduce the misunderstanding. "Didn't you say you were going to make one for Tao Wu?" Murphy said worriedly. "If you give it to Tao Wu, how would he know how to activate this Buddha statue? The positioning function is very useful. What if Tao Wu is taken away? I heard that there are many gangs out there that specialize in kidnapping other people's children." "You're right. Let me think about this problem. Maybe I need to make an upgraded version for him. Remove the call function and add a program. If I don't touch the switch within 24 hours, it will automatically activate the positioning system." Xianxia touched his chin and immediately came up with a plan. However, this would require a new circuit design and many tests. It was impossible to make it in one go. "Let's go to bed first." "I'll do this later," Xianxia said as he pinched Murphy's smooth face intimately. At midnight, some people had already fallen asleep with their beautiful wives in their arms, while others had just started to make a living. Actually, this he was not right, because the short person in front of her with dyed red hair, wearing leather pants, a sweater, and a huge belt was not a boy, but a cool tomboy girl. But for a girl, with this kind of dressing and a washboard figure, it was relatively safe for her to hang out in places like bars and nightclubs. Su Lu, a girl from the northeast, came to Beijing because she liked to sing and became a member of the Beijing Drifters Army. Of course, she had not made a name for herself after 4 years. Now, she was still singing in a bar called Xianxia in Beijing. It was the same as 4 years ago, but now, she was more experienced and knew how to protect herself. At midnight, Su Lu held her guitar and took the place of the previous singer to sing on stage. "For you, I used half a year's savings to cross the sea to see you." That's right, Su Lu sang Murphy's song, a song she liked very much. Of course, the bar's customers also liked to listen to it. Perhaps it was because of the 4 years of practice, Su Lu's singing was very good. In this song, "I came across the ocean to see you," she could bite every note very accurately, and every beat was just right. Of course, her voice condition could not be compared to Murphy's. Murphy's voice was clear, and at the same time it was rich with emotion. Sulu's voice was slightly low, and did not have Murphy's pure feeling, but it was also very pleasant to listen to, and contained a kind of calmness that made people feel relaxed. Xianxia Bar was located in a bustling business district in Beijing, surrounded by office buildings and commercial buildings. Most of the customers who came here to spend money were white-collar workers who had been busy all day or were lonely at night. Listening to Sulu's singing was a kind of mental relief for them. Of course, people who knew the industry could also tell that Sulu's guitar playing and singing skills were also first class. She did not need an accompaniment, and could play the song's accompaniment gently with the guitar. Sulu sang from midnight to 3 in the morning. When she returned to the lounge at the back, she was surprised to see the bar owner and a man standing together. Brother Ming. Sulu frowned slightly and greeted him in a low voice. She was going to take the money and go home quietly. Sulu, let me introduce you. This is Deng Haoren, a friend of mine. The bar owner, Brother Ming, waved at her. Just call me Haozi. Deng Haoren smiled and extended his hand to Sulu. This man named Deng Haoren was dressed casually. His clothes were clean and tidy, and he looked gentle. He didn't look like a bad guy, but how could a bad guy write the word bad on his face? Sulu didn't respond. Instead, she looked at the boss. Brother Ming, what's the meaning of this? The owner of this bar, Brother Ming, was actually a good person. She had been singing here for almost a year and nothing had happened that made her feel disgusted. However, his actions today really made Sulu feel confused. Brother Ming did not have any bad intentions. He smiled and explained, Haozi is a music broker. There's a program that he wants to talk to you about. Music broker. No one knew where this name came from, but as everyone called it that, it became the name of a special industry. To be more precise, a music broker should be called a quasi-music manager. Why was it quasi-music? Because they didn't have a fixed profession, nor did they work for a management company or individual star. These people had a wide range of connections and were familiar with the underground singers in their city. They could help to contact some singers with dreams and abilities to participate in some talent shows before the start of some TV stations' talent shows. Of course, if the singer they recommended was chosen, they could earn a considerable amount of referral fees from the TV station or the program's production company. Sulu was no stranger to music brokers. Hearing this, she let down her guard a lot. She looked at Deng Haoren beside her. This man was not at all angry at being ignored and questioned. He even extended his hand in a friendly manner. Mr. Deng, why are you looking for me? Sulu shook hands with him, maintaining a sense of distance in her tone. You guys talk first. If there's anything else, come find me, okay? Brother Ming didn't get involved. He smiled and patted Sulu's shoulder, then turned and walked out. Only Sulu and Deng Haoren were left in the lounge. Deng Haoren was indeed there to talk. After they sat down, he told Sulu about his intentions. Did you see the Beijing TV station's news yesterday? Or today's newspaper? Deng Haoren smiled. Sulu shook her head. Alright, it's okay. Let me introduce you. Beijing TV station is going to make a music talent show. Although it doesn't look like a talent show, it's more or less the same. It's called China's Voice. You can check it out later. There's a lot of news about it, Deng Haoren said. Looks like he wants me to try out this talent show. Sulu thought to herself. It wasn't that she had never participated in talent shows before. Sometimes, she even had to travel to other cities to participate. However, at that time, she participated based on her own enthusiasm. She wasn't sure if it was a problem with her image or if there was some shady business going on, but she was always eliminated. Early on. However, Sulu felt that her singing was not as bad as her competitors. Now, Sulu was much more rational. She calmly listened to Deng Haoren's introduction. Of course. Although it's more or less the same as a talent show, this show is still a little different. I heard you sing. I came across the ocean to see you just now. You should know Xianxia, right? When Deng Haoren mentioned that name, he saw a glimmer of light in Sulu's eyes. He knew in his heart that there was hope. He smiled and said, this show is Xianxia's idea. His company, China Star Productions, which produced the popular show The Limit Challenge, collaborated with Beijing TV station to produce this China's Voice. When Sulu heard Yang Yi's name, she did have some reaction. This was normal. Yang Yi had written so many excellent songs. As long as it was a singer, they would want to be favored by him. Based on my experience, Yang Yi's show must have changed a lot. Otherwise, Beijing TV station wouldn't be so supportive of him. This show has even been promoted to a primetime slot on Friday nights. Deng Hauran bragged. A new show like this will definitely attract a lot of attention when it's broadcast. If you can pass the auditions and enter the recording segment, you will definitely become popular. Sulu's breathing changed a bit. Deng Hauran was still talking non-stop. Everyone has to have some dreams. I see that you're still very young, right? But your singing is very good. You must grab this opportunity and try your best. Don't always think that you're just a regular singer and just muddle through. You must know Yi Qing, right? Don't just look at how popular he is now. A few years ago, before he debuted, he was also a regular singer in a bar. Look at him now, how good is he doing? But I'm not pretty, Sulu said hesitantly. Oh right, if you didn't mention that, I forgot to tell you. At the press conference yesterday, that person, right, Meng Fanqing, the head of variety shows at Beijing TV station, even introduced this show. He said that this show only picks contestants with good singing. The contestants' looks, personal experiences, and stories are all not considered by the judges. Deng Hauran changed Meng Fanqing's words from the judges to the judges he was familiar with. Perhaps it was because of his own understanding. Although she still needed to find out more about this show in private, but after hearing Deng Hauran's introduction, Sulu was really moved. This show really didn't consider the contestants' looks? There were talented singers in every world. Even though the entertainment industry in this world was extremely developed, and the average ability and quality of the singers in this world were much higher than in Yang Yi's previous world, there were also idol singers who relied on their good looks to gain fame. There were also talented singers who didn't have the opportunity to stand out because of their bad looks. Yang Yi didn't know what kind of opportunity it would be for a singer like Sulu to appear on his show, which had become popular all over the country once it was introduced in his previous life. Of course, it was still too early to talk about this. While the media was discussing whether Yang Yi's return to the music industry to create a new variety show would be a flop, Yang Yi didn't care at all. On this Saturday afternoon, he brought Xianxia to Binhai District's beach to play as if no one else was around. Today, it was just the two of them. Since summer had arrived, as the only beach in Jiangqing, it had also become the busiest place in Jiangqing. For safety reasons, Murphy and Tong Tong didn't follow them. I'm done. Put on your hat. Under a tree by the beach, Yang Yi, who was wearing sunglasses, a white singlet, and beach shorts, was applying sunscreen for Xianxia. Murphy had repeatedly told him to do this in order to prevent her daughter from getting tanned. Yang Yi carefully grabbed Xianxia's exposed arm and applied the sunscreen evenly. Xianxia couldn't wait any longer. The little girl, who was wearing a swimsuit, put on a wide-brimmed sun hat, held a small pink bucket in one hand and a small plastic spatula in the other, and ran ahead excitedly. The little girl had a pair of thin and long legs. She ran very fast, leaving a trail of light footprints on the beach in the blink of an eye. Xianxia's giggles could be heard from afar. Papa, hurry up. Yang Yi pushed up his sunglasses and followed her with a smile. Yang Yi, who was alone, might attract the attention of the opposite sex because of his height and figure. However, Yang Yi had a little girl running around happily, which greatly reduced the attention he received and reduced the risk of his identity being exposed. After a while, Yang Yi and Xianxia found a place to settle down and look for shells on a beach with fewer people. Let's do it here, Cici said eagerly to her father. Okay. Yang Yi smiled and squatted down. He took Xianxia's small spatula and removed a large piece of sand in front of him. He also picked out a few shells and showed them to Xianxia. Look, there are many shells here, but these two are not very good looking. They have chipped corners. I want to look for them too. Xianxia jumped up and down on the side. She looked very cute when she was impatient. The little girl was not satisfied with looking for shells on the beach that her father had turned over. She took a small spatula and dug in the sand. Perhaps she was a little greedy, but the spatula dug very deep. The little girl held her breath and struggled to turn over the spatula of sand. The moment she turned over the sand, she staggered a little. Xianxia felt funny and reached out to pull her. However, she still felt that it was very interesting. She smiled and said, "Papa, you're looking there. I'm looking here." They also had a clear division of labor and divided their respective territories. After that, she squatted down on the beach. Her two white and tender little hands moved in the sand pit that she had just dug, looking for beautiful shells. After a while, Shishi's little hands were stained with sand and became dirty, but Shishi did not care. "Take your time. Don't worry, be careful not to scratch your hands," Xianxia said worriedly. Although she did not want her father to intervene, after a while, Shishi excitedly came to find her father again. "Papa, Papa. Look, I found a super big shell." Shishi happily ran to show her father her spoils of war. In fact, it could not be said to be super big, because it was just a fan-shaped shell that was twice as big as an ordinary small shell. It was very common. The outside was rough and linear, but the inside was smooth and delicate. The sand inside had been cleaned by Shishi's little hands. "Congratulations, Shishi, you have got your first spoil of war," Xianxia said with a smile. "This is good, put it in your bucket." "Hee, Papa, you should also hurry up and find it." Shishi smiled happily, turned her little head, and continued to search in her territory. Of course, Xianxia could not just stand aside and watch. He also squatted down to help Shishi dig the shell. This 187 meters tall man was digging sand on the beach like a child, which was very funny. However, who could say anything about it when he bowed his head and played with his daughter? Shishi was digging shells on the beach today. She felt that she had entered a new world. Shells were so magical. There were so many strange shells, and none of them looked the same. In addition to fan-shaped shells, there were small, curved shells like snails, and even long, sharp, spiral shells. Of course, when it came to good-looking shells, she still preferred those fan-shaped shells that were smooth on the outside and inside. Not only because they were beautiful and looked shiny, but also because they were like a layer of oil, which was very comfortable to touch. She and her father worked together and dug on the beach for nearly an hour. The pink bucket was half full, and it was still heavy when she carried it. But this was the result of her own efforts. She was satisfied in her heart. She was full of vitality and carried the bucket by herself, without her father's help. "Let's go." Xianxia patted Shishi's little shoulder lovingly and said, "Let's wash these shells and the sand. You will find that they are more beautiful." There was a bathing area on the beach. Xianxia took Shishi to the tap outside to wash the shells. However, the little girl played with the water more than washing the shells. She took a big shell and put it under the water. Suddenly, the water splashed around and sprinkled on her face. The little girl squinted her eyes and wrinkled her little nose to avoid the water, while giggling and having a lot of fun. Xianxia washed the shells very carefully. In order not to bring the sand home, he washed the sand on each shell and finally put it in a plastic bag. "Papa, why are there no clams in the shells here?" She was satisfied with playing, then she remembered this question and asked curiously. She had eaten clams before, so she felt that the shells of clams were similar to these shells. Because these shells are shells left by dead clams or other mollusks. They originally lived in the sea, but these shells were washed ashore by the sea, so you dug them out. Xianxia explained. She still had a lot of questions. She picked up a spiral shell and asked, "Papa, why does this one look different from those?" "They are different shells. This one grows in a spiral shape. At the beginning, it is just a little bit. As it grows, the shell that protects it will also grow in this direction, circle by circle." Xianxia explained. "Papa, then does this one look like a snail?" She finally thought of a reference. "Yes, like a snail, these shells are small houses where they live and grow. But a snail grows up on land, and these shells grow up in the sea." Xianxia explained with a smile. On the way back, she asked a lot of questions. To be honest, Xianxia didn't know much about shellfish. What little knowledge he had was almost exhausted by his daughter. After digging up many shells and carefully selecting them, she would definitely be able to make beautiful pen holders for the three teachers. Just as she, her mother, and her father were making pen holders, on the other side of Jiangqing, Yu Xiaowei, who was only 2 years older than she, was also obediently sitting beside her mother, listening to her read a story to her. Xiaobubu once again sat on top of the tall soy sauce bottle. He was thinking proudly, haha, I was really too timid in the past. Actually, falling from such a high place isn't a big deal. There's no problem at all. On the contrary, this is quite fun. I want to try it again. Ewing looked at her manuscript and slowly read it out loud. She had already written a few chapters of the story. Previously, she was still working on it behind closed doors and didn't show it to anyone. However, after a few revisions, Ewing gradually gained some confidence in herself. She felt that it was necessary to share it with her daughter and see if she liked it. Yu Xiaowei was also one of the readers of this story. In the past, Ewing had also told this story to Yu Xiaowei. However, at that time, Yu Ying's train of thought was a little messy. The structure of the story was also very scattered. The level of excitement naturally couldn't be compared to the version that had been carefully planned and revised by her. As a matter of fact, at the brightly lit study table in the bedroom, Yu Ying and her daughter were sitting side by side. Yu Ying was reading according to the manuscript while Yu Xiaowei was also listening attentively. Oh no! Xiaobubu used too much force and couldn't control himself. He actually brought the soy sauce bottle down with him. Her mother's voice suddenly made Yu Xiaowei nervous. The little girl pursed her lips and stared with her eyes wide open. This time, Xiaobubu knocked into Guoguo's small bowl together with the soy sauce bottle. The small bowl was knocked out and rolled on the floor. The white rice spilled all over the floor. If she was listening to the story, she would definitely grab her father's hand and ramble on. However, Yu Xiaowei didn't like to interrupt. She just listened nervously. Then, Ewing talked about how Guoguo was angry at Xiaobubu for wasting food. She also talked about how every grain of food was hard work. As she read the manuscript, she didn't forget to remind her daughter of the importance of this principle. Mom works in a restaurant. Many customers don't finish their meals and leave behind a lot of leftover food. It's really wasteful. But we can't learn from them. We have to be like Guoguo and understand that every grain of rice is hard work. Yu Xiaowei gently nodded. She hesitated for a moment before saying, Mother has a hard time earning money. Ewing was stunned. She didn't expect her daughter to be so sensible. It might be difficult for others to understand her feelings at this moment, but one had to know that it was Saturday. Ewing had actually worked all day and only had a little free time at night to accompany her daughter. She even waited for her daughter to fall asleep before continuing to write. No matter how hard and tiring it was, Ewing had endured it all by herself all these years. She had never complained to anyone, but only she herself knew. But at this moment, when she was talking about how hard it was to farm, her daughter was more concerned about how hard it was to earn money to support the family. Yu Ying's eyes instantly turned red. No matter how strong she was, she couldn't resist the softness in her heart. Thank you, Xiaowei. Mom is very touched. No matter how hard it is, it's worth it. Ewing hugged Yu Xiaowei and pretended to be calm. Let's continue the story. Then, Ewing talked about how Xiaobubu and Guoguo had a conflict. The angry Xiaobubu found a chance to escape from Guoguo's pocket and began its adventure. Yu Ying's manuscript only reached the part where Xiaobubu was caught by the rats. However, when she finished reading, it was almost time for Yu Xiaowei to go to bed. Xiaowei, what do you think of Mom's story? Ewing sat by the bed and pulled the blanket over Yu Xiaowei's stomach. The weather was neither hot nor cold, so there was no need to turn on the fan. However, she still needed to cover her stomach with a blanket to prevent her stomach from catching a cold. Yu Xiaowei looked at her mother and blinked her eyes. She said softly, It's very good. I like it. Oh, that's good. Mom is happy that you like it. Ewing was really elated. Although her daughter didn't talk much, she was very smart and honest. She didn't like to lie. If she said it was good, it meant that it wouldn't be bad. However, she couldn't be too smug in front of her daughter. Ewing took a deep breath and pretended to be serious. Xiaowei, Mom wants to tell you something very important. That is, you can't be like Xiaobubu. You can't be so willful. Yu Xiaowei looked at her mother and listened carefully. If you have a conflict with mom, we can slowly resolve it and communicate with each other. You definitely can't be like Xiaobubu and run away from home. As Yuing spoke, she was moved. She said with a nasal voice, if you suddenly disappear, mom will be very sad. Yu Xiaowei, who was lying on the bed, had already turned her body. She nodded lightly and hesitated for a moment. She even reached out a small hand from under the blanket and gently grabbed her mother's hand. At Yang Yi's house, while Yuing was reading her script with her daughter, the Yang's handicraft factory announced the end of the day's work. In fact, the production of the pen holder was only at the beginning. However, it was almost time for Xixi to take a bath and go to bed, so it was fine to leave the rest to tomorrow. After taking a bath, Xixi climbed into bed as usual and waited to read with her father before going to bed. However, Yang Yi had other plans today. Xixi, look, what gift did Dad bring you? Yang Yi smiled and shook a small box to show it to Xixi. Wow! There's a gift. Xixi happily turned over in bed and stood up on the small blanket. Yang Yi handed the small box to Xixi. Xixi sat down with it in her arms and placed it on her lap. As she opened it, she asked curiously, Dad, why do I have a gift? Is this my birthday gift? No, your birthday is 1 month away. We'll go to Grandpa's house to celebrate your birthday. Yang Yi smiled and said, Dad suddenly wanted to give you a gift, so there is a gift. In fact, Yang Yi just adjusted the electronic components in the Buddha statue and tested it for a few days. After it was done, he wanted to put it on Xixi. However, as for why he wanted to give Xixi a gift at this time, Yang Yi really didn't have a good reason. In fact, Xixi didn't care. She grabbed the red string and took out the small Buddha statue. She cried in surprise, wow! Dad, what is this? It's so beautiful. In fact, when Yang Yi took her to the cold mountain temple last time, Xixi had seen the Buddha statue, but Xixi didn't recognize it now because it was too small. She liked this Buddha statue. On the one hand, it was because Yang Yi's carving was exquisite. On the other hand, it was because the reddish-brown color and natural texture of this wooden lump were really beautiful. Yang Yi spent some time explaining the function of this Buddha statue pendant to Xixi. For example, Yang Yi showed Xixi the function of this Buddha pendant. The little girl had a lot of fun. In the end, Yang Yi persuaded Xixi for a long time to understand that this function could only be used when she encountered the situation that teacher Kai had mentioned in Huijia Primary School, or when she was in danger. Only then did Xixi reluctantly put it down. If you want to call Dad, you can just use your mobile phone. Yang Yi smiled and said. But I think this is more fun. Xixi pouted her small mouth. She didn't realize that her father was worried about some potential dangers. We'll wear this when we get up tomorrow. Now, Dad will tell you a story, and then go to bed early, okay? Yang Yi said softly. This situation was also what Yang Yi had expected. Xixi didn't have much sense of crisis. Therefore, he wanted to tell Xixi a very famous magic story from his previous life. From the story, he wanted to tell Xixi that there were still many unknown dangers in this world. Some strangers might have evil intentions, so she needed to be vigilant at all times. Of course, the most important thing was to ask Dad for help. Okay. I like listening to Dad's stories the most. Xixi, who was looking at the Buddha statue a moment ago, was now full of joy and lying back in bed, looking at her father expectantly. Similar to Yuing, Yang Yi also wanted to inspire Xixi's sense of self-protection by telling her stories. However, unlike Yuing, who created an orthodox fairy tale that was close to life, the story Yang Yi wanted to tell Xixi came from a classic fantasy novel in his previous life. Of course, it was also a children's book. Xixi certainly wanted to hear her father tell her new stories, because Yang Yi had reduced the frequency of telling her new stories after she started reading before bed. Although it was interesting to read picture books with colorful pictures with her father, Xixi liked her father's stories even more. This story happened in the distant England. Xixi, do you know where England is? Yang Yi took the small globe that he had bought for Xixi and pointed to the long and narrow island for Xixi to see. It's here. Xixi curiously leaned into her father's arms and looked at it. Hey, Papa, it's very close to Lu Weisha's house. Xixi's eyes glanced at the place where the globe had drawn a circle and said with some surprise. Yes, it's very close to Lu Weisha's house. Yang Yi said with a smile. Back to the story that Xixi was looking forward to hearing, Yang Yi described the 4 children, Peter, Susan, Edmund, and Lucy. They were sent to the home of an old professor in the countryside to escape the war. That was a story from a long time ago, not long after your grandfather was born. At that time, the capital of England was often bombed by planes. The planes with big bombs would blow up a whole house when they flew over. Yang Yi spread out his fingers and exaggerated the appearance of the explosion. Boom! It's all gone. Many people would be killed at that time. Xixi's small mouth opened in surprise, but her surprise and fear did not suppress her desire to speak. Papa, what about Grandpa? Why did you blow up the house? The little girl hugged her father's arm and asked worriedly. At that time, our country was also at war. Some bad guys wanted to rob our homeland, so they sent bombing planes over. Fortunately, the army defeated them, so we can live in peace now. Yang Yi comforted Xixi with a smile. Grandpa is also fine. Isn't he fine now? Xixi heaved a sigh of relief. The kind-hearted little girl muttered, we can't fight. Fighting is not a good thing. Well, she mistook war as a fight. Yang Yi continued to tell the story. After a while, Yang Yi told the story of Lucy playing hide-and-seek with her brothers and sisters in the professor's big house. The original novel was not about hide-and-seek. The plot of the movie was hide-and-seek. Yang Yi felt that it would be easier for Cici to understand the plot of the movie because she had just played hide-and-seek with her friends on the 1st of June. In Yang Yi's rhythmic description, Lucy got into the big wardrobe. What she didn't expect was that she actually went through it and suddenly appeared in a snowy forest. The trees were very tall, and the leaves were as thin as grass. They were covered with fine ice. Snowflakes were floating in the sky. They were like fairies, swaying and sprinkling on Lucy's hair. Yang Yi gently touched Xixi's hair and described with words, it seemed that the whole world was covered with a very clean white. Only not far away, there was a lamp post that was on, emitting a dim yellow light. Yang Yi's description gradually formed a clear picture in Xixi's mind. Xixi felt that it was very magical. Her big eyes were shining, and she couldn't help but let out a soft wow. Was there such a magical world behind the wardrobe? Papa, is this where Sister Elsa lives? Xixi asked naively. No, this is another magical world. Listen to Papa. Yang Yi smiled and told Xixi the next story. Lucy met a strange shepherd, Mr. Tunas, whose upper body was a human and lower body was a lamb leg. Later, under the warm invitation of this shy Mr. Tunas, Lucy, who originally wanted to go home, decided to follow Mr. Tunas and visit his home. Half human and half lamb, this is very magical. However, what appeared in Xixi's mind was the cute little face of a lamb, not the appearance of a shepherd. Xixi, if you were Lucy, would you go to his home with Mr. Tunas? Yang Yi stopped and asked. Xixi blinked her eyes, hesitated for a moment, and shook her head. Yang Yi was very pleased and asked, why not? Xixi looked at Papa and said, because I don't know him, and then I didn't tell Papa that I can only go to other people's home with Papa's consent. Yang Yi touched Xixi's little head with gratification, but he didn't rush to preach, and continued to tell the story. At Mr. Tuna's house, the shy but enthusiastic shepherd invited Lucy to tea and snacks, and even played a song from his hometown for her, which was actually a lullaby. As the story became more and more intense, Mr. Tunas finally became ruthless. He told the sleepy Lucy that he was going to report Lucy's news to the White Witch, because the bad person who turned the beautiful land of Narnia into a world of ice and snow wanted to catch every human child who appeared. Mr. Tunas is a bad guy? Xixi, who was a little sleepy from listening to the story, heard this twist and her big eyes widened in disbelief. Mr. Tunas, who Yang Yi had just described, was actually a very good shepherd. Although he looked strange, he was actually very timid and very kind. Xixi felt that it was not a bad choice for Lucy to go to drink tea. Let's not care whether Mr. Tunas is a bad guy or just a good person who wants to do bad things under the coercion of the White Witch. Yang Yi turned around, looked into Cece's eyes, and began to talk about his real purpose tonight. In fact, it's not that simple. In fact, there are many, many bad people in this world that you can't see. Cece was so engrossed in listening that she even forgot to interrupt. Bad people will not label themselves as bad people. You may know a person for a long time, but you may not know his true nature. It is possible that a person who looks very good can actually be a bad guy. Xianxia said, only mom and dad are definitely good people who will never harm you. You can't judge other people based on your intuition, understand? Then what should I do? She pursed her lips and asked fearfully. Don't worry, you still need dad to help you judge. When you grow up and have your own judgment, you will be able to judge whether he is a good person or a bad person. Xianxia said gently, this is also why dad told you that no matter where you go now, you have to tell dad first and ask for dad's permission. She nodded obediently. Dad, now give me another example. Xianxia smiled and said, it's similar to the question teacher Kai asked. What if you and dad are traveling outside, but you accidentally get separated from dad? Find the security uncle and ask them to call dad. She answered very smoothly. Dad's phone number is 13x times x times x. This method works, but sometimes you may not be able to find the security uncle or the police uncle, and the person you ask for help may be a bad person. Xianxia said. I already said that I should look for the police uncle if I have any difficulties. Now my father said that the police uncle might also be a bad person. This is making things difficult for me, Xianxia. Ugh. I don't know. She pouted and said. She was now immersed in the scene set by her father, but she had forgotten what her father had given her in the beginning. It didn't matter. Xianxia took the Buddha pendant and shook it gently in front of Shi. He smiled and said, you can use this. Press it once to call your father. Press it twice and you'll hang up the phone. Cece remembered this. She yawned and said. Yes. In this way, you can talk to your father and tell him where you are. He will come to find you immediately. Xianxia smiled and said, also, if you are really in danger and you shouldn't make any sound, you only need to press this thing twice. You don't need to talk on the phone, and your father can quickly appear by your side. She nodded obediently. She rubbed her eyes. She was very tired mentally and physically, but the little girl still listened very carefully. So, you must remember. If you encounter any problems, you can use this thing to summon your father to your side. Your father will definitely protect you. Xianxia gently put the Buddha pendant in Shishi's hand and let her hold it. This way, the memory would be deeper. She should have remembered it. Xianxia put away the Buddha pendant, tucked her in, and said softly, well, go to sleep. Look at how sleepy you are. Papa, you haven't finished the story yet. She said reluctantly. It's okay to listen to it tomorrow. Xianxia said with a smile. Sleepiness came like waves, one after another. She couldn't help but close her eyes. Her delicate little nose breathed gently, as if she had begun to fall asleep. Xianxia still had to accompany Shi for a while. He didn't leave until Shi was completely asleep. Unexpectedly, after a while, Shi opened her confused eyes again and whispered, Papa, is Mr. Tunas a bad guy? She was still brooding over this issue. Why was Mr. Tunas the shepherd, who sounded so nice, a bad egg? He's not a bad guy. He still has some conscience. You'll know tomorrow. Xianxia said, Dad can tell you secretly. Lucy will be fine. Hearing this answer, Cece's tense heartstrings finally relaxed. Only then did the sleepy little girl fall asleep peacefully. In the United States, in an ordinary apartment in Queens, New York, Wilson, who was carrying a briefcase and wearing a suit, was returning from outside. When he took out his key to open the door of the suite opposite his opened, and a young man's head poked out. Hey, Wilson, I remember you're a music agent, right? The young man had earrings hanging from his ears and a tattoo on his arm that was holding onto the doorframe. Of course, it wasn't the kind of tattoo that belonged to a notorious gang. It was just a reflection of the young man's personality. Miller. Yes, brother, what's the matter? Wilson said with a smile. Obviously, they were very familiar with each other. Although they were not as familiar with each other as they were in Friends or The Big Bang Theory, they were still neighbors. Wilson was more than 10 years older than Miller. Miller had just graduated from college, while Wilson had been an agent for more than 10 years. However, both of them liked basketball, so they often watched games together. Then you must know music very well. Well, I'm going to confess to a girl tonight, so I learned a song online. Can you help me see how I sing it? Or help me guide me? Miller raised the guitar in his hand. Oh, why are you so serious? Miller, I guess it must be a very beautiful girl. Wilson teased. She is very beautiful and has a hot body. Also, she is very shy. Miller smiled. Brother, do you agree? Why not? I'm happy to help you. Wilson didn't even go back to his place. He went straight to Miller's house to listen to him sing. I learned this song from a singer online. He's Chinese. It's very troublesome to buy songs from Chinese websites. Miller explained to Wilson. You want to sing a Chinese song? Or is your girl Chinese? I have to say, I'm shocked. Wilson said in surprise. No. She's not Chinese. Also, I'm going to sing an English song. It's a very good English song. It was very popular on the website for a while. I'll sing it for you. You can give me some suggestions later. Miller quickly explained. Dang. Miller played the guitar. The accompaniment was a little rusty. The score was also found by someone else, so he didn't know if it was right. Not a bad prelude. Wilson nodded slightly and thought to himself. Will you? That's right. Miller sang Xianxia's I'm Yours. He probably didn't learn it for long. Although he was a little rusty, he still managed to sing the basic tune. After Miller finished singing, Wilson asked Miller to play the song on the computer. Once the original song was played, the difference was immediately obvious. It's very good. As Wilson listened, he sighed to himself. How can a Chinese sing an English song so well? Wilson still guided Miller enthusiastically. Although he wasn't considered a music expert, he was still in the industry. In the past, he wanted to be a singer. However, the difference in ability was too great, so he chose to be a manager. With his level, he could still give some guidance to a rookie like Miller. What's with this song of yours? I don't think I've heard of it before. Where did you get it? Wilson asked casually as he chatted with Miller over a beer during a break in the guidance. A Chinese singer sang it. Around April, someone took a video of him and uploaded it to the internet. Then, it suddenly became a hit. My friend showed me this video. Wait, I'll show it to you. Miller excitedly opened the video's webpage in his favorites folder. Wilson saw the video of Xianxia singing for Murphy. However, compared to the specially recorded music, the sound quality of the video was much worse. Wilson only paid more attention to Xianxia's appearance. It really was a Chinese, his singing voice didn't sound like a Chinese at all. Look here. There's a comment by Bruno Levin at the bottom of the video. Bruno Levin guessed correctly. This man is indeed a professional singer. Previously, many people didn't believe that this song was written by this Chinese. Miller said. Wait, you're saying that this song was written by him? Wilson asked in surprise. You didn't believe it either, right? Miller chuckled and said, but later on, it was confirmed that it was written by him. Moreover, this guy is really good. He's a very good singer in China. He has written many songs and is also a writer. At the beginning of the year, I recommended Prison Break to you. Do you still remember? Yes, Prison Break is my favorite TV series. Wilson said regretfully. Unfortunately, the next season will have to wait until next year. Wait, you mentioned Prison Break. What does it have to do with this person? Prison Break was written by him. Wolf TV bought the rights from him. I heard that Global Pictures wanted it, but they couldn't compete with Wolf. Miller said emotionally. Sigh, the more you talk about it, the more I like this guy. That's impossible. With so many achievements, he shouldn't be unknown. I've never heard of him. Wilson said with a frown. Miller shrugged and smiled. Maybe it's because he didn't come to America to develop his career? When I went to the Chinese website to buy and download this song, my friend who taught me said that there might not be any management company in America that signed him. That's why I had to put in a lot of effort. Miller, what did you say his name was? Wilson's eyes flashed, but he still had a question that he wasn't sure of. His name is Yang. Wilson was considered an experienced music agent in the industry. Although he was capable and experienced, his vision and luck were average. None of the singers he signed with were able to make a name for themselves in the American music industry. The only one who was more capable and had some achievements was a cowboy singer from his hometown, Texas. He was discovered by Wilson during a country music competition. His singing skills were unquestionable, but the cowboy was a little addicted to alcohol and had a bad temper. Once, Wilson arranged for him to appear on a TV show. However, the guy casually said something that exposed his racist tendencies. He was strongly boycotted, and naturally, his future was ruined. Therefore, Wilson could only say that he had been doing well all these years. In comparison, a female agent who joined the company in the same year as him had been promoted to a gold medal manager after making a singer popular. Why would she need to live in a commoner's apartment like him? Wilson was eager to discover a newcomer with potential and turn him into a superstar in the music industry. He wanted to prove that he was not an unlucky music agent. This is the person I want. Wilson looked at Xianxia on the computer screen and felt a surge of impulse. After bidding farewell to Miller, Wilson returned to his apartment. He did not even bother to take off his clothes. He pulled on his tie and turned on his computer excitedly and nervously. Through some of his agent resources, he looked up Xianxia's name. No. He's not even registered with the American Singers Guild. This guy is really a complete newcomer. Wilson looked at the results of his investigation excitedly. Xianxia had not signed with any music or management company in the United States. Wilson felt that he had a chance. He was an Asian singer who could compose beautiful English songs. The cumulative views of his singing videos had already exceeded 100 million views. Furthermore, this person had a certain degree of popularity among the Chinese community. He had also written a wonderful script like Prison Break. With all these factors combined, if he still did not become popular, Wilson felt that he would no longer be able to survive in this industry. However, there was a problem. How could Wilson find the singer? I have to go to China and find Yang before the other agents find him. But China is so big. Where can I find him? Wilson pondered. By the way, I think Leo's ex-girlfriend is an international student from China. Maybe she can help. Wilson thought of one of his cousins. Wilson did not know that after Xianxia became famous, many record companies in the US approached him. There were even some international tycoons who wanted to sign him to develop in the US. But the result was obvious. Xianxia rejected all of them. However, Wilson didn't have time to think too much about it. Regardless of whether others were rejected or not, he had to give it a try no matter what. He had to seize this precious opportunity. 4 days later, at Shanghai Hongqiao International Airport, Wilson, who had flown halfway around the world, arrived in China. His cousin's ex-girlfriend generously helped him. Not only did she help him find the contact address of Xianxia's studio, but she also helped him describe his route plan after arriving in Shanghai in both English and Chinese. Therefore, although it was difficult for Wilson, he still showed up at the entrance of Phoebe's studio a day later. After a long explanation with the receptionist, Mo Xiaowan received him. Mo Xiaowan had also lived in the US for a period of time. Her spoken English made Wilson feel close to her. He told Mo Xiaowan his intention. I rushed over from the US because I want to talk to Yang face to face. If he goes to the US to develop his career, he will definitely become a very popular star. Wilson even handed Mo Xiaowan his business card. The name of the management company listed on it was very famous. However, what disappointed him was that Mo Xiaowan wasn't very surprised. Maybe they still don't know the strength of Treasure Management Company. Wilson thought to himself. He tried his best to describe the top 10 management companies in the US to Mo Xiaowan. At the same time, he also bragged about his own abilities and achievements. There were indeed a lot of exaggerations. Even so, Mo Xiaowan was still unmoved. She had even received people who were bigger than Wilson on behalf of Xianxia. Although it was not necessarily about music, people from Wolf TV station, the great director Wu Yan, and others were more important than Wilson. If you want to meet Yang Yi, I'm sorry to disappoint you. He is not in Jiangqing now. He went to Shanghai early this morning to record a program, Mo Xiaowan said to Wilson. Mo Xiaowan was not lying to Wilson. Yang Yi had indeed gone to Shanghai to record a program. The special program of the Extreme Challenge, the charity concert, would officially start tomorrow night. Yang Yi, as Dan Hongkui's guest composer and actor, would also be performing on stage. Moreover, according to the arrangement, he would have a solo song. However, to Wilson, this was a piece of news that made him feel helpless and disappointed. It was not easy for him to find his way to Jiangqing from Shanghai. In the end, Yang Yi had gone to Shanghai. This was simply fate making a fool out of him. How about this? It was not easy for you to come all the way here from the US. If you are willing, I can bring you to Shanghai to watch Yang Yi's performance. After that, I will arrange a meeting for both of you, okay? Mo Xiaowan said. All right. Thank you very much. Wilson felt as if he had been saved from a hopeless situation. He grabbed this opportunity excitedly. When Wilson arrived in Shanghai, he could not meet Yang Yi as Yang Yi was still rehearsing. However, Yang Yi knew about Wilson's situation. Mo Xiaowan was also contacting some acquaintances in the US to help investigate Wilson's background. Wilson, who was kept in the dark, waited until the concert started. He then watched the show with great interest. Although he could not understand the Chinese songs on the stage and the host Chinese dialogue at all, Wilson still found it interesting. This concert was not serious singing, and there were all kinds of pranks on the singers in between. Finally, it was Yang Yi's turn. Wilson recognized the man on the stage that he had been thinking about day and night. Yang Yi's appearance was extraordinary. The audience below the stage gave him a round of applause and cheers. However, Wilson preferred Yang Yi's calm attitude. Yang Yi was not as passionate as other singer-songwriters. Even when he was dancing with Dan Hongkui and the choreographers, his aura did not fluctuate at all. Of course, Wilson still could not understand the song that Yang Yi was singing. Of course, Wilson did not know that there were not many people who could understand the lyrics of the song that he and Dan Hongkui were singing. Wilson could only admire Yang Yi's stage performance and his singing skills that could be appreciated under any lyrics. He sang very well. Wilson exclaimed in his heart. This temperament is simply the seed of a superstar. After a series of pranks on Dan Hongkui, Yang Yi began his performance. Under Wilson's surprised gaze, Yang Yi played the violin. The gentle melody began to flow in the hearts of the audience like a trickle. It was a Chinese song, however, this time, Wilson could not help but ask Mo Xiaowan, who was next to him, what song is this? When You're Old. Mo Xiaowan translated the song title in English and told Wilson, it's also a song that Yang Yi composed. A good song was to be listened to, and Wilson did not want to interrupt others' enjoyment of the song again. However, Wilson had a lot of thoughts in his mind. He should sing an English song. I'm Yours is very good. He actually knows how to play the violin, and he plays it very well. Wilson did not know how to play the violin, but he knew how to appreciate it. Yang Yi can definitely become a superstar that will make people crazy. I can already imagine him performing at the New Year's Eve concert in the Metropolis Times Square. It will definitely be spectacular. Wilson looked at Yang Yi and fantasized in his heart. However, he did not know that Yang Yi was not an ordinary singer. He was the toughest bone in the world. Yang Yi's performance was, of course, the finale. After he finished singing, the Extreme Challenge charity concert also came to an end. Under Wilson's expectant gaze, Mo Xiaowan glanced at her phone and nodded. Let's go. Mr. Yang is waiting for you backstage. Here's my chance. Wilson quickly got up, tidied up his suit, and followed Mo Xiaowan backstage in high spirits. Not long after, he saw Yang Yi, who had just changed his clothes, walk in. So tall? Only when he got closer did Wilson have a real understanding of Yang Yi's figure. He was considered to be relatively tall, about 1.8 meters tall, but Yang Yi was even taller than him, which was different from his impression of Chinese people. Of course, Wilson was a professional agent. He wouldn't be distracted easily. He took the initiative to greet Yang Yi and introduced himself. Hello, Mr. Wilson. Yang Yi shook Wilson's hand and smiled calmly. His reaction wasn't very enthusiastic. The situation that Wilson was worried about appeared. In fact, when he first communicated with Mo Xiaowan and saw Yang Yi's extraordinary temperament, Wilson had a faint premonition. After all, Wilson was also in the upper-class circle of the metropolis. He had seen people with the same temperament as Yang Yi. They were basically rich and respectable. Would a rich and respectable person be willing to lower his status and join a management company? Of course, Wilson subconsciously concealed this judgment from himself. He hoped that Yang Yining was an ordinary singer, hoping to enter a stage that seemed more advanced than him. But now, it seemed that his initial judgment was right. Wilson still enthusiastically introduced himself and his company's strength in the American music industry to Yang Yi. If you're willing to join our company and sign a music management contract with our treasure management company, we'll do our best to provide you with the best services, such as image packaging, program promotion, record recording, etc. However, Yang Yi only listened to him politely. If it had been any other situation, Yang Yi would not have agreed to meet Wilson. He had a lot of things to deal with, so the contact from these agencies was basically handled by Mo Xiaowan. However, Wilson was the only music manager in America who did not contact Yang Yi or his company through phone calls. He was the only one who chose to travel all the way to China and even found the address of his company in Jiangqing. Based on your sincerity, I can't possibly let you come all the way here only to be rejected. That's why I asked my agent to bring you to Shanghai to listen to your intentions, Yang Yi said to Wilson with a smile. But, my friend, I'm sorry. My answer is still no. I will not join any management company in the US. Not only Treasure Management Company, but I will also join all management companies and record companies. Yang Yi made his intentions clear. Wilson was very disappointed. He tried to ask Yang Yi, may I know why? It's because your music is really good, but it's not very popular in the US. It's a pity. I can help you arrange a TV show in the US, like Prada Talk Show. It's the most influential talk show in the US. Prada Talk Show? Yang Yi's expression was a little strange. I remember that one of your contracted singers suffered a huge blow on this show. Mo Xiaowan was very fast. In just one night, she got someone to find Wilson's file in the US. Of course, these were all public and there was no special confidentiality. Therefore, Yang Yi knew Wilson very well, much better than he knew himself. You know about Boone? Wilson looked at Yang Yi in surprise. Sorry, I have to confirm the authenticity of your identity, Yang Yi said with a smile. Sigh, it's okay. Actually, it's not a secret. It's just that when I signed the contract with Boone, I didn't know that he was a racist. After all, he and I are both white. Wilson said helplessly, after the incident, the company terminated the contract with Boone, and I was punished. Yang Yi knew about all these. He also knew that Wilson's luck was really bad. The artists he had worked with did not bring him any good results. However, Wilson's character was not bad. Yang Yi saw from the information that although his artists were hopeless, Wilson still tried his best to help them fight for all kinds of opportunities until the contract ended. Even so, Yang Yi still rejected Wilson. Sorry, I'm not that interested in the US music industry. Moreover, even if I want to develop in the US, I will choose to open my own company. I'm not an ordinary singer. I believe you already know this. After sending off the disappointed Wilson, Yang Yi went to the lounge next door and saw Murphy, Xixi, and Tong Tong. Papa, you sing so well. Cece, who had been watching the show with her mother in the audience, was still very excited at this moment. She waved her little paw and expressed her praise to her father. Is it just that I sing well? Am I not handsome when I play the violin? Yang Yi teased Xixi and laughed. It's also super handsome. But, Papa, I don't understand the song that you and Uncle Dan sang. Xixi handed her little hand to Tong Tong, who was leaning over and stretching out his hand. Then, she turned her little head and said to her father, Mom said that it's the language of Mom's hometown. Yes, it's Hokkien. If you want to learn, either of us can teach you, Yang Yi said with a smile. I want to learn. Xixi said happily as she jumped around. Learn from your father. He's very patient. Murphy said with a smile, your mother still has to take care of your brother. Xianxia touched Xixi's little head and changed the topic. Xixi, did you and your mother donate the books that we brought today? This charity gala didn't sell tickets or collect donations. It only collected books from fans to donate to children in poor areas. Everyone had to bring at least 6 books. Xianxia certainly couldn't let Xixi miss out on such a meaningful event. He had already prepared the donated books for Xixi. I donated them. Mom asked my aunt to take me there. There were so many books and the table was so big and so long. Xixi described the scene to her father excitedly. That's very good. You know, by donating these books, many brothers and sisters who can't afford to buy books will be able to read them, Xianxia said gently to Xixi, you're helping them. On the way back to the hotel, Murphy learned that Xianxia had rejected Wilson. She curiously picked up Wilson's information and read it. After flipping through 2 pages, she saw a familiar word. Wilson is from Texas. Murphy turned to Xianxia and said. Xianxi's father-in-law's farm was also in Texas. Yes, but he works in New York. He works in a New York agency, Xianxia said. Murphy wasn't very interested. She took the opportunity to talk to Xianxia about going home during the summer vacation. When are we going to go to my father's place? My mother urged me the last time she called. When Xixi graduates from kindergarten, we'll go there. We'll stay with our father for another summer vacation, about 2 months. It's a long time. Don't worry. Xianxia said with a smile. It's not me who's anxious. It's my parents who are anxious. They haven't held Tong Tong before. Murphy said with some emotion. Soon, in less than 2 weeks. Xianxia put his arm around Murphy's shoulder and comforted her. Okay. Murphy nodded gently. The car quieted down. After all, it was very late. Xixi was so sleepy that she dozed off next to her father after her excitement. Xianxia, on the other hand, pondered. That's right. We have to stay in America for 2 months. That's a long time. What can we do in such a long time? At that moment, Wilson's words from before echoed in Xianxi's ears. Why don't we leave a deep impression on the foreigners in America? Wilson quietly boarded the plane back to America. However, even though he was 10,000 meters above the ground, he did not feel depressed or disappointed at all. His furrowed brows and pursed lips were merely a manifestation of his uncertain mood. After Xianxia had rejected him the day before, Wilson thought that he had no chance. However, just as Wilson was about to leave, Xianxia came looking for him again. After all, the hotel room was arranged by Mo Shaoan. Of course, Xianxia did not go back on his word. He looked for Wilson because he wanted to poach Wilson from Zhenbao Entertainment. He wanted to sign a contract with someone else, but in the end, he was poached by someone else. One could imagine how dumbfounded Wilson's expression was at that time. Of course, Xianxia was not just saying that casually. He wanted to open a small entertainment company in America. He needed an experienced and capable agent like Wilson to help him and Murphy with their work, and itinerary in America. Wilson was not the only one. Xianxia would also send people to America to poach a few more agents. They were involved in music, movies, and TV dramas. They would form a huge and comprehensive team of agents to serve him and Murphy. Wilson was only the first agent that Xianxia invited. This idea is crazy. Wilson still felt that it was unbelievable. However, Wilson could see the meaning behind Xianxi's actions. I'm rich, he had money and talent. Wilson's rationality made him cautious. However, in his heart, he could not deny that he was tempted. After working in Zhenbao Entertainment for more than 10 years, Wilson also longed for a chance to succeed. He hoped to get a better salary instead of continuing to be an ordinary agent. Otherwise, he would not have flown to China to look for Xianxia. This could be an opportunity. However, he had not made up his mind yet because he did not know Xianxia well enough. Yes, after meeting Xianxia, Wilson realized that the information he knew from some reports was too little. Wilson wasn't sure if Xianxia was as strong as he claimed. Based on the information we have, he should be able to earn a lot of money from prison break, but he should have other sources of income as well. Wilson couldn't sleep at all on the plane. His mind was very active. Right, there's also this. Wilson took out a small memory card that Xianxia had given him when he said goodbye. Here are all the English songs I've written. Some were sung by me, some by my wife. Some have already been released, and some have only been registered for copyright. Listen to them, and maybe you'll make the right decision. That was what Xianxia had said at the time. Wilson could hear a strong sense of confidence in his tone. Wilson put on his headphones and plugged them into his portable music player, something similar to an iPod in this world. The music list displayed on the screen included many new songs, including birthday songs and Golden Groove Cups. After looking at it for a while, Wilson thought to himself, let's listen to this. The title of this song was very unique. Wilson didn't know why, but he felt that it suited his current mood. Moreover, the singer of this song was Xianxia's wife, who was said to be from the same hometown as him. In June, the recording of the first season of The Limit Challenge came to an end. However, the recording of Xianxia's other show, China's Voice, had just begun. A certain hotel in Rivertown's Binhai district was crowded. Many young people were dressed to the nines, holding registration forms in their hands, pretending to be calm as they stood in the long queue. This was the registration and preliminary audition venue for China's Voice Jiangnan Station. Perhaps it was because of Xianxia's influence in Rivertown that the number of people who signed up for this station on the first day was very high. So many people? How many people would have to be screened out? In the queue, two guys carrying guitars stood side by side, whispering. Lu Xiaoxiu and Miao Chuan were also participating in the audition. It was worth mentioning that although Xianxia had brought out China's Voice in advance for these two fellows, he had not told anyone about this other than Murphy, the program crew, Xianxia, and the rest did not know that Lu Xiaoxiu and Miao Chuan were his friends. Xianxia did not give them any special privileges either, only suggesting that they sign up for the show. It's just the preliminary audition. Have some confidence in yourselves, Lu Xiaoxiu said with a smile as he patted Miao Chuan's shoulder. Fortunately, the submission of the registration forms was fast. Soon, it was Lu Xiaoxiu and the rest's turn. Line up properly, don't cut the queue. One by one. A staff member looked at Lu Xiaoxiu and the rest and misunderstood. I'm sorry, we're in a group. We're called Thousand Miles Chuanxiu. Lu Xiaoxiu pointed at himself and Miao Chuan, who nodded quickly. Group? Isn't this a competition for individual singers? The staff member turned to look at his two colleagues who were in charge of registering and organizing the registration forms and asked in confusion. Yes, it's all for one person, he received a reply. Lu Xiaoxiu was a little flustered as he said, No, I saw that in your registration requirements, there's a group. Xianxia did not know if China's Voice in his previous life included groups. Anyway, when Xianxia explained to the planners, he had included groups. At this moment, there was a commotion. A middle-aged man, surrounded by a few people, walked over calmly. What's the situation here? Director Hong. Several staff members were taken aback. They were both surprised and apprehensive as they reported. Hong Yuman, the veteran music variety show director of Xiannan TV station, was now the chief director of the production team of China's Voice. In the past 6 months, the production team of China Star Productions had expanded rapidly. Not only had they recruited a large number of cameramen, stage managers, and other frontline staff, they had also hired some experienced directors and producers with high salaries. Hong Yuman had been poached by Yun Yanfeng from his rival Xiannan TV station. Although he had not been at China Star Productions for long, Hong Yuman quickly adjusted his state of mind and led the team to start producing the show. Of course, he did not have to do it himself, but Hong Yuman still decided to work hard. He tried his best to patrol every station for a day, urging everyone to be alert and find problems early and solve them as soon as possible. Today, Hong Yuman was patrolling River City. He did not expect to encounter such a problem as soon as he arrived. There's no problem with groups, it's written in the rules. Hong Yuman glanced at Lu Xiaoxiu and the rest but did not mind. He waved his hand and said, Move quickly and review the information as soon as possible. Don't let the people behind you wait too long. With that, Hong Yuman turned and left. As he walked, he patted the shoulder of the person in charge of the station and said with a smile, The first day's workload is heavier. Ask the hotel to provide good coffee and tea for our people. This is a logistical problem. Understood, Director Hong. Also, I'll ask them to read the rules a few more times. There can't be a situation where the contestants know the rules better than us again, the person in charge said smartly. Hong Yuman only nodded. Back at Lu Xiaoxiu and Miao Chuan's side, they finally handed in the registration form without any mishap and went to their team's waiting room as instructed. Before participating in the auditions, Lu Xiaoxiu and Miao Chuan did not know the rules of China's The Voice's auditions. They subconsciously thought that the auditions would be similar to other shows, with a few judges sitting on the stage and the contestants going up to sing. But when it was their turn, Lu Xiaoxiu and Miao Chuan were led to a specially arranged meeting room. Only then did they see the grand scale of the auditions. The meeting room was separated by a curtain that was half the height of the wall. No one could see what was going on behind the curtain, but on the other side of the curtain, there were 2 cameras recording. Of course, the judge behind the curtain still spoke. He had to announce the rules. Later, Lu Xiaoxiu and Miao Chuan would be singing the song they had prepared without any accompaniment. They could not use their guitars even if they had brought them along. The 3 judges would listen to them sing from behind the curtain. Contestants who received 2 or more passes would pass the preliminary auditions. No wonder the show's introduction said that the auditions were based on good singing, not good looks or good stories. Now, the judges could not see the contestants' faces and would not give the contestants a chance to explain their names or experiences. It was a blind audition. The auditions were based on their voices. Lu Xiaoxiu and Miao Chuan liked this rule very much because they were not handsome. Moreover, after a year of settling down, the 2 of them had also honed their singing skills under the guidance of Ji Ningming and Yang Yi. They were more confident about this. But Lu Xiaoxiu and Miao Chuan were not used to not being able to use their guitars. They were nervous for a while. Without further ado, time was tight. Lu Xiaoxiu and Miao Chuan took a deep breath and started singing. They sang folk songs that were already famous. Although it would have been better to sing their own songs, it was not the right time yet. Plus, they sang songs that the judges were familiar with, so it was safer. 3 minutes later, time was up. Lu Xiaoxiu and Miao Chuan stopped singing. A staff member pulled open the curtain and the 3 judges appeared in front of them, holding up their boards. 3 passes, it was just the preliminary auditions. This result was not something to be proud of. But Lu Xiaoxiu and Miao Chuan, who were so nervous just now, heaved a sigh of relief and smiled excitedly. You're a group, right? One of the judges put down his sign and said, You sang well. Keep up the good work. These judges were hired through Beijing television stations' connections and were experienced music producers in the industry. Although they could not compare to the 4 coaches behind them, they were people who understood music and the music market very well. Furthermore, they were very picky. Under their control, the auditions would definitely screen out many people whose voices and singing quality did not pass. Receiving their praise, Lu Xiaoxiu and Miao Chuan could be considered to be in a good mood. However, Lu Xiaoxiu and Miao Chuan, who did not know their identities, could only nod and thank them in a half-surprised and half-confused manner. Carrying their guitars on their backs, Lu Xiaoxiu and Miao Chuan looked at each other and sighed. The format of this program is really interesting. Lu Xiaoxiu laughed and teased, fortunately, they don't choose based on looks. Otherwise, we might not have been able to pass so many tests. We've only passed the preliminary audition. We still have to go through 5 trials and kill 6 generals. Miao Chuan waved his hand blade and made a few chirping noises. Perhaps it was because he was happy that Miao Chuan, this wooden fellow, started joking. Then let's go through 5 trials and kill 6 generals. After all, we're people who have undergone so much training and toughening. Why would we be afraid of such a small challenge? Lu Xiaoxiu said confidently. The auditions for China's The Voice were held simultaneously in every provincial capital city in the country. After just one day, the media was already reporting about the program. Among the reports, some were arranged by China Star Production to create hype, but there were also quite a few true reports. After all, Yang Yi had successfully produced The Limit Challenge, the most popular variety show in the first half of the year. When he launched a new variety show, it naturally attracted a lot of attention. There were even quite a number of reporters who filled in the application list and personally experienced the auditions for China's The Voice. Therefore, the auditions for China's The Voice were soon exposed by the media. The program's producers did not go back on their word, and the new blind audition rules received a lot of praise. Of course, there were also many voices of doubt. Is China's The Voice really a blind audition or a show? Lack of criteria, how can the auditions be fair? This report questioned the selection criteria of the judges behind the curtains. It was only a pass or a fail. Overly subjective evaluations would cause many of The Voice to fail in the auditions. Singing behind the curtains, how can the quality of the voice be guaranteed? This media outlet definitely did not go to the auditions themselves and only made their judgment based on the words of others. They did not know that the so-called curtains were not the kind of curtains that completely covered the auditions. The sound could be transmitted through the space above the curtains. Other than these doubts, there were also media teasing. When the TV broadcast of China's The Voice, the scene would definitely be like this: the judges and contestants would be separated by curtains, and both sides would be having fun in the two worlds behind the curtains. Obviously, the excitement of the program would be greatly reduced. However, China's Star Production did not directly answer this question. They would not reveal all their cards before the program was broadcast. It would only be interesting if they left some surprises behind. However, within 2 days, the media outlet reported that Xianxia would be joining the first season of China's The Voice as one of the 4 coaches. The resourceful reporter even received confirmation from Xianxia's manager. Xianxia was going to be a coach. Let's not talk about why he was going to be a coach and not a judge. The netizens were all excited. Although Xianxia had not officially entered the music industry in China, his fame and status in the Chinese music industry were unquestionable. Otherwise, when he held concerts in China, all of them would not be full houses. With such a top-notch singer, who could even be considered a god of songs, as a coach, China's The Voice's level immediately rose. More and more people signed up for the auditions. Everyone wanted to ride on the starlight. However, there were also smart media outlets who quickly guessed, since one of the coaches had chosen Xianxia, then the other 3 coaches would not be of low importance. Even if they were not gods of songs, they would at least be seniors who had dominated the music industry before. However, to hire these people as coaches, the remuneration would be very impressive. Some people guessed that Xianxia's worth was worth at least 30 million. Although it was not a simple addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division, the remuneration of these 4 coaches should be more than 100 million. This did not include the manpower and resources used for the nationwide auditions. Was China's Star Production that rich? It was true. The media did not guess wrongly. Although Xianxia was invited by Yang Yi to join the show and his remuneration was discounted to only 20 million for a season, the budget of the entire show was as high as 200 million. Of course, this money was forked out by the sponsors, and the manufacturers had more information than the media. Just the first season's title sponsorship alone was snatched up by a mobile phone manufacturer for 150 million. Originally, Yang Yi wanted to leave it to Sahara Publishing House or Micro Broadcasting, but after seeing how crazy the other party was, he gave up on that idea. Other than the title sponsorship, there were also a lot of advertisements and product placements for sale. Beijing Television Station and China Star Production were naturally willing to spend money on this show. Of course, to Yang Yi, all these were just fleeting clouds. He left a game for others to enjoy while he leisurely prepared to attend Xixi's kindergarten graduation ceremony. June 26th was the big day for Xiexi to graduate from Springfield Kindergarten. The weather today was very good. The bright and beautiful sun shone through the dense treetops on the side of the road, leaving specks of golden light on the ground. A gentle breeze blew through the busy streets, as if sweeping away the irritation in people's hearts at this moment. A tall Hummer SUV stopped by the roadside. After a while, Yang Yi, who was wearing a casual suit, got out of the driver's seat, went around to the other side, and carried Xiexi, who was sitting in the child safety seat. Xiexi was wearing a new sapphire blue dress today. It had an elegant white lotus leaf petal collar, and a contrasting white silk ribbon with gold edges tied into a beautiful bow under the collar. It looked very much in line with the current popular college style, with her hair tied up in a bun and the same sapphire blue hair ribbon with white spots. The elegant, beautiful, playful, and cute little girl appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Murphy also got out of the car with Tong Tong in her arms. Yang Yi took the 2 bags from her hands. The family chatted and laughed as they walked to Springfield Kindergarten. Along the way, many of Xixi's classmates and their parents greeted Xixi and Yang Yi. The adults all praised Xixi for her beautiful dress today. For example, Wang Xijuan's father, who used to be friends only after fighting, praised, "Now I feel that Xixi is already a big girl." Yang Yi also smiled and praised Wang Xiyun. Politeness demands politeness, and they talked cheerfully and wittily. But there were also some who spoiled the fun. When they were about to reach the kindergarten, a few reporters who somehow found out that today was Xixi's graduation day were already waiting there. As soon as they saw Yang Yi and Murphy appear, they excitedly surrounded them. "Yang Yi, when will the Shawshank Redemption start shooting? Is the great director Wu Yan as strict as the rumors say? Will you play a role in it? Murphy, you haven't appeared in front of your fans for a long time. They are very anxious for you. When will you make a comeback? Murphy, it's said that one of the 4 coaches of China's Voice has been reserved for you. Is the news true?" Yang Yi, not only did the reporters not stop asking questions, but they also tried their best to squeeze forward. They did not care about other people's safety, and their microphones were waving in front of Tong Tong. Murphy used her body to protect Tong Tong, while she squeezed by her father's side, like a boat floating in the sea. Yang Yi frowned, his face turning gloomy. Why were the reporters so reckless today? If not for this, Yang Yi might have answered a few simple questions before leaving. But since then, he would not have let them. Make way. His voice was filled with anger. Of course, Yang Yi was not just joking. He stretched out 2 strong arms, like a bulldozer, to protect Mo Fei and Cici, and pushed away all the reporters on both sides in front of them. 3 reporters stood in front of them, while 2 reporters flanked them on both sides. However, their alliance was like a wall made of paper, easily broken with a single poke. Yang Yi stretched out his arms. They wanted to resist, but they realized that they could not withstand Yang Yi's terrifying strength and were forced to retreat. Hey, hey, hey! There was a commotion. In the blink of an eye, Yang Yi cleared the path in front of him and led Murphy and Xixi through the entrance of Springfield Kindergarten. The unwilling reporters wanted to chase after them, but the security guards blocked their way. Yang Yi, it's fine if you don't want to be interviewed, but why did you hit people? A reporter shouted angrily, trying to get Yang Yi's attention and get some response. However, Yang Yi was different from other celebrities. He was not worried about the reporters writing nonsense. He and Murphy walked into the building with the children without looking back and disappeared from the reporter's sight. I've never seen such a tasteless celebrity. He actually hit people. The reporters looked away helplessly, and someone complained angrily. The other reporters looked at him as if he was an idiot, but did not say anything. The so-called hitting people was just a label that they put on Yang Yi. Now that he was gone, what was the point of saying it? How could they not know in their hearts whether or not they had hit someone? However, Yang Yi was really strong. The 5 of them could not stop him, which was a little embarrassing. Since they could not interview Yang Yi, they could only disperse, find a nearby restaurant to rest, and wait for Yang Yi to come out and try again, or give up the interview and go back with their cameras. The small disturbance at the door did not affect Yang Yi and the others' happy mood today. Even Xixi was used to the appearance of those reporters. Anyway, with her father, the big meat shield in front of her, Xixi was not afraid at all. Papa, are we going to give this gift to Teacher Mu, Teacher Shen, and Teacher Kai? Xixi asked as she walked up the stairs obediently with her father holding her hand. Perhaps it was because she was wearing a beautiful little dress, but today Xixi became a lot more ladylike. She did not take the lead and skipped in front. Yes, but there's no rush. We'll see what happens. Yang Yi smiled slightly. Xixi is here with her parents. At the door of the big class, Teacher Mu, who was also dressed up today, greeted Xixi with a smile. Hello, Teacher Mu. Xixi was beside her father and greeted Teacher Mu obediently. Go and hug Teacher Mu, Murphy said with a smile. Because she did not want to affect Xixi's mood, Murphy did not say the last half of her words. I'm afraid it will be very difficult to see Teacher Mu in the future. Teacher Mu squatted down and hugged the little girl who opened her small arms. Xixi's small body was as soft as her little dress. Hugging this soft little girl, no matter who it was inevitable that thousands of tenderness and love would rise in their hearts. Teacher Mu liked every child in the class, but if she had to say which child she liked and admired the most, it would be Xianxia. This kind and cute little girl was smart and helpful. Which teacher wouldn't like her? Teacher Mu had a lot of emotions in her heart, but when it came to her mouth, only gentle advice was left. Xianxia, in the future, when you go to primary school, you have to study hard and make more good friends. Then, when you have the chance in the future, come back and visit Teacher Mu, okay? Xianxia could not understand the emotions of the adults at the moment, but she could still feel Teacher Mu's love and care for her. The little girl smiled sweetly and said, I know. Teacher Mu, let me tell you, Papa, Mom, and I have made a gift for you. Hearing this, Xianxia took out a simple box from his backpack and handed it to Xianxia. You even prepared a gift for me? Teacher Mu was a little surprised. Xianxia hugged the box and smiled sweetly at Teacher Mu. Hee, that's right, Teacher Mu. I made it with Papa and Mom. Papa and I even went to the seaside to dig up seashells. We dug up a bucket, so many. Teacher Mu listened patiently. Finally, she saw Xianxia take out the brush holder she made. It was very stunning at first glance, although it was still made of curled bamboo mats. A lot of effort had been put into the decoration of the outer layer. It was done exquisitely and beautifully. Murphy used pink lace to glue a circle around the edge of the top opening of the brush holder. She even carefully pinched the wavy curls, making it look like undulating pink waves. There were 2 rows of fine words written vertically on the front. Xianxia had helped Xianxia write this, but Xianxia's signature was written by herself. Other than the words, on the other side, there was a drawing of a beautiful sheep smiling happily while covering its face. The beautiful sheep's red face and big watery eyes were very cute. However, the beautiful sheep's white and curly hair was replaced by white, textured shells. This reflected the theme of the handicraft even more. At the bottom, there was a circle of smooth and delicate shells, just like the beautiful sheep stepping on a smooth pebbled road. It was worth mentioning that there were some plastic grass and small plastic trees on it, which made it look even more lively and interesting. This was drawn by my papa. I painted it and stuck this shell. Teacher Mu, sticking this shell made my hand sticky. Xianxia happily told Teacher Mu about her contribution. It's really beautiful. Teacher likes it very much. You did it very carefully. Teacher Mu was still squatting. She hugged Xianxia and said gently, Xianxia, who wrote this poem? This was written by my papa. I don't know how to write so many words, Xianxia explained honestly. Xianxia knows how to recite this poem. Xianxia, why don't you recite this poem with teacher? Murphy suggested with a smile. Yeah. Xianxia readily agreed. She even said in a sweet voice, spring fills the mountains and green fields, peaches and plums fight for the spring dew and smile. East, west, north, south, east, and west, spring is always there, only Sherfu's grace pays attention to these places. Cici recited without missing a single word and with a clear articulation. It was very similar to the rhythm of reciting poems that her father had taught her before. There was even a cadence in the middle. It looked like she had practiced for a long time at home, but in fact, she hadn't. Xianxia had only taught her once or twice, and the little girl could memorize it. Her memory was indeed very good. After listening to Xianxia recite the poem, Teacher Mu, who was already very touched, became more emotional at this moment. She hugged Xianxia and said with red eyes, Thank you, Xianxia. You're so great. Teacher is a little reluctant to let you graduate. Xianxia, who was in Teacher Mu's arms, didn't feel the sadness of separation. She looked at her father with her big bright eyes. There was a happy smile in her eyes, as if to tell her father, Teacher Mu likes my gift very much. After listening to the kindergarten director's words and the 3 teachers' summary, Xianxia received Xianxia's kindergarten souvenir album. The souvenir album contained the selected photos of Xianxia's class in the past 2 years, some articles and memories of the 3 teachers, and so on. Of course, a souvenir album couldn't contain all the photos. There was also a CD inserted in the title page of the souvenir album. There were more photos and video recordings of activities. It could be said that the kindergarten had done a very good job in this aspect. These things, he would slowly look at them when he went back. This time all the parents and children gathered together. The most important thing, of course, was to take a group photo as a souvenir. After taking the group photo, Will you suggested that she and the other 5 children take another group photo together. Then, there were all kinds of group photos. There were photos of parents and children, photos of children, and photos of children in pairs. Yang Yi, the photographer, was very busy. Shi, I want to take a photo with you. Wang Shizhuan, who was next to them, ran over. He first looked at Yang Yi timidly, and then said to Shi. She was very happy today. She didn't stop smiling. Wang Shizhuan's request naturally wouldn't be rejected. The little girl nodded and said, okay. Then you all stand under this tree. I'll take a photo for you. Yang Yi held the camera and directed. Wang Shizhuan was a little naughty, but he was quite honest when taking photos. He stood side by side with Shi, and he didn't hold Shi's hand like Lan Xian and the others. Although he was a little uncomfortable, he still raised 2 fingers and smiled, revealing his mouth that was missing 2 front teeth. After Wang Shizhuan finished taking the photo, before he had time to say anything, his sister ran over. Wang Shizhuan, what are you doing? Wang Xiyun asked loudly. I'm taking a photo with Shi. Wang Shizhuan said. Then I also want to take a photo with Shi. Wang Xiyun said as if she wanted to snatch her brother's toy. Well, Yang Yi took another photo of Shi and Wang Xiyun. After the siblings left, Shi excitedly pulled her father's arm, wanting to see the results of the photo. Unexpectedly, another boy ran over. Shi, I want to take a photo with you. Can I? Okay. Yang Yi and Murphy looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They didn't expect their daughter to be so popular. She took a photo with almost every child in her class. However, there was a small episode in the middle. Little Belle, who was Ding Ling, took her father's hand and came over to take a photo with Shi. After taking a photo with Shi looked at Yang Yi eagerly. Uncle Yang, can I take a photo with you? There's something between us. Although Yang Yi and Murphy were also asked to take a photo together, those were parents who chased after celebrities. The children all went to take photos with Shi. Yang Yi froze for a moment and smiled. Of course. Ding Ling's father took over the camera. When Yang Yi taught him the position of the buttons on the SLR, he smiled and said to Yang Yi, Ding Ling has always liked you. Last time, she went to your studio with her classmates to record a song. When she came back, she kept talking about how good you are. Even I, as her father, was a little jealous. Yang Yi touched his nose and smiled awkwardly. When taking photos, Yang Yi also felt Ding Ling's love for him. Yang Yi hugged her, and she also hugged Yang Yi's neck, revealing a rare bright smile. Yang Yi could actually understand why Ding Ling liked him. She doesn't have a mother, so she's quite pitiful. Her father is probably the typical kind of father who doesn't know how to cook and is busy with work. Yang Yi looked at the lively figures of the children and whispered to Murphy. Perhaps it was because Yang Yi, who could cook and had a good temper, satisfied her desire for the role of a mother, so Ding Ling liked Yang Yi as if she wanted to have a mother. That's quite pitiful. You should persuade her father to find her a mother. Murphy's soft heart was touched. I'm not familiar with her father, and we haven't spoken much before. So forget it. This is her family's matter, let them deal with it themselves. Yang Yi sighed softly and shook his head. After the commotion, Springfield Kindergarten returned to normal. After leaving Springfield Kindergarten, Shi followed her father and embarked on a new journey. San Francisco International Airport, California. Mo Xiaowan, who was wearing sunglasses, sat on a chair in the waiting room. Her long legs were exposed under her tight skirt. Even though she had an Asian face, her hot body and proud temperament attracted many people's attention. Sister Xiaowan, Sister AI said that there are media reports that Mr. Yang hit a reporter. The assistant beside her came over with her phone. It had to be said that other than her own secretary, Mo Xiaowan had a few assistants with her. It was not that she was more famous than Yang Yi and Murphy, but these assistants were originally arranged for Yang Yi and Murphy. There were makeup artists, hairstylists, personal assistants, and so on. However, Yang Yi and Murphy were more eccentric. They did not like to bring a large group of people with them. Even if they went out to record a show, they preferred to be alone as a family. At most, they would ask Mo Xiaowan to come along. This way, they would be less of a target. Therefore, Mo Xiaowan could only bring these assistants with her. When Yang Yi and the rest needed them, it would be convenient for them to be sent over. Mo Xiaowan took off her sunglasses and glanced at the report on her assistant's phone. She nodded lightly and said, "I know about this." Those reporters almost bumped into the child, so Yang Yi pushed them away. He did not hit them. He was just protecting the child. Ask AI and the rest to clarify on microbroadcasting. If necessary, send a lawyer's letter to those news agencies. The assistant nodded and took out her phone to deal with work. Is there any trouble? Do you need my help? A white man sitting opposite her asked. Mo Xiaowan nodded at him and smiled. Thank you, Wilson. It's just a small matter in the country. Yes, the man sitting opposite Mo Xiaowan was Wilson. Mo Xiaowan came to the United States early this time to help Yang Yi with the matters of opening a small company in the United States. Wilson had already resigned from his job at Treasure Management and became Yang Yi's first manager in the United States. They didn't have to wait too long before Yang Yi's family arrived at San Francisco International Airport. Among the crowd that came out one after another, Yang Yi, who was holding Cici, who had not yet woken up, and Mo Fei, who was holding little Momo, who had slept and eaten enough, and was looking around curiously, appeared in Mo Xiaochuan's vision. After a simple greeting, Yang Yi looked at Wilson, who was standing behind Mo Xiaowan and looked a little nervous. Wilson was still more eye-catching. He quickly said what he had practiced in private many times, "Yang. Welcome to the United States." "Thank you, and welcome to join us." Yang Yi smiled and shook hands with Wilson. Mo Xiaowan handed the luggage receipt to the only two male assistants in the team and asked them to help collect the luggage. Then, she introduced their situation to Yang Yi. The company's registration is now complete. However, Wilson is the only one. We still need to wait for the headhunting company to find other candidates. We can take it slow. Anyway, we will be in the United States for 2 months. Yang Yi nodded. The company was indeed just a startup. However, other than the people, everything else was already in place. During this time, Wilson followed Mo Xiaowan and saw how rich Yang Yi was. Mo Xiaowan rented an entire floor of an office building in the bustling business district of LA City. She also bought 6 cars in one go, ranging from a normal car to a nanny van and a limousine for attending events. Of course, Yang Yi and the rest did not have the time to inspect the company in LA. After resting for a night in San Francisco, Mo Xiaowan accompanied them on the plane to Texas. It had to be said that the domestic aviation in the United States was very convenient. From San Francisco on the west coast to Dallas in Texas in the middle of the country, it only took 3 hours for the plane to take off and land. Grandpa. As soon as they got off the plane, Xi, who had been looking around, was the first to see Mo Henian holding a sign in the crowd. She was so excited that she shook her little butt in her father's arms and could not wait to tell him. They had not seen each other for a year, and Mo Henian had not changed much. The old man was still wearing his wide-brimmed cowboy hat, plain white t-shirt, and jeans. However, Zhou Mingyu, who was standing behind him, was dressed more elegantly. The combination of colors and styles gave people a sense of fashion. Even though she was old, she was still like a lotus flower quietly blooming in the crowd. It was admirable. She still liked her grandpa. When they met, she smiled sweetly at Mo Henian. She opened her arms and jumped into her grandpa's arms from her father's arms. Mo Henian hugged his granddaughter and looked at his grandson in his daughter's arms. He chuckled. When he faced Yang Yi, he was much more amiable. Zhou Mingyu was completely attracted by Tong Tong. She did not even care about Yang Yi and Mo Xiaochuan's greetings. She responded casually and stretched out her arms to Tong Tong with a smile. "Hua hua, let grandma hug you." However, Tong Tong was more shy than before. He was no longer like when he was young and could not be fooled with a pacifier. When he saw his grandmother, who he did not know, reaching out her arms, he turned his head and hid in the depths of his mother's arms. "Let grandma hug you, okay?" Murphy persuaded softly. Of course, Tong Tong would not reply. He still did not know how to speak. Therefore, Murphy looked at his expression and passed him into his mother's arms. Zhou Mingyu hugged her grandson. The little guy was chubby. When she saw him, Zhou Mingyu's face lit up. However, Tong Tong did not like to be hugged by strangers. He reacted quickly. He turned his head to look at his mother. When he realized that his mother had no intention of taking him back, he pouted and blinked his eyes. Large drops of tears fell from his eyes. "Io, why are you crying?" "Don't cry. Good boy." Zhou Mingyu quickly comforted him. However, it was useless. Tong Tong opened his mouth and cried. He was so sad that it was as if he was really abandoned by his mother. Zhou Mingyu helplessly returned Tong Tong to Murphy. Miraculously, after returning to his mother's embrace and being coaxed by her, the little fellow's crying stopped within a few seconds. He just pursed his lips in grievance. Within half a minute, his tears also stopped, but there was still some lingering fear in his heart. Little brother doesn't like to be hugged by other people. "Papa and I can do it," she explained to her grandmother in her grandfather's arms. "There's no such thing. He's trying now. He's not familiar with Grandma. Mom, you can go back and play with him for a few days. After you're familiar with him, he'll be happy to be hugged by you," Murphy said with a smile. "It's okay. It's good that you're back. Stay at home for a while." Zhou Mingyu happily held Murphy and Yang Yi's hands and said, "Phone calls and video calls." Now that technology was so advanced, Mo Fei had a lot of communication with her family. However, there was still a long distance between them. Now that Zhou Mingyu saw Murphy and saw that she and Yang Yi were doing well, she was relieved. "Alright, stop wasting time here. If you have anything to say it when we get home." Mo Henian waved his hand. His father-in-law's farm was not in the cow market. It was in the west of the cow market, near a small town called the Grassland. It was similar to the movies. The small town did not have tall buildings like the cities. Most of the buildings were made of wood. However, even though it was a small town, it had all kinds of facilities. There was also a small hospital. There were even 2 modern supermarkets. These supermarkets did not only serve the residents of the small town. The people from the surrounding farms would also drive their pickup trucks here to make purchases. There were no vegetable markets in America. Food, daily necessities, farm tools, and farming machinery could all be bought in the large supermarkets. "Hey, Mo." Mo Henian drove the jeep through the town. A middle-aged man dressed like a cowboy recognized him. He put his hands in his mouth and whistled loudly to greet him. "Hey, Beria, why are you here?" Mo Henian nodded to the man and slowed down the car. "I'm here to meet my son-in-law. It's his first time here." Murphy turned to Yang Yi when she heard the commotion. "That is Uncle Beria. He is the owner of the farm next door. He is Latino. I heard that his ancestors came here 400 years ago." "Your son-in-law? Who is he?" That Beria laughed heartily at Mo Henian. "Hello." Yang Yi rolled down the car window and greeted him. "Uncle Beria, my name is Yang Yi. You can call me Leon." "Not bad, not bad. You are a handsome young man." Beria sat on the back of the horse and gave Yang Yi a thumbs up. "Gracias." Yang Yi smiled. You can speak Spanish?" Beria was surprised. Yang Yi changed to Spanish and said, "Yes, I learned a little in the past." He was being humble. This language was similar to Japanese. Yang Yi was proficient in it. Not only could he speak and listen, he could also write some simple articles in Spanish. The admiration in Beria's eyes for Yang Yi became even stronger. He also asked in Spanish, "Where are Mo Fei and Xiao Sisi? Are they back?" "We're back with our second child," Yang Yi said with a smile. Murphy couldn't understand Spanish, but she still heard her name. So she stuck her head out beside Yang Yi and greeted him with a smile. "Hello, Uncle Beria." "Murphy, long time no see. Your husband told me that you have a second child?" Beria switched back to English. With a smile, he squeezed the horse's belly and let the horse slow down to get closer to the jeep. A small farming town had its own advantages. There were not many people in big grassland town. Especially the people in the farm, almost all of them knew each other. Along the way, Yang Yi was constantly greeted by Mo Henian. Only then did Yang Yi realize his father-in-law's status here. However, what made Yang Yi even happier was Mo Henian's attitude towards him. Although Mo Henian still spoke bluntly to him, he still actively introduced him to his friends. It could be seen that Mo Henian still admired him. It was just that Mo Henian didn't want to express it. Soon, the jeep arrived at Mo Henian's farm. Yang Yi held Xishi's hand and got off the jeep. They were warmly welcomed. The nanny, the cook, and a group of cowboys happily surrounded them, cheering and singing songs to welcome them. There was also a cowboy playing the guitar. Although the standard of the guitar wasn't high, the coquettish posture made people unable to hold back their laughter. "Welcome, young master." After singing, the Chinese cook took the lead and shouted. A group of white and black cowboys laughed and shouted with a strange accent in Chinese, "Guangyingyud." What a group of passionate people. Yang Yi was infected by their enthusiasm. When they were singing, he pulled Xishi and joined them in their strange dance. Thank you, thank you." Yang Yi cupped his hands and smiled. "You can call me Leon. You don't have to speak Chinese. I can communicate in English." Murphy joined in with Tong Tong. When the nanny, cook, and other females saw Tong Tong, they surrounded her lovingly and asked her all sorts of questions. "Little Xishi, do you still remember me?" an old cowboy asked Xishi with a smile. They hadn't seen each other for 3 years. If it were other children, they would have already forgotten everything that happened 3 years ago. But even if Xishi still remembered, she still felt very unfamiliar. The little girl hid behind her father's legs in embarrassment. She wasn't very sure and said weakly, "Are you Grandpa Ford? You really remember? What about me? Do you still remember me?" A black guy who was as tall as a bamboo pole asked loudly. Although he was tall, he was actually only a 16-year-old boy. In the past 2 years, he had only grown taller but not fatter. This time, Xishi couldn't recognize him. The little girl stood there awkwardly, not knowing what to do. "I'm Greg," the black guy said anxiously. The few black cowboys beside him all laughed. "Greg, you're too ugly. Who can recognize you?" "Big brother Greg." Xishi remembered. This time, she finally remembered the big brother who used to play with her. But she still looked at her father awkwardly. "But big brother Greg isn't this tall." "I'm growing taller," Greg shouted. "Little Xishi, you've grown a lot taller too." All right. "Greg, have you helped me feed the horse?" Mo Henian's heart ached for his granddaughter who was tired from the journey, so he stood up and glared at Greg who was a little too mischievous. "Didn't you say we can have a day off today?" Greg shrunk his neck. Although he was still stubborn, he only said that resentfully and turned to run away. "Little Xishi, I'll come and play with you later." Ford was the leader of the cowboys, and he also called for the cowboys to go back to work. Yang Yi and the others could finally enjoy a moment of free time and admire Mo Henian's residence. F***ck. As soon as he walked in, Yang Yi was stunned. He couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. At this moment, he felt as if he had returned to Gusu. The huge courtyard was designed like a garden, and it felt as if Mo Henian had moved a garden from Gusu over. The flowing water, small bridge, stone carvings, window carvings, and the house with white walls and black tiles gave people a retro feeling, compared to his father-in-law's house, his own. Villa and courtyard were simply slums. Who was hired to design this house? It's the work of a master. Yang Yi couldn't help but exclaim. He didn't know that he had inadvertently flattered his father-in-law. Mo Henian, who was walking in front, slightly raised the corner of his mouth, and then curled his lips. This was a kind of expression that showed that he was proud, but he didn't want others to know that he was proud. "It was my papa who designed it." Murphy smiled and said, he used to be an architect, but later changed his profession. Inside, seeing the modern interior decoration and thinking about the classical architecture and garden design outside, Yang Yi's admiration for Mo Henian was really like a torrential river. "You guys go to the room to tidy up, and come down to eat after changing your clothes." Zhou Mingyu smiled and arranged for them. "Yang Yi, when you come to our place, you don't have to think about cooking. We have people who specialize in cooking. Come over and have a good vacation with Murphy." "Okay, I'll listen to your arrangements." Yang Yi nodded. See, my mom is good to you, right? Murphy bumped Yang Yi's shoulder and giggled. When Emohenian saw this, he said unhappily, what vacation? Yang Yi, when you're free, come work with me and herd the cows. You've always lived in the city, and now you should experience the life of an American farmer. Of course, Emohenian was just scaring Yang Yi. This was his son-in-law's first visit, and he didn't really ask Yang Yi to herd cows or do farm work. In fact, Emohenian took Xianxia for a stroll during the day and came back to play with Tong Tong at night. He had so much fun that he didn't have time to make things difficult for Yang Yi. Xianxia, Grandpa will take you to ride a horse today, okay? The next morning, Emohenian suggested with a smile. This year, Grandpa bought a batch of ponies. Your Grandpa Ford has already trained them. You can go and pick a pony that you like. Really? The little girl looked at her grandfather in surprise. Xianxia also liked horses because they looked very beautiful. Compared to other livestock except for little sheep, horses with big faces and elegant long hair were more in line with Xianxia's aesthetic standards. Really? Emohenian nodded affirmatively and looked serious. There are all kinds of colors. Grandpa wanted to help you pick one, but I think you'll find one that you like. Ride a horse? Murphy heard and said hesitantly, Dad, if you want to teach Xianxia how to ride a horse, it's best to let Yang Yi watch over her. Although Murphy had learned how to ride a horse from Emohenian before, Xianxia was still young after all. Murphy still trusted Yang Yi. Why do you want him? Is your old man too old to lead a horse? Emohenian felt a sense of distrust and asked angrily with a glare. But in the end, Emohenian still brought Yang Yi with him. They went to the stable together with Xianxia. In the past, Emohenian's farm didn't raise ponies. The horses that the cowboys rode were all adult horses. However, the price of horses had been rising in the past 2 years, so Emohenian bought a batch of ponies to raise them and sell them for a good price. Wow, so many horses. But Grandpa, why aren't there any ponies? Cece walked into the very clean stable. She was both happy and scared. She held her father's hand tightly and looked at the tall horses in the pen one after another. Compared to her small stature, these horses were all very tall. These are all ponies. They're only a little over a year old and haven't matured yet. Emohenian explained. Yang Yi could tell that these horses were indeed still very small. From their appearance, they were one size smaller than adult horses. Their bodies were also thinner and weaker. They did not have the muscular feeling of adult horses. When someone arrived, these young ponies came over curiously. Xianxia looked at these behemoths and held her father's hand, not daring to get close. However, Xianxia soon saw her grandfather holding a long carrot and walking towards a yellow pony. The little girl's eyes widened. She was surprised to see the yellow pony snorting softly and coming over. It first sniffed, then opened its mouth and ate the carrot that her grandfather handed to it. Emohenian stroked its forehead, but the yellow fat pony did not respond. It only cared about eating. Is it fun? Emohenian turned around and smiled at Xianxia. He encouraged, Xianxia, do you want to try too? But I'm scared. I'm scared that it will bite me. Xianxia looked at the pony eating the carrot with envy, but the fear in her heart did not disappear. The current situation was that they did not know who was watching. A group of ponies gathered in front of the stable, breathing heavily as if they had smelled the carrot. They paced around restlessly. Although horses had poor eyesight, the way they raised their heads and looked at the humans was as if they were the spectators. Under Emohenian's encouragement, Xianxia finally mustered her courage. Holding a carrot, she walked towards a white pony. However, she wanted her father to hold her other hand. With her father by her side, she would have some confidence to approach these behemoths. Feeding a horse was a magical feeling, especially when this white pony used a pair of gentle and weak eyes to look at her. Xianxia felt her little heart pounding. She liked it a lot, but she was also a little scared. Why is it looking at me? Does it like me too? Xianxia mumbled softly. That's right. It likes you too, Yang Yi said gently. The white pony opened its mouth and bit the carrot with its thick lips. Although they were far away, Xianxia was still frightened and hurriedly dropped the carrot. Before the carrot fell out of the stable, the white pony had already caught it in its mouth. It ate it with relish. Papa, it ate the carrot I gave it. She did not feel regretful. Instead, she turned her head to look at her father happily. You tried to touch it too. Xianxia demonstrated. He gently touched the pony's forehead to encourage the little girl. She mustered her courage and timidly touched the big long face. However, there was no problem. The white pony chewed on the carrot and did not forget the person who dug the well while drinking water. It even obediently came over and let the little girl touch it. Wow. She did not know how to describe it. Her face was full of joy. The feeling of touching a pony was wonderful. She also felt a sense of accomplishment when she overcame her fear. At the same time, in California, in the OK City across the sea from San Francisco, several people carrying cameras approached a bearded man who had just gotten out of a car and was about to walk to his house. The person in the lead said, "Jermaine Lee, you need to start running away immediately." This was not a Chinese person. In the United States, Lee was also a relatively common surname. Jermaine Lee was also a white man. So sudden? The man who looked to be in his 40s was a little surprised. However, he did not waste any time. He quickly quickened his pace and ran home. At his house, his partner, Hill, was also notified. Hill was younger than Jermaine. He was Jermaine's relative and was temporarily living with Jermaine. You two have 1 hour. After 1 hour, the hunters will start chasing after you. The visitor said ruthlessly. Jermaine and Hill did not say anything. Before this, they already knew the rules of the game. So, they quickly packed up their things and said goodbye to their families. After that, Jermaine and Hill got into the car that they had prepared. With only one cameraman, they hurriedly left the OK City. Yes, it looked like they were running away. In fact, they were indeed running away. There was a hunter team made up of more than 30 experienced investigators from intelligence agencies, retired police officers, retired special forces and other tracking experts. They would be tracking them down from every nook and cranny for the next 28 days. Of course, this was just an American reality show called Undercover Tracking. This show had just been designed, and this was only the first season of the show. It was different from the reality show that Xianxia and the rest produced. The American reality show did not invite any celebrities. Instead, it was completely composed of ordinary people. So, Jermaine and Hill were also ordinary people. Jermaine owned an escape room game shop. Hill was an ordinary university student. However, they would still try their best to fight against the professional hunters. This was because if they could escape from the hunters' pursuit in 28 days, they would also be rewarded with $250,000. They were not alone. Other than that, there were 8 other groups of fugitives. Everyone had started their escape journey. Of course, all of this seemed to have nothing to do with Xianxia, who was far away on a small farm in Texas. There were more than 20 ponies in Grandpa's stables and more than 10 adult horses. She looked around and was dazzled by the choices. There were too many horses. Even though she only needed to pick ponies, it was still difficult to choose. Most of them were ponies with the common red hair. The difference in their hair color was relatively small. The main difference was the color of their faces and legs. Some of them had a white mark from their forehead to their nose. Some of them had a white gradient under their mouth and near their eyes. There were also some whose hooves were white. Apart from these horses, there were also dark ponies. They had black manes and tails, and their bodies were more brown. "Grandpa, do these ponies often bask in the sun?" She asked as she pointed at the dark ponies. "Bask in the sun?" "They are often chased out by old Ford to move around and eat fresh grass." Mohenian didn't understand. He explained the details of raising ponies to Shi. She nodded as if she suddenly understood. She said innocently, "Then, Grandpa, you have to put some sunscreen on them too. They're all tanned." Pfft. Xianxia, who was following behind the old man and Cici, finally understood. He couldn't help but laugh. She was such a fool. She actually thought that the dark ponies were tanned by the red ponies in front. Mohenian also understood. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he rubbed Shishi's little head and said, "According to what you said, this pony is exposed to the sun every day?" Mohenian and Shishi pointed at the only dark pony at the back. This dark pony was covered in light black hair. Although it wasn't pure enough and the color wasn't shiny enough, in Yang Yi's eyes, this dark pony was still very handsome. It was low-key, reserved, and domineering. However, Mo Henian still underestimated Xixi's ability to make connections. The young lady shook her head seriously. She pointed at the dark pony and said, "That's not it. It's a dark pony. He was the one who was tanned. Greg's dark too, but he's not tanned. He told me he's black." How could his daughter have such deep knowledge? Yang Yi was dumbfounded. In the end, Xixi still chose the white pony that she had fed the carrot to. Although it was a white horse, it was not completely white. There were still many black spots on its body. After all, purebred and pure-colored horses were too expensive. Mo Henian would not waste money on horse fur. However, this white pony was exceptionally docile. It seemed to like Xixi, who fed it the carrot. When Xixi leaned over again, the little fellow moved its head closer again. It rubbed against Xixi while breathing heavily, as if it wanted to remember Xixi's scent. Horses are animals that smell and hear, but their eyesight is very bad. Xixi also liked its intimacy. She let go of the fear in her heart and giggled. She hugged the pony's head and patted it carefully. Yang Yi still felt a little regretful that his daughter did not choose the dark pony that he liked very much. Instead, she chose this ordinary-looking white pony. This morning, Xixi fed the white pony. She pulled the reins and led it for a stroll on the grassland with some shade beside the small forest. Although old Ford had arranged for them to put a saddle on the white pony and let Xixi try to ride it for a few minutes, the white pony was not familiar with Xixi yet. Old Ford still wanted to be cautious and let Xixi build a deep friendship with the white pony first before slowly teaching Xixi how to ride. On the way back to his grandfather's villa, Mo Henian did not follow them. He rode the pony to watch the cowboys work. Yang Yi held his daughter's hand alone and walked slowly with her. He asked, "What name did you give it?" Xixi had a lot of fun. This was a very new experience. The little girl was reluctant to leave her white pony and talked about it all the way. After hearing her father's question, Xixi thought for a while and said crisply, "I want to call it Little White because it's white. It's also very small." "Papa, Little White is only 1 year old. It's about the same age as little brother." "It's still a little different from little brother. The age of a horse is 6 years old for us humans." Yang Yi smiled and raised his eyebrows at Xixi. He said, "So Little White is actually about the same age as you?" "Ah?" Xixi was a little surprised, but she soon became happy again. "That's very good. Hee, Papa, then I can play with Xiao Bai. No wonder it likes me so much." "Haha. Because you're the same age." The incident of Yang Yi hitting a reporter caused a big disturbance in China. Because the impression that Yang Yi gave people before was still very perfect, coupled with the fact that he was brimming with talent, he also gave people the illusion of being cultured and refined. Because of this, people selectively forgot that Yang Yi was actually a tall and burly man. However, after this incident was exposed, Yang Yi in the photo had a solemn look on his face as he pushed the reporters away. The victim in the photo had a pained look on his face, which made Yang Yi's fierce side vividly displayed. It had to be said that this scared many young fans. Perhaps someone used the internet water army to add fuel to the fire, and detailed Yang Yi's bad deeds. Phoebe Studios' micro-broadcast of clarification made the fans who believed in Yang Yi feel relieved. However, it could not change the passers-by's condemnation of Yang Yi. They did not want to watch it. Mo Xiaowan was remotely commanding in the United States. She asked the company's legal department to directly sue the newspaper that originally spread the rumor in court, and asked them to publish a clarification and an apology. However, this lawsuit would take time. Fortunately, the reporters who surrounded Yang Yi were not impenetrable. Someone saw an opportunity and found the famous Shuozai Luyu in the paparazzi world. "This is the video I got." A reporter took it. "Although it is a bit blurry, I can recognize that Mr. Yang did not hit anyone. He just protected his family and pushed the reporters away." Liu contacted Mo Xiaowan. "How are you going to deal with this matter?" Mo Xiaowan did not know that Liu was the teacher, but she knew that Liu and Yang Yi had a hidden interest relationship. She thought about it and said, "You are an expert. How do you think we should deal with it?" One is that you release the video yourself, and the other is that I expose it. However, I think the latter is better. This is not because I want to take advantage of Mr. Yang's popularity, but because my influence is bigger than your studio's micro-broadcast. Lu Yu said, and I can buy Internet Water Army to help you hype up this matter. While clarifying, it can also reverse the direction of public opinion. It is not convenient for you to buy Internet Water Army. Okay, I'll leave this matter to you. Mo Xiaowan nodded and said, by the way, someone is buying Internet Water Army to discredit Yang Yi and Murphy. If you have a way, try to help us check it out and see who has been making things difficult for us. Lu Yu smiled and said, it is not easy to check this matter. The people who buy Internet Water Army will hide very well, but I will help to keep an eye on them. There will be a day when they will reveal themselves. Mo Xiaowan nodded and smiled. Mr. Liu, I'll have to trouble you with this matter. How much do you need? I'll ask the finance department to transfer it to your account. Don't talk about money. Help Mr. Yang expose it, and I can also make money. Moreover, Mr. Yang is my benefactor. Talking about money is looking down on me, Lu Yu. Lu Yu waved his hand straightforwardly. Yang Yi's micro-broadcasting had not been updated for a while. Some media speculated that Yang Yi was trying to avoid the limelight and handle this matter in a low-key manner. That was why he did not personally speak out about this matter. How could they know that Yang Yi was just busy going abroad and did not have time to update his micro-broadcasting? A few days after Mo Xiaowan and Lu Yu communicated, under Lu Yu's manipulation, the public opinion changed dramatically. There was a video that proved that Yang Yi did not hit anyone. It also proved that he pushed the reporters away just to protect his family. This made many onlookers switch sides and support Yang Yi's approach. To protect his wife and child, there's nothing wrong with beating up these unscrupulous reporters, let alone pushing them away. I'm very unhappy watching this. In this video, our little angel Xianxia is squeezing beside her father's leg. These people kept crowding over and almost stepped on Xianxia's foot. If it were me, I would beat them up too. Am I the only one who thinks that Yang Yi is very handsome? This is the first time I've seen him so strong. He pushed away 5 people alone and the other party did not even have the ability to fight back. A person who can protect his wife and child is really too handsome. After the video was exposed, there were many passers-by who became fans. However, the public opinion on the internet quietly changed. People's attention on Yang Yi gradually decreased. The topic of discussion gradually turned to how to regulate the behavior of entertainment reporters. Although this discussion was meaningless, there were still many celebrities who quietly expressed their opinions. A few days later, when everyone thought that Yang Yi's storm had passed, in the middle of the night in China, Yang Yi quietly updated his micro-broadcasting again. Hehe, let me record this. Our old Yang family also has a valiant and formidable female knight today. Between the words, Yang Yi did not mention the previous storm of public opinion at all. He even showed a proud attitude of showing off his woman. Micro-broadcasting had several photos that were accumulated over the past few days. There was a photo of Xianxia when she first arrived in the United States and walked around with her white pony. There was a photo of Xianxia riding on the pony under the care of her grandfather and Grandpa Ford. There was also a photo of Yang Yi carrying Xianxia on a tall pony. Of course, the best photo was taken by Yang Yi just now. After so many days of practice, Xianxia had mastered the basic riding skills and had a tacit understanding with her white pony. In the photo, Xianxia was wearing blue jeans and a pink t-shirt. Although she was not wearing a cowboy hat, she was still wearing the classic red cowboy scarf and had a long ponytail. She looked like a cool cowboy. In the photo taken by Yang Yi, Xianxia was holding the reins and riding the white pony towards her father on the grassland. After Xixi's movie, The Fugitive, was released, although Yang Yi rarely posted photos of Xixi's front, if he did, he would not Photoshop Xixi's face. Therefore, this time, the handsome and charming cowboy girl in the photo revealed her delicate and beautiful little face. Xianxia looked at her father and smiled brightly. This smile was like a touch of gentleness embellished on her valiant appearance. When these photos were posted by Yang Yi, the fans were instantly excited and started to comment. This is the benefit of the cultivation community. Instead of sleeping in the middle of the night, you can actually see my little angel, Xianxia. Father-in-law, where did you kidnap my wife? She hasn't updated micro-broadcasting for so many days. Our Xianxia is amazing. She even knows how to ride a horse. And looking at the last photo, she's riding quite well. Is she going to participate in the Olympic Games? My little knight? Great, Xianxia is so beautiful no matter how she dresses up. She's so cool. I'm a girl, but I'm fascinated by Xianxia. What should I do? Why are there foreigners in tour? They're dressed like cowboys. Did Xianxia go abroad to play after graduating from kindergarten? Many fans were very curious about where Xianxia learned to ride a horse. It had to be said that the power of the people was endless. The next day, before the media reacted, some fans dug up some news from the media when Xianxia and Murphy got married. He took a screenshot and posted it in the comments. In addition to the foreigner in tour, the cool old cowboy in the photo with Xianxia is Xianxia's grandfather. He appeared at Xianxia's wedding before. Some media outlets have revealed Mo's background. Her mother was a small-time celebrity in Hong Kong. Her father was an architectural designer in California at that time, but later, according to Hong Kong media reports, it was said that he changed his career and bought a farm in Texas to be a farmer. With all this information, plus the fact that Xianxia posted micro-broadcasting in the middle of the night, it's not difficult to speculate that Xianxia and the others should be on vacation at his father-in-law's farm. It's not surprising that Xianxia learned to ride a horse there. Besides, I have to say that old Master Mo is really cool. It's the first time I've seen an Asian dressed like a cowboy. Under this comment, a group of fans expressed that they wanted to kneel down to this master of deduction. He was able to dig up so much information. The media reports in China in recent years could indeed be found on the internet. However, the news that Zhou Mingyu's husband became a farmer was from more than 10 years ago. Moreover, it was from an inconspicuous tabloid. This person was indeed very resourceful to be able to find that information. In the domestic entertainment industry, people placed too much importance on the status of stars and overestimated their role as idols. In the words of many seniors, they were becoming more and more impetuous. Xianxia's simple micro-broadcasting of Xianxia's daily life could attract a lot of media attention and reports. However, at this time, another person who was also impetuous became more grounded. At the Beijing Film and Television base, Yang Huan and Ding Xiang were talking to an assistant director who had been invited by the group to talk about her playing a minor role. Yang Huan, can I call you Sister Huan? You're really making things difficult for me. The assistant director said with a wry smile, you're a big star, and you're playing a minor role. If others know, won't they scold me for being blind? It's not a minor role. Isn't it a special guest? Yang Huan said with a smile, don't call me Sister Huan. I'm younger than you. But you're a big star. So what if I'm a big star? I'm not a big star. In the industry, I'm still a newbie. You're a senior, and I still need your guidance. Yang Huan said. With a smile. Filming the ultimate challenge was indeed a good training. With a group of old foxes, as well as the cunning Zhu Jia and Guozi, Yang Huan's EQ had improved a lot. No, I really can't. I'll be scolded to death. The media will definitely report that we're using a great talent for nothing. Our director will also scold me. The assistant director said with a wry smile, how about I ask the management to give you a big role? However, it's not easy to change the roles now. No need to ask others to help me. I'll just shoot this minor role in one day. After that, I'll have to go to other places. It's such a good training. Yang Huan said with a smile, I'm in my first year in the acting department. I'll be in my second year soon. There's still a lot to learn. For a big role, I'll have to practice my acting skills first. Brother Wu, you can tell the director now. So that he'll know what to do. Ding Xiang saw that the assistant director was in a difficult position, so she suggested, if the media reports it, we'll clarify it for you and the crew. This is our own idea. Moreover, if the media reports that Yang Huan is playing a minor role, won't you attract a lot of attention? Sometimes, it's good to be scolded. People can't wait for the media to hype it up. Ding Xiang was getting more and more familiar with the rules of the entertainment industry. Her words were watertight, and the assistant director was tempted. He gritted his teeth and said, all right. Do you really want this role? Let me tell you, Sister Huan, this role is a little sad. Sad is good. Yang Huan needs some special roles to practice her acting skills. Ding Xiang nodded. Early in the morning, the sun had just driven away the green mist in the fields and illuminated the land. Next to the Mo family's barn, a girl with long hair wearing a headband ran past while giggling. Behind her was a Great Dane with long legs. The black cowboy, Greg, was arranging the hay drying in the open space beside the valley. When he saw Xishi running past, he grinned and called out, "Hey, good morning, my princess. Are you going to play with your pony so early in the morning?" Mo Henian was the proudest that Xishi had learned to ride a horse. These cowboys, who were like family, finally recognized Xishi. They no longer treated her as an ignorant little girl, but as their companion. Of course, they teasingly called Xishi a princess, my princess. This was also a reflection of their closer relationship. "Greg, good morning. I'm going to say goodbye to Little White." Xishi stopped and politely greeted Greg. She had only been in America for less than a week, but the girl's spoken English and listening skills had improved by leaps and bounds. She could even communicate with the fast-talking black cowboys without any difficulty. "Goodbye? Are you going back to China? Aren't you going to play here for 2 months?" Greg was shocked and asked reluctantly. "Hee, Greg, you misunderstood. I'm just saying goodbye to Little White today because I can't play with it today. Today is a girl's day. I'll come to see Little White tomorrow." Xishi explained for a while. What was a girl's day? Greg was a little confused, but he didn't want to ask too much. He was obviously not interested in this topic, so he shrugged and said, "Okay." After bidding farewell to Greg, Cece took the Great Dane and ran toward the stable with her long, slender legs. Her appearance caused some commotion in the stable. The stable was much emptier because most of the adult horses had been ridden out by the cowboys to herd cattle. The rest were basically ponies that couldn't work. They recognized the girl who came every day recently and gathered around. Unfortunately, Shishi's heart already belonged to someone else. The little girl ran straight to her white pony. Xiao Bai, I'm here to see you." The white pony had also been waiting for a long time. It stuck its head out from the middle of the fence and lowered its head meekly. It rubbed its long forehead and cheeks against its little master as if it was acting coquettishly. It made Shishi giggle. "Xiao Bai, you can't go out to play today." Shishi hugged the white pony's head and smiled with her big eyes. "I'm going out to play with Grandma and Mom today. You have to be good at home." She even imitated her father's usual tone of exhortation. "All right. This carrot is for you." Shishi played with the white pony for a while, then turned around and took out a carrot from the plastic bucket on the side and handed it to the pony. The white pony especially liked to eat carrots. Of course, all horses liked this sweet food. After it held the carrot in its mouth, its upper lip turned up, and its nose even puffed. Obviously, it was in a very good mood. As if they smelled the food, the other ponies snorted and paced around anxiously. When Cece saw this scene, the kind little girl's heart softened. She struggled to lift the plastic bucket and fed the carrots to the other ponies while muttering in a low voice, "Well, these are for you guys too. Be good and listen to me." Shishi, who went to feed the ponies early in the morning, returned home just in time to wait for her grandfather, who had finished his work, to come back. Everyone had breakfast together. "I just met Baraya. He said that we will form a team and go hunting in the forest in the west in a few days." Mo Henian grabbed a big piece of cake and said excitedly, "In the past 2 years, the number of wolves in our state has increased rapidly, which has a great impact on the rare species in the forest. The Department of Natural Resources has issued a notice that we are allowed to hunt coyotes freely. If there are more of them, when there is nothing to eat in winter, I'm afraid they will come to the farm to harm us." As Mo Henian said, he turned his head to look at Yang Yi and raised his eyebrows. "Yang Yi, when the time comes, do you want to come with us to broaden your horizons? You won't be afraid, right?" Oh, the old man's tone had a hint of provocation, as if he was worried that Yang Yi would shrink back. "Papa, don't go, okay? You are old, can't you just let Uncle Ford and the others go?" Murphy, who was on the side, advised somewhat unhappily. "Hunting is not dangerous. We have horses, dogs, and guns. More than a dozen people, how can we be afraid of a few wolves? Mo Henian waved his hand. It's okay, I'll go. Xianxia smiled. He patted Murphy's hand and comforted her, with me here, Dad won't be in danger. Murphy knew that Xianxia's skills were extraordinary. She grabbed Xianxia's hand and said somewhat worriedly, but this is a gun, I'm afraid that there will be a misfire. You guys still have to be careful, even more careful. It's okay if you can't catch the wolves, safety first. Hey! What are you talking about? Mo Henian was very unhappy with Xianxia's words. He swallowed the biscuit in his mouth and said angrily, I still need you to protect me? You haven't been in the army for so many years, I'm afraid that you don't even know how to hold a gun. I'm afraid that us old men still have to protect you. Speaking so arrogantly. Humph. Xianxia smiled and did not talk back to his father-in-law. Don't try to be brave. How old are you already? You always rush to be the first to do anything. Zhou Mingyu also said a few words. As for Xianxia's side, let Ford help take care of him. Mom, thank you for your concern. Xianxia said with a smile. Zhou Mingyu and Xianxia's parents were not like Dong Yue's parents. Dong Yue was the one who kept Yang Chonggui's word at home, but Zhou Mingyu could not be tough. Sometimes, no one could persuade Mo Henian's stubbornness. Sitting at the table, she kept blinking her big eyes. She was eating breakfast while listening to their conversation. Finally, she found a chance to interject. Papa, can I go play with you guys? I can. Ride Xiaobai and go together. The little girl asked expectantly. No. This time, the four adults shouted in unison. Mo Henian said even more seriously, how old are you? You want to run around with adults and stay at home. Of course, the old man felt that his tone was a little harsh. He pretended to be relaxed and said, of course, you can still play with your grandfather today. We'll take Xiaobai to see Nyonyo, okay? No. Zhou Mingyu smiled and said, today is girls' day. We'll take Shishi and Mommy with us. Again? Where are you going? Mo Henian originally did not care about these women's affairs, but he was a little unhappy that his precious granddaughter was taken away. We're going to Nyonyo City to buy clothes, bags, shoes, and so on. Zhou Mingyu took Shishi's hand and said with a smile. You don't want to know. Shishi also giggled. Following her fashionable grandmother, she would have beautiful clothes to wear. After all, Shishi was a girl. Of course, she would like it. Their wives and children all set off to play. Xianxia and his father-in-law looked at each other in a daze. For a moment, they did not know how to get along with each other. Cough. Papa, their girls' day. It's also a men's day. Xianxia smiled awkwardly and said, so, what's the plan for today? Mo Henian touched the beard on his chin. Thinking of the conversation just now, he snorted and said, we'll go hunting in a few days. I'll take you to play with guns and familiarize yourself with them. Don't embarrass me then. Should he show some real skills to his father-in-law? That way, he wouldn't be underestimating him. Sitting in Mo Henian's jeep, Xianxia pondered in his heart. What kind of guns did you play with in the army? Rifles? Pistols? Or a machine gun? Mo Henian asked casually. They were heading to the shooting range of the biggest gun club in Big Grassland Town. There were more types of guns than gun shops and supermarkets, and they could experience shooting different types of guns. I played with all of them, Xianxia answered simply. When he was in Battle Wolf, his predecessor had even trained with heavy machine guns on tanks and even artillery shells. Mo Henian's question was too childish. Of course, Xianxia thought it through. He didn't show off in front of his father-in-law. If he showed his qualifications, Mo Henian would know that he wasn't an ordinary retired soldier, and he wasn't a pushover. However, there didn't seem to be any benefits in slapping his father-in-law's face. When they arrived at the shooting range, Xianxia realized that this shooting range was a little interesting. One part of the shooting range was indoors, and they had to wear headphones to shoot. Another part of the shooting range was built in the wide and open countryside. Not only could they shoot target paper, but they could also shoot various objects, bottles, apples, and so on. Mo Henian was obviously a regular at this gun club. When he came in, the manager greeted him warmly. At the door, there were a few fashionable old men in shorts and polo shirts shouting, "Mo! Your cows." These fashionable old men looked like they had just come back from playing golf. They chatted with Mo Henian cheerfully. Originally, they had played enough and were ready to go back. Now that they saw Mo Henian, they put their arms around each other's shoulders and excitedly prepared to go back for another 500 rounds. Originally, Xianxia thought that these old men were like Beria and Mo Henian, farmers nearby. However, when Mo Henian introduced them to him, Xianxia found out that they lived in town and did different businesses. Some ran supermarkets, some ran bars, and some sold cattle and sheep. However, they mainly did it in the nearby Arlington city. Pick a gun and see what you want to play with. Mo Henian's face was cold but his heart was warm. He didn't neglect his son-in-law just because he saw his friend. He handed over the gun list and showed it to Xianxia. Pick one to practice first. You can change later if you want to try something else. The names of the guns in this world were very different from those in Xianxia's previous world. Xianxia took a few glances and picked an automatic rifle that looked like an M16. As Xianxia was a newcomer, he couldn't use the gun on his own. An instructor came over to teach him how to use the rifle, as well as some rules to follow in the outdoor and indoor shooting ranges. The old men didn't play by themselves. They were chatting on the side and watching Xianxia, the rookie, being trained with relish. "Mo, I thought your daughter would marry an American. I didn't expect her to marry a Chinese." "Humph, this brat is so lucky. I think he's all right. As far as I know, there aren't many in China who are as tall as him." "Oh right, Mo, I heard your daughter is a celebrity in China?" As the old men chatted, Xianxia patiently listened to the instructor's instructions. He didn't tell the instructor that he actually understood everything. After all, this was a whole new world. It was more meaningful to watch someone else's demonstration to make sure he didn't misunderstand or make any mistakes than to rush to show off. "You can try it with me." The pot-bellied middle-aged instructor nodded at Xianxia. Xianxia finally picked up the black rifle. The slightly worn texture on the gun gave Xianxia a wonderful touch. The cold feeling also made Xianxia a little absent-minded. It was as if his spirit had traveled through two different worlds. "Pick up a gun. What do you need to do?" The instructor saw that Xianxia was in a daze and thought that he didn't know how to use the gun, so he reminded him. Xianxia came back to his senses. He smiled slightly and his hands began to move. Xianxia pulled the handle of the gun with familiarity and checked it. A series of complicated operations were completed smoothly. Then, he inserted the magazine. Kacha, a soft sound was heard, as if it was a starting gun. Suddenly, Xianxia felt that the sounds of the whole world became clear. He could acutely perceive the movements around him, the positions of the old men who were talking, walking, smoking, and the positions of the gunmen in the distance. He was completely in combat mode. It was as if he could immediately choose the right target to shoot if a criminal appeared. The instructor originally thought that Xianxia would need to train for a while before he could understand how to use the gun. However, now that he saw Xianxia's skillful operation, he swallowed back the words he wanted to say. "You know guns?" the instructor said, somewhat speechless. "Fire a few shots for me to see?" "I don't think you need any more training." "Where should I shoot?" Xianxia asked. "A 100-meter target, A8. The instructor pointed to a target in the distance. Xianxia followed the instructor's instructions and walked to the A8 position. He gently pushed up the safety device, which was the fast and slow trigger, and selected the single-shot mode. Then, he skillfully leaned the butt of the gun against his shoulder, tilted his head, aimed, and fired. Bang! The gunshot interrupted the old men's conversation. They all looked over. "They've started shooting so soon? How's the result?" Mo Henian was also curious. He followed his friends and walked toward his son-in-law and the instructor. Now, the target paper in the shooting range was changed electronically. Moreover, there were cameras that could check the bullet traces. The instructor quickly brought up the A8 target paper on the display beside him. Xianxia's bullet hit the bottom left of the target paper. It was still some distance away from the bullseye. However, the bullet didn't miss the target. This made the old men laugh and clap. "Not bad. You're already so good at your first shot. Keep up the good work. Emohenian encouraged. In fact, he was very satisfied with his son-in-law's performance. To be able to hit the target paper, he could boast to his friends about Xiangyi's talent. Xiangyi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In fact, he wasn't completely familiar with the gun. The first shot was just a test. He wanted to see the gun's recoil, the bullet's shooting speed, and the degree of drop. Now, he had the basic concept in his heart. He silently counted some corrected data and fired another shot at the target paper in the distance. The bullet hit the top right of the bullseye. It was still a little off, but this time, the distance to the bullseye was much shorter. After 2 tests, Xiangyi had already figured out the gun's performance. However, no one watched his performance. The instructor saw that he was already very familiar with the gun. He gave a box of bullets to Xiangyi and went to check on the other people in the shooting range. Meanwhile, Emohenian and his friends were chatting. They felt that just watching wasn't enough. Under someone's suggestion, they took a double-barreled shotgun and went to shoot a flying saucer. Xiangyi changed to a 200-meter target. However, he still shot while standing and easily hit a few bullseye. Unfortunately, no one saw his good results. Xiangyi didn't mind. He also came to have fun. To Xiangyi, guns were just a simple skill. In comparison, he preferred cold weapons for assassination in his previous life. However, when Xiangyi was practicing, something happened on his father-in-law's side. "Mo, how about we make a bet?" 3 old farm owners walked over. The one in the lead had a cigar in his mouth. He laughed and said, "You have to give me a chance. I've liked your Remington for a long time." The 3 newly arrived old men were also the farm owners of this grassland town. The one with the cigar in his mouth was called Doug, and he owned the largest farm in the town. The one on his left was called Craven, and his farm mainly grew fruits. Of course, it was also the area closest to the forest. The one on his right was called Stewart, and other than owning a farm, he also had other cattle and sheep businesses. Stewart and a good friend of Emohenian's could be considered competitors, so they were egging each other on. Although they were talking and laughing, it was still a little tense. Xiangyi handed the rifle in his hand to the shooting range manager and went over to watch the show. When Xiangyi came over, the hot-tempered and easily provoked Emohenian had already discussed with the other party. The old man was twisting his arms and preparing himself. "Gentlemen, what's the situation?" Xiangyi whispered to the others. Nelson, who owned the bar, smiled and said, "Mo accepted their bet. Do you see those target throwing machines? Later, 2 targets will be thrown out each time. Each round will be thrown 5 times, and it will be 3 rounds. Whoever wins the most will be the winner. Double-directional flying saucers, that's a big bet. I don't think anyone can hit 2 targets at once, right?" An old man beside him shook his head. "Stewart hit it before. It happened last week. I don't know if it's true or not. Anyway, I've never seen him hit it before. If it's true, then this guy is really lucky." Another old man said. "It's okay, your father-in-law won't lose out in terms of the bet." Nelson patted Xiangyi's shoulder and said excitedly, "Your father-in-law bet an antique gun, but Doug bet his favorite sports car. In terms of price, Doug bet twice as much. Doug's car is beautiful." An old man beside him was drooling. "That color, that streamlined body, it's like a burning cloud. You can't trap a wolf without risking your child. If Mo can win, we can borrow it to drive in the future. Doug is a stingy guy, but Mo is much more generous." Xiangyi interrupted their daydreaming and asked anxiously, "Hey, Nelson, how are we going to compete in this competition? Doug's side seems to have all 3 of them going up. Is my father-in-law going to do it himself? There are 3 rounds and they'll take turns. Actually, their marksmanship is about the same. It's just for fun," Nielsen explained. Mo can send someone else, but he wants to compete by himself." While they were talking, Emohenian had already checked his hunting rifle. He had a bag of bullets on his waist and even took off his sunglasses. He walked valiantly to the edge of the outdoor field and looked provocatively at Doug, who was walking up with a cigar in his mouth. "Doug, it's not too late for you to regret it now." "Hee hee, the one who will regret it is you." Doug held the cigar between his fingers. A bodyguard beside him brought over a shelf and placed it on top. Then, he took out his own double-barreled shotgun and loaded it with 2 shotgun shells. The 2 childish old men spat at each other for a while until the coach at the side of the field shouted for them to get ready. Only then did they seriously hold the shotguns in their hands. The first shot was fired by Doug. 2 flying saucers flew out of the target trench. Their distance, height, and direction were all different. Doug fired 2 consecutive shots. The first shot hit one of the flying saucers, causing a cloud of pink powder to explode in the air. The second shot missed. Xianxia watched from behind. He had a rough idea of what was going on. With Doug's slow reaction speed, it was impossible for him to hit the second flying saucer. After he fired the first shot, the second shot was hurried and did not hit the second flying saucer. Flying saucer shooting used shotgun shells. The flying saucer target could fly a distance of about 70 meters, but the bullet's optimal hit distance was less than half. Therefore, one's reaction speed had to be fast. One had to shoot the flying saucer within a few tenths of a second to not let the flying saucer get too far away. Xianxia had never played this game in his previous life. However, he had watched competitions on TV and knew how to play this game. However, even though Doug's skill level seemed amateur to Xianxia, Nielsen said worriedly, "Doug, your hands are pretty good today. You hit it on the first shot." Xianxia was stunned and looked at them. It seems like they were playing just now. They must have practiced for a while. An old man beside him said, "These guys must know that Mo hasn't practiced." As he spoke, Mo Henian fired his first shot. Bang bang, only the sound of gunshots was heard. There was no movement. "Mo, looks like you can't do it. Are you going to lose your Remington to me?" *T. That was just a mistake. I'll show you how I hit a double yoke later. The 2 of them started to trash talk again. Mo Henian was not at a disadvantage at all. Of course, Xianxia also knew that it was impossible for his father-in-law to hit 2 targets at the same time with his reaction speed unless he was blindly guessing. Both of them still had 4 shots to shoot. Doug missed the next shot. He was probably a little excited. Mo Henian still could not hit the target. On the third shot, Mo Henian finally hit a shot. However, Doug also hit it. Not good. Doug has a good feel today. An old man muttered. Xianxia was anxious as he watched from the side. He hoped that his father-in-law could put in more effort. Winning or losing was not important. He could not lose his dignity. However, Mo Henian missed the 4th shot. Doug still hit a flying saucer steadily. "Hee, Mo. You've already lost." Doug smiled proudly. "Who said I've lost?" Mo Henian said angrily, "There's still one more round. If I can hit 2 flying saucers, I'll be able to catch up. It'll be a tie." "That's impossible." "Let's wait and see." It was indeed impossible. Mo Henian could not hit 2 multi-directional flying saucers. Although Doug didn't hit the flying saucer in this round, Mo Henian still didn't hit a single shot. He was too impatient and missed his first shot. He didn't follow up with his second shot. He lost this round. Don't be anxious. Haha, you still have 2 more chances to turn the tables. Old Doug was also a childish ghost. He smugly patted Mo Henian's shoulder. Seeing Mo Henian's displeased expression, he felt very refreshed in his heart. It seemed that the shotgun that he had been eyeing for a long time could be lured over. Mo Henian was indeed unhappy. Losing 3-1 was a little too much. However, the old man did not break down. When he came back, he bragged to Nielsen and the other old men, "It's okay. It's okay. I didn't feel good in that round. I'll definitely win the next round." However, Xianxia could see that his father-in-law was anxious. While he waited for the manager to change the target, he kept clenching his fist or wiping the shotgun in his hand. "Dad, why don't you let me go? You might feel a little cold today, but I feel very hot." Xianxia went over and whispered to Mo Henian in Chinese with a smile, "I'll fight the next 2 rounds for you. I guarantee you'll win." "You? You've played with this thing before?" Mo Henian looked at Yang Yi suspiciously. If Yang Yi had performed well in the previous round, he could still understand that Yang Yi had been in the army before and had some foundation. However, he did not think that Yang Yi had practiced flying saucer shooting when he was in the army. Which army was still equipped with shotguns? It seemed that other than some troops in the United States, there was no other country that used a shotgun that had a short range and could easily injure their own people. Yang Yi lied through his teeth. There is. I have a friend in China who runs the shooting range in Magic City. I've played with him before. I'm not bragging to you, but I'm really talented in this. Mo Henian was skeptical. However, his son-in-law volunteered to share the burden with him. Mo Henian felt warm in his heart. In addition, he did not feel good today and was not confident. Therefore, he did not insist and nodded lightly. Doug Gu, my son-in-law will compete in the next round for me, Mo Henian said to Doug Gu, and the rest with his arm around Yang Yi's shoulder and his head held high. Your son-in-law? Doug Gu had not officially met this Asian young man beside Mo Henian. However, he did not think that Yang Yi could be that good. He laughed proudly, haha, sure. Any one of you can go. In America, many people look down on yellow-skinned people and look down on the weak Chinese people. Mo Henian, on the other hand, was respected by these people because of his fiery temper and playful cowboy personality. Although Doug was trash-talking to Mo Henian and talking about Mo Henian's antique gun, he did not look down on Mo Henian. At least when he spoke to him, he maintained the attitude of being on equal footing. If it was not for the fact that he could not handle it, Doug might even call Mo Henian his brother. This was rare. Because Doug only recognized Mo Henian as an yellow-skinned person. When he saw Yang Yi, he did not even look at this young yellow-skinned person. Before he analyzed the situation rationally, he already did not take Yang Yi seriously. When Yang Yi and Craven were preparing for the second round of the competition, Doug was still teasing Mo Henian, saying that he was too cowardly to find a young boy to replace him. Behind them, Nelson and the few old men were also discussing when they saw Yang Yi replacing Mo Henian. He asked his son-in-law to fight. Could it be that he has some hidden trump card? Yang is not bad. I like this young man. I hope he can win back my flaming cloud. What do you mean by your flaming cloud? We don't know if he can win or not. I've never seen him fight a flying saucer before. He was just asking about the rules. Why did Mo ask him to fight Craven? Craven is not that strong. For this kind of double-directional flying saucer, he can only hit 2 out of 5. If Mo went himself, he might have a higher chance of winning. An old man said doubtfully. Nelson's gaze fell on Mo Henian, who was frowning at Yang Yi. He guessed, Mo probably wants to take care of his son-in-law. It's the first time a young man fights a flying saucer. Giving him a weak opponent will save him from losing too badly. Nelson did not know that he had guessed part of Mo Henian's thoughts correctly. Yang Yi did not know either. Although his father-in-law was usually fierce, he was still thinking about him in his heart. If Mo Henian was stubborn, he definitely wouldn't be willing to let Yang Yi have Craven, an opponent that he had a higher chance of winning. However, winning or losing the competition was not important. No matter how valuable an antique gun was, it was only about $100,000. Mo Henian did not want to dampen Yang Yi's enthusiasm. He also wanted to believe in Yang Yi. Get ready, the referee shouted from the sidelines. Unlike Mo Henian and Dao Ge, Yang Yi, who was the first to shoot, did not hold the gun in a standard horizontal position. The butt of the gun was close to his armpit so that he could fire against his shoulder at any time. Yang Yi did not have this habit. He held the gun in a relaxed manner, and the muzzle was tilted downward. He stood straight and looked in the direction of the target throwing machine in the middle of the field. 2 flying saucers were quietly thrown out. At this moment, Yang Yi's eyes became sharp. In an instant, he was ready to shoot. He placed the butt of the gun against his shoulder and pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, first shot, muzzle flick, second shot. His posture was very handsome, however, there was no pink powder in the air. It was a little awkward. He missed both shots. Young man, I'll teach you how to use a gun. Craven, who replaced him, seemed to think that Yang Yi was a rookie. He proudly fired 2 shots and actually hit one of them. This was indeed a pleasant surprise for the fat white Craven, whose marksmanship wasn't too accurate. Sigh. Craven's luck is too good. The old man said regretfully. Xianxia is in a bit of trouble. Nelson looked at Xianxia worriedly. It's your turn. Craven chuckled as he walked past Xianxia. Xianxia did not talk trash. He stood calmly at the side. Just now, he almost hit the target. It was just that he missed by a little. Especially the first shot, he could feel that the range of the bullet was very close to hitting the flying saucer. This shotgun was a shotgun after all. The recoil was very strong. It was Xianxia's first time coming into contact with a shotgun in this world. He had not gotten used to it yet. The recoil from the first shot also affected the speed of his second shot. The muzzle had already turned, but the firing was a little slower. Luckily, the two shots just now allowed Xianxia to understand the situation of the gun and know how to adjust it. Of course, he could find an excuse for not hitting the target. However, Xianxia was still a little unhappy. He was an assassin in his previous life. In this life, he was still a special forces soldier. It was too embarrassing for him to fall behind a normal person. This time, Xianxia would not allow himself to miss again. Xianxia was still standing with the gun in his hand. His expression was a little serious. However, at this time a familiar shout came from behind him. Come on, don't be nervous. You can do it. Xianxia was stunned. He turned around and looked at Mohanyan, who was smiling and clenching his fist. His father-in-law was actually cheering him on. Xianxia nodded lightly. When he turned his head back, he became even more spirited, and his eyes became especially stern. This time, Xianxia was really serious. Fire! The two flying saucers flew out in different directions and at different angles. Xianxia's gaze was firmly fixed on them. He also raised his gun in an instant. Bang bang! Two balls of pink powder exploded in the air. Xianxia, on the other hand, only glanced at it lightly. He casually opened the chamber and threw away the two cartridges. Then, he turned around and walked back to Mohanyan's side. This series of movements was extremely natural and unrestrained. Oh! Only then did the old man react and exclaim in surprise. Nelson also exclaimed with a face full of surprise, perfect. It was a perfect hit. On the other side, Doug and the others were dumbfounded. They were dumbstruck and could not believe their eyes. The commotion here also attracted the attention of some customers and even a few coaches. They came over and asked curiously. This young man, he hit the double flying saucer perfectly just now. An old man excitedly introduced to the onlookers. Really? That's amazing. It was not easy to hit two flying saucers at once. In the shooting range, one might only see it once every few days. Even these few old men had never been so lucky before. Therefore, everyone was discussing and waiting expectantly for Xianxia's next shot. As for Craven, this guy was under a lot of pressure. His two shots had missed, and he had been ignored by everyone. On Xianxia's side, he did not see the old master's surprised expression. Perhaps Mohanyan was still a little reserved, but the old master nodded somewhat arrogantly and pretended not to care as he commented, "Not bad, keep up the good work." Then keep up the good work. The third time, Xianxia hit the two flying saucers steadily. Two balls of pink powder exploded in the air like two blooming flowers. The onlookers were amazed. Who is this young man? He's so strong. Two perfect hits in a row. This is not luck. Let's see if he can hit again next time. After the shot, the onlookers began to discuss again. Craven still missed in this round. He was under too much pressure. After the shot, he regretfully shook his head. He knew his own level. First, he helplessly looked at Doug. Then, he carried his shotgun and shook hands with Xianxia, taking the initiative to admit defeat. Child, you're very strong. Really strong. Craven shrugged and said, there's no need for the next 2 rounds. I can't be like you and hit 2 perfect hits in a row. You're very strong too. You gave me a lot of pressure. Xianxia politely said. However, the onlookers were not happy. Finish the shot. Craven, if you don't want to shoot, let this kid finish. We still want to see his amazing performance. It's okay, we still have one more round. Doug came out to smooth things over. He pointed at Stuart and said, Stuart will fight with him later. Stuart smiled bitterly at the side. He had indeed hit a perfect shot a few days ago, but that was just luck. Now, looking at Xiangyi's shooting posture and speed, he knew that he had encountered an expert and didn't have much of a chance of winning. However, cowboys would never back down so easily. Stuart wasn't as gutless as that fatty craven. He clenched his teeth and finished 5 sets of shooting with Xiangyi. There was no suspense in the result. Stuart hit 4 flying saucers. He did not create a miracle. On the other hand, Xiangyi shot 5 sets of shots. 4 of them were perfect hits. One set had a small mistake and only hit one target. Mistakes were very normal. Even Olympic athletes would not dare to say that they could hit a flying saucer with every shot. Even so, this frightening hit rate was enough to make the spectators mesmerized. 2 pink flowers bloomed in the air consecutively. It was too shocking. The only pity is that Yang's opponent is not strong enough. Stuart is like a baby in front of him. He's being abused too badly. Nelson laughed. Now, his heart was filled with pride. It was as if he was Xiangyi's father-in-law who had won the competition instead of Mo Henian. Hee. Doug is going to die of depression. He lost his car this time. An old man rubbed his fists. Burning clouds. I want to borrow it first. Don't fight with me. On Xiangyi's side, he handed the shotgun to Mo Henian. At this moment, he saw Mo Henian's gratified expression. Although the old man did not know how to express his approval of his son-in-law, his expression and attitude had changed greatly. Not bad. Mo Henian patted Xiangyi's shoulder affectionately. At this time, Doug shook his head and walked over with his car keys. Mo, my sports car is yours. Doug was more generous. He threw the keys to Mo Henian and looked at Xiangyi with a smile. He asked Mo Henian, but I have a question. You have to tell me, who is this son-in-law of yours? He's so good with guns. Is he an athlete from the Chinese national team? No, he's not an athlete. Haha, Xiangyi, tell him where you're from. Mo Henian said proudly in front of Doug Gu. Doug Gu looked at Xiangyi. Where did he come from? This question was worth considering. Xiangyi put away the smile on his face. He puffed out his chest, put his legs together, and gave a military salute. He said to Doug Gu with a serious face, Sir, I'm a retired soldier from the People's XXX Army of China. While Xiangyi was showing off his prowess at the shooting range, she was shopping with her mother and grandmother in a big shopping mall in Xianxia City. They were going in and out of the top women's clothing stores. Now, they were choosing clothes for Xianxia in a children's clothing store that could be catwalked in Milan Fashion Week. Xianxia doesn't have to wear a skirt to look good. Zhou Mingyu smiled and took a pair of jeans that looked very loose from the shelf. She gestured in front of Xianxia and said, Xianxia should look good in this. It can show off the advantage of her long legs. Murphy pushed the stroller to the side and asked, Isn't this trouser a little wide? Wide trouser legs are a style that has become popular again in recent years. Especially when women wear them, they will look taller and thinner, and they will look more elegant. Everyone says that you sing all day and don't care about fashion. You can't keep up with the trend, right? Zhou Mingyu smiled and said, This is good, and the size is just right. Xianxia, change into it and wear it for grandma. Okay. Xianxia happily ran into the fitting room with the clothes. Of course, Zhou Mingyu followed and helped her adjust the corner of the clothes. After a while, Zhou Mingyu pulled Xianxia, who had changed her clothes, out of the fitting room. Zhou Mingyu, with a bright smile, waved her hand beside Xianxia and showed Mo Fei that her granddaughter's style had changed greatly. The little girl was still wearing the original short-sleeved t-shirt, but she had changed into a pair of jeans with wide trousers. The loose dark blue trousers could almost fit 3 or 4 of Xianxia's slender legs, but on Xianxia, it didn't look sloppy. Instead, it looked very neat, and it added a lazy and elegant temperament. Because of the high waist, the trousers looked very long, but the size seemed to be more suitable. Xianxia could even reveal a small part of her ankle. This kind of wide-legged trousers could make Xianxia look even more slender, as if there were legs under her neck. Not bad. Grandma has good taste, Murphy praised with a smile. Xianxia, you suddenly look handsome. When Xianxia heard her mother say that she was good-looking, she happily grabbed both sides of her trousers and twisted them to show off her wing-like trousers. She didn't forget to tell her mom about her discovery. Hee hee, Mom, look, there are 2 pockets here. It's very big and can store a lot of things. You can't put things in your pockets. Xianxia, do you know why we girls always carry a bag when we go out? Zhou Mingyu pointed at the leopard print bag she was carrying and asked seriously. Why? Xianxia blinked her big eyes and asked with some confusion, do we have to carry a lot of things? Of course not. We carry bags because they look good, just like necklaces, hair ribbons, sunglasses, and other accessories. They can be matched with our clothes and shoes. A girl without a bag is not complete. Only with a bag can we be safe and beautiful without any flaws. Zhou Mingyu spread out her 2 fingers and said with a bewitching voice. Mom, what do you mean by this and putting things in your trouser pockets? Murphy asked, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Murphy was actually a woman who knew how to dress up, but compared to Zhou Mingyu, her life was not exquisite enough. Of course it's related. Since we carry bags, why do we have to put things in our pockets? After putting things in our pockets, they will bulge out. Do they look good? Zhou Mingyu raised her eyebrows proudly. Xianxia was confused, but she still remembered what her grandmother had said. A girl without a bag is not complete. But, Grandma, I don't have a bag. I have a school bag, can I? My papa bought a school bag for me to go to school. Xianxia asked worriedly. How can a school bag be compared with a bag? A bag is a bag. Zhou Mingyu snapped her fingers and said with a smile, Xianxia, it's okay if you don't have a bag now. Come shopping with Grandma today, and Grandma will pick the most beautiful bag for you that can match your trousers the best. Little Momo sat in the pram, leaning on the guardrail as he looked around curiously. The mall was cool and comfortable, spacious and bright. There were also colorful clothes and decorations. It was a dazzling array of things that made the little guy dizzy. Tong Tong was still young, after all, so he was not tired at all while being pushed by his mother in the pram. Instead, he seemed to be having fun. She wondered if he would be scared and run away when he heard his mother and grandmother talk about shopping when he grew up. After Zhou Mingyu bought a matching bag and shoes for Xianxia, Murphy took her card to pay the bill. Originally, Zhou Mingyu wanted to pay the bill, but she couldn't persuade Murphy. Murphy said that it was impossible for her to spend her parents' money. Therefore, he simply let Mo Fei pay for all the expenses today. Zhou Mingyu stood aside and watched Murphy pay with her black gold-plated credit card and sign her name. She asked curiously, you got this card in China, right? What's the limit? Is it enough for today? Limit? Let me think. This card was given to me by Yang Yi. I think it's 5 million yuan, but I don't remember the exact amount. I don't usually spend much, and at most, I buy some clothes. Murphy thought for a while and said to her mother. Although they were talking in front of the shop assistant, they were talking in Cantonese, so they didn't have to worry about being overheard by the white girls. 5 million yuan? Zhou Mingyu looked at Murphy in surprise. The unit is RMB, which is less than 1 million yuan. Murphy thought that her mother had misunderstood. That's not a small amount. Zhou Mingyu pondered and said, isn't Yang Yi a novel writer? How could he give you such a high-limit credit card? To have such a high limit, he must have at least a few 100 million yuan. He should have some, right? Murphy smiled and said, I heard from Yang Yi that he bought a large piece of land with a friend to build an amusement park for Xianxia. It seems that he spent 500 to 600 million yuan. Yang Yi didn't hide it from Murphy, but Murphy didn't pay attention to it. She wasn't interested in these things. Where did he get so much money? Zhou Mingyu gasped. He started a company. He has several internet companies, I forgot which ones. It seems that he also has shares in an online shopping website. But he let others manage it, and he provides ideas. I think it's good. Murphy smiled and said. How come you don't know anything? You don't remember anything? You have to ask him. I don't remember. Why would I ask Yang Yi these things? It's boring. Murphy shook her head. Zhou Mingyu was speechless for a while. She said resentfully, other women control the financial power of the family. You, on the other hand, don't know how much money the family has, and you don't have any interest in knowing. You'll suffer in the future, daughter. Mom, you also don't control Papa's finances, right? Murphy shook Zhou Mingyu's hand and smiled, aren't you two very good? What's the matter? Your father is different. Although he has a bad temper, he is very down-to-earth. Moreover, he doesn't have much money. He invested all his spare money in the farm. I don't worry that he will take the money and spend it on wine and women. Zhou Mingyu pulled Murphy to the side and sat down. She avoided Xi and whispered, but Yang is different. After all, we don't know him. Men become bad when they have money. If you don't want money, what if he gives the money to other women? Mom. You really don't have to worry about this. Murphy said coquettishly, Yang is not such a person. Moreover, he has no concept of money. Although he has made a lot of money, he has not become extravagant. I live with him, how can I not know his character? He stays with me every day, gets up early every day to buy groceries and cook for me and the children. If he goes on a business trip to another city, if he can take us with him, he will not go alone. Xi will pester him. In such a situation, how can he have other women? Zhou Mingyu was silent. In fact, Zhou Mingyu didn't need to listen to Murphy's words. Now, when she saw the happy smile on Murphy's face, Zhou Mingyu already understood. However, the more Murphy said, the happier she became. She smiled and said, if you want to say that he gives the money to other women, there is one. Who? Zhou Mingyu asked in surprise. Murphy pouted in the direction of Xi and said with a smile, Xi. In order to build the amusement park for Xi, he spent hundreds of millions. It is said that he will spend more in the future. Zhou Mingyu was speechless. You are jealous of your daughter. Don't say that. Now that you mention it, I am really a little jealous. Murphy laughed. Seeing her daughter so happy, Zhou Mingyu was both gratified and a little worried. Alright, as long as you're happy. I just hope you'll be more careful. Men, especially men with talent and status like Yang, are the easiest to attract the covetous eyes of those crazy bees and butterflies. You must always be on your guard. Just as the mother-in-law and the daughter-in-law were talking about the art of controlling one's husband, the relationship between Yang and Mo Henian improved by leaps and bounds at the shooting range. Surprised by the strength of the Chinese army's ordinary soldiers, Doug and the others were willing to admit defeat. After handing over the car and leaving, Yang accompanied the old man to continue playing with guns at the shooting range. The two of them even played with light sniper rifles. Yang did not show off his superhuman shooting skills again. He just accompanied Mo Henian, played with his father-in-law, and chatted with him. Those things in the army are over. I've been retired for 7 or 8 years. There's no way I'll be sent to the battlefield. I'm now in contact with my former army. They hired me to be their spokesperson just to shoot some army promotional videos or participate in some army cultural activities and sing some songs. There's no danger. My shooting skills are actually not bad. I used to have a foundation in shooting. I even practiced skeet shooting at my friend's place. I'm actually not the best at playing with guns. Give me a few throwing knives. These are more useful than guns in short to medium-range encounters. As they chatted, they even changed few weapons to try out. In the end, Yang even saw a cold weapon in the gun register. Bow and arrow? They actually have this in the gun club. Can I give it a try? Yang showed a great deal of interest. At noon, at Nelson's bar, under his special hospitality, they had a simple lunch. Yang and Mo Henian actually played to their heart's content until the evening. Only then did they leisurely drive the burning cloud sports car that had been gangbanged by a few old men home. Coincidentally, Zhou Mingyu and Murphy had just arrived home with the children. They heard the muffled roar of an engine. When they turned around, they saw a bright-colored convertible sports car with a ferocious aura coming from afar. Zhou Mingyu and Murphy were so scared that they hurriedly pulled Xi's hand and hid in a safe place. However, the sports car swung its tail and stopped in the courtyard. At this moment, they finally saw Mo Henian and Yang in the car, who were laughing mischievously. Of course, it was just their misconception that he was smiling wickedly. "What are you doing?" Murphy smiled and said, "Xianxia, where did you take my papa to play?" In fact, Murphy was very happy because she saw the close relationship between Xianxia and Emohenian. They had only not seen each other for a day. How did the two of them suddenly get along? What had they gone through? Do you still need to ask? Look at their car. They must have gone to buy a car. Zhou Mingyu snorted softly. They spent money recklessly. Hee hee, you guessed wrong. Emohenian said proudly. We didn't spend a penny to get this car back. Do you want to know how we got it? While her father-in-law was talking excitedly, she ran to her father, who had just got out of the car. She couldn't wait to lift up the bag in her hand and smiled sweetly. Papa, look, Grandma bought this for me. Murphy didn't pay attention to this, or she would have complained in her heart, I paid for it. Xianxia smiled and touched his daughter's little head. He said, did you have fun shopping with Grandma today? This was a wrong answer. She pouted her small mouth, stood on tiptoe, and showed her father the dark blue bag with a cartoon pattern in her hand. She said unwillingly, no, Papa, look at my bag. Is it beautiful? It's beautiful. Did you pick it or Grandma? You have such good taste. Xianxia praised. Only then did Cici giggle in satisfaction. Grandma picked it. After the little girl let her father admire her new bag, she curiously sized up the sports car behind her father. The car had a streamlined body and was painted with a bright red paint that resembled a burning cloud. Do you like it? Come on, Dad will drive you around. Xianxia smiled and waved at Cici. The little girl liked to go for a ride, especially when the car was fast. She liked it very much since she was a child. When Xianxia took Murphy and Cici to Kayun to play, she often asked her father to roll down the window. After a round of driving, Cici grew even more fond of this good-looking car. In the evening, Murphy was a little tired after shopping for a day. After all, she was responsible for pushing the car and carrying things. After coaxing Tong Tong, she went to bed early. Cici, on the other hand, was full of energy. She chattered about today's experience to her father and even vividly repeated what her grandmother had told her about dressing up. Grandma said that we should all have bags. School bags are not bags. She said, lying comfortably in her father's arms. Xianxia listened patiently and said, you bought a lot of clothes today. You also bought a lot. There are many dresses and many other styles of clothes. I just found them when I was organizing them for you. There are so many beautiful clothes. As Cici spoke, she mischievously raised her little feet and reached out to play with them. She twisted and turned, not looking sleepy at all. But you bought so many clothes. How can you wear them all? Xianxia asked. She blinked. She had never thought about this problem. Now she looked at her father and said innocently, Papa, can I wear new clothes every day? That's too wasteful. Xianxia shook his head gently. But Grandma said that I need a lot of clothes to wear enough. She said with her little hands and pouted. Although Xianxia didn't think there was anything wrong with buying clothes for his daughter, Xianxia secretly frowned at the situation tonight. It seemed that after coming back today, Cici's interest had all run to clothes, bags, and all kinds of clothes. She couldn't stop talking about Grandma said. Last night, before going to bed, she had pestered him to continue telling her the story of the Chronicles of Narnia. Tonight, she didn't want to listen to the story at all. Xianxia didn't deny that his mother-in-law's aesthetic and fashion standards were indeed very high. He also hoped that Cici would dress beautifully. However, Xianxia didn't want Cici to be like other rich girls who only thought about clothes and bags. It was so tacky that it was disgusting. However, Cici was still in high spirits, so Xianxia didn't make any moves. The next morning, Xianxia went to discuss with Emohenian. After hearing what he said, Emohenian generously waved his hand and said, you won this car. You can do whatever you want with it. Therefore, Xianxia went upstairs and leaned against the doorframe, looking at Cici who was playing happily with the Great Dane. Cici, Papa will take you for a ride. Let's drive the car that Papa won yesterday, okay? Xianxia said softly. Okay. Papa, I like to ride in this car. She was overjoyed when she heard this. She ran over and said, but Papa, can Dahe come with us? Dahe was the name of the Great Dane raised by Emohenian. In the future, I'll take Dahe with me. Today, it's just the two of us. Xianxia said. For this long trip, Xianxia installed a baby safety seat for Xi. However, the comfort of the convertible sports car did not decrease at all. The little girl sat in the sports car, and when the car drove onto the country road, Xianxia slightly increased the speed. She happily grabbed the seat belt and looked left and right in the car. Which side was she looking at? She looked at her father driving. When he was concentrating on driving, his expression was so serious, or if she looked at the front, the scenery in front was following the whistling sound of the wind, rushing toward her face at a fast speed. Or if she looked at the side, the beautiful scenery rushing toward her was also quickly disappearing. Papa, I haven't said goodbye to Xiaobai today. She happily laughed for a while. Finally, she had a little free time to think about other things. The little girl said to her father in a daze. You can play with it tomorrow. Xianxia casually said. But I told Xiaobai yesterday that I would play with it today. She shook her little head and said seriously, you can't break your promise. Xiaobai will be very sad. Xianxia turned his head and looked at Xi's watery eyes. They were very clean and very pure. He smiled and said, okay, Papa will borrow a little bit of your time in the morning, and then we'll go home. In the afternoon, you can play with Xiaobai. This way, you can keep your promise, right? She thought about it carefully and felt that it was quite reasonable. She happily said, N. The country road kept going north. Xianxia followed Emohenian's instructions. Soon, he drove the sports car to the largest farm in the town. Several cowboys guided him to find Doug, who happened to be at home. Yang, I'm very surprised that you actually came to my house as a guest. Hey, you even brought your little princess? Doug came out of his mansion, which was a bit like the White House. When he saw Xianxia and his daughter, he knew that Xianxia was not here to find trouble. He immediately became enthusiastic again. Doug, I'm here. To return this car to you. Xianxia smiled and said. Return it to me? Why? You won it. We cowboys always admit defeat. Moreover, I'm not someone who can't bear to part with a car. Doug said with some surprise. As he spoke, he proudly pinched the brim of his cowboy hat. She was also a little surprised. She looked at her father with a puzzled expression. Why did Dad return the car? Isn't this our car? Such a beautiful car. The little girl couldn't help but tug at her father's hand. She stared at him, as if begging him to take back this strange thought. Xianxia stubbornly said, I respect the spirit of cowboys, but I also have my own principles, and that is not to gamble. Gambling is not good. Not only does it cause people to lose a lot of money, it also affects relationships and hurts the feelings of many friends and family members. Why were the Chinese so troublesome? Doug was confused and could not help but say, but I don't care about this sports car. In the beginning, gambling and fooling around is also a source of evil. It's just like when Adam and Eve ate the apple. Xianxia said seriously, it will stimulate the greed in our hearts. In the end, the gambling will only get bigger and bigger until one day, it will be too late for regrets. So we have to stop this greedy thought from the beginning. Xi's eyes were wide open as she listened to her father's explanation. While she was subtly influenced by him, her admiration for her father's noble soul grew. But why did you still take the keys yesterday? Doug did not deny that Xianxia was right. He was not as determined as before, but he was still a little curious. Did Emo agree to you returning the car? He was very supportive of my actions. He said that it would be a good role model for our children to see. Xianxia smiled slightly and patted Xi's little head lovingly. As for taking the keys yesterday, it was because your car was too cool. I couldn't help but want to try driving it. At the same time, I wanted to let my child experience a sports car. Doug could not help but laugh. He winked at Xi and said, Child, what do you think of this car? Is it fun? Under her father's encouraging gaze, Xi mustered up the courage to answer this unfamiliar grandfather, Sir, I think your car is very beautiful. In the end, the confused Doug could not persuade Yang Yi and took the car back. However, after this incident, he liked Yang Yi even more. He personally promised that he would provide more help to Yang Yi's father-in-law's farm. Yang Yi held Xishi's hand as they walked out of Doug's farm. Mohinian's jeep was already waiting outside. Xishi hugged her grandfather in surprise. Yang Yi was not very surprised, because he had noticed that his father-in-law's car had been following behind them. After Mohinian let Xishi get into the car, he looked at Yang Yi and said emotionally, "Your education is very expensive. This sports car should be worth at least $500,000, and this was based on the fact that it was cheaper to buy a car in America. But it's worth it." Yang Yi smiled. "Where are we going next?" "Let's go to the supermarket in town. I want to buy a bicycle for Xishi." Yang Yi said, "She has reached the age of learning how to ride a bicycle." The world of children was very simple. She did not show any reluctance or regret when the sports car was returned. On the contrary, when she knew that her father was going to buy a bicycle for her, Xishi was very happy. After buying the bicycle and returning home, Xishi, who had not been willing to take off her beautiful red helmet, elbow pads, knee pads, and other equipment, rushed into the house dressed like a rider. She shouted excitedly, "Mom! Mom! Grandma! Come and see my bicycle. Papa bought a bicycle for me." "A bicycle?" Murphy was curious and followed her out. Murphy saw Yang Yi carry a small children's bicycle from the jeep. It had a red metal body and 2 high grips. It looked very interesting. However, although it was a children's bicycle, the rear wheel did not have 2 auxiliary small wheels. Like an ordinary bicycle, it was dangerous to fall. Murphy, Zhou Mingyu, and even Tong Tong watched. At noon, Xishi rode her red bicycle shakily. Of course, Yang Yi helped her to hold the back seat to keep her balance. "Slow down. Don't fall." Zhou Mingyu watched Xishi pedaling with all her strength. She was worried that her granddaughter would fall, so she anxiously commanded from the side. "What do you mean slow down? It's easier to fall if you slow down." Mohinian corrected her. "You have to ride fast to keep your balance." Xishi rode the bicycle shakily. She twisted and turned. In fact, she was very nervous. Her little face was tense. She did not pay attention to what her grandmother and grandfather were saying. She only cared about calling out to her father behind her. "Papa, don't let go, okay? I'm scared." It was the first day of riding a bicycle. Yang Yi still wanted to protect Xishi and let her feel the sense of balance when riding a bicycle. Therefore, he did not let go of her. Although Xishi twisted and turned every once in a while and looked like she was about to fall, with her father behind her, she did not fall in the end. She was still able to stop and regain her balance. Xishi rode the bicycle. Although it was dangerous, she enjoyed the feeling of riding a bicycle. Especially after riding for more than half an hour, she gradually found a sense of balance. "Ha ha, ha ha." The little girl's bell-like laughter echoed in the garden-like courtyard. At night, before going to bed, Xishi did not mention the matter of buying clothes yesterday. She obediently listened to her father tell her a story and was ready to go to bed. However, Yang Yi still had something to say to her. "Xishi, Papa wants to ask you. Today, you sat in a sports car, rode a bicycle, and played with Xiaobai in the afternoon. Which do you think is the most interesting? And the most fun?" Xishi blinked her eyes. After thinking for a while, she said awkwardly, "Papa, I think it's all very fun. I like to ride a bicycle, but I also like to play with Xiaobai. How about Papa drive you in a sports car?" Yang Yi asked with a smile. "That's also very fun. But Papa, we have already returned the sports car to Grandpa Doug." Xishi said in confusion. "Yes, you think that riding a bicycle, driving a sports car, and playing with Xiaobai are all equally interesting, right?" Yang Yi said with a smile. Xishi nodded her little head. She felt that it was difficult to tell which was more fun. "Xishi, do you know? In our lives, there are actually a lot of temptations. Just like a sports car, just like a lot of expensive and beautiful clothes." Yang Yi sat up, looked into Xishi's eyes and said. Xishi looked at her father in confusion. She did not know what her father was talking about. Will you refuse to play with Xiaobai because you like to sit in a sports car that doesn't belong to us? Yang Yi asked. She shook her head and said seriously, no, that sports car is Grandpa Doug's, but Xiaobai is mine. I like Xiaobai. Then, will you like those expensive clothes and bags that Papa can't afford, just like the bag that Grandma bought you yesterday? Because you like them, you won't wear the clothes that Papa bought for you before, which are not so expensive. Yang Yi asked. This is the same principle. No. She shook her head first. Then, it took her a while to figure out the connection between the two. Then, she whispered to her father, I also like the clothes that Papa bought for me. But Papa, the clothes that Grandma bought for me, we don't want to return them to Grandma, okay? The little girl looked at her father with her watery eyes. She was afraid that her father would return her clothes and bags like the sports car. Grandma said that she bought them for me. Yang Yi smiled and said, of course not. Papa allows you to keep those clothes. Papa also thinks that you look beautiful in them. She breathed a sigh of relief and smiled happily. Yang Yi said slowly, Papa just wants you to understand that the expensive clothes and bags that Grandma bought for you are like that sports car. They are full of novelty and can make you feel satisfied. The ordinary clothes and bags that Papa bought for you are like Xiaobai. They are very comfortable and beautiful, but more importantly, they are reliable. Also, there are a lot of cheap but interesting clothes and bags out there that you haven't tried before, just like the bicycle you rode today. You didn't know them before, but they're worth exploring and pursuing. She seemed to be able to understand, and she listened very seriously. Now that you are enjoying expensive and beautiful clothes and bags, you shouldn't forget the ordinary clothes that you used to wear and the bag that accompanied you for many years. Don't be reluctant to leave those expensive things and easily satisfy yourself, because in this world, there are many inconspicuous but interesting things that are waiting for you to explore. Yang Yi said with a smile, okay? She nodded obediently. She turned around, hugged her father's arm, and said in a sweet voice, I know. I like Grandma, but I will always like Papa. Yang Yi was stunned for a moment. He smiled and patted the little girl's head, feeling a little happy in his heart. It seemed that she misunderstood something. However, she remembered what her father said. She believed that she would slowly understand it in the future. She would soon discover that although exploring the unknown was interesting, it also came with a price. Learning to ride a bicycle wasn't just a matter of being protected by her father. If she wanted to truly learn how to ride a bicycle, she would have to suffer a little. After a few days of silence, Yang Yi's micro-broadcasting quietly updated in the middle of the night. My heart aches for Shi. She fell while learning how to ride a bicycle and scraped her calf. Looking at her tearing up from the pain, I suddenly regretted letting go. But then again, if I didn't let go, how would she learn how to ride a bicycle? Fortunately, she didn't act coquettishly in the end. After treating her wound, she bravely picked up the bicycle and parked it herself. Have a good rest and continue to work hard tomorrow. There were 2 photos attached to the micro-broadcast. One was the back view of Cece riding a bicycle crookedly, while the other was a close-up of her injured calf. Although only a part of her calf appeared in the camera, it was obvious that it was Shishi's. In the photo, the wound had been treated and bandaged by Yang Yi. A small circle of gauze was wrapped around the wound, but from the redness of the skin on the side, it was obvious that the wound was bleeding and the wound was broken. Seeing the micro-broadcasting, the fans felt sorry for Shishi and blamed Yang Yi. F***ck, father-in-law, why didn't you protect my wife well? If it were me, I definitely wouldn't let go. There were many people calling him father-in-law. This had become a daily occurrence under Yang Yi's micro-broadcasting. Look at the wound, our little cutie must be in a lot of pain, right? Quickly get better. This seemed to be a comment from a sister fan. It's true that you have to fall a few times to learn how to ride a bicycle. No need to make a fuss. I don't care if you are sad or not. What I care about is why there are 2 photos, but neither of them shows Shishi's face. Someone pointed out the problem indignantly. I want to see Shishi's face too. I want to see what happened to our little cutie. There were also some fastidiots who said indignantly, didn't you find the flaw in figure 1? Why did Shishi fall and get hurt? It's because Xianxia didn't look at Xishi properly after he let go. He's taking photos. Micro-broadcasting was liked by many people, and there were also people who followed the comments to denounce Xianxia, who was busy taking photos. This was really unfair to Xianxia. Of the two photos, only the second one was taken by Xianxia. The first one was taken by Murphy when she was watching Xishi learn how to ride a bicycle. At that time, Xishi was riding the bicycle crookedly in front, and Xianxia was following behind. However, Murphy deliberately chose a scene where she could avoid Xianxia. She just wanted to take a picture of her daughter trying to ride the bicycle. Although Cece had fallen, perhaps because she had inherited her father's excellent genes, she was still very talented in sports. She had a good sense of balance. On the second day after the fall, Xishi didn't fall again. She gradually mastered the skill of maintaining balance when riding alone. At first, she was a little shaky, but later, she rode more and more steadily. Xianxia didn't even need to follow beside her to protect her. He watched Xishi ride in circles from afar. Looking at her happy smile, he sighed in his heart. Learning how to ride a bicycle, does that count as growing up? However, on this day, not only did Xishi bring a surprise to Xianxia, but when the family sat together to prepare for dinner, Mo Henian carried a long box from the side and handed it to Xianxia. You prepared a gift for little Yang. Zhou Mingyu was a little surprised and smiled. But the old man was unwilling to admit it. He snorted and said, "Who said it's a gift? Last time at the club, he helped me win against that old fox, Doug. This is the reward. You're my father-in-law. It's my duty to help you. What reward do you want?" Xianxia evaded when he heard this. Murphy watched from the side, and her heart was full of joy. Although her father didn't admit it, Murphy could feel that his attitude toward Xianxia had changed dramatically. Murphy smiled and pressed the long box that Xianxia was evading into Xianxia's hand. She said, "Papa gave it to you, so take it." "Papa, you're really too much. It's obviously a gift, but you still say it's not." She didn't wait for Xianxia's explanation. She waved her hand and looked curiously at Xianxia. She said, "Well, let's not talk about this. Xianxia, open it and take a look. See what Dad gave you. It seems a little heavy. What is it?" Opening the gift, Xishi was arranged to sit next to her grandmother, so she couldn't see from her own chair. But how could she miss such a wonderful scene of opening the gift? Even if the gift wasn't hers. "Wait a minute, I want to see it too." The little girl turned around and jumped down from her chair. She giggled and walked over to her father's side to look at it. Xianxia opened the box, revealing another plastic box that looked like a toolbox. There was a logo on the box, which was a combination of the words XXX hunting bow and a logo of antlers. No wonder it was heavy. Xianxia opened it by the way, revealing some materials for assembling a hunting bow and the shafts of 12 arrows inlaid with sponge. The shafts were made of carbon and aluminum. They were very strong, unlike the soft and light arrows used in the shooting field. These were hunting arrows. "Papa, why did you buy Xianxia a bow and arrows?" Murphy asked in surprise. She thought it was a gift, but it turned out to be such a strange thing. Mo Henian said lightly, "Last time at the club, I saw that he liked to play with bows, so I asked someone to order one for him. This was an American-style hunting bow." In fact, Xianxia preferred traditional hunting bows. Traditional bows were heavier than modern American-style hunting bows, but the disadvantage was that they didn't have an arrow stand. But Xianxia played with traditional bows in the jungle in his previous life, and he played with them to a certain extent. An arrow stand was meaningless to him. But after all, it was a gift from his father-in-law. Xianxia smiled happily and said, "Dad, you know me well. I've always wanted a bow and arrows. Although I can't take it back, it's not bad to play with it here." The main reason why he couldn't take it back was that the customs procedures were too troublesome. Moreover, even if he took it back, he wouldn't have a chance to use it. Xishi looked at it for a while and found that it was something she was not interested in, so she turned back disappointedly. Murphy saw that Xianxia liked it, so she didn't say anything. "It's not a problem to buy you a bow and arrows. Originally, I wanted to buy you a hunting gun, but you can't get a gun license. When you go hunting, you can use my gun," Mo Henian said to Xianxia gently. Yang Yi said confidently, in the forest, guns and bows mean the same to me. Dad, just watch. When the time comes, I'll use the bow and arrows to shoot a few coyotes for you to see. The hunting activity soon began. Yang Yi only spent a day familiarizing himself with the new bow and arrows. Beria called Mo Henian and asked him to prepare for the gathering. Papa, I want to go too. Can I? Papa, take me to play with you, okay? When Yang Yi was arranging the equipment in the bedroom, she pouted and came in from the door. She didn't understand the meaning of hunting and didn't know what her father was going to do. She just wanted to go with her father. Not today. Dad and Grandpa are going to a dangerous place. It's not convenient to take you. You see, Mom and Brother didn't go. Yang Yi smiled and pointed to Murphy next to him. Murphy's eyes were a little red. Although she knew that Yang Yi was unlikely to be in danger this time, hunting was a risky sport after all, so she couldn't help but worry. I told you not to go, but you still want to go. Isn't it better to leave this kind of thing to those experienced cowboys? Murphy couldn't help complaining. Although she was complaining, Murphy's deep concern for him was expressed through these few words. Yang Yi turned around and hugged Mo Fei. Even little Wan Wan was held in his arms. He kissed Mo Fei's forehead and said with a smile, "Don't worry, it's not like you don't know my skills, and with me here, I can also take care of our dad." Murphy knew that she couldn't persuade Yang Yi, and she could also feel Yang Yi's inner desire. Maybe this was a man, she had to say, anyway, you have to pay attention to your safety. Don't try to be brave, okay? Well, I promise you. Yang Yi nodded with a smile. When he came back and packed the backpack, she was still looking at her father. I really can't go today. Stay at home with Mom. Yang Yi rubbed the little girl's head. Cece hugged her father's big hand and pouted her little mouth. However, in the end, she still nodded unhappily and said reluctantly, Then, Papa, you have to pay attention to your safety. Well. Thank you, she. Dad will pay attention to his safety. The Mo family's farm sent out 3 people. The experienced old Ford brought Mo Henian and Yang Yi to gather at Beria's farm. Here, Yang Yi was surprised to see Doug and his 2 farm cowboys, as well as Stuart and his 2 sons, who were better at shooting. Why is Doug here? Yang Yi asked Mo Henian in surprise. How could he not come for such an interesting event? Mo Henian chuckled. Seeing that Yang Yi was carrying a bow and a quiver of arrows, Doug curiously came over and asked, Yang, where's your gun? This is it. Yang Yi patted the assembled hunting bow on his back and smiled. Hunting with a bow? Doug was surprised as he continued, although I've seen some young people hunting with bows and arrows, isn't it a waste for you to use a bow and arrow? How can a sharpshooter like you not have a hunting rifle? Mo, are you being too stingy? Doug, what did you say? Mo Henian glared at him. Doug ignored Mo Henian and turned around to ask his cowboy to bring over his gun pouch. He took out a rifle and an optical scope from it and handed them to Yang Yi. Try this one. It's my favorite, the R-18 rifle. It's very useful for hunting wolves from a long distance. If you like it, I'll get someone to handle the paperwork and give it to you. Yang Yi had heard of the R-18 rifle before. It was a famous standard caliber hunting rifle in the world. It was a bolt-action single-shot rifle with good accuracy. After installing an optical scope, it could even achieve mid-range sniping. The one in Doug's hand was indeed his favorite. The body of the gun was very clean and shiny, as if it was coated with a layer of gloss, however, it wasn't very attractive to Yang Yi. Yang Yi smiled and rejected Doug's good intentions. Mo Henian looked at Doug proudly and said, See, it's not that I'm stingy. It's just that he doesn't want to use a gun. This bow was given to him by me. He likes this kind of plaything. What a pity, what a sharpshooter. Doug could only ask his men to put away the R-18 as he shook his head regretfully. Actually, Yang Yi had brought a gun with him. Mo Henian gave him a pistol, and Yang Yi kept it in the holster behind his back. With his jacket covering it, it couldn't be seen. However, Yang Yi felt that he basically didn't need a pistol. Beria walked in with a few people and gathered everyone for a short meeting. Yang Yi also understood not long ago why Uncle Beria was leading the team. It turned out that his family was a famous hunter family in big grassland town. They were best at hunting prey. Berea took out a printed map of the forest and gestured. These few days, Isaac has already gone to investigate. The recent distribution of the wolves in our forest should be this area and this area. We have a lot of people. Now, let's divide the work. I'll lead a team. Mo and your men, Doug and the rest will follow me. We'll set off from this road and approach the wolves here. Isaac and Sebastian will lead a team with Stuart and the children. We'll outflank them from this road and try to catch both groups of coyotes in one go. Otherwise, when winter comes, our cattle and sheep will suffer. No problem. Stuart nodded. The two young men behind him who looked like they were in their early 20s rubbed their hands together excitedly. Doug also smiled at Xianxia and said, "It's my honor to be in the same team as you." Berea saw that they had no objections and clapped his hands. Okay. Everyone, check your equipment one last time. We'll set off in 10 minutes. The cowboys' movements were very nimble. After tidying up, everyone took their equipment and went outside the house to ride the horses they brought. Xianxia also rode beside Emohenian. Berea led their big team and majestically killed their way into the primitive forest behind his farm. After all, it was a primitive forest. As they went deeper, the surrounding trees became taller and denser. The sunlight shone through the gaps between the thick leaves. Even though the mottled leaves formed a few light shadows, it only made the forest look brighter. It couldn't let people judge the current time. Xianxia preferred this kind of hidden and cool feeling. In the forest, he seemed to feel that the pores on his body were breathing comfortably, as if he belonged here. Berea was very experienced. He didn't need a compass at all. Looking at the very familiar trees in the forest, he didn't need a map and could point out a path for horses to travel on. These paths were almost all created by the hunters after cutting down some bushes and obstacles. However, on such a complicated forest path, Xianxia and the others couldn't rush their horses. They could only slowly walk forward, just a little faster than ordinary people walking. Perhaps because their team had been talking and laughing all the time, their movements were relatively loud. They didn't see any large or medium-sized animals along the way. However, on the trees, they would occasionally encounter a group of small birds jumping happily on the trees. It was very interesting to see them fly up and down. According to Berea's explanation, those were black-crowned tits, which were also allowed to hunt. However, these palm-sized birds really couldn't attract the attention of these ambitious hunters. After walking for a long time in the mountains, Berea called out to everyone and lowered his voice. Soon, we will reach the area where the coyotes are active. Don't make any noise to scare them. The cowboys who were talking and laughing just now were all serious at this moment. Doug, like the others, took down a shotgun and held it in his hand. Xianxia didn't move. His ears were sharper than anyone else's and he could hear that there was no strange movement nearby. Finally, they arrived at the place. Berea asked everyone to dismount and gather the horses. He calmed them down and asked a hunter from the Berea family to stay behind and look after them. Subsequently, Berea took the rest of the people to the ambush site to make a simple bunker. In fact, they just picked a bush downwind and put some branches and dead leaves as camouflage. They hid behind it and set up their guns. Is this how they play? Isn't this too shameless? Nearly 10 rifles, are they going to play a tower defense game? Even if there were dozens or hundreds of coyotes, wouldn't they be able to eliminate them? But the problem was that coyotes were different from wolves. They didn't appear in groups. Most of them were male and female, and at most, there were a few children. Even the largest family, including the pot, could only be counted with 2 hands. This was a bit too much. When it came to hunting, Xianxia preferred guerrilla warfare. It was best to hunt alone. But today, he had to protect Emohenian. He couldn't be alone. So, he had to be patient and follow the team. Then, Xianxia was about to have an eye-opener. Berea actually took out a pager and blew it. That was a simulator of the sound of rabbits struggling. They weren't waiting for the coyotes to appear, but took the initiative to lure them. Are all Americans hunting like this? The power of the pager was a bit beyond Xianxia's imagination. After Berea blew for 5 or 6 minutes, he heard some rustling sounds coming from the depths of the forest. Yang Yi turned his head and looked. A coyote with grayish-black fur and a body similar to a husky appeared in his field of vision. Obviously, it was not a husky. Its tail was fluffy and much thicker. Its mouth was sharp and looked somewhat similar to a fox's. These details also benefited from Yang Yi's extraordinary eyesight. And he actually discovered it earlier than Barya. Barya was slightly slower to see the appearance of the coyote. Barya quietly continued to blow the pager, raised his hand to call everyone, and pointed in the direction of the coyote. Sure enough, the coyote did not act alone. There was more than one coyote. Behind its tail, a little further away, there was another coyote. Its erect ears exposed its position in the bushes. Everyone held their breaths with rapt attention, not making the slightest sound. Although the downwind and the distance advantage could make Yang Yi's scent not easy to be discovered by the coyotes, if they opened their mouths to speak, these dog-like coyotes with extremely developed hearing would definitely detect them. These guys were very cunning. If they found something wrong, they would usually run away. Barya patted Doug and pointed to the first coyote for him. According to the previous agreement, Barya's sign language meant that Doug and his men would deal with the first coyote, and Barya would help them cover the field and finish the shot. Then, Barya patted Mohenian and pointed to the one further away. Mohenian, Doug, and the others nodded. They raised the guns in their hands and aimed at the two coyotes. Old Ford also picked up a rifle. How could Yang Yi fall behind? He squatted and took the hunting bow from his back. There was also an arrow in his hand that had been pulled out at some point. He gently put it on the bowstring, but he did not pull the bow yet. He was waiting for Barya's signal. They had to shoot at the same time to prevent the other one from escaping. However, at this time, Mohenian, who had already taken aim, turned his head, glanced at Yang Yi, and pointed to the front. The meaning of the old man was obvious. He wanted Yang Yi to deal with the coyote, and he would not shoot first. Mohenian still cared for his son-in-law quite a lot. Although he still scolded when he should, he was always thinking of Yang Yi. Yang Yi felt warm in his heart and nodded at him. Baya extended 3 fingers and began to count down. 3, 2, 1. It was a silent language. Yang Yi stood up abruptly as if an order had been given. The bowstring of his hunting bow was pulled back to its fullest in an instant. The bow was bent like a half-moon, and the bowstring was pulled taut. From the moment he released the bowstring, it took less than half a second. Clang! The sound of the arrow was covered by the gunshots of the cowboys, but the cold arrow quietly cut through the warm air. It crossed a long distance in one step and sank into the body of the target coyote. Baya held the gun and pressed his cheek against the body of the gun. He raised his eyelids and looked at the two coyotes. He did not know if the two teams of Doug and Mohenian could hit the target with so many shots. He needed to judge. If the coyote was not dead and wanted to escape, he would quickly finish it off. However, the speed of the coyotes was not slow, especially when they went into the bushes and used the cover of the bushes to escape. Even an experienced hunter like Baya could not guarantee that he could hit them. If that happened, they would really escape. Baya watched closely, especially the coyote that Mohenian was in charge of. He knew that Mohenian wanted his son-in-law to try his hand, but to use a bow? Baya felt that the possibility of Yang Yi failing was higher, but what surprised Baya was that he saw the two coyotes react quickly when they heard the sound. However, it was too late. They suddenly jumped up and twitched as if they were hit by something. They could still struggle and run for 2 steps, but in the end, they could not support themselves and finally fell to the ground. They were hit, Baya smiled. He put down the gun in his hand, pushed the safety bolt, and picked up the telescope hanging on his chest to check the condition of the two coyotes. The first coyote fell to the ground. Baya could not see the situation clearly, but the second coyote was interesting. There was an arrow in its body. Obviously, Mohenian's son-in-law had shot it. Beautiful shot, my friend. Baya turned around in surprise and said to Yang Yi. What? Doug came over and asked excitedly, Yang shot the coyote? Let's go take a look. Barya wasn't sure if Yang Yi's arrow was the key to killing the coyote because it was too far away and he couldn't see the wound on the coyote. He smiled easily and led everyone to the place where the two coyotes died. Of course, they could not take it lightly. Baya picked up a long branch on the road and sharpened it with a knife. He poked the two coyotes from a distance to ensure that they were dead. Only then did he ask everyone to come closer to check. The first thing they saw was the coyote that Doug had killed. The coyote had a fatal wound on its body. Obviously, one of the three of them had shot it. Barnes shot it. Baya pulled open the coyote's blood-stained fur, looked at the bullet that was shot, and made a judgment. Woo-woo. Barnes was a cowboy on Doug's farm. When he heard that it was his credit, he whistled and proudly raised the shotgun in his hand. Then, Baya picked up the fat coyote and dragged it to another coyote. When everyone got closer, they found that the coyote that was shot only had one wound on its body. It was the place where the arrow had shot it. You shot very accurately. Baya turned his head in surprise and looked at Xianxia. He pointed to the place where the arrow was inserted and said, "This is its lung. You killed it in one shot." Doug took the lead and applauded Xianxia. Xianxia smiled calmly. However, he actually felt a little regretful in his heart. Xianxia aimed at the coyote's head, and he also accurately judged its displacement distance. Xianxia was also very skilled and bold. He wanted to play some tricks. After all, headshot was the most unreliable hunting method. The probability of hitting the body was higher. But high risk had high returns. This way, he could also kill it in one shot and preserve its hair more completely. Unfortunately, even though Xianxia practiced for the whole day yesterday, he still could not use the foundation of his previous life. That arrow was a little off target. The long arrow went straight for the coyote's neck. Strangely, perhaps due to the effect of the gunshot, the coyote's movements were a little faster. In the end, the long arrow hit its lung. It was an accident and it was killed in one shot. But that was enough to amaze Doug and the others. Chinese soldiers are amazing. Doug praised. I finally understand why you don't want to use a gun. Chinese soldiers? Special forces? From the Marine Corps? Beria asked with interest. No, just an ordinary soldier. Xianxia smiled. It's just that I used to hunt, so I like to shoot arrows. They did not pursue the matter. After Baya asked everyone to take photos of the coyotes, he called for everyone to hang the two coyotes on a dead tree. He and the equally experienced old Ford put on gloves, took out sharp knives, and deftly skinned the coyotes. It seemed that they had indeed hunted a lot. Like a butcher dismembering an ox, they quickly pulled, and scraped. After a while, the two coyotes' skins were peeled off and treated with special medicine before putting them into their carry-on bags. Baya would take the two coyotes' skins back. After treating them, he would bring them back to Doug and Mohenian as souvenirs. The rest of the coyotes' bodies were thrown into the forest by Baya for other animals. They looked down on the coyotes' meat. Let's clean it up and look for the next coyote's trail. Baya and Ford went to the stream in the forest to wash the blood. Xianxia and the others naturally followed. However, they did not expect that the coyotes would come to them without them looking for them. Shoo! Baya and Xianxia discovered it almost at the same time. Baya asked everyone to stop talking and pointed to the hillside on the other side of the stream. This time everyone was more familiar with it. They hurriedly found some rocks to hide themselves, and only then did they look into the distance. Xianxia was the first to discover it, but he did not look carefully just now. Now that he observed carefully, he realized that the two coyotes on the other side of the stream seemed to be doing something. They were creeping in the bushes, their grayish-black figures appearing and disappearing. They are also hunting. Baya suppressed the excitement in his heart and answered Xianxia's doubts in a very soft voice. Hunting? What were they hunting? Soon, the answer came out. In Xianxia's vision, a few white-tailed deer appeared. One of them was a big deer, and the other three were young deer. The young deer were very small, as if they had just been born not long ago. Their thin and long legs trembled as they walked. It made people tremble in fear, as if their legs were about to break. They were nibbling on the young bush's new buds. The big doe was still vigilant, looking up from time to time. The young deer, on the other hand, were not on guard. They spread their hind legs and lowered their heads. The rich and sweet buds attracted their attention. They were unaware of the impending danger. In reality, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind? Xianxia thought to himself. Then, the life and death of the cicada is now in the hands of the oriole. In America, there were actually quite a number of white-tailed deer. They were not considered rare animals or endangered animals. People hunted more deer than wolves. For someone like Xianxia, who was well versed in the law of the jungle, he would not have any compassion for these cute deer. However, he was now a parent. Seeing a few deer in danger, Xianxia could not help but think of Xixi and Tong Tong. Let's save this doe. She gave birth to 3 deer in one litter. These days, it is not easy to reincarnate deer. Xianxia thought as he removed the hunting bow from his back. However, in a flash, the 2 coyotes that had been lurking for a long time had already launched an attack when Xianxia removed the hunting bow as quietly as possible. Quick! Shoot, hit the 2 coyotes. It had to be said that it was not only Xianxia who had the idea of protecting the deer. Beria did not care that his hands were a little dirty. He quickly threw down the bag with the wolf pelt and took out his gun. However, for safety reasons, everyone's gun was not loaded with bullets. Their reaction was a little slow. Even Beria, who was the fastest, had to grab 2 shotgun shells from the bullet bag at his waist and anxiously stuff them into the double-barreled shotgun. This would take time. 2 coyotes have already rushed to the white-tailed deer. The big doe hurriedly ran away with the baby. Although the little white-tailed deer were just born a few days ago, they were natural runners. Their dexterous posture made them jump up and down in the bushes. In a short time, they ran far away. However, there was a deer that was weak when it was born. Perhaps because it was a triplet, it was ostracized in its mother's stomach and was malnourished. Compared to its brothers and sisters, it was obviously smaller. Its forehooves were thin, and when it stood up earlier, it was a little weak. It still needs time to develop, but now the coyotes don't give it a chance. They are very cunning. With a sudden attack, they scared the doe and the other 2 strong fawns to escape without a trace. But they suddenly turned around halfway, changed their target, and rushed to the weak fawns who were also trying to escape, but their speed was worrying. Damn it! Xianxia unscrewed the cap of the quiver, threw the cap on the ground, and hurriedly pulled out 2 arrows. At this time, he saw a coyote approaching and biting the weak fawn's hind leg. His heart sank. Xianxia didn't have time to think too much. He knocked 2 arrows in his right hand, knocked one first, raised the hunting bow, pulled the bowstring, and shot. Buzz, the sound of the bow and arrow broke the commotion at the stream. Without the cover of gunshots, it was so clear. Beria turned his head as he stuffed the bullets. He looked at Xianxia's calm and sharp eyes in surprise. Woo! The cry of a wolf came from the other side. He turned his head again and saw that the coyote that had bitten the fawns had already curled up. It wailed and fell beside the fawns that were still limping. In a documentary about African lions in the past, when a hungry lioness attacked a newborn antelope, it showed a cruel side like a cat playing with a mouse it had caught. It did not bite the antelope that could not run fast at all. Instead, it ran behind the antelope and used its claws to pull one of the antelope's hind legs, constantly interfering with its escape. It would be better to give it a quick death. The little antelope miserably kept running and being teased. In the end, the lioness scratched the little antelope until it was covered in blood and fell to the ground. Only then did she bite the little antelope's throat reluctantly. Coyotes were canines and did not have the leisure to tease the fawns like a big cat. If there was a chance, it would mercilessly bite the fawns' throats. However, it did not have the chance. This time, Xianxia shot very accurately. To be safe, he did not shoot the coyote's head to show off his skills. His arrow directly pierced the coyote's heart. It was also a fatal arrow. However, the fawns that had been bitten on the hind legs were still struggling to limp forward. It was almost crawling now, but it was still crawling in pain. It showed the same tenacious desire to survive as the antelope. When its companion fell to the ground, another coyote subconsciously chose to rush over to check on it. At that moment, someone fired. Bang! The loud gunshot completely tore apart the silent curtain of the battlefield. It was not Beria. Beria was still pulling the bolt. Doug was faster. He took out his pistol. The pistol did not need to be loaded, so it was much faster. The distance was a little far, and Doug was not a sharpshooter. He missed, but it was enough to scare the remaining coyote. The gunshot was terrifying. Under the shroud of danger, the remaining coyote chose to turn around and flee. Berea could already shoot, but at such a distance, his shotgun could not kill or hit anything. He could only look at the coyote regretfully and think, it escaped. What a pity. However, he heard the sound of a bowstring again. Under Berea's gaze, the running coyote staggered and fell to the ground again. F***ck. Berea, an experienced hunter, was shocked. He turned to look at Yang Yi as if he was looking at a monster. He looked at Yang Yi, who had calmly put down his hunting bow. How did he hit such an irregular moving target? Bravo. Doug was used to Yang Yi's magical performance. He was not surprised at all. Instead, he was very proud of Yang Yi. He waved his fist and shouted excitedly. When will Papa come back? In the afternoon, she sat on the balcony on the second floor. She hugged the railing and sat on the edge. Her two slender legs were hanging down from the balcony. The little girl looked at the entrance of the courtyard in a daze. She looked at the cowboys who were working outside the courtyard in the distance and whispered in a low voice. On the small sofa on the balcony beside her, the Great Dane was lying on its side. Its long legs stretched out of the sofa. It heard Shishi's whisper and raised its head. It looked at the little master and then lowered its head again. It was silent. After an unknown amount of time, the Great Dane suddenly pricked up its ears. After a while, it got up from the small sofa and walked to Shishi's side. It wagged its tail and looked in the direction that Shishi was looking at. Not long after, a pickup truck appeared at the end of their vision. Behind it, Ford rode a horse and followed closely with two empty horses. It's Papa! Shishi shouted in surprise. The little girl's eyesight was very good. She could see that sitting in the passenger seat was her father, whom she had missed all day. Blackie, did you see that? Papa is back. Shishi turned her head and said to the black Great Dane in surprise. Yeah. Papa is back. She did not care whether the Great Dane responded to her. The little girl quickly retracted her long legs, got up from the ground, and ran down happily to greet her father. Why are you back so early this time? Shishi ran downstairs happily. She saw her grandmother standing downstairs, talking to her grandfather and father. Murphy was also standing beside her. Tong Tong, who was in her arms, also saw her father. She was smiling happily with her little dimples on her face. She reached out her two little hands and cried, "Ah, ah." She wanted her father to hug her. It was not unreasonable for Zhou Mingyu to feel that it was strange. It was only 3 in the afternoon, and Mo Henian and the others were already back. Although Zhou Mingyu was very happy to see them back safe and sound, according to their past experience of hunting, they usually came back when it was close to night. They were indeed early today. We saved this deer from 2 wolves in the morning. Yang Yi pointed at the deer tied up in the back of the pickup truck and explained, its leg was injured, so we came back first to take it to the vet in town. The pickup truck belonged to Berea, and they came back to inform their family so that they would not worry. Deer, Shishi's eyes lit up. She jumped hard at the door on her father's side and shouted, Papa, I want to see the deer, I want to see the deer. The pickup truck was huge. Yang Yi's tyrant used to be smaller than it. She tried to jump, but she could not reach her father's height. Yang Yi withdrew his hand from Tong Tong and smiled as he opened the back door and asked, Do you want to go with us? We are going to the vet to treat the deer. It was not convenient to bring Shishi along when they went hunting in the forest. However, the environment was different now. In a safe environment, Yang Yi was happy to let Shishi see some new things. I want to go. Hee hee. Shishi climbed up the tall pickup truck happily. The advantage of her long legs was reflected at this time. She climbed up without much effort. Shishi climbed into the back seat and looked in the direction her father pointed. Finally, she saw the deer her father was talking about through the back window. It was a very petite deer, about the same size as the sheep in Grandpa Ford's sheep pen. It had dark brown skin and beautiful rows of white dots on it. The most pitiful thing was its pair of panicked and helpless eyes. Its eyes were big and pure black, but its eyelids were drooping, making it look a little too weak. Papa, Xiaolu is so cute. Why did you tie it up? She defended Xiaolu. Because if we don't tie it up, it will jump out of the car, which is more dangerous. Xianxia explained, its leg is injured. Look at its right hind leg. Dad and Grandpa are taking it to the vet for treatment. Hearing that, Cece turned to look at him again. Half an hour later, at the veterinary clinic in town, an old man named Lister, whom Zhang Heng had met at the shooting range last time, called out to Yang Yi and Mo Henian to move the deer from the car onto a canvas. Ah! After the rope was untied, the little deer began to struggle again, and even let out a miserable cry. Although it was exhausted, the little guy's desire to live was really admirable. She was on the side, holding her father's hand. She was so nervous that her big eyes were full of worry. It's not a big deal. The wound is in the muscle, and it didn't bite the bone. Clean it up and bandage it. It will get better after a while. Fortunately, Lister was experienced and quickly calmed the deer down. He held Xiaolu's head and checked its wound. She, who was relieved, finally had time to ask her father about the question in her heart. Papa, why was Xiaolu injured? In fact, Yang Yi had asked this question before, but she didn't pay attention. Yang Yi patiently explained to her again, but this time, Yang Yi didn't talk about coyotes. He described the dangerous situation with a concept that she was more familiar with, big bad wolf. Ah? Big bad wolf? Then what should we do? The big bad wolf wants to eat Xiaolu. It's so bad. She said nervously. So, Dad defeated the big bad wolf. Yang Yi gestured and laughed. Dad shot 2 arrows, and the 2 big bad wolves fell down, just in time to save Xiaolu. Papa is so powerful. She looked at her father with admiration, her 2 big eyes seemed to have little stars twinkling. Sit down. It's just a basic operation, haha. Yang Yi laughed. The satisfaction at this moment was even stronger than when he was being admired by his companions when he shot the escaping coyotes. Papa, then what about Xiaolu's papa and mom? After looking at Xiaolu for a while, she suddenly thought of a problem and said worriedly, its papa and mom must be very worried because it was bullied by the big bad wolf. Yang Yi didn't think that his daughter could think of such a problem, and even care about Xiaolu's parents. Its mother ran away with the other 2 fawns, and Dad can't find them. Maybe they thought that Xiaolu had been eaten by the big bad wolf. Yang Yi explained. Ah? She looked at her father in surprise. Yes, it doesn't have parents now. Yang Yi nodded. She felt sad for Xiaolu, and the little girl said sadly, then, what about Xiaolu? She liked this beautiful deer very much. When it was being treated, she had been standing next to it, nervously watching Grandpa Lister bandage the deer. When it is cured, send it to Grandpa Doug, the grandpa who we returned the sports car to last time. His family has some deer, so he can help take care of it. Yang Yi said. However, Cece was not happy. After listening to her father's words, she pouted her little mouth unhappily. However, she hesitated and didn't know how to say it. What's wrong? Yang Yi saw his daughter's appearance and guessed her thoughts. He smiled and said, don't tell me you want to raise Xiaolu? She pursed her lips, twisted her little butt, and stomped her little feet on the ground, and said with grievance, I thought, Daddy, Xiaolu was going to give me a birthday present. She's birthday was 2 days later. Yang Yi looked at his daughter's appearance and his heart softened. He said, it's not that I can't leave it to you, but it's not like Xiao Guai, Baozi, and Haihei, who can be raised at home. It's more like Xiao Bai, who lives outside. But that's not a problem, right? Daddy can build a deer pen for it with Grandpa. Yang Yi was a little embarrassed at first, but seeing that she was a little happy, his tone changed and became more positive. Mo Henian nodded his head cooperatively and said, lay down some comfortable hay. Oh, right, Lister, do you know how to raise this deer? What to eat? Horse milk? Milk? This deer should be less than a month old, about 20 days old. You can feed it with goat milk. After a week or so, take some fish liver oil and vitamins. Come to me later, I'll prescribe you medicine. Lister pushed up his glasses and said, I can write you a detailed feeding method. Can we use deer milk? Doug's family should have deer milk. Yang said. Of course, that would be better. Deer milk has the antibodies it needs. Lister smiled and said, don't worry, this deer is not small, but it's a little undernourished. As long as you take good care of it, it won't be difficult for it to survive. Did you hear that? We can feed the deer at home. Yang turned around and smiled at Xianxia. Yay! Xianxia jumped up happily and high-fived her father. She even ran over and hugged Grandpa's neck. After Lister finished bandaging, Xianxia could finally have her first intimate contact with the deer under her father's protection. Be good, I'll protect you. The little girl squatted in front of the deer and reached out to pat its head. She said softly, I'll call you Hua Hua, okay? You're like a flower, so pretty. Perhaps the deer was a little tired, or perhaps it could feel the kindness of these people in front of it. It didn't struggle like it did at the beginning, but instead obediently licked Xianxia's palm. Looking at its little black nose, sharp little face, and pitiful big eyes, how could Xianxia not like it? Xianxia had unexpectedly gained a little deer as her little friend in America. This was a special surprise for the little girl. She didn't even pester her parents to find out what her 6th birthday present was. She felt that having Hua Hua was already the best birthday present, therefore, besides bringing Little White out for a walk every morning, the little girl had an additional task of cleaning the deer pen for Hua Hua. Since she had chosen to keep the deer, Yang naturally wanted the little girl to bear the responsibility of taking care of the deer. He wanted her to understand how difficult it was to take care of a large pet. Feeding the deer was more complicated, so the adults took over. Although cleaning the deer pen was a little dirty and tiring, it was still within Xianxia's capabilities. On the 3rd day after adopting the deer, it was Xianxia's birthday. Early in the morning, Xianxia, who had just washed up and hadn't eaten breakfast, took her little broom and set off with her father. Sweep, sweep, Hua Hua's house, so clean, sleep well, grow up quickly. The little girl walked and hummed to herself. It was as if she had made up the lyrics herself. She sang softly and rhythmically as if she was singing. She seemed to be in a good mood. When they reached the stables, Yang opened the door and brought Xianxia to the little cubicle for the deer. At first, Yang thought that he would have to build a deer pen for the deer, but old Ford said that there was an empty stables in the stables. It was just nice that the deer could use it. Xianxia's arrival attracted the attention of many hungry ponies. They snorted and came over. Little White, I still have to clean up for Hua Hua. I'll play with you later. When Xianxia passed by Little White's pen, she purposely explained to Little White, as if Little White could understand. You have to wait until you finish your breakfast before you come back to play with it, Yang corrected her. Xianxia repeated her father's words to Little White. In the deer pen, Flowey was trembling as it curled up on a pile of grass in the corner. Some of the tall horses around it were intentionally or unintentionally looking at it. Although they were already familiar with Flowey's existence, it was not their horse after all, so they were still a little wary of Flowey. Yang went in, picked up the rope around Flowey's neck, and pulled it out. Flowey was quite docile, except for the first day when it missed its mother badly and cried out for the whole night. For the past 2 days, it had been well behaved, obediently accepting its fate. Hua Hua. Xianxia stroked Hua Hua's head lovingly. Its fur had not hardened yet and was soft to the touch, as smooth as silk. Yang smiled and said, go, and clean up. Sweep all the dirty things together. It'll be easier to clean up later. Yesterday, Yang had taught Xianxia how to clean the deer pen, so Xianxia was already familiar with it. It was just that the way she held the broom was still a little awkward. Xianxia was in the deer pen, waving the broom with all her might, sweeping up some dirt and grass. Looking at her holding her breath and exerting all her strength, her little face was red, and she was even a little cute. Papa, look, Flowey is pooping here. Xianxia found a pile of black small stones and hurriedly pointed them out to her father. Yesterday, her father had already told her where these things came from. Sweep them out too and clean them together, Yang said. Xianxia, however, was a little troubled. She sighed and said, Papa, isn't Flowey too disobedient? Why do you say that? Yang was still holding on to the deer and casually asked. Flowey will poo in its own room, but Xiaobai won't. Xiaobai won't. Xiaobai's room is very clean. Xianxia said. That's because Xiaobai's room will be cleaned by others. Yang Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry and said, moreover, when Xiaobai went out to play, it already pooped outside, so you can't see it here. She suddenly said on a whim, Papa, can we put a pair of pants on Chloe? Like my brother, it can be wrapped in a diaper, so it won't poo in the room. It's very unhygienic. Yang Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After explaining for a while, he let her continue to work instead of thinking of a way to make Chloe not poo. This way, she wouldn't have to clean. Yang Yi didn't expect that on Xishi's birthday, he would receive a piece of good news. Guozi made an overseas call and told him that the admission results of Huijia Primary School were out, and 5 families had passed the exam. How are the real results? Forget it, don't talk about others. Just tell me how Xishi and I did in the exam. If we didn't go through the back door, could we get in with real results? Yang Yi asked. He was very interested in the first written exam he had experienced. He even couldn't help but have a competitive mentality. Guozi said with a smile, Brother Yang, what I'm talking about is the real results. My aunt didn't even have to do anything, and she found out that you passed the exam. Isn't this a better result? They all passed. Yang Yi was a little emotional. However, this was normal. The parents of the 5 families had received good education, needless to say, Yang Yi, Lan Cao Kai, and Nanny Yun. Although Yang Yi's education was lower, no one would question his education level. Chen Guoqiang was a sports player, but he was also an undergraduate student who graduated from a sports university. The 5 children were also smart, and they were not particularly naughty and difficult to discipline. How could they not pass a small exam? However, Yang Yi still needed Guozi's aunt to help with one thing, and that was the allocation of classes at the beginning of the school year. Lan Cao Kai hoped that Lan Xian and Xi would be in the same class, but since they were both in the same class, Yang Yi also asked Guozi to arrange the other 3 children. When Guozi called Yang Yi, he was actually not in Jiangqing. This summer vacation, Guozi also went to the Beijing film and television base. Ding Xiang helped him accept a role. Guozi was to play the first male supporting role in a romance movie. It was worth mentioning that Guozi's summer vacation was originally planned. According to the original plan, Du Yuanlei was to film the TV series Yuzue that Yang Yi authorized to her. Guozi had also been chosen for this drama. He was going to play the role of Mouse. However, since the filming of The Shawshank Redemption had started, Yang Yi fought for a rare opportunity for Du Yuanlei to learn and improve herself. He asked her to be Wu Yan's assistant, which meant that she had to do all the chores. Even so, not everyone could do chores for an international director. Therefore, the filming of Yuzue was postponed, and Du Yuanlei went to prison with a group of men. It was also good for Guozi to film in Beijing, and it was more convenient for Ding Xiang to take care of him and Yang Huan. Of course, not everything had to be handled by Ding Xiang. Mo Xiaowan also arranged 2 assistants for Ding Xiang, 1 male and 1 female. They were enough to deal with all kinds of complicated situations. For example, now, Yang Huan's task today was to play the role of a tofu seller. This was also a special guest role, but it was rare for her to have 2 lines. She had just finished filming and returned to the side of the set to remove her makeup when several reporters suddenly rushed up to her. Luckily, Yang Huan was still in the tent provided by the production team. She was chatting happily with Ding Xiang, who was helping her remove her makeup. All of a sudden, 3 reporters rushed in and began taking pictures of Yang Huan without distinguishing between right and wrong. The dazzling white light caught Yang Huan off guard. What are you guys doing? Ding Xiang was shocked. She stood in front of Yang Huan and blocked the camera. This is the changing room. Don't you know the rules? She scolded angrily. However, the reporters were thick-skinned and ignored Ding Xiang's anger. They put down their cameras and took out their recording pens. They fought to be the first to ask Yang Huan, what's your role in the production team of 3 Shots Case and Dragon in Jianghu? According to reliable sources, you've been playing an ordinary role in the capital film base. Is that true? Why are you still taking on such minor roles when you're already so popular? Previously, there was news that you were invited to be the female lead in a movie, but you rejected it. The director even said that you were acting like a big shot. Is that true? I heard that you can only take on minor roles because the company and your brother are suppressing you to prevent you from flying away. Is that true? A series of questions were thrown out. Yang Huan, who was already a little confused, was dumbfounded. Why did he have to play a minor role and drag Yang Yi into it? It has nothing to do with my brother. I just want to practice my acting skills. That's why I came to the capital during the summer break to try out different roles. Yang Huan replied. What happened? I went to the toilet. The male assistant came late. He was anxious and ashamed. Huan, don't reply. Ding Xiang held Yang Huan down and said to the male assistant, Brother Lin, please guard the door. Dear reporters, please delete the photos from just now before we accept your interview. Why? We're reporters. We have the right to take photos. The reporters argued. Because you've violated Yang Huan's privacy. This is the changing room. Ding Xiang said in a deep voice. Of course, it was impossible for the reporters to cooperate obediently, but they couldn't escape either. The male assistant that Mo Xiaowan assigned to Ding Xiang was a retired special forces soldier from a certain army. As he had a certain friendship with Xianxia asked Yang Yi to help her settle down. Some reporters tried to force their way in, but they were all stopped by Assistant Lin, who was eager to make up for his mistakes. It was inevitable that some physical conflicts broke out in the middle, but without exception, those who tried to force their way in had their arms twisted by Assistant Lin and pressed onto the table next to them. They cried out in pain, "You're restricting personal freedom. You don't have this right. Let me tell you, you're in big trouble." Actually, it was Ding Xiang's first time encountering such an extreme situation. She was just pretending to be calm. In order to ensure that there wouldn't be any major problems, Ding Xiang called Mo Xiaowan, who was far away in America, to ask for advice. However, Mo Xiaowan was even more hot-tempered than Ding Xiang. Confiscate their cameras and say that we bought them. Write a receipt and get someone to transfer the money to them on the spot. But won't there be any legal issues? Ding Xiang covered her phone and asked in a low voice. The company has a legal department. They will handle it if there's any problem. Don't worry. Furthermore, we're in the right here. Who asked them to barge into the changing room? Mo Xiaowan snorted. At most, we'll go to court. It doesn't matter if we win or lose. We can't back down when it comes to our principles. Of course, Mo Xiaowan wasn't reckless. She paused briefly and said to Ding Xiang, when this is over, report to Big Sister AI and get her to expose this matter in advance. We have to control the tempo of public opinion. Ding Xiang only wanted to protect Yang Huan. She didn't expect there to be so many things to consider. After hanging up the phone, she hesitated for a brief moment and said to Assistant Lin, who was guarding the entrance, Big Brother Lin, please take their cameras and memory cards. You can't do this. You're breaking the law. The reporters shouted angrily. Ding Xiang waved her hand at Yang Huan, who was about to speak. It would be more convenient for her agent to handle this matter. Mimicking Mo Xiaojuan's words, Ding Xiang smiled and said in a gentle tone, it's not illegal. We just want to buy your camera because it's pretty. Don't worry, we'll definitely compensate you enough to buy the same camera. No matter who was right or wrong, Yang Huan would definitely be pushed into the center of the whirlpool of public opinion. Moreover, the reporters would most likely support their own people and support the victim who was forced to buy the camera. Therefore, that night, the Huai brothers' official micro-broadcasting released an official statement to explain what had happened. Yang Huan acted in many ordinary roles in the Beijing film and television base in order to improve her acting skills. We're very grateful for the concern of the reporters, but we also hope that everyone can give her some privacy. We're responsible for the compensation, but we won't allow any of our artists to be harmed. Therefore, our company reserves the right to pursue legal liability from XXXX newspaper, XXXX website, and XXXX magazine for violating other people's privacy. We hope that in the future. The long Weibo post vividly displayed the tough attitude of the Huai brothers. Of course, Huai and Huai's micro-broadcast didn't get a lot of attention. After Fei Yi Studio, Yang Huan's, Yang Yi's, and even the other 5 members of the Extreme Challenges team reposted it, the official announcement entered the eyes of many people. What surprised the Huai brothers' public relations department was that the conflict between Yang Huan and the reporters didn't receive much attention. Even though some media outlets were cheering for the reporters, they still didn't receive any response from the public. Perhaps they were tired of seeing the conflict between the reporters and the artists. Instead, the netizens were discussing Yang Huan's role as an extra. They couldn't understand why Yang Huan wanted to play an extra like an ordinary person. Wouldn't it be better to play the main role if she was famous? Micro-broadcasting Yang Huan's latest photo of tofu, she made her fans feel sorry for her. Huan, you're the first celebrity to play an extra. Which big director is shooting an action movie? Can you use our sister Huan? She's so good that she doesn't even need a stunt double. That's right. Sister Huan doesn't need any acting skills to shoot an action movie. She can just use her hands to fight. Huan, rumor has it that you're being oppressed by your brother. Is that true? Yang Huan didn't see the comments until she came back from work the next day. She was so touched by her fans' concern that she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She even took a selfie with her phone to explain to her fans why she chose to play an extra instead of playing a role in a movie. My brother didn't mistreat me. He's very nice to me. He said, there's a saying that goes, if you don't accumulate steps, you won't be able to travel 1,000 miles. If you don't accumulate small streams, you won't be able to form a river or an ocean. Yang Huan, if you want to go far and succeed in acting, you have to keep working hard. You can't be complacent just because you have some achievements. Remember, you're still a newbie in acting. Isn't it normal for newbies to play ordinary roles? I also talked to many seniors. My master, Yuan Yan, agreed with me. I have to try out more roles and hone my acting skills. That way, I won't be criticized for my bad acting skills when I play important roles in the future. In the video, Yang Huan was still as carefree as usual. She said everything she wanted to say. However, her sincere attitude and optimistic spirit made her fans love her even more. The video also showed that Yang Huan was serious about her acting skills, which made her fans see her in a new light. Sister Huan, you have a good attitude. You're not arrogant or rash. I like it. All the best, Huan. I believe that you can become a real celebrity and a good actress. That's the right attitude. You're not like those little fresh meats and big faces who swarm to film and play the leading roles. In the end, all of them have facial paralysis in the camera. It's so embarrassing. I don't think Yang Huan has a good attitude. She's very lucky to have Yang Yi and so many senior actors to guide her along the way. Her master, Yuan Yan, is a big shot. He's an acting teacher in the Capital Film Academy. He's much better than the Media University of Rivertown. She has to work hard even when she's met someone who can help her. Yang Huan won't be arrogant just because she's a little famous. I'm now her fan. Because of this incident, Yang Huan unexpectedly gained a lot of true fans. She was also praised by the public and the media. She was even compared to other shameless actors who played the leading roles with lousy acting skills. This was something she hadn't expected. However, this was just a small episode. Yang Huan continued to work hard. Xi's 6th birthday was arranged by her grandparents. Yang Yi didn't know that this birthday would be so lively. The cowboys on the farm and their friends were all called over. Everyone gathered outside to eat, sing, and dance to celebrate Xi's birthday. It had to be said that although these people looked a little rough, and their behavior maintained the rough and bold characteristics of the cowboys, in private, they were multi-talented and had their own unique skills. For example, Old Ford was a professional cowboy. His deep voice was able to sing the old songs of the 60s in the US, making people intoxicated even though they were not drunk. For example, Greg, a naughty and playful black guy, could perform an amazing street dance and win the applause of the audience. And Beria, although he was a hunter in the forest, he could also play the guitar and sing romantic Spanish songs. However, it was a little strange that Xi's birthday was just a small start, and then it became a carnival for everyone. Everyone drank beer and sang songs, and it was very lively. They didn't even notice that late at night, the protagonist had been brought home by her parents. After washing up, she was ready to go to bed. There was a lively singing outside the window, and it seemed that it was no longer a solo, but a group of people singing and dancing around the bonfire. Papa, Greg and the others are still playing? Xianxia, who was wearing a nightgown, leaned on the windowsill and looked outside. She said in surprise, "Don't they want to sleep?" "I'm going to sleep. Tomorrow, your grandpa will give them a day off. It's rare that they can have fun, so they have to have fun." Xianxia smiled and said, "It's like when you invited other children to play at home, Papa would let you have fun with them instead of disturbing your fun." Xianxia didn't want to go back to sleep. She was still listening to the noise outside with great interest. Xianxia shook his head helplessly and walked over. Without warning, he reached out and put the screaming Xianxia under his arm and closed the window. It seemed that the noise outside had become much quieter. Xianxia knew that her father was playing with her. She struggled in her father's arms with her clean little feet and giggled again. Xianxia put the little girl on the bed and pinched her little nose. He smiled and said, "Well, you should go to bed early. Tomorrow, we're going to Fort Worth. That's where your mother used to go to primary school." "The place where Mom went to primary school?" "Papa, what does it look like? Will it be the same as the Huijia primary school we went to last time?" she asked excitedly. "Papa doesn't know, so Mama will take us there tomorrow. We'll take it as an exploration trip, looking for traces of her footprints. What do you think?" "Yes. I like to explore," the little girl said happily. While Xianxia was coaxing Xianxia, who had been very excited all night, to sleep, Murphy, who was taking care of Tong Tong next door, made a big discovery. A few minutes ago, Tong Tong's schedule was different from Xianxia's. He needed more sleep, so when he was tired from playing in the afternoon, he would sleep for a few hours. Now, when it was Xianxia's turn to sleep, Tong Tong was still playing happily. The little guy could crawl, sit, and even stand for a while with the help of adults. He was in the growth stage of being very active. As a matter of fact, he threw a plastic forklift out and was about to crawl over to pick it up. This was a game he liked to play very much. But this time, the poor plastic forklift rolled under the bed. The little guy lost sight of the plastic forklift and looked around in confusion. He was in a daze for a while. What's going on? Why did it disappear? At this time, Tong Tong was quite smart. Since he couldn't solve the problem by himself, he turned his head and looked at his mother. He was still babbling and pointing at the plastic forklift with his little finger, asking his mother to pick it up for him. Murphy sat beside him and teased him with a smile. Call Mom, call Mom. If you call Mom, Mom will help you pick it up." Xianxia called Mom earlier than Tong Tong. When Xianxia was 6 months old, she could say the word Mom with one syllable. Although she couldn't speak yet, Xianxia did have some talent in languages. Tong Tong was slower than his sister. The little guy looked strong, so he picked up other things quickly. However, he still hadn't learned how to say Mom, which made Murphy a little anxious. Therefore, she had to coax Tong Tong countless times every day, hoping that he would learn how to say Mom. Of course, Murphy had many competitors, such as Xianxia. He would also seize the opportunity to guide Tong Tong to call him Dad. Mo Henian and Zhou Mingyu, who were unwilling to be outdone, also hoped that Tong Tong would call them Dad first. Even Xianxia would occasionally join in. Murphy didn't have it easy. "Come on, call me Mama." Mo Fei pointed at herself with a smile and kept coaxing. Tong Tong looked at his mother in confusion, not knowing what she was doing. "Ah. Eh. Tong Tong turned his head and looked under the bed. He pointed there again and turned his head to call out to his mother anxiously. His big round eyes seemed to be saying, "It's there. Mom, don't you know what I mean? It's there. Call Mom." Murphy made a final effort. She gently pulled Tong Tong's little hand and coaxed, "If you call me that, Mom will get it for you." If he still didn't call, Murphy would have to help him get it. Tong Tong obviously didn't call. He pursed his little mouth and felt wronged. Tong Tong felt that his mother didn't love him anymore when he couldn't find the toy he liked and his mother didn't help him. "All right, Mom will get it for you." Murphy helplessly patted the little guy's head gently. She walked over and picked up Tong Tong's plastic shovel from under the bed. She even took a piece of cloth and wiped the dust on it before passing it to Tong Tong. When Tong Tong saw his mother pick up the plastic shovel from under the bed, he clapped his hands happily. Looking at how happy he was, his little mouth opened, revealing a few white teeth. He was grinning from ear to ear. Murphy passed the plastic shovel to him. Tong Tong smiled at his mother with his cute little dimples. Then, he grabbed the shovel and shook his little hands excitedly. His little butt moved back and forth as he called out, "Baba, Baba. Look at how happy you are." Murphy was amused. This was the good thing about her son. He was easy to satisfy. Wait a minute, something seemed wrong. After Murphy finished speaking, she realized that Tong Tong seemed to have called out something just now. "Huawei, did you just call Daddy?" Murphy asked in surprise. She even tried to use different pronunciations to guide him. "Daddy, Papa?" Tong Tong probably thought that this was a happy tone and was guided by it. He giggled and called out crisply, "Baba." This time, Murphy really heard it clearly, it really was Daddy. Although the pronunciation wasn't very accurate. But the little guy could call out Daddy. And it wasn't by accident. He could call it out very smoothly and could even repeat it. At this moment, Murphy's emotions were mixed with excitement and a little jealousy. "Little brat, your mother clearly picked it up for you. Why didn't you call me Mommy? Why did you call me Daddy?" Of course, this was a huge improvement for Tong Tong. Murphy suppressed her surprise and confirmed it a few more times. Then, Murphy ran out with Tong Tong in her arms. She pushed open Yang Yi's door and shouted excitedly, "Yang Yi, your son can call Daddy. Call me Grandpa." "No, no, that's too difficult. Call me Grandpa. Come, Grandpa." In the morning of the second day, Mohinian's voice rose and fell in the garden-style courtyard full of life. His originally rough voice was now so gentle that it caused goosebumps to rise all over one's body. It might be a little difficult to call him Grandpa. Let's try calling him Grandma. Zhou Mingyu was also grinning from ear to ear. She even used her awkward Mandarin to coax the mainland grandson in her arms. Little Momo didn't know what they were doing. He thought his grandfather and grandmother were playing with him. The little fellow was in a good mood early in the morning. He grinned and giggled non-stop. "Sigh, why didn't he call me that?" Zhou Mingyu said regretfully. "Forget it. I tried to coax him to call me Mom yesterday, but he still couldn't do it. Not to mention Grandma and Grandpa, those are too difficult." Mo Fei sat on the side and shook her head helplessly. "Little brother can say Baba." She had just finished washing up. She came over and said excitedly, "But it's not Baba, it's Papa. Baba." Tong Tong seemed to like this pronunciation. When he heard his sister call him that, his eyes lit up and he called out loudly. "Hee, don't call me Baba. I'm your sister." She saw her little brother looking at her and could not help but make a funny face at him. Yang Yi was the only one who did not come over to join in the fun. He was helping to organize the things they needed to bring for today's trip. Most of them were Tong Tong's daily necessities. However, Yang Yi did not need to join in the fun. He had played with Tong Tong for a long time with Murphy last night. Yang Yi was already satisfied to hear his son call him Daddy. He did not need to go over to show off and attract hatred. It was obviously impossible for Mommy to learn more names in one day. After breakfast, Yang Yi drove his father-in-law's jeep, took Mo Fei and the children, and said goodbye to their grandparents, who were reluctant to leave, and set off for Fort Worth. Yang Yi can drive in the U.S. Of course, he needed to use his domestic driver's license to apply for a temporary driver's license. There was no need to elaborate on the process. Anyway, he had only received his temporary driver's license a few days ago. Finally, he didn't have to trouble his father-in-law to drive him. Yang Yi didn't have a temporary driver's license, but he still dared to drive Doug's car to return it to him. That was because no one would check the small roads between farms. The distance between Fort Worth and Big Prairie Town was closer than the distance between Big Prairie Town and Cow City. This was also why Murphy went to school here. However, in terms of the scale of the two cities, Cow City was still slightly larger. Yang Yi and the others arrived at Fort Worth in just over an hour. "It's been a few years since I've been here. This city always gives off a peaceful energy." Murphy looked at the buildings outside the car window and said to Yang Yi emotionally, after I gave birth to Xishi, I often brought Xishi here to relax and walk around the parks and shops here. Mama, have I been here before? Cece asked curiously as she listened from the side. Yes. But you were still young then. You had to sit in the same pram as your brother when you went out. Maybe you don't remember. Murphy smiled and patted Shishi's head. Actually, Murphy's evaluation of this city was a little strange. Fort Worth could give her peace because she was more antisocial and preferred to be alone most of the time. This city was actually not peaceful. Instead, it represented the passionate cowboy culture. Yes, Fort Worth could represent the cowboy culture. A few centuries ago, it was the hub of cattle and sheep transportation in the United States. It was the beginning of the West and even had a hall of fame for cowboys. However, Xianxia did not want to understand the cowboy culture today. He wanted to be with Murphy and follow her footsteps as she grew up and explore the lonely times she had spent alone. Right, do you still remember Steve Van's violin that I gave you? I bought it in a shop here. I'll take you to see it later. Mofe felt that she was a little too immersed in her memories. In fact, she should be in a very happy mood, so she became happy again and said with a smile, Cece, by the way, there is a very delicious ice cream shop nearby. The ice cream is very finely ground, and there is a layer of peanuts sprinkled on top. Mom bought it for you before. Do you still remember? Hearing her mother's words, she blinked her big eyes. She tilted her little head and tried hard to remember. The little girl's memory was very good, but she had to look past the delicious food that her father had made for her in the past few years to find the ice cream from almost 3 years ago. She was confused for a while, then her eyes suddenly lit up. I remember, it's super delicious ice cream. Xianxia smiled and said, okay then, let's go to your school today, then to the antique shop, and then to eat ice cream, okay? Okay. She answered crisply. She and her mother looked at each other and smiled. Their eyes curved like crescent moons. It was very beautiful. At the same time, on the street outside the cattle and sheep market in the south of Fort Worth, a huge truck was slowly coming to a stop. Kaplan, there are no cameras here, right? In the driver's seat, 2 men were carrying their backpacks and asking the driver. In the passenger seat, the cameraman was turning the small handheld camera to aim at them. The driver named Kaplan smiled and said, don't worry, absolutely not. I know the situation here best. Hey, Jermaine, good luck. That's right, these 2 were the relatives who had filmed the American reality show Undercover Tracking in California, Jermaine and Hill. They had not seen each other for half a month, and they had unknowingly escaped to Texas. Thank you, Kaplan. Thank you so much for your help. Jermaine shook hands with Kaplan. Say hi to Jeff for me. After Jermaine and Hill got out of the car, they pressed down the brim of their hats and walked quickly along the side of the road. After an unknown amount of time, Jermaine and Hill found a street park and sat down on a bench that they confirmed was not captured by the camera. Hill said, Jermaine, do you think those people can find out that we came from Arizona? It's hard to say. Jermaine did not look relaxed. He sighed and said, I didn't expect them to be able to find out my contact with my family through the postal system. This kind of technical ability is really impressive. But the good news is that they haven't cracked our mailbox yet. Even if they did, they might not be able to decipher our messages from the secret code we wrote in the draft box. At least not in a short period of time. So, we withdrew the money in Arizona, then fled to Texas a few hours later, crossing Mexico in the process. I don't think they would have found out about our whereabouts. Otherwise, they would have caught up with our car. Trucks have GPS, Jermaine repeated. But we can't stop. I'm still a little worried. Jermaine's worry was reasonable. At that moment, in the arrest command center in California, the hunters, who were angry that Jermaine had tricked them again, were carefully looking for any clues that Jermaine might reveal. Tony, I found something. An Asian female investigator called Tony, the supervisor. She pointed to the computer screen and said, look at these 3 videos. The first one was taken by the camera of the convenience store near the ATM. Look, Hill, who withdrew the money, passed by here at 5:13 p.m. The Asian female investigator clicked on the second video, pointed to the road sketch she had drawn on an empty piece of paper, and said, this camera is on this side of the road. this truck drove by at 5:01 p.m. If it was driving normally, it should have passed by this camera very quickly, right? Tony nodded. He reacted quickly. I'm guessing that the third video is from this camera here? Yes. But I can't see the truck driving in this video. Let's fast forward a little more. It only passed by this camera at 5:26 p.m. The Asian female investigator laughed. So, the question is, in these 25 minutes, on this road without any forks, what did the truck do? Do you have a picture of the driver's seat? Tony asked. The Asian female investigator shook her head. But I can get the license plate number from the video. Do it. There must be something wrong with this truck. Tony said firmly. I want you to get the license plate number, check the driver's information, and compare him with the people germane, and he'll know to see if they have any relationship. Also, confirm where the truck drove to. I want the company that owns the truck to provide its GPS information. Xianxia and Murphy didn't care about how many scenic spots they could visit. On the contrary, they really took their leisure time to the extreme. Their carefree pace was so slow that it made one's hair stand on end. They walked around Murphy's elementary school and took all kinds of photos as a souvenir. The morning passed in the blink of an eye. Similarly, in the afternoon, they went to the antique shop that Murphy mentioned and took Xianxia to pick out 2 gifts for Grandpa and Grandma. More than half of the day had passed. Let's go eat ice cream. After that, we'll walk around St. Lucas Square and then go back, Murphy suggested. Otherwise, it'll be dark before we go back. We're going back so soon? Going shopping was fun. Xianxia was still a little unsatisfied. Of course, more importantly, she could go shopping with her parents. In China, there weren't many opportunities like this. It's better to go back early so that Grandpa and Grandma won't be worried. Xianxia patted his daughter's shoulder and smiled. Didn't you say that you want to eat ice cream? I've heard you talk about it all day. Yes, I want to eat ice cream. Papa, let's go eat ice cream. Xianxia came to her senses. She immediately took her father's hand and walked in front of him impatiently. The ice cream shop that Murphy mentioned was next to St. Lucas Square. It was a small tin shop that stood alone on the side of the road like a newspaper stand. However, although the ice cream shop was small, there were many customers outside. Those who were waiting had already formed a small line. The climate in Texas was dry and hot in the summer, so there was less moisture in the air. Especially in the hot afternoon, a spoonful of cold and delicious ice cream was definitely a heavenly enjoyment. After waiting in line for a while, it was finally Xianxia's turn to buy ice cream. What kind of cup do you want? The ice cream seller was a middle-aged woman. However, her smile was just as bright and she gave people a feeling of friendliness. We have small cups, medium cups, large cups, and super large cups. Small cup, medium cup, large cup, super large cup. Xianxia paused. How big is it? The middle-aged woman smiled and did not gesture to Xianxia. Instead, she took out a few paper tubes and showed them to Xianxia. The small cup was similar to an ordinary sundae, the medium cup was like a water glass, the large cup was a bit like a beer mug in a bar, and the large cup. It was really super big, almost as big as a popcorn bucket, and it needed to be hugged to eat. No wonder Americans are so fat. I want an extra large cup. She couldn't see what the shop assistant was displaying, but she couldn't wait to jump up and down and shout happily in English. A super large cup is too big for you. You won't be able to finish it. Murphy smiled. A small cup is just right. It won't cause a stomachache. From the oversized cup to the smallest cup, the difference was too big. She shook her head anxiously. No, I want to eat a lot of ice cream. Xiaxia's mother often played the bad guy, so she looked at her father. She held her father's hand and asked him for help. Papa, I don't want to eat a small cup. I want to eat a super large cup. There are so many super large cups. Xianxia smiled and gestured. Your head can fit in it. How can you finish it? Xianxia looked at her father in surprise. Her eyes couldn't move as if she was wondering who could finish such a big cup. However, she still wanted to eat a lot of ice cream. What should she do? If I can't finish it, Papa can help me finish it. She suddenly had an idea and said happily. They couldn't discuss for too long. There were still people waiting in line. Xianxia thought of a compromise. Well, let's buy 2 medium cups and 1 small cup. Try and see if you can finish the medium cup. If you can't, Papa will help you finish the rest. If you can finish it, you can eat a small cup, okay? Papa won't eat it first. 1 small cup, 1 medium cup, it's almost a large cup. Xianxia said. In fact, 2 medium cups were almost a large cup. Xianxia blurred this concept. She balanced it and felt that a large cup was enough. She happily agreed. The strawberry-flavored one is delicious. There are also blueberry-flavored ones. Of course, the milk-flavored one is the purest. You can also try it. The rest was left to Murphy. She explained to Xianxia excitedly and told the shop assistant her choice. After a while, Xianxia came to a stone table under the shade of a tree with Murphy, who was pushing a baby stroller, and who couldn't wait to jump around her father, carrying an eco-friendly paper box. Opening the paper box, the snow-white milk ice cream was like a snowy mountain. There were some fine peanuts sprinkled on top of the small cup, as if there were a few more rugged stones on the snowy mountain. It didn't destroy its original beauty at all. But the other 2 ice creams were beautiful. The bright red jam of the strawberry ice cream was like fresh water, which was inlaid on the sides of the snowy mountain. The blueberry jam of the blueberry ice cream was kneaded into the ice cream. The whole snowy mountain was light purple, and there were a few frosty blueberries on it. Wow! I want to eat it so much. She snuggled up to her father and looked at the real thing in surprise. She couldn't help but lick her lips, revealing a small section of her pink tongue. She picked the most colorful strawberry ice cream. The little girl couldn't bear to sit down, so she stood by the table and scooped a little with a small spoon and put it into her mouth. The little girl's beautiful big eyes were curved. The sweet taste of the ice cream was expressed in her expression. Is it good? Xianxia asked with a smile. He wasn't in a hurry to eat. He promised Xianxia that he would reserve a small cup of ice cream for her. Moreover, Xianxia didn't have much desire for ice cream, unlike Xianxia and Murphy who liked it as much. It's good, it's good. Xianxia scooped another big spoonful. This time, after she finished eating, she grabbed the small spoon and jumped up excitedly. Her 2 small hands were still shaking there, as if it was so delicious that she was about to fly. Hubby, eat with me. Murphy scooped up a piece of blueberry ice cream with her spoon and handed it to Xianxia's mouth. His wife loved him the most. At this time, Xianxia didn't care about Murphy's spoon. He bowed his head and sucked it. As he tasted it, he looked at Murphy's eyes, which were full of love. Is mine delicious? Murphy said with a smile, blueberry flavor, it and strawberry flavor, are my favorite. Your ice cream is good. It should be handmade. It has a fine sand texture, a clear sense of layering, and the taste is very good. Xianxia said with a smile. I also want to eat blueberry flavor. Xianxia was eating her strawberry-flavored ice cream when she heard her father's praise. Now, she looked over eagerly. Try it. Murphy handed it over. She happily scooped a mouthful and tasted it. It's also delicious, but mine is better. But the little girl seemed to be inspired by the interaction between her mom and dad. She didn't eat alone. She generously pushed out her ice cream and said, Papa, Mom, you also eat my ice cream. Let's eat together. In the end, they decided to eat together. She happily scooped here and there, feeling that all the ice cream was hers. This kind of enjoyment was indescribable. Anyway, she could smile at her father for a while with a small spoon in her mouth. Of course, she didn't eat much. The little girl was full in a while. There was still a small half cup left. She pushed it to her father, and then sat on the stone chair contentedly, enjoying a moment of silence. Xianxia cleaned up the mess and looked down at his daughter's satisfied appearance. He couldn't help but laugh. On this hot summer afternoon, sitting leisurely in the square with her beloved family and eating ice cream leisurely, this feeling was really good. If only there was a little music to accompany her, that would be even better. Xianxia looked at the stage in the middle of St. Lucas Square. Murphy had introduced it to Xianxia before. This was a municipal square. There were usually some performances, not only the activities of cowboys, but also some performances of the community's old people's art groups and so on. There were some people on the stage now setting up some settings and equipment. There would probably be some performances in the evening. However, what attracted Yang Yi's attention was a piano that was displayed early on. Murphy and he saw it just now. Although it was only a vertical piano, it was still a piano. Jermaine Lee and his partner, Hill, were in the most dangerous situation they had encountered in the past 10 days. They were being chased by hunters, and they were getting closer than they had ever been. 10 minutes ago, the truck driver, Kaplan, had called them on their cell phones and told them that when he was about to leave Fort Worth with a full load of goods, the hunters had caught up with him. The hunters had searched the truck and even questioned the driver. Kaplan didn't reveal any information to the hunters. However, what made Jermaine and Hill break out in cold sweat was that they were walking around Fort Worth, looking for a place to spend the night. Unexpectedly, after walking for a day, they were coincidentally only 2 blocks away from the spot where the hunters had stopped the truck. At this moment, they were only 2 blocks away from the hunter. Jermaine and Hill broke out in cold sweat. After thanking Kaplan, they threw away the disposable phone that they had used for a long time and quickly ran in the opposite direction from where the hunters were. 10 minutes later, Jermaine regained his composure. He patted Hill on the shoulder and said, "We can't keep running like this. Let's sit down and discuss this." Jermaine and Hill, who happened to be near St. Lucas Square, found a relatively secluded corner of the square where there were no cameras and sat down at a stone table. "We can't outrun a car with our feet," Jermaine said to Hill. "What I'm worried about now is how they found us so quickly," Hill said worriedly. "I suspect that they've already found out that we used the draft box in our new mailbox to contact our family and friends." "You're right. We can't use this plan for the time being." Jermaine nodded lightly. "When we find a place to stay, we'll comb through it carefully and see what we missed out on." "Okay. Like before, we'll look for a private hotel first. There should be some private hotels along the roads in the suburbs that don't require identification." Hill agreed. For the next few days, they would either stay at a friend's house or stay at a private hotel like this. "No, we can't go to a private hotel." Jermaine shook his head. He had thought about it carefully. If they found out our route before, they would definitely know how we look for a place to stay. Now, they should be checking all the private hotels and motels in Fort Worth. These people know that we're in Fort Worth. We can't give them a chance. Then what should we do? Hill hesitated. Should we try to ask strangers for help? I was thinking about that too. If we ask for help from strangers, we'll be in great danger. We don't know if the strangers will expose us, Hill said hesitantly. Just as they were in a dilemma, the sound of a piano playing suddenly came from the stage in the middle of San Lucas Square. The soft and beautiful sound of the piano attracted the attention of everyone in the square, including Jermaine and Hill. Jermaine, Hill, and the cameraman all subconsciously turned their heads and turned their cameras to look over. On the stage, there was an Asian man sitting in front of the piano. His posture was tall and straight, and his long fingers were like butterflies, flying up and down on the keys. That beautiful melody was obviously played with such confidence and elegance. This Asian man was, of course, Yang Yi. When you listened to this music, you could not help but be attracted by the focused expression on Yang Yi's face when he played on stage. But what you saw was Yang Yi's fluctuating and rhythmic wrist, while your mind was filled with the soothing sound of the piano. Originally, the person in charge of setting up the equipment on stage looked at Yang Yi with some worry. However, as he listened to Yang Yi's performance, he, who was also very knowledgeable about music, could tell that Yang Yi's playing skills were excellent even though he couldn't tell the origin of the song. The person in charge liked music, so he liked Yang Yi's performance and this beautiful piece of music, and hoped to share it with more people. He quietly turned up the volume of the microphone facing the piano, so that the whole San Lucas Square could hear Yang Yi's piano playing. It's a beautiful song, and a wonderful performance. Jermaine and Hill's discussion stopped. Their attention was attracted by the piano sound, and Hill could not help but mutter to himself. The cameraman was more responsible. When he heard Hill's words, he pointed the camera at them. Jermaine could not help but comment, "This song has the power to calm people down." After the song, Yang Yi did not intend to come down. He asked the person in charge to bring him a microphone and put it on a shelf above the piano. I want to sing a song for the person I love the most, Xianxia said simply, his palm pointing in the direction of Murphy and the children. The passers-by who were intoxicated by Xianxia's performance just now laughed and applauded. Foreigners did not like to be reserved. This kind of generous expression of love was more recognized by them. However, Germain and Hill broke out in cold sweat. At this time, they realized that the Asian man's family was sitting at a table not far from them. What should we do? Hill asked, should we leave? Don't move. Many people are watching. Keep a low profile, Germain said. On the stage, Xianxia played again. Germain found that he was still playing the song just now. He could not help but smile and said to Hill, this is just a coincidence. Let's listen to the song. These days, Germain had been running around and fighting with the hunters. Germain's spirit had been tense. Now, listening to the man playing and singing, he finally had a chance to relax. The song on the stage was about to pass the prelude. When the piano sound gradually became low, Xianxia also began to sing affectionately, if I have to live my life with you near me. Although it was only semi-professional sound equipment, the sound was clear enough. Xianxia's voice, accompanied by the gentle piano sound, spread throughout the whole place. The professional singing, with a deep and magnetic voice, immediately captured the hearts of the audience in the square. The lyrics were also warm and healing. If I have to live without you by my side, those days will become empty, those nights will become long. Being with you, I see the future so clearly. It wasn't very straightforward, but one could still read the deep love between the lines. Germain was mesmerized by the song, especially when the song gradually reached its climax. Hold me now, touch me now, I don't want to live with you. Nothing's gonna change my love for you. Yes, the song Xianxia was playing and singing was the classic theme song of The Bridges of Forgotten Dreams, Nothing's Gonna Change My Love for You. The originally slow rhythm suddenly became brisk. Xianxia's singing also showed everyone his strong singing skills. Oh my God, are we listening to a concert? A young man who was drinking beer below the stage could not help but ask his friend. I don't know, but I know how deep his love for his wife is. His friend shook his head. How do you know that is his wife? Didn't he only say that she is his lover? Look, they both have children, 2 children. His friend rolled his eyes. Can't you just let me listen to the song properly? Germain, who was not disturbed, was mesmerized. Although he could not judge Xianxia's singing skills, he liked Xianxia's song very much. I love Linda, she and the children must have been waiting for me at home for a long time. Germain listened to the song and thought of his wife and children. I think I will love them too. Nothing can change my love for you. In Germain's selfie diary that was later edited by the director, he also mentioned this matter. Today, after listening to Yang's song, I feel like my body is filled with energy. The passion to continue fighting with the hunters has returned. I made a bold decision. I will meet my wife under the eyes of the hunters. Murphy liked Xianxia's song very much. However, listening to Xianxia's warm and affectionate singing, her heart was only filled with pride and love for Xianxia, and not too much surprise. In fact, she had heard Xianxia sing this song on the farm. Because Wilson would arrange a Prada talk show for Xianxia and Mo Fei, although they would have to wait until August to appear on the program. However, Xianxia still took out a few English songs early and practiced with them. Nothing's Gonna Change My Love for You was one of them. But to be honest, the feeling at home was completely different from the live performance. On one hand, there was no piano at home, only a guitar. On the other hand, Murphy, a professional singer, always felt that the space at home was small, and there was no audience, so there was a lack of atmosphere. So, when Xianxia said that he wanted to play a piano piece for Murphy on the stage, Murphy said that she wanted to listen to Nothing's Gonna Change My Love for You, and Xianxia naturally fulfilled her wish. Hey, why do I feel like I'm forcing him to confess to me in public again? Murphy stood up and applauded with the others. Suddenly, such a thought came to her mind. However, Murphy was still happy in her heart. We're already an old married couple. Actually, we don't have to show off our love in front of others every day. However, he still loves me very much and is willing to satisfy my little vanity. After Xianxia thanked the person in charge, he walked down from the stage slowly. Murphy was ready to give him a big hug. However, just as Xianxia walked over, his eyes fell on the table behind Murphy and Xianxia, and then on Germain and Gil's table. Especially when he saw the camera facing him, he couldn't help but frown slightly. Papa's singing is so good. Xianxia didn't jump up to greet her father this time. Instead, she leaned lazily on the back of the chair and knelt on the chair, unwilling to get up. She even giggled and waved to her father, then sat down lazily. She had eaten too many sweets and was now in a lazy digestion period. However, Xianxia saw that her father didn't respond. Instead, he hugged her mother a little and walked behind them. "Who are you? Why are you taking pictures of us with a camera? Do you know that this is illegal?" Xianxia asked solemnly. He had adapted very quickly. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. In the United States, people always put their human rights first. She turned around in confusion and saw her father talking to a table not far behind them. Germain and Gil didn't expect that the man they were praising just a moment ago would point his finger at them as soon as he came down. Gil looked at Germain, but Germain decided to be honest. "We are recording a show. I'm really sorry. This is our cameraman. If you don't want us to take pictures of you, we can delete the video or add mosaic. I'm sorry, but the song you sang just now was really good." "Recording a show?" Xianxia was a little suspicious. "Are you American stars?" In fact, Xianxia believed a little, because he had been observing the three people from the moment he set his eyes on them. From their clothes, from the distribution of their seats, from the guy with the camera, and so on, he could basically infer a few things. First of all, the three people didn't pose a threat and didn't carry any dangerous items. Secondly, the guy with the camera should be a cameraman. He was the same as the cameraman of the Extreme Challenge. He tried his best to hide his presence, and no matter what, he didn't put down his camera. Also, looking at their travel-worn appearance, they must have suffered a lot. If they weren't recording a show, who would torture themselves like that? Germain and Gil quickly explained to Xianxia that they were two ordinary people who had volunteered to join the reality show on SBC. "You can search for tracking. Our show is like this. It was originally a reality show in England, but the rights to the remake were bought by SBC," Germain said. Germain was worried that Xianxia would call the police to arrest them to protect his family, so he told them everything. "You escaped from California? You can't even use planes or other forms of transportation that require IDs? That's quite amazing," Xianxia said, a little surprised. This show was against the hunters who had the ability to track people. It was like a competition between a killer and a police officer. Xianxia's interest was piqued. "We borrowed a friend's truck," Gil said. However, even though Xianxia was very interested in the show and Germain's escape, he wasn't a person who was easily controlled by his own desires. Xianxia smiled, shook hands with the other party, and said, "Okay, I misunderstood. I hope you can beat these people and win the prize money." While Germain and Gil were still confused and nodding their heads, Xianxia had already returned to his seat. "What's going on?" Murphy asked curiously. "Are they reporters?" She could finally sit next to her father. As she leaned on her father's body, she looked back curiously at the two people who had just talked to her father. Xianxia explained to Murphy again, but Xianxia was still worried. After the incident with LVU, Xianxia still had to catch everything that made him suspicious and investigate it thoroughly. He couldn't make the stupid mistake of being careless and failing miserably again. As he talked to Murphy, he sent a text message to Wilson, who was in California, to help him secretly investigate the situation of the show. "We should go back." Murphy wasn't as interested in such a show as Xianxia was. She looked at the time, stood up, and suggested with a smile, "It's already past 4 o'clock. We can go back in time for dinner." She got up from the chair, touched her bulging belly, and said with a smile, "Papa, I don't want to eat anymore. I'm so full. Didn't I tell you not to eat so much ice cream? You still don't believe me. Maybe you'll suffer later." Murphy gently flicked Xianxia's forehead and said angrily, "Your papa indulges you. Each of you should be punished 50 times. Xianxia was flicked, and the corners of her mouth curved down. She looked unhappy. Of course, she did it on purpose. She turned around and threw herself into her father's arms. Her two little arms hugged her father's neck like a spoiled child, and she chirped, "Don't scold my papa. And don't hit my papa." The little girl's eyes were curved like crescent moons. She was playing with her mother. After eating a lot of sweets, the little girl had a lot of energy and didn't know how to squander it. Murphy put her hands on her waist and said with a smile, "Oh, you're still protecting him? This is my husband. Can't I say a few words? This is my papa." Xianxia shook his head with a smile. He picked up Xianxia like a koala and asked Murphy to push Tong Tong to the place where the jeep was parked. Although they were talking in Chinese and no one could understand them, Xianxia still didn't want his family's situation to be recorded by the camera. While walking, Mo was still bickering with Cici excitedly, "What's so great about your daddy? He's my husband. Of course, my husband came first, and then you were born. He's your papa, so I'm the most important." Xianxia was forced into a corner. She leaned on her father's shoulder and had an idea. She smiled and said, "Then, papa is also my husband." "He's not your husband anymore." "Xianxia. Say that again." Although Murphy rebuked her, she could not help but smile. She was amused by her daughter's words. He. She hugged her father's neck and looked at her mother over his shoulder. She giggled and did not look ashamed at all. Instead, she found her mother's exasperated look very interesting. "Humph, I raised you for 6 years for nothing. How dare you steal mom's husband?" Murphy asked Xianxia to help hold down the baby stroller that Tong Tong was sitting in. She chased after Xianxia and stretched out her hand to torture her by tickling her. He. The little girl was very ticklish. She twisted in her father's arms and burst into a burst of pleasant laughter. "Papa, protect me." The little girl was laughing so hard that her breathing was a little uneven. She took the time to call out. "Humph, you're calling me papa now? What did you say just now?" Murphy snickered and continued to retaliate. "Do you know that you're wrong?" However, she did not scratch much. She was very ticklish, and her reaction was very strong. At this moment, Tong Tong, who was lying comfortably in the baby stroller, had his eyes wide open. He looked at his mother's violence toward his sister, and the word dumbfounded was written all over his little face. It was too scary. After Murphy and Xianxia were done, Xianxia smiled and shook his head. He took them to the parking lot and got his jeep. He adjusted the safety seat and prepared to leave. However, just as the jeep drove out of the parking lot, Xianxia caught a glimpse of Germain and Gil, who were on the side of the road with their arms outstretched and thumbs up, wanting to hitch a ride. The cameraman was following them but was now hiding in a corner and secretly taking pictures. "It's them." The jeep passed by them. Murphy saw it too and said in surprise, "Why are they out too?" "They're hitching a ride. They're probably leaving Fort Worth." Xianxia explained, "They want to escape from the hunting team of the program. It's not a good idea to stay in the same city for too long." "Papa, are they bad guys?" Xianxia, who was sitting next to her mother, suddenly asked. "No, why do you ask?" Xianxia asked with a smile. Xianxia had already confirmed the identities of these people from Wilson. There were no secrets in Hollywood. In just 10 minutes, Wilson was able to find the list of participants and filming plans for the first season of SBC's Undercover Tracking through his connections. This wasn't really a secret, it was just that the SBC didn't announce it online. The shooting plan was just as Germain and the others had said. The shooting would start in July, and Germain and Hill's names were on the list, which basically confirmed their identities. Because they were being chased by hunters. Only bad guys like big bad wolves would be chased by hunters. Xianxia said innocently. "Haha, you can't be so sure. There are two sides to everything. Some hunters can be good, and some can be bad. The same goes for big bad wolves. The bad ones are called big bad wolves, and the good ones are called huskies." Xianxia said with a laugh. "Nonsense." Murphy couldn't help but chuckle. "How can huskies be the same as wolves?" Xianxia was confused. She asked in a daze, "Papa, are they good or bad wolves?" "They're not big bad wolves, nor are they bad guys. They're just playing a game. In this game, they're being chased by hunters, so you can think of hunters as big bad guys." Yang Yi laughed. She blinked her big eyes and continued, Papa, we can help them defeat the big bad guys. What? Yang Yi thought he had misheard. Hunters are big bad guys. We'll help them defeat the big bad guys. She waved her little fist in her baby seat and said excitedly. Do you want to help them? Yang Yi was a little surprised. Yes, Papa. It's just like how Grandpa Hunter helped Little Red Riding Hood save Grandma. The little girl said innocently. Honey, what do you think? Yang Yi looked at Murphy through the rearview mirror. Murphy looked interested and said, You said they're recording a program and want to win the prize money. It's just like those quiz competitions. They can ask for off-site assistance, and we can help them. In this way, they can win the prize money. Yang Yi shook his head helplessly and said, Well, since you all said so, let's go back and have a look. If they can't stop a car, we can give them a ride. More than 10 minutes later, the fully loaded Jeep was on its way back home. Thank you so much. I've received so much help from so many friends along the way. I feel so full of positive energy. Sitting in the last row, Germaine said with a smile. Yang Yi's father-in-law's Jeep was an old 7-seater Jeep. Usually, the seats in the last row would be put down to make room for luggage. Now, there were 7 people in it, including Tong Tong. Murphy and the children were still sitting in the second row. Although Yang Yi had helped them according to Xishi's request, he had to ensure the comfort and safety of his family first. The cameraman sat in the passenger seat, while Germaine and Hill squeezed in the last row. Of course, they didn't have any complaints. They were already very lucky that someone was willing to take them away from the crisis in Fort Worth. Don't thank me. You should thank my daughter. She said that she would help you defeat the big bad guy. Yang Yi was driving in the front. He looked at the rearview mirror and smiled as he pointed at Xishi. Xishi turned her head to look at him, then turned away shyly and hid in her mother's arms. Thank you, child. You have a beautiful heart. By the way, I have to say that I have a child about your age, but he's a boy. My daughter is only 3 years old. Germaine looked at Xishi and smiled happily. Really? How many children do you have? Yang Yi asked. I have 2. You've seen them. We have 4. One of them is still in my wife's belly. Germaine smiled proudly. So many? That's too hard. Murphy said, a little surprised. Linda likes children more, Germaine explained. On the way, they chatted casually. Soon, Germaine found out that Yang Yi and Murphy were from China and that they were on vacation at his father-in-law's farm. Your songs are really good. Really, I don't think they're any worse than those singers who have released records. Hill exclaimed. That's because my wife is a professional singer in China. She has released many records and has tens of millions of fans in China. Yang Yi smiled. As for me, I'm also a professional singer. It's only because of my wife's influence that I can sing well. Really? Hill and Germaine were surprised. They met a celebrity today. Although Americans didn't think much of celebrities, a celebrity with tens of millions of fans should be very impressive, right? Murphy smiled. Seeing that Yang Yi had said it, she said, in America, Yang is more famous than me. Have you heard the song I'm Yours that he composed and sang? Germaine shook her head in confusion. Wait. Hill was a young man after all. His eyes lit up and he tried hard to remember. Let me think. I remember now. Yang, you're the Asian singer who sang on the beach? Oh my God. Seriously, I saw that video of yours 2 months ago. I remember now. It's you. But I can't find that song. Hill was excited. The cameraman was so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth. Although he didn't say anything, he held the camera and hurriedly took pictures. Such a coincidental encounter, whether it was post-editing or as a trailer, would be very important material. Of course, after a brief chat, they returned to the main topic. Germaine, what are your plans? Yang Yi asked. Germaine hesitated for a moment and said, we want to find a farm to stay in because their cameras are everywhere. If we can stay in a place with fewer electronic devices, we might be able to escape from their pursuit. Your escape plan is very clear and correct. Now, you really need to minimize the use of electronic devices, including the disposable phones that you use to contact your family. After the call, you must remove the battery and SIM card. Smash the phone and destroy the SIM card. Xianxia reminded them. Yang, we were wondering if we could ask you for a favor. Before Germain could finish, Xianxia understood what he meant. He smiled and said, "You want to stay at my father-in-law's farm? If it were any other time I would agree to it, but not now." Why not? Not only were Germain and Hill dumbfounded, but even Murphy looked at Xianxia in confusion. Luckily, Xianxia did not keep them in suspense. He explained, "Because if you go to my father-in-law's place, you might be caught by the hunters. Let me break it down for you. First of all, you just said that you threw away your phones when you received Kaplan's call. But it's useless. They can use technology to locate your last location through Kaplan's phone. Then, according to the surveillance cameras along the way, they'll be able to trace your escape route and chase you all the way to St. Lucas Square. Although it will take time, trust me, they'll definitely find you there." Xianxia was right. Not long after the fully loaded Jeep left, a black SUV slowly drove into St. Lucas Square. When they got back to the Jeep, Germain said in surprise, "I see. Is that how they found out that I came to Fort Worth?" Xianxia shook his head lightly and said, "I don't know. There's too little information. I can't tell. But our previous interactions were not captured by the surveillance cameras. There were no surveillance cameras at the place where we hitched a ride. How could they track us?" Hill said. "When we were talking in St. Lucas Square, although we were sitting in a blind spot of the surveillance cameras, it wasn't a place where the cameras couldn't capture. They couldn't have guessed that we had been in contact." Xianxia explained to them casually as he drove. "It's simple. There are 2 surveillance cameras around. The first one saw you pass by, and the second one saw that you didn't go out. They can basically pinpoint your location, and they can also pinpoint our location in the same area as yours." Seeing Xianxia's relaxed attitude, Mo Fei, who was sitting behind him, couldn't help but fall into a daze. Mo Fei didn't care about how the men were scheming against each other. What she liked was Xianxia's confidence in strategizing. But how could they deduce our relationship with just this? There were many people in the square. "We could have talked to anyone," Germain asked, puzzled. "They will investigate everyone in this area. Trust me." Xianxia said, "Even if they can't find out who I am, they can find my car through the nearby public cameras. Most importantly, my car has turned back to pick you up. This will be the biggest flaw." Xianxia said calmly, as if he wasn't talking about himself. "Didn't you say that they can use all their resources? With their current technological capabilities, I'm guessing that they'll only need a day to track me down, or even sooner." "Is it that terrifying?" Hill exclaimed. "You can even find out where there are no cameras." Xianxia smiled. "That's why I didn't want to bring you to my father-in-law's farm. Although our farm is big, if they track you down in the middle of the night, you won't be able to escape." Murphy asked doubtfully, "Then what should we do? Should we drop them off at the side of the road?" "Yes, we can find another car by ourselves." "I'm really sorry for causing you so much trouble," Germain said guiltily. "Previously, we were looking for people we knew, and we had an agreement with them. This time our plan has been disrupted. But my daughter said that she hopes that I can help you." Xianxia changed the topic. "So, although you can't stay in our farm, we can still find someone to help you." It was nearly 6 o'clock when they returned to the farm. The sky was getting dark. Because they had called in advance, Doug and one of his sons were already waiting at their house. When Xianxia and the rest returned, Doug arranged for Germain and Hill to sit in his family's off-road vehicle. "Don't worry, they can stay at our house tonight. Tomorrow, I'll get my men to send them to our holiday cabin in the forest. No one will be able to find it." Doug waved his hand and said generously, "Thank you, sir." When Hill got in the car, he thanked Doug. As for their gratitude to Xianxia and his family, they had already said it many times in the car and after they got out of the car. In the words of the country, it was simply a stroke of good luck. Xianxia directly arranged the best shelter for them to hide from hunters. Doug waved his hand indifferently. "You are Yang's friends, so you are my friends." The cowboys from Texas were like chivalrous men. They were so forthright and righteous. Of course, it was also because of Yang Yi's help. If it wasn't for Yang Yi's recommendation, Doug and the rest wouldn't have paid attention to these gentle young men from the city. Looking at Doug driving the two uncles away, she stood beside her father and reached out her little hand for her father to hold. Then, she asked expectantly, "Papa, did we help them defeat the bad guys?" Yang Yi gently held his daughter's little hand and smiled. "This is just the beginning. If we help them, Grandpa Doug, Grandpa Beria, and many others will help them. I believe that they will defeat the bad guys in the end." Yang Yi overestimated the hunter's ability. They spent 1 day and 2 nights to find them. On the morning of the 3rd day, a black SUV stopped outside the Mo family's farm. Private property couldn't be trespassed, not to mention that they were discovered by a few groups of people the moment they entered. They looked at them cautiously and also notified Mo Henian's family. After a while, 2 strong-looking men wearing sunglasses got out of the car. However, just as they approached, Greg and a hunting dog strolled in front of them. "Hey, gentlemen, you should know that trespassing on private property or peeping on private property will get you shot, right?" "Sorry, we just want to talk." The other party took out his empty hands to show that he was not a threat. He pressed down and comforted them. Not long after, Yang Yi walked out with a calm smile. He looked at the other party for a while and said slowly, "Are you from the military?" Yang Yi's ability to hide his strength was much better than theirs. They couldn't sense the threat from Yang Yi at all. One of them even said proudly, "Yes, a retired Marine." Wasn't he just an American Special Forces soldier? He wasn't even from the strongest unit. Yang Yi just nodded lightly to them and said, "The 2 people you are looking for are not here." They were a little surprised by Yang Yi's straightforwardness. This also saved them the time to think of a way to get Yang Yi to talk. They looked at each other and asked, "What do you mean? Where did they go?" "I don't know where they went. I only know that they are being tracked by you." Yang Yi shrugged and said, "I told them that you would definitely find me here. My farm here isn't safe, so I dropped them off on the way and they went to intercept other hitchhikers. Only God knows where they went." The 2 people's expressions became serious. They couldn't tell if Yang Yi was telling the truth. They felt that it was true, but they didn't want to believe it. Of course, they tried to ask Yang Yi a few questions, but Yang Yi answered them all without leaving any gaps. The little psychological games they played didn't work. After a while, the black SUV drove away. "Who is this Yang? Why do I feel like he's playing us?" The driver couldn't help but ask the headquarters. "From the information here, it says that he's a Chinese celebrity. So is his wife. Before he became a celebrity, he was a soldier, an ordinary soldier." The head of the headquarters also felt a little strange. He carefully reviewed Yang Yi's information again and suddenly laughed. The scriptwriter of Prison Break. "Oh my God, what kind of opponent did we meet? No wonder he's so smart." The corner of the director's mouth curled up. He felt that it didn't matter if the fugitives were caught or not. In this segment, Yang Yi's unexpected intrusion would raise the level of the show's excitement by several levels. It would even make the show's effect explode. The conversation was still going on. "Do you think he's telling the truth? Is Jia Man and the others really not at the farm? I think it's more likely that he's telling the truth. He knows the risks, and as he said, he reminded Jia Man and the others to continue running. He won't let Jia Man and the others stay, so he's telling us the truth. Even if we know the truth, we won't be able to find out anything," an analyst said. With that, the tracking of Jia Man and Hill became bogged down. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was already mid-August in Yang Yi's family's colorful life on the farm. Although Yang Yi basically did not help them anymore, Germain and Hill still won the cat and mouse game at the end of July with their wits. It was worth mentioning that Germain really asked a pilot friend of his to fly his wife to Colorado in a small plane. After that, he took Doug's car and rushed to Colorado to meet his wife. He even took a picture and uploaded it to the American version of Facebook to mock the hunters. However, when the hunters tracked them to Great Prairie City again, Germain and Hill had already escaped. They started the next step of their escape journey in Colorado. Of course, this was just a small episode in their lives. Yang Yi and the children were on vacation at his father-in-law's house. The main theme was still family. During the day, Yang Yi followed Mo Henian out to work. Like a cowboy, he drove the hundreds of Angus cattle to graze on the grassland. At night, he accompanied his father-in-law to sit in the courtyard under the starry sky and enjoy the shade while listening to his father-in-law boast about the legendary stories when he was young. Naturally, their relationship improved by leaps and bounds. In just a month, Mo Henian's attitude towards him finally changed from being cold on the outside but warm on the inside. He was even a little unwilling to express his approval. Now, they were no longer estranged. They were even close to each other like two brothers. They could even put their arms around each other's shoulders and swear that they would beat up a small cow kindergarten and trample on a grassland nursing home together. Xixi and Tong Tong both improved. Xixi's improvement was more obvious. The little girl was busy taking care of her little deer, Little White, and her pony on the farm every day. In the boring work of cleaning the stables and deer pens every day, the little girl who only knew how to act coquettishly with her father now knew how to take care of others. One day, Yang Yi and Mo Henian came back from outside with sweat all over their foreheads. The little girl actually ran to the fridge spontaneously, took 2 bottles of water, and happily ran over to her father and grandfather to drink. Tong Tong's progress was slower. After Murphy and Yang Yi's hard work, he finally learned how to pronounce the word mama. To Yang Yi's surprise, Xixi had somehow taught Tong Tong how to call her sister, although Tong Tong's pronunciation sounded more like Jia Jia or Tisk Tsk, Xixi still felt a sense of accomplishment. She was more than happy to teach Tong Tong other pronunciations. In Yang Yi's absence for more than a month, the domestic entertainment industry was not calm at all. After all, the entertainment industry was the entertainment industry. Without some gossip and juicy news, how could those celebrities who couldn't produce good works maintain their popularity? However, the storm this time wasn't some celebrity's self-promotion. Instead, it was a war that shocked the industry. At first, it was just a rumor about Yiqing and Chao Tsong. The media exposed that Yiqing entered Chao Tsong's hotel room in the middle of the night before the recording of the New Zealand leg of the travel challenge. The news was half hidden, but what else could a hot-blooded man do in a woman's room in the middle of the night? Yiqing's fans angrily attacked Chao Tsong's micro-broadcasting, calling her a slut who used her good looks to seduce their favorite celebrity, and Chao Tsong's own fans also changed sides. Chao Tsong was an idol singer. Her beautiful appearance, hot body, and elegant fantasy were her selling points. It could be said that her personal image was more important than anything else. When this rumor spread, many glass-hearted fans' hearts were shattered. While they were condemning Yiqing, they were also greatly disappointed with Chao Tsong. This was clearly a publicity stunt set up by the program. The premiere of the travel challenge was only 2 weeks later. With this kind of rumor, they naturally gained a lot of attention. But no one knew that Chao Tsong didn't know anything about this publicity stunt. It was the company behind her. To be exact, it was Li Manman who arranged it in private with Xianxia for her own benefit. Li Manman wouldn't care about the life and death of a small idol, but Li Manman didn't think that the normally submissive Chao Tsong would have such a strong reaction this time. 2 days after the scandal was exposed, Chao Tsong clarified on her micro-broadcasting. On one hand, she said that she didn't know why Yiqing suddenly came to her room. Her manager was also in her room, and Yiqing left in less than 2 minutes. However, the reporter's news was taken out of context, and the surveillance footage was missing the latter part. On the other hand, Chao Tsong exposed the screenshots of her and Li Manman's text messages, completely revealing that this rumor was a farce set up by the program. I am very disappointed with the program Travel Challenge and will withdraw from this program indefinitely. Here, I want to apologize to the other friends and staff who have helped me. Chao Tsong showed an unexpected courage. Of course, Li Manman wouldn't sit still. She teamed up with Xianxia and took out some of the highlights during the program's recording. She pieced them together and edited them into Chao Tsong's black material. She exposed to the media that Chao Tsong disobeyed the arrangement as an idol during the program's recording, ordered the male guests to work for her, and other bad attitudes. Of course, there were a lot of misunderstandings in the edited content. Not to mention, the program scriptwriter had arranged such a character for Chao Tsong from the beginning. The script wanted Chao Tsong to act like a big shot, but she didn't want to act like this. However, the media, who had been paid, turned a blind eye and helped her to tear Chao Tsung-tsung apart. It's a pity that Chao Tsung-tsung has withdrawn from the program. The 2 previously recorded episodes will still be broadcast as usual. We will find someone to fill in for the future episodes. But fans, please rest assured that the guest we've selected this time will not be as delicate as Chao Tsung-tsung and ruin the program's effect. Luo Jinting added insult to injury at the press conference. Chao Tsung-tsung and the program's hard fight with her own company obviously didn't end well. She still had more than 2 years left on her contract. Li Manman, who was angry out of humiliation, asked the man behind her to completely hide Chao Tsung-tsung. All of her announcements, performance plans, and record plans were all stopped. The war ended because Chao Tsung-tsung was controlled. Chao Tsung-tsung, who was hidden, also temporarily disappeared from the public sight. Li Manman still needed more support from the public to protect her image that had been affected by this storm. However, for her and the program team of Travel Challenge, this storm was a victory. They successfully gained a lot of attention. The melodramatic drama in the domestic entertainment industry didn't seem to affect Yang Yi for the time being. However, when some of the meddlesome media compared Yang Yi and Chao Tsung-tsung, who had participated in similar reality shows, they bragged about Yang Yi. It turns out that in the entertainment industry, there's still a big tree to rely on. Yang Yi, who was the big tree, was preparing to bring Murphy and Shishi to California. They were going to record the famous Prada talk show. This was their last stop in the United States. It was worth mentioning that this time, because Yang Yi's entire family had appeared on the show in the popular video, Yang Yi wasn't the only one on the show. His entire family was on the show together. Even Shishi would have an interesting talent show this time. Their trip to California was different from the last time when they had to rush to his father-in-law's house. This time, Yang Yi's schedule was much more relaxed. They flew over 2 days in advance. Yang Yi arranged for them to go to Berkeley first. The American branch of the Backwave Technology Company was located there. As the big boss, he had to check it out since he was in the United States. Of course, he also had to meet Mao Peifu, whom he had sent to the United States and entrusted with an important task. Mao Peifu had grown rapidly in the past few years. She had already shown her ability to take charge of things in China. After selling the Chinese version of Facebook last year, she was sent by Yang Yi to the United States to set up the American branch of the Backwave Technology Company. She was to be in charge of operating the overseas version of Facebook. As mentioned earlier, this was a very difficult task. Everything had to start from scratch. However, Mao Peifu did a great job. She was in charge of human resources in China. This gave her a wealth of experience in human resources. The American branch was quickly set up. The members were all recruited from California. Not only were there a large number of Chinese computer geniuses, but there were also young university students of different skin colors. They were full of vitality and had a deep understanding of different ethnic groups. They knew how to cater to their needs. In terms of the operation of Facebook, she had a multi-pronged approach. She had a wide range of social activities among the university students, young intellectuals, and white-collar workers in the United States. She had even used the ice bucket challenge strategy that Yang Yi had taught her. In just a few months, this social network had become popular all over the United States. This was also why when Yang Yi's video became popular, many people reposted and commented on it on their own Facebook. This was also why in the undercover tracking program, there were scenes where the hunters used Facebook to track down those people's social networks. Of course, Germain had also used Facebook to post photos to fight back against the hunters. Yang Yi naturally gave Mao Peifu a generous reward for her achievements. Not only did he give her the equity reward that he had promised previously, but he also gave the shares of the American branch to Mao Peifu. Of course, when Yang Yi met Mao Peifu this time, other than inspecting the US branch, he also had another mission for her. This is the era of the mobile internet. Smartphones have almost taken over the market share of feature phones. We need to take advantage of the fact that this market hasn't been fully formed and seize the instant messaging port of people's smart terminals, Yang Yi said to Mao Peifu. I'm referring to the mobile version of SNS. Are we finally going to compete with SNS? Mao Peifu wasn't shocked, but rather happy. SNS was this world's QQ. It had already dominated the domestic instant messaging market for many years. In the domestic internet industry, he was also a giant. Backwave Technology Company that had only been established for less than 3 years was still a very weak sheep in front of SNS. Even if you compare Sahara Online Mall with SNS, the value of Sahara Online Mall that wasn't even listed yet couldn't compare to SNS that was already listed. One had to know that SNS had spent $800 million last year to buy the domestic version of Facebook, linking it with SNS. But in the end, the limelight had been stolen by Weibo, which had become very popular this year. SNS had spent $800 million to make a splash, but to them, it didn't hurt at all. Previously, SNS had been ambitious and wanted to swallow up Backwave. It was just that Xianxia wasn't moved by the price they offered. That's right. We're going to compete with SNS. But when I said we're going to make a mobile version of SNS, I didn't mean to copy SNS model to make a mobile app. We need to have our own innovation and focus, Xianxia said. If we copy SNS, we'll be sued for plagiarism, Mao Peifu smiled. I understand. Then what do we need to do? Xianxia started talking to Mao Peifu. Our app's initial focus is on voice chat. It's similar to text chat. People can send voice messages to convey their message. Of course, you can also send text messages if you want to. Xianxia didn't really remember how the app was initially designed. He only told Mao Peifu about the functions of the app from his memory, including the emoji packs and the emoji store. He even drew out the interface so that Mao Peifu could arrange for people to design it. Your app's main focus is on private communication. Compared to microbroadcasting and SNS, it focuses more on personal privacy, right? Mao Peifu heard Xianxia talk about some of the functions and limitations of the friend circle. She immediately understood what was different about it. That's right. It focuses more on personal communication, so it requires a phone number to register. Xianxia said. Also, I hope that this app can be released as soon as possible. Also, to cater for the upcoming new year, we'll add in the red packet function. Xianxia had already thought of many ways to advertise the app. Not only did it include the red packet attack at the end of the year, the new red packet concept for the new year, and the advertisement for the Spring Festival Gala. He also planned to let the people at China Star Productions add a large amount of advertisements for the app in the second season of the Limit Challenge. Mao Peifu took note seriously. She asked curiously, "You already have the whole idea for the app. Why do you want to make it in the American branch? The people in the country have the technology to make it too. We need to avoid SNS eyes and ears," Xianxia said. Although Backwave Technology Company couldn't compare to SNS, SNS didn't dare to underestimate the microbroadcasting company. After the failed merger, SNS increased their surveillance of Backwave Technology Company. Xianxia didn't even know if anyone in the company had been bribed by SNS. But the classic tactic of corporate espionage definitely existed. Who knows, their R&D department might have accidentally hired a technician purposely sent by SNS. Xianxia wanted to compete with SNS. This plan had to be carried out secretly. If SNS caught wind of this, they would have set up the mobile instant messaging app early on and made preparations to snipe them. In the future, with Backwave's strength and experience in the instant messaging industry, it would be difficult for them to grab too much market share under their watch. So this project had to be carried out overseas. I understand. Mao Peifu nodded. Once this project is done, you'll be in charge of it when you return. Xianxia gave Mao Peifu an important task. This is what you're looking forward to, a direct confrontation with SNS. Mao Peifu's fighting spirit was ignited. She looked at Xianxia excitedly. Boss, what's the name of our project? Weibo? WeChat? Or Weibo? Mao Peifu was just guessing based on the naming pattern of microbroadcasting. Xianxia didn't think that she would get it right. Let's call it WeChat. It's in the same vein as microbroadcasting. Xianxia laughed. The English name will be WeChat. Don't forget, we'll take over the overseas market as well. Prada's talk show was the most popular talk show in the United States. It had been in production for more than 20 years since its debut in the late 1980s. However, its influence did not diminish. It was like aged wine, getting better and better with each passing day. Until now, its viewership ratings were still the highest among all talk shows. However, to be honest, it was not difficult to get on such a popular show. That was because it was a daily talk show. Although it was not necessarily recorded every day, it was indeed broadcast every day. The format of the show was flexible and varied. It could invite experts to discuss social hot issues, or invite celebrities or ordinary people who had received attention for an interview to talk about their lives, work, and even their unconstrained ideas. A daily show meant that Ms. Prada had to invite a large number of guests to participate in her talk show. It was impossible for her program team to take the initiative to invite all of them, and the individual applications were too complicated. It would take a lot of effort to filter them out. At this time, the recommendation of a senior agent like Wilson, who had a wide range of connections, was very important. You have a story, I have wine. As long as you have a story or have amazing skills, as long as you are a celebrity or an ordinary person, regardless of whether you are a politician or an assembly line worker, Prada would welcome them on the show to show their charm to the audience. Calm down. This show is very open. There won't be any problems if you express your thoughts boldly. Ms. Prada is a very nice person. She can control the rhythm very well and won't let the show get out of control. The main thing is to show your true self. The audience also likes the sincerity of the guests, but you can't be too sincere. Some sensitive things can't be said, you know. In the lounge next to the recording hall of SBC, Wilson was explaining nervously to Xianxia and Murphy. After a while, he reacted and scratched his head embarrassedly. Sorry, boss. I forgot that you are both celebrities who have been famous for a long time. You have also appeared on talk shows in China. I've seen your shows, but I still treated you as newbies. I'm really sorry for being so long-winded. Wilson had done a lot of homework before. He had watched all the variety shows that Xianxia and Murphy had appeared on in China, especially the interview show Jixin Interview. Xianxia did not mind. He smiled and patted Wilson's shoulder. No, Wilson, we have to thank you. In the United States, we are really just newbies. The experience you told us is very useful. Papa, what are sensitive things? She asked curiously. Seeing that her father and Uncle Wilson had finished talking, she tugged at her father's sleeve. She was also recording today. As she had to dance, the little girl could not wear a skirt. However, under her grandmother's guidance, the little girl was dressed simply and fashionably. But she was exceptionally bright and cute. She was wearing a black slim-fit short-sleeved t-shirt. Although the t-shirt had a black background, it was not too stiff. There was a bright and cute deer print on the front. The print was a cartoon deer jumping up and pouncing on the pink peach blossoms on a tree. Against the black background, it looked particularly vivid and cute. She was wearing a pair of light blue, high-quality denim casual pants. There were 3 British pleats in the pockets, which were very attractive visually. The pants were finished at the bottom. Coupled with the characteristic of the pants, it showed Xixi's slender calves. The combination of the black shirt and blue pants was very simple and very popular. However, on Xixi, who had a slender figure and long legs compared to other children her age, it did not look popular at all. Instead, it gave people a sense of impact as if she was a young model. Of course, the finishing touch was the pair of cute sneakers on Xixi's feet. The bright pink background was complemented by white uppers and tongues. There were thick black edges at the heels and shoelaces, which were supplemented by small green rectangles. The overall color of the shoes was bright and lively. After Xixi put them on, it showed her liveliness and cuteness even more. When Mo Xiaowan saw it, she was full of praise. Our Xixi has grown up. Now, she's a beautiful and handsome little beauty. Who knows how many little boys will fall for her when she goes out. Of course, Xixi was still that ignorant and curious little girl. She still had 100,000 whys. Now, she could not hold back her curiosity and asked her father about it. Xianxia patted his daughter's little head and said with a smile, "Sensitive words refer to things that you say that might hurt others or make them unhappy. On TV, we have to face all kinds of audiences, so these words cannot be said." She shook her head in confusion. This explanation was too abstract for her to understand. Xianxia looked around. There were no cameras around, and no one was eavesdropping. He explained to Xixi in Chinese, for example, some people don't like black people from the bottom of their hearts. They think that they are all bad people. If these words are said, it will make their black friends unhappy and hurt them. These words cannot be said. But, I like Greg. Greg is black, but he's very nice. Last time, he even gave me a very beautiful bird's egg. She said in confusion. Greg. That naughty kid loves to steal birds' eggs when he grows up. Xianxia did not delve into it. He said with a smile, there are many strange people in this world. There will always be people with unique ideas. We just have to be ourselves, don't you think so? She was still a little confused, but she still nodded obediently. The recording of the show began. Mo Xiaowan stayed in the lounge to help look after Tong Tong, while Xianxia, Murphy, and Shi went backstage. Prada, a well-respected black lady, had already walked onto the stage to receive the cheers of the audience. These were all real audience members. There were always many audience members who liked to watch the show live rather than on TV. Moreover, it was said that the ticket sales were a considerable source of income for Prada's talk show. Xianxia listened to the cheers backstage. He estimated that there were 200 to 300 people in his mind. The opening was a little old-fashioned. It was introduced from the video. Prada invited Xianxia and his family to come on stage. This was a big surprise for the audience who did not know anything. Although they did not know Xianxia and his family, many of them had heard of this song and liked it. The loud cheers made Shi a little nervous. When her father held her hand to go on stage, the little girl snuggled close to him. However, she still could not suppress her curiosity. She secretly poked her little head out to look at the audience. There are so many people. The little girl thought to herself. There are more people than when we perform. However, Mom's concert has more people, what a cute girl. After taking her seat on the stage, Prada looked at Cici, who was sitting between her parents, with a smile. She didn't know if she felt that Cici was too nervous and deliberately enlightened her or if there was some other reason, but Prada greeted Cici first. She blinked. She looked at her father first and said shyly in a low voice, "Thank you. Madam. You can call me Madam Prada." Then, what's your name? Prada asked kindly. My name is Xianxia. You can call me Cici. After Shi opened her mouth, she became bolder. Cici. This name is a little special. This is the first time I've heard it. Does it have any special meaning in Chinese? Prada asked with a smile. This was a test for Cici. The little girl thought hard and finally thought of a word that could be explained. It means sunrise, dawn. Prada looked at Shi with some surprise. She did not think that Shi could answer such a complicated question. After all, according to the information, Shi was Chinese. She could not help but praise, your English is really good. Really? Shi was praised by a foreigner. Moreover, it was a foreigner who looked a little like a teacher. She responded with some joy. Prada was stunned for a moment. She smiled and said, yes, you can tell others that Madame Prada said that my English is very good. The audience could not help but laugh kindly. Prada teased Shi, trying to make the little girl, who was a little nervous when she went on the stage, relax. However, she didn't know what kind of existence she had just teased. Cici blinked her eyes. After the laughter of the audience subsided, she asked softly, Ms. Prada, are you a teacher? No, why do you ask this question? Prada was about to shift the topic back to Xianxia, the protagonist, but Shi's question forced her to respond. Because I think you're super nice, just like my teacher, Shi said. Prada turned her head and looked at the audience and the camera, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Then, she looked back at Shi and said seriously, I'm really honored to be praised by you. I think your teacher must be a great person because you learned English from her. Hee, she's a great person. I'm talking about her because my teacher is a lady. My 3 teachers are all ladies, Shi said with a smile. Well, I think you should use them, but it's okay. Prada was about to change the topic. However, Cici still wanted to continue and said, but I didn't learn all my English from the teachers. I also learned it from my papa, my friend Lu Weisha, and many others. There was a burst of laughter from the audience. The audience could see that Prada couldn't take it in front of Shi. Prada finally understood that some children didn't need to be coaxed by her. They were adaptable. Moreover, they were too adaptable. Okay, now let's talk about your father. Mr. Yang, I'm very curious. Your family members are all Chinese. How can you speak English so fluently? Prada finally seized the opportunity to change the subject of the interview. The conversation between Prada, Xianxia, and Murphy went very smoothly. Since Xianxia and Murphy were not as talkative as Shi, Prada was able to grasp the rhythm of the conversation very well, throwing out one burden after another. After Prada's inquiry, the audience found out that Xianxia, the creator of I'm Yours, was not just a singer and songwriter. He was also a writer who had published many fairy tales and novels, including Prison Break, which had been adapted into an American TV series. He had also designed the most popular reality show in China. Oh my god, this guy is even stronger than me. If I hadn't asked someone to confirm it, I wouldn't have believed it. Prada pretended to be surprised and widened her eyes as she said to the audience, I think he's more suitable for Prada's talk show than I am. Hearing Prada's self-ridicule, the audience could not help but laugh. Wait a minute, Yang. I want to ask you, how old are you? Prada asked. 34. Xianxia celebrated his birthday a little earlier than Shi. Oh my god, when I was 34. Okay, I'm already very famous. This talk show started when I was 32. Prada originally wanted to belittle herself and elevate Xianxia, but when she realized that she was also a legend, she laughed awkwardly and politely. The audience who were familiar with Prada laughed. They knew that when Prada was in her early 30s, she had already become the queen of talk shows in the hearts of the audience. But you're really amazing. At least until now, I haven't published a book, but you've already published countless books. Prada said humorously. It seems like I'm the one who published a book earlier in the show. Among the people who published a book, I'm the one who's more successful in the show. Xianxia did not have a sense of humor, but at that moment, he used a joke that was more popular in his previous life. For a moment, it felt like a string of witty remarks. Of course, Xianxia still wanted to focus on introducing Murphy. That was the main purpose of his appearance on the show. In the previous show, Prada and the audience learned that Murphy grew up in the United States. Moreover, her family had emigrated to the United States. Her father even owned a farm. That made the audience's impression of Murphy become much more intimate. Yang said that you're a singer. Can you describe how famous you are in China? Prada asked. Murphy pondered for a moment, then said, I'm a singer. I've held concerts before. My best album was produced by my husband last year. So far, it has sold more than 50 million copies, which is equivalent to 2 multi-platinum albums. On China's social media sites, I have more than 10 million fans. Murphy was very honest. She spoke the truth, but the effect was also very good. Even in the US, the data that she had shown them was impressive. A record that has sold more than 50 million copies. Prada was shocked. I don't know how good that is in China, but in the United States, it's at least in the top 50. Moreover, that chart is historical data. Your record has only been released for more than a year. It has unlimited potential to be ranked higher. Record sales don't mean anything. Murphy's excellence lies in her singing. Her voice has a very unique charm. She can easily control both high and low notes. Xianxia explained, moreover, I have to say that Murphy is the person who guided me on the path of music. In the past, I didn't have a deep interest in music. It was because of her that I fell in love with music. I also realized that I have a little talent in it. Really? Prada asked in surprise. Murphy, Yang said that he became a singer because of you? He's a little humble. In fact, he's very talented. Murphy explained seriously, Xianxia is a very amazing person. I've never seen another person better than him in my life. He wrote a lot of wonderful songs. I bought more than 50 million copies of the record, and all the songs in it were written by him. It can be said that without him, I wouldn't be able to achieve what I have now. I'm a little confused by what you're saying. Prada spread her hands. Xianxia and Murphy looked at each other warmly, then smiled and said to Prada, you can imagine that Murphy is a diamond hidden in the crowd. The things that I did helped her stand out and become more dazzling. But I'm not wrong. I learned to sing from her. You saw that I sang well in the video just now, but in fact, this is the result of learning from her. My wife sings better, Xianxia said. Xianxia was really not flattering Murphy. In terms of singing, Murphy was indeed better than Xianxia. Even though Xianxia's voice was also very good, in terms of singing, Xianxia did not practice as much as Murphy did. Naturally, he was left behind by Murphy. Prada looked at the audience with a smile and said, I think this needs a song to prove it. Don't you think so? Yes. The audience was very cooperative, and they all applauded and shouted. Xianxia and the others were very calm because for this show, he and Murphy had already prepared for it. They even practiced several songs, although in the end, they decided to choose a song that could better reflect Murphy's strength and somewhat subvert the audience's views. If they always sang love songs, it would be easy to limit their singing path. I heard that you also brought a new song this time. Prada looked back and said with a smile, it seems that you're not singing this time, right? Yes, a new song. Although I'm not singing, I'll help with the accompaniment. Xianxia gently patted Xixi's shoulder and said with a smile, Miss Prada, I'm afraid I'll have to ask you to help take care of my daughter. Prada laughed, I'm honored and willing. To be honest, although Xixi was a little talkative, Prada still felt that the conversation with Xixi was more interesting in this talk show. Xianxia and Murphy went backstage to prepare. On the sofa in the middle of the stage, Xixi was sitting face to face with Ms. Prada. The little girl was not as reserved as she was when she first arrived. She sat on the sofa, and her big obsidian-like eyes were lively. Like an ordinary child, her attention was drifting. She looked away for a while, then back to Prada. Okay, let's talk about something. Prada looked at the camera and pretended to be helpless. Xixi, how about we talk about you? Okay. Xixi happily shook her little butt on the sofa. How old are you this year? Prada tried to find an angle to cut into the topic. I'm 6 years old. It was not Xixi's style to answer the question so simply. She paused and said, I was only 5 years old, but I became 6 years old after my birthday last month. Your birthday? In the United States? Prada asked with a smile. How did you feel about your birthday in the United States? She actually wanted to ask about the difference between Xixi's birthday in China and the United States, but how could Xixi understand the deeper meaning? Xixi thought about what happened on her birthday and smiled. I was so happy, Ms. Prada. I want to tell you. My papa gave me a fawn, and I named it Hua Hua. It means fresh flowers. Really? Your birthday present is a fawn? A real fawn? Or is it the kind of toy I'm thinking of? Prada asked with some surprise. It's real, and it's so beautiful. But it's also very pitiful. It lost Papa and Mom, and then it was bitten by a big bad wolf. But Ms. Prada, don't worry. Papa and I took it to the vet, and Grandpa Lister has already cured it. Xixi said happily. The audience applauded with appreciation. I understand. You said that you saved a fawn that was bitten by a wolf, right? Prada asked. Yes, my papa let it live next to Little White. Then, Ms. Prada, I clean the room for it every day. It's just that I won't be at home these few days, so Greg will help me clean it. Hua Hua likes him too. Xixi started talking, and a series of messages popped out. Wait a minute, what's Little White? Another fawn? Prada found herself at a loss for words. The audience laughed. No, Little White is a pony my grandfather gave me. It's super cute. Xixi said regretfully, but I don't have their photos, or I could show them to you. Thank you, child. Prada didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He pretended to sigh and said, now we know that you have a pony and a deer as pets. God, your experience is really extraordinary. There are not many children who have a pony and a deer as pets. They're not my pets. Xixi, on the other hand, understood the concept of the word. She blinked and explained to Prada seriously, Hua Hua and Xiaobai are my friends. Okay. Friend, I'm glad to hear that. Prada gave a thumbs up. Then, Papa said that after we go back to China, Grandpa will let Hua Hua go back to the forest because that's her home. She can also find her mom there. She said sincerely. That's great, your idea is great. I think Huahua will definitely find her mother. Prada finally reevaluated her opinion of She. She felt that She was not only a child but also a very kind person. She praised, Cici, you're a good child. Really, I like your love for animals. Hey, I want to hug you. Can I hug you? Prada opened her arms lovingly. She blinked her big eyes. Although she could not understand why Prada suddenly wanted to hug her, she actually liked this gentle and kind black lady. She smiled sweetly and went into her arms. Prada hugged the little girl gently. After letting go, she said softly, Cici, you have a kind heart. Please always remember to be sincere to people and to the world, okay? She looked into Prada's eyes and nodded her little head in confusion. Okay, let's enjoy your mother's singing and your father's performance together. Prada had been doing shows for decades and had a good grasp of the rhythm. She smiled and pulled Shi to sit on the sofa on her side. She then pointed to the small stage next to them. The curtains of the small stage were pulled open. Xianxia sat in front of a piano, while Murphy lowered her head slightly and held the microphone and the piano with both hands. Before the curtains were completely pulled open, neither of them moved. It was as if they were frozen in time. There was already some applause from the audience. When an expert made a move, it was obvious whether he was good or not. Although Murphy had not sung live for a long time, when she stood on the stage, even if her head was lowered, she gave off a deep aura that controlled the whole scene. The audience could not help but look forward to it. In contrast, Xianxia was much more low-key. He seemed to be hiding behind the scenes, giving all the light to Murphy. Murphy would not let him down. When the curtains were completely pulled open, Xianxia raised his hand and started to play. The prelude was only a few seconds, and it was a single note that could firmly affect people's hearts. It was like a melodious bell, knocking on people's eardrums. Then, Murphy raised her head. Her eyes were calm. She opened her mouth and sang, Shine Like a Diamond. Mofei's soulful and ethereal singing immediately made everyone's attention. The camera switched to Prada, who was on the other side of the sofa, and her face was full of surprise. This was not an act. It was Prada's first time hearing Murphy sing. However, she had been in the entertainment industry for so many years. She could completely judge that Murphy's voice was very recognizable and that this song contained a myriad of changes, so she could not help but show a surprised expression. This was just the beginning. Found light in the beautiful sea, I kiss to be happy, you and I, we're like diamonds in the sky. As if I'd found a lighthouse in the middle of the sea, I choose to live a happy life, just you and me, we're like diamonds in the sky. It was completely different from the first two lines. Although Xianxia was still accompanied by a single note, Murphy's voice was like a gentle breeze in the early morning. It was as if she was soaring on the clouds in the boundless sky. The light and powerful voice was full of rhythm, and people could not help but be intoxicated. Just like the unconstrained imagery and artistic conception given by the lyrics, people's thoughts seemed to be brought to the sky by Murphy's voice. At that moment, the enthusiasm of the audience was ignited. Although they did not make a sound to affect Murphy's singing, everyone stared at the inconspicuous Chinese on the stage. All their attention was attracted by her peerless voice. Where did this person come from? Perhaps it was because they were ignorant of other countries, or perhaps it was because they subconsciously looked down on Asians. When Prada mentioned the sales of Murphy's records, they did not think much of it. But now, they seemed to have forgotten their previous prejudice and previous memories. There was only one thought in their minds: where did Prada find this person? She was singing like a superstar. As the lyrics said, shining like a diamond. The usually inconspicuous Murphy was like a diamond standing on the stage. No one could ignore her brilliance, not to mention the audience. Even Prada herself was stunned by Murphy's series of effortless high notes, especially in the last part of the song, I Saw the Life Inside Your Eyes, and the first few verses. Mofei sang the high notes here very well. The audience could not tell the difference because Murphy sang very freely and did not seem to use any effort at all. Maybe they just thought that the high notes here were very nice, and Mofei's singing also had a little natural flirtation, which made people feel intoxicated listening to it. But Prada knew music. She knew that if it were an ordinary singer here, they would probably not be able to hang on, let alone sing so many high notes. Murphy was able to control them so freely, it was as if she was the high notes themselves. Even that lingering aura was definitely not something an ordinary singer could compare to. No wonder Xianxia said that his wife's singing was much better than his. Prada finally understood that Murphy's singing was at the level of a monster. After the song Diamonds was sung, the 200 to 300 audience members who were impressed by Murphy's singing started applauding. Even Prada could not help but stand up and applaud Murphy. She knew better than the audience how capable Murphy was. She also stood up happily when she saw that. She stood beside Prada and clapped her little hands excitedly. She could understand the meaning of everyone's applause, so the little girl was also proud of her mother. In contrast, Murphy's reaction was calmer. She had received countless praises like that, it was only because she had been away from the stage for too long. Apart from the small test of Jixin interview, Murphy had not enjoyed a real stage for more than a year. Now that she had sung a song, it was considered satisfying. When Murphy and Xianxia walked down the stage hand in hand, the corners of her mouth were still filled with a joyful smile. Back to the interview, Prada chatted a lot with Murphy. She was full of praises and asked about Murphy's future development plans. Will you choose to develop in the United States in the future? I have to say, with the quality of your song just now, there will be countless agencies that want to recruit you, Prada said. Murphy and Xianxia had discussed this issue before. She said calmly, in fact, there won't be much difference between the past and the future. We'll still stay in China, but Xianxia has already recruited a group of agents in the United States to help arrange some of our music releases and other work in the United States. So even if we stay in China, we'll strive to compose and sing more good English songs. We won't disappoint our fans. Prada felt a little regretful. However, with her rich experience, she could tell that the couple were not ordinary small-time artists. Not only were they talented, but they were also very rich. Their choice could not be measured from the perspective of ordinary people. Prada was a person who knew how to chat and listen well. As the show progressed, Prada used the opportunity to guide Xianxia and Murphy to explain the situation of the Chinese entertainment industry to many curious American audiences. Of course, Xianxia and Murphy also chose the good things to talk about. The audience listened with great interest. They were usually unwilling to understand the development of other countries, but it was an eye-opener for them. They realized that there were other worlds that were as exciting as them outside the United States. Before the talk show ended, Prada still led the topic back to Xianxia. From her father, she learned that Xianxia was not only a smart and cute girl, but she was also a good little actress. Is this true? You played many interesting roles? Prada asked in surprise. Hee, it's true. Xianxia had been holding back for a long time. She could finally not just sit between her parents and act as a cute mascot. The little girl happily told Ms. Prada about the role she had played. I played a girl who didn't like to talk. You played a girl who didn't like to talk? Prada asked solemnly. She even looked at the audience and the camera with a blank face. The audience laughed. They all knew how talkative Xianxia was. She did not seem like an introverted child at all. Yes. She didn't know how to laugh or talk, but she was also a good child. She was very obedient and would protect the injured adult. Xianxia tried her best to explain to Prada that adult was played by my papa. The audience laughed even louder. Xianxia smiled helplessly at the side. He touched Xixi's little head lovingly and explained to Prada, Xianxia is right. The character she played at that time had a certain degree of autism. I believe you must have played her very well because you were also very kind. Prada smiled and said to Xianxia, what other roles have you played? There was also an ugly duckling. The other small animals didn't like it, Xianxia said. An ugly duckling? Prada was confused again. Why was she playing an animal again? This is not a movie, but a play she acted in, Xianxia explained. Xianxia looked at her father. As if she had received a hint, she nodded her little head seriously and said, yes, this is a play. I acted in it with many of my classmates. Xianxia also told Prada the story of the ugly duckling very enthusiastically. She even dragged Prada and told her that in the end, the ugly duckling turned into a white swan. Fortunately, Prada was very patient and cooperated with her to express her surprise. This made Xianxia very happy, and she felt that she had shared her happiness with Prada. I also acted as a dancing pig. Xianxia was still a little unsatisfied. Prada smiled. She found an opportunity and said to Xianxia, I heard from your parents that you were also a good dancer. And you came today to teach me how to dance, right? Xianxia was a little embarrassed at this time. She twisted her little body, hugged her father's hand, and nodded shyly. Before she came, her parents told her that she was going to show a dance that she had learned in her mother's dance studio. Xianxia, who had a strong desire to perform, agreed readily. However, now that there were so many people in the audience, the little girl was a little nervous. Talking was one thing, dancing was another. After all, Xianxia was a child. Dancing in front of so many strangers, Xianxia would still be nervous. Just like when she acted as the ugly duckling and the pig. Are you shy? This is a little surprising to me. But don't be shy. Auntie Prada will dance with you. You see, my dance is so bad. Everyone will give me a warm round of applause. Prada stood up with a smile and did a dance that was not like her. Prada, who was in her 50s, was naturally out of shape, but she did not care about her comical appearance at all. She deliberately did this to ease Xianxia's nervousness. The audience laughed and gave a warm round of applause very cooperatively. Ms. Prada, you didn't dance badly. Don't think like that. My papa said that if you work hard, you will be great. When Xianxia heard Prada say that she had chosen poorly, she was worried that Prada would not dare to dance again. When Prada came over, the little girl stood up and took her hand, comforting her softly. Prada hugged Xianxia and said with a smile, Thank you. Baby, this is the best encouragement I have ever heard. Okay. Let's dance. Prada asked people to remove the sofa. Xianxia and Murphy stood aside. She clapped her hands and said to Xianxia enthusiastically, Baby, do you want to teach me how to dance first? Or do you want to show us first? Her nervousness was relieved. Xianxia blinked. She did not know how to choose, but she liked to follow the pattern that her father had taught her and her mother. Then I want to demonstrate it first. Is that okay? Ms. Prada, of course. Please ask the sound engineer to play the music. This is the dance music that your father made himself. Prada could not help but exclaim again. Prada had listened to the song before the program was recorded. The beauty of the song was indescribable. But what amazed Prada more was the electronic music arrangement, which subverted her previous understanding of Xianxia. Xianxia's previous songs were either played on the guitar or the piano. Although Xianxia's nervousness had been relieved a little, when her parents and Ms. Prada stepped aside and left her alone on the stage in front of 200 to 300 audience members, the little girl became nervous again. Papa. Xianxia was nervous and thought of her father. She turned her head to look at her father, her small eyes looking a little helpless. In fact, her father was not far away, just a few meters below the stage, but the difference between the center of the spotlight and the outside of the spotlight increased the sense of distance. Come on. Xianxia gave Xianxia a thumbs up to encourage her. At this time, Prada was still the experienced one. She borrowed a baseball cap from a little girl in the audience, adjusted the elastic, and handed it to Xianxia. She smiled and said to Xianxia, This is a very useful experience. Your hair is longer, so when you wear the cap and dance, it won't be scattered easily. Also, let me see. Oh, what a cool little girl. Xianxia smiled shyly at her, and the little girl's mood improved again after being praised. The music finally started. First, there was a rhythmic jazz drum sound, and then, there was a very exotic ethnic drum sound mixed in. Then, there was a new sound mixed in. However, although there were more and more instruments, the overall melody was not messy, and it maintained a lively rhythm, which made the audience feel like they were swaying with it. If there were people from Xianxia's previous world present, they would definitely be able to identify the source of this dance music from the prelude alone. Yes, it was the brainwashing dance song Seve, which sang Sabonine kills the black chicken. Today, Xianxia was going to perform the shuffle dance with this accompaniment, which was popular all over the world in Xianxia's previous world. The reason why this dance was so popular was that it was not too difficult, and it was light and lively. Xianxia took it out in Murphy's dance studio, and it soon won the favor of Murphy and Xianxia. Murphy danced the best, and she soon learned from Yang Yi, and surpassed him. She was not bad either. The little girl liked this dance the most, and she was not tired of dancing every day. Although the little girl did not dance very well in the beginning, after playing for so long, she had become a skilled Seve shuffle dancer. Although she was a little nervous at the beginning, when the music started, the little girl subconsciously put her feet away and got into the mood. She's hands were in front of her body, and her head was slightly lowered. She was as cool as some girls who were dancing, and her body gently twisted with the rhythm of the music. But it was not big, but it was full of rhythm. Wow! Prada, who was standing at the side of the stage, could not help but exclaim at the camera. Of course, she was still a little nervous. When the sound of the fourth instrument mixed in, which was the original version of Sabonin Kills the Black Chicken, the Swahili song appeared. Yang Yi's version did not include these songs. After all, this language was too obscure, and Yang Yi did not know how to play it. The rhythm became lighter and lighter, but the little girl forgot what to do next. Fortunately, her eyes were still looking down the stage. Murphy also noticed that she was facing a problem, so she turned her left hand and right hand to give her some hints at the right time. She's eyes lit up. She remembered. For the next dance, she could rely on her physical instincts, which she had practiced for so long, and she did not need her mother to remind her anymore. However, in the eyes of the audience, this dance was a little strange. Although it was very fresh, they felt that it lacked a little excitement. However, she did not just rely on her arms to dance. Soon, the little girl matched it with a simple shuffle step, and at the same time, waved her arms like before. This dance looked much better. Prada watched from below the stage with a smile. When the camera panned over, she also looked at the camera with interest and waved her arms like she. Although she was not as good looking as she always had the feeling that this little dance is very simple. Prada was like she, with her right arm on her waist, and her left index finger extended forward and retracted. She turned it over and extended it forward and retracted it again. Her palm pushed forward and retracted. The audience was probably thinking the same thing. I can do it too. However, this was not the real climax yet. At the front, the audience's attention was focused on she's waving little arms. When the originally complicated instrumental accompaniment suddenly became simple, leaving only the electronic music from Seve that made people want to dance, not only did the rhythm and emotion of the music reach a climax, but the audience's emotions also instantly entered a state of excitement. The little girl in the middle of the stage, who had already entered a state of mind, retracted her waving hands. As if she was running, she clenched her small fists and naturally kept them by her side. Accompanied by the lively dance steps, the little girl actually turned sideways and danced with her side facing the audience and the camera. However, this sideways turn was like a stroke of genius, turning everyone's attention to she's cheerful steps. Oh my God! There were already audience members who could not help but open their mouths. She's smooth and dazzling steps completely attracted them. It was unknown how many people put away their previous contempt at this moment, but it was believed that all the audience members were infected by the music and dance steps at this moment. Their bodies tensed up, and they could not wait to get up and dance as well. The effect of she's three-quarter casual jeans at this moment was reflected. The little girl's slender and long legs gave people the illusion that although she was petite, her legs were as long as an adult's. The little long legs, coupled with the cheerful and dynamic shuffle dance, complemented each other, and also added a lot of charm to each other. Although she was still too young, and this dance was a little less sexy, it was also a little more fresh and cute. Looking at the little girl's serious little face, there was a kind of adorable feeling that made people want to dote on her. I like this little girl. She's too cute. An audience member could not help but say to her friend. I like this dance even more. I want to dance too. Her female companion said excitedly. That is amazing. At this moment, Prada was already shocked by she's dance. Although it was exaggerated, she was not so easily surprised. However, she could still see the magic of this dance from she's performance at this moment. She could not help but say to the camera, ladies and gentlemen, I can't wait to tell you that the dance you're watching now has its music Seve. I'm afraid that from tomorrow onwards, you'll find it everywhere. There was only half of the dance, and she finished dancing in a little more than a minute. The little girl was slightly out of breath after the dance, but she was in a state of excitement at this moment and did not feel tired at all. This kind of excitement needed to be shared with others, therefore, when Prada went on stage, before she could say a few words of praise, the little girl looked at Prada expectantly and said, "Ms. Prada, I can teach you how to dance now." The little girl also said very considerately, "Ms. Prada, this dance may be a little difficult to learn, but it's okay, I can only teach you the most fun part first." The most fun part, wasn't it just the shuffling dance at the climax? Prada was embarrassed. She looked at her fat body in front of the camera and coughed twice. She gestured with her arms and said, "Can we only learn this part?" After recording Prada's talk show, Xianxia and the rest were counting down to their vacation in the United States. After all, she was about to go to primary school. She had to sign up, pay, report, etc. There were many chores that Xianxia and Murphy had to prepare in advance for the little girl. However, at the end of August, before they returned to China, the episode of Prada's talk show that they recorded was quickly broadcast on TV. In a private house in California, Jermaine Lee, who had passed the excitement of receiving the prize money for undercover tracking, was packing up his fishing gear in the tool house. He was preparing to go fishing with his old friends over the weekend. "Jermaine! Jermaine!" Suddenly, his wife Linda, who was watching TV with the children in the living room, suddenly shouted. "What's wrong?" Jermaine thought that something had happened to his pregnant wife, so he rushed over. Linda smiled and pointed at the TV, saying, "Jermaine, weren't they the ones who helped you and Hill last time?" The TV was playing Prada's talk show, and the guests sitting on the sofa. Linda did not recognize them at first. Foreigners had faced blindness when it came to Asians, even though Linda had seen photos. However, when she heard their names, Linda reacted. Jermaine looked at the TV and said in surprise, "That's right, it's them. They're actually celebrities?" Jermaine couldn't help but sit down and watch it with his wife. When he saw Mofe singing and heard Mofe's emotional voice, Jermaine couldn't believe his ears. "It's so good!" Linda exclaimed. Jermaine said emotionally, "When Yang told me that his wife was a professional singer, I did not believe it. I felt that if Yang was a professional singer, it would be easier to believe. However, as for his wife, I have never heard her sing before. But she's really good." "Look at Prada's evaluation," Linda said. Someone from the production team of Undercover Tracking also watched the episode of Undercover Tracking. Coincidentally, that person was an assistant director of the production team. He also happened to have a deep impression of the amazing Chinese that Jermaine and the rest met. The next day, he hurriedly took the recording of the Prada talk show and ran to their TV station to find the executive director. "Tim, we're so lucky. We actually met a big star who didn't need to pay an appearance fee during the recording of the show. You have to give him more scenes in that episode, and also the part where he sings. You don't know how incredible this family's performance on the Prada show was." There was no need for these directors to guess. In the American entertainment newspapers that had already been published, many media outlets had reported on Xianxia and his family. They were not those fancy gossip media outlets. There were many real experts among them. They could tell that Xianxia's diamonds was extraordinary, and they could also tell that Murphy's performance of the song was wonderful. Therefore, the media scrambled to report on the singer, the song, and the man behind it. China's 50 million selling singer performs Prada talk show Diamonds Shine. She outshines diamonds tonight. China's Helena, her song will conquer your ears. Helena was a popular American singer in this world. Her singing was also quite good. He's the creator of Prison Break, and also the creator and singer of I'm Yours. Today, his new song was perfectly performed by his wife, a genius from China, writing books, scriptwriting, songwriting, singing. What doesn't he know? Although the focus was different, it had to be said that the overwhelming media coverage still attracted the attention of many curious Americans and interested musicians. Soon, the number of views for the new episode of Prada talk show that was officially uploaded to the video website skyrocketed. It quickly left the other videos behind. After all, Prada talk show was originally a daytime program. Most of the audience were housewives like Linda, who had little interest in the internet. Who knew that this episode would become different? It was more popular among young people who liked to surf the internet. They watched it on demand and also shared it on social media sites. The video clip of Murphy's singing was cut and received more attention. Wilson, who was ready, released the audio source of Xianxia and Murphy's English song. Not only did the sales of Diamonds hit the top 50 of the Billboard chart in just a few days, but Xianxia and Murphy's other songs, I'm Yours, Let It Go and so on, also received a lot of attention. The sales also squeezed into the top 100 after a week. This was especially true for I'm Yours. Originally, many young people had been searching for this song. Now, it finally appeared on a convenient download channel. Although it lacked some promotion, this song's reputation was much higher than that of Diamonds. It was especially sought after by young people who liked romance. Therefore, its potential to climb up the charts in the future was very promising, but no one expected that when this episode of Prada Talk Show was released on the internet, the most popular part was not Xianxia and Murphy's performance, but Xixi's last dance. Even the commentary clip of the enthusiastic young lady teaching Prada how to dance was clicked and played by many fans. Xixi's dance was really beautiful. The young lady suddenly became popular, even more popular than her parents. Even the video clip on the video website was crowned with the gimmick of the most dancing little girl in history. Of course, this was just a gimmick. Although Xixi's dance was beautiful, she was not a professional dancer after all. She had not danced since elementary school. Compared to those young dancers who were truly talented and had received professional training, she was far from it. However, this did not stop people from liking Xixi and the dance. The rhythm was brisk, the movements were simple, and the dance was lively. It could also show off a girl's perfect figure. Coupled with the brainwashing dance song, Seve, how could such a dance not become popular? Even though it was still lacking, the sharp-eyed Mao Peifu seized the opportunity and started a Facebook campaign to record a video of her dancing to Seve. Xianxi's account that posted the music was, of course, available for purchase and download. Hence, many people started practicing according to Xixi's video. Some people recorded videos that were not very good at dancing, but among them, there were also videos of hot beauties dancing very well. These videos also received a lot of views. They were the key to Seve's popularity. More and more people participated in this campaign. It was not only the beauties from the United States, but also from other countries. Even the girls from China participated. Of course, the men who liked to dance were not to be outdone. More and more people registered and used Facebook. People were keen to upload their videos to video websites and were more willing to share it with their friends on social media to gain their praise. In less than a month, Seve had become a global topic. People were obsessed with this brisk dance. Of course, the person who started it, Xianxia, and the founder of the Seve shuffle dance, Xixi, had also become the top internet celebrities known by the world. Of course, at that time, Xixi had already left the United States and had even started her elementary school career. Xixi did not know that she had become famous in America. She, who was returning to the country with her father and mother, was still immersed in the sadness of parting with her grandfather and grandmother, as well as her best friends, Xiaobai and Huahua. When they were waiting at the airport after transferring from Xianxia City to San Francisco, the little girl was no longer interested in running around to admire the VIP lounge. She snuggled up to her father obediently, her long eyelashes still glistening with tears. "Papa, when Huahua grows up, it will go back to the forest to look for its mom, right?" Xixi asked pitifully as she looked at her father. These were questions she had asked countless times before she left. However, when she really could not see them, Xixi could not help but worry about the delicate and pitiful deer. Xianxia patted her head gently and said with a smile, "That's right. When Huahua grows up a little more, Grandpa will bring it to familiarize itself with life in the forest with Grandpa Lister and Grandpa Beria. Then, it will go back to its mother. Then we won't be able to see Huahua when we come to Grandpa's house next year, right?" Although Xixi was happy that Huahua could return to the forest, a strong sense of reluctance rose in her heart. Huahua is different from Xiaobai. It belongs to the forest. Although we won't be able to see Huahua in the future, we know that it's doing well. Isn't that enough? Xianxia replied patiently. He would never be able to give Xixi a satisfactory answer to these questions. The only thing Xianxia could do was accompany his daughter to walk out of this sad mood. Time would always heal everything. When Xianxia and his family were about to board the plane to return to the country, the first episode of China's Voice, which had been prepared for months, was finally broadcast on the capital television station. Meng Fanqing did not go back on his words. China's Voice was scheduled to be broadcasted at 8 p.m. on Friday during the prime time slot. The overwhelming publicity that Meng Fanqing had previously arranged was effective as well. Many people who were enjoying the upcoming weekend were already waiting in front of their televisions in anticipation. Song Ji, the die-hard fan who had previously taught many people how to surmount obstacles to watch Yang Yi's videos on overseas video websites, was also a music fan. With such a grand music variety show like China's Voice being broadcasted, she naturally would not miss it. It was only 7:50 a.m. when Song Ji rushed out of her room and shouted, "Mom, change the channel quickly. I want to watch Xianxia on Beijing TV." "What are you looking at, Xianxia?" "I'm watching a TV show," Mama Song said angrily. On the side, Papa Song raised his eyelids. He didn't want to get involved in the women's war over the remote control. In the end, Song Ji managed to snatch the remote control. Taking advantage of the commercial break, she switched to Beijing television station and said with a smile, "Mom, why don't you watch it first? Who knows, you might like it too." "You hurry up and go to school. School is about to start and you're still at home," Mama Song grumbled. Coincidentally, after a short commercial break, China's Voice started broadcasting. The program flow was similar to Yang Yi's previous life. The opening was a logo animation of China's Voice holding a microphone and raising 2 fingers. Following that, 4 red chairs lit up. The 4 coaches appeared one after another and gave a simple explanation of the format of China's Voice. As a good singer, the most fundamental thing is your voice. Mama Song looked at the person who spoke and couldn't help but exclaim, isn't this that so-and-so? Papa Song was also interested, Lin Qitian. He was very popular in the 80s and 90s when he sang. But I haven't seen him for a long time. Why is he on this show? Song Ji said proudly, because the program team invited him to be a coach. He's the same as Xianxia and the other 2. They're all very experienced musicians. Lin Qitian is also a professor at the Central Academy of Music. TSK, this show has invited all capable people, Papa Song said with interest. Why are their chairs facing away from the others? Mama Song couldn't help but feel strange when she saw the TV cut to the scene of the coaches sitting down and turning their chairs around. This is because when they choose the contestants, they will only listen to the contestants' voices and choose the contestants based on the quality of their voices. This is called a blind selection, Song Ji explained excitedly. She had been paying attention to relevant news and had seen the leaked spy photos. "Mom, let me tell you. In the past, the news said that the show would cover the contestants with a cloth so that the coaches couldn't see their faces. Now, the program team has slapped them in the face. Hee, I think this format is very interesting." It was indeed interesting. Mama Song's interest was piqued. She forgot that the commercial break was over and her TV series had already started broadcasting. Now, she was looking forward to the first contestant's appearance. Of course, China Star Productions didn't disappoint them. China's Voice didn't drag at all and quickly cut to the main topic, the first contestant's appearance. So fast? Song Ji couldn't help but exclaim, there wasn't any foreshadowing at the beginning? Indeed, there wasn't. This world's China's Voice didn't even have a VCR to introduce the contestants at the beginning. The first contestant was a very short female contestant. Under the encouragement of the host backstage, she pushed open the door and walked out onto the brightly lit stage. She's so short, how can she be a singer? Mama Song said in a picky tone. Mom, it doesn't matter if you're tall or short, as long as you have a musical dream and a good voice, you can go on this stage. This stage is meant to give those who don't have the chance to show their talents elsewhere a chance to realize their dreams. Song Ji said. Of course, they were only expressing their opinions. Soon after, the short female contestant used her explosive voice to impress many of the audience members, including Mama Song, who didn't approve of her. This girl's lung capacity is amazing. Papa Song couldn't help but exclaim. Of course, the most exciting moment was when she sang at the top of her lungs. Lin Qitian took the initiative to press the button on the table and turned his chair around to face the contestant. The director even arranged for a close-up of the chair. On the chair that was turned around, the words "I choose you" were lit up. Seeing this, the short girl who was singing on stage had an excited expression on her face. Her eyes even started to sparkle with tears. The audience sitting in front of their televisions couldn't help but feel happy for her. It wasn't easy. After crossing so many obstacles, she could finally continue to walk on this stage. It was worth mentioning that this world's China's voice didn't have too many gimmicks. There was also no opportunity for the contestants to tell their stories after the competition. The intermediate segment was just a selection of contestants and comments by the coaches. Even the contestants who didn't make it were not without benefits. The 4 coaches gave them pointers one after another. Lin Qitian, Xianxia, and the other capable coaches gave them valuable suggestions. These were all stipulated in the coaches' contracts. The program team spent a lot of money to invite the coaches to give them lessons, so naturally, it wasn't just a formality. The program team also provided a very good opportunity for the contestants who contributed their voices to the program to improve themselves. Of course, how much they could learn and how much they could improve depended on their personal development, but in the eyes of Xianxia and many of the audience and music lovers in front of their televisions, this was a treatment that made them go crazy with envy. Even if they lost, it wouldn't be a loss. Xianxia did not change much after returning to China from America. She rested at home for a day to adjust to the jet lag. Then, she ran to Lan Xian's villa energetically to play with Lan Xian. She also shared the photos and stories she brought back from America with her. Tong Tong had changed a lot. He had lived abroad for 2 months. Not only did he learn how to call his parents, but he also learned how to sit and crawl on his own. He seemed to have forgotten the environment he lived in 2 months ago. After returning from his grandfather's huge house, Tong Tong was confused about the new environment. When Xianxia was talking to Murphy, Murphy was overjoyed and told him, "You don't know." When he woke up, he looked around like a fool. He seemed to be asking, "Why did my house suddenly become smaller? Why aren't there any animals outside my house? Why is it so quiet all of a sudden?" Of course, Murphy was joking. Tong Tong was really curious about this new environment. Tong Tong could crawl on his own now. This was equivalent to an adventurer who loved to explore the unknown obtaining a means of transportation. Tong Tong could not wait to start his adventure when his mother was not paying attention. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, Xianxia went out. Xianxia also went to Lan Xian's place. Only Murphy accompanied Tong Tong to play on the carpet in the living room. It just so happened that Luo Xian called her. Mo Fei's mobile phone was placed upstairs. She glanced at the door and window, patted Xiao Ran's little butt, and said with a smile, "Ran, you have to play downstairs, okay? Mommy is going upstairs to get my phone. I'll be back soon." Tong Tong did not understand what his mother said. He crawled over and sat down. He picked up a big plastic soldier toy and opened his mouth. He was about to use his few baby teeth to gnaw on the poor plastic soldier's head. "No, Hua Hua. You can't gnaw on the toy." Murphy raised her voice and shouted before she went upstairs. Although little Fuchen couldn't understand his mother's words, he knew that his mother was calling him and that he couldn't do anything. Coupled with his mother's stern tone, the little guy still put down his toy in grievance. "That's good. Go play downstairs. Mommy will be down soon." Murphy went upstairs. She unplugged her charging phone and called Luo Xian back. Luo Xian called because she saw the video and news report of Mo Fei's performance on the American talk show on the internet. The news reports in China were lagging behind, but they were still proud of Murphy's achievements and influence overseas. The Voice has become the hottest topic recently, but Murphy's voice has become an international hit. Murphy sings on US TV and conquers US audience with her singing Diamonds shines on the charts overseas. Murphy has become a big star overseas. It was similar to the news reports in China after Xianxia became popular. People liked to promote this special feeling. It was as if a local celebrity had become a national hero after performing overseas. Luo Xian complained sourly that Murphy did not sing such a good song on her show. She also complained that she did not bring Xianxia on her show and let Xianxia go on an overseas show. "Tell me the truth. Are you going overseas to develop your career?" Luo Xian wanted to invite Murphy and her family to appear on Jixin interview again. However, Murphy had appeared on her show too many times. The last time was in April. It had not even been half a year. If she invited them again, the audience would be disgusted. Luo Xian did not make this request. She only called to tease Murphy because she saw her as a good sister. Why would I? I haven't developed my career in China yet. Why would I go overseas? Murphy laughed with Luo Xian as she unplugged her phone charger and prepared to go downstairs to call her son. She had to keep an eye on Tong Tong. Otherwise, she would not feel at ease. However, Murphy did not know that after she went upstairs, Tong Tong turned his head and blinked his big black eyes. He stared at his mother's back in a daze. No one knew what he was thinking about, or perhaps he had made a decision. The little guy grinned, and his little dimples appeared. He smiled happily and leaned over, using his two chubby little arms to support himself, and climbed up from the ground. Perhaps it was because he was well nourished and had not been sick since he was young. Tong Tong had developed very well. His two little arms were very strong and supported him as he climbed to the edge of the carpet in the living room. The floor was cold, but it was the end of summer and the beginning of autumn. It was much more comfortable than the warm carpet. Tong Tong lifted his little head as if to confirm the direction. He then continued to climb forward with his little butt sticking out. This house was so unfamiliar. Tong Tong wanted to look around. Murphy held the charger in her arms as she walked downstairs with her phone in her hand. She did not notice that Tong Tong was nimbly climbing through the side hall when she turned around. Mom's voice. Tong Tong turned a deaf ear to it. He was interested in the cats that Xianxia had brought home yesterday. Tong Tong was more interested in the furry cats than the yellow dog, Steamed Bun, who was wagging his tail. Steamed Bun came over and sniffed Tong Tong's little hand. However, Tong Tong leaned back a little and raised his fair and smooth right hand. He pressed his little hand against Steamed Bun's nose and pushed him. Woo woo. Steamed Bun lay down on the side with his head on his forelegs and looked at his little master pitifully. He had been so excited to go home from Lan Xian's place. In the end, other than the happy return yesterday, it was once again ignored today. She went to play with Lan Xian, and Tong Tong did not want to play with him. Steamed Bun began to doubt his dog life. Tong Tong ignored Steamed Bun. He was excitedly looking up at the three cats lying on the cat tree. The little guy had returned to his sitting position and was happily scratching the air with his two little hands, as if he was calling for Xiao Guai and the others to come down. Perhaps Tong Tong had some special magic, but Xiao Guai jumped down from the cat tree. His round bluish-black tail was like a snake. He stood up and slightly curled up behind him. He went into Tong Tong's arms. Hee hee. Tong Tong was so happy that he gave Xiao Guai a big hug. As he hugged Xiao Guai, Tong Tong's little dimples seemed to ripple happily. It felt good to hug Xiao Guai. Xiao Guai's fur was as soft and smooth as the finest satin. He was also chubby, just like Tong Tong. It was very comfortable to hug him. Xiao Guai did not struggle. He just patted Tong Tong's arm with his tail and looked at the disappointed Steamed Bun with his round eyes. When Xiao Guai's three-petaled mouth was slightly raised, it looked like a doge smile. Steamed Bun looked at Xiao Guai's smug face and lowered his head again, as if he had been hurt 10,000 times. Tong Guai did not notice. Tong Tong, who was hugging him, grinned for a while before he fixed his big eyes on Tong Guai's nimble tail. Tong Guai's head moved along with his tail, and saliva gathered in his slightly opened mouth. His growing gums were itching again, just as Tong Tong reached out to grab Tong Guai's tail. Tong Guai's mother's anxious voice came from the living room. Mommy, Mommy, where did you go? Fortunately, Tong Tong was distracted by Tong Guai and did not crawl far away. Murphy, who had hurried over, quickly found her son, who was about to bite Tong Guai's tail, in the side hall. Xiao Guai was still oblivious. Although its tail was a little uncomfortable being grabbed by little Siamese, it was very tolerant of little Siamese today. Its pancake-like cat face moved from the aggrieved Bun to the big master. Murphy, who was still in shock, picked up Tong Tong from the ground. Tong Tong, who had no strength to resist, had no choice but to let go of Tong Guai. Murphy kissed Tong Tong's cheek and scolded him, "Why are you crawling everywhere? You almost scared Mom to death." However, Tong Tong was not satisfied yet. He stretched his neck and tried to squeeze out of his mother's arms. He stretched out his small hands and cawed as he reached for Tong Guai. I haven't played enough yet, Murphy heaved a sigh of relief. She smiled and gently tapped Tong Tong's nose. She said affectionately, you are so naughty. She's so naughty even though she hasn't grown up yet. What should I do? Murphy was still happy to let Tong Tong crawl while she exercised her body coordination through playing. However, Murphy had to consider a problem. How could she prevent Tong Tong from crawling away when she was distracted? Bingo! Murphy had an idea. Half an hour later, Yang Yi's living room changed drastically. Tong Tong was sitting in the middle of the carpet in a daze. He looked around and saw a large area where he could move freely. However, the area outside the area was surrounded like a castle. There was no escape route for him. Murphy spent a lot of effort to build the castle. She used pillows, winter quilts from the cabinet, and even some large dolls of Shishi. Together with the sofa, the castle surrounded a large area in front of the TV. In addition, Murphy moved the coffee table in front of the sofa to give Tong Tong more room to move. The soft walls, the small room, seemed to be surrounded by quilts, pillows, and other things. After the project was completed, Murphy clapped her hands and looked around with satisfaction. Then, she said to Tong Tong proudly, Mommy, you can climb as you wish now. Mom doesn't have to worry about you getting lost. Tong Tong looked around in confusion. However, he was not content to just sit there. He still climbed to the edge of the castle in high spirits. Murphy sat on the sofa and smiled as she watched her son hit a wall. On the road of exploration, Xiaotiao encountered a tall mountain made of pillows and quilts, but Xiaotiao did not give up. For freedom and exploration, Xiaotiao bravely launched an attack on the mountain. Tong Tong raised his left hand and pressed it on the quilt. Then, he pressed his other hand on it. Eh? Are you trying to crawl over? Emofei was a little surprised. However, Emofei did not intend to stop him. Instead, she picked up her phone with interest and recorded it for her son. Regardless of whether he succeeded or failed, Murphy felt that it was very interesting. She wanted to record it for Yang Yi. Tong Tong moved step by step, pressing on the quilt and pillows. He lifted his body little by little and finally stood up shakily. Oh my God, did you see that? He almost stood up. Murphy was surprised and exclaimed softly behind the camera. Murphy had been taking care of Lil Fawn for the longest time, but this was the first time she had seen Lil Fawn stand upright with the help of something else. Usually, Lil Fawn had to be supported by his parents before he could stand up limply. Of course, little Fuching also liked to walk. Every time his parents helped him up, he would excitedly giggle and rush forward with big strides. Even though he was still too young, and the 9-month-old little Momo's legs were still soft, and he didn't have the strength to support himself, he still had the courage to move forward. Murphy did not expect to see Tong Tong's amazing growth today. He was supporting himself on other things to stand up. Tong Tong did not know that he had made great progress in human history. He was still trying his best to deal with the mountain in front of him. Even if he stood up, he would not be able to go over. What should he do? The little boy was very tenacious. He stood there and pondered for a while. He seemed to be holding back his strength. Finally, Murphy saw him trying to lift one of his legs while hugging a pillow. He flipped over as if he was turning over. Of course, a miracle did not happen. Tong Tong's right leg went soft and he sat down on the floor. He lost his balance and fell on his back. Emofei was very happy to see this, but little Momo was scared by what she did. The originally happy little dimples were gone, replaced by a small mouth that was pursed with lingering fear. Her big eyes began to fill with tears, and she was ready to burst out crying at any time. Tong Tong did not feel any pain from the fall. The carpet was very soft, and Tong Tong did not fall hard. He was just shocked by the sudden fall. Oh, oh, oh. Don't cry. Mom, come and take a look. Murphy saw the situation and hurriedly went over to hug the little boy. Tong Tong did not cry for long. After a while, he got down from his mother's arms and climbed to the edge of the castle with interest. Murphy happily turned on the TV. She watched the TV while looking after the little boy. The television was currently broadcasting the trailer for the first season of Shanghai TV station's The Limit Challenge concert. Although this season's program had ended last week, the last episode of this special program would normally only show Dan Hongkue and the others competing for the songwriters, learning from the songwriters, and asking for a song, as well as some clips before and after the concert. The program team was very bad and left some suspense. They had already colluded with Shanghai TV station, so the full version of the concert would only be broadcasted tonight. Murphy watched the TV for a while, but she did not know why she felt uncomfortable sitting on the sofa. She looked left and right, and an idea came to her mind. She got down from the sofa and sat in the castle beside Tong Tong. This is so comfortable. I feel so safe. After a while, she brought Xianxia home to play. The two girls wore slippers and ran in. Their cheerful laughter could be heard from afar. Auntie Mo, my dad said that I can have dinner at Xi's house tonight. Xianxia reported to Murphy as soon as she entered the house. Murphy did not have to guess. Lan Caokai definitely did not ask Yang Yi and directly threw his daughter over to eat and drink. She smiled and said, "That's great. I'll call your Uncle Yang later and ask him to cook a few more delicious dishes tonight." Hee hee. Thank you, Auntie Mo. After Xianxia finished speaking, she excitedly hugged Xi and shouted, "I can have dinner at your house tonight." Cici, on the other hand, saw the fortress made by her mother. Her gaze fell on those large dolls. The little girl couldn't help but pout her little mouth and say, "Mama, why is my big bear here? Did Steamed Bun dig it out?" Steamed Bun was happily wagging his tail behind her. When he heard the little master call his name, he raised his head and looked over with his big, innocent eyes. How could it be made by Steamed Bun? Mama moved them down. Look at this, Mama surrounded them, so that your little brother can play in them and won't climb to other places. Emofe smiled and said. Tong Tong also saw his sister. He happily held out the plastic soldier in his hand. It was not clear whether he wanted to invite his sister to play or give his favorite toy to her. This was all because his sister treated him very well. Tong Tong loved to play with his sister. When Xi heard that the plushies were for her little brother to play with, the little girl stopped pouting and said briskly, "Okay then. I can give them to my little brother to play with." The full version of Extreme Selectivity's charity concert was broadcast at the end of the summer break. Although the most discussed variety show in daily life and on Weibo had shifted from Extreme Selectivity to China's The Voice, with people praising the new show's novelty and brilliance, and lamenting the quality of its live concert sound effects, there were still quite a number of die-hard fans who were looking forward to the full version of the concert broadcast. Jiang Yujie, who lived in Min Province, had been waiting for this day for a week. There were 6 contestants in the Limit Challenge. Jiang Yujie liked Yang Huan, who was straightforward, pretty, and good at martial arts. It was said that Yang Huan, who was not good at singing, would work hard to sing. Jiang Yujie was looking forward to her performance. Jiang Yujie hoped that Yang Huan could give her fans a different surprise. Of course, in his heart, he still wanted to see Yang Huan make a fool of herself. However, after watching the last episode, Jiang Yujie changed his mind. He moved Yang Huan's performance back and left the spot of his most anticipated performance to Dan Hongkue and Yang Yi's collaboration. It was said that it would be a Hokkien song. Jiang Yujie, who spoke Hokkien, would naturally support this performance. At 10 p.m., the final episode of the Limit Challenge's first season was broadcast. Jiang Yujie watched it with great interest. Yang Huan's performance was ranked second. What made Jiang Yujie happy and a little regretful was that Yang Huan's performance wasn't bad. Although she couldn't sing well and didn't know how to play musical instruments, under the ingenious arrangement of her partner, Yang Huan sang the simpler parts. What Jiang Yujie didn't know was that Yang Huan had put in a lot of effort in June for these few lines of the song. Under Jin Ningming's guidance, she had practiced for a long time in the recording studio. Although Yang Huan's singing was average in the eyes of professional singers, her performance was enough to surprise the audience, such as Jiang Yujie. More importantly, Jiang Yujie also saw Yang Huan's wonderful fan dance, which was choreographed by an expert, not Yang Yi. It was a performance that was mixed with dance moves and martial arts, which made up for Yang Huan's lack of singing. Wonderful. After watching it, Jiang Yujie could not help but applaud Yang Huan at home. Every program was very exciting, with songs and dances. It was beyond Jiang Yujie's expectations. In the previous episode, Xianxia had thought that the charity concert would be a concert from the beginning to the end. However, the program team's arrangement still gave the audience too many surprises. Whether it was the original songs or the old songs that were mixed in with the new songs, they all reflected everyone's efforts. Including the beauty of the stage and the lighting, it was not inferior to a professional gala. The only regret is that the show is scheduled to air on Wednesday at 10 p.m. During the commercial break, Xianxia couldn't help but complain in his heart. By the time Dan Hongkui and Yang Yi appeared, it would probably be 12 o'clock, because the order of appearance in the previous episode had been decided. Dan Hongkui's performance was the last. However, the good news is that the next season has been confirmed to air on Saturday at 8 p.m. That's a great time slot. You can't miss it. Xianxuji's mood fluctuated between good and bad. It's just that we'll have to wait until next year for the next season. How annoying. Luckily, there's still China's Voice to watch. Yang Yi should do more variety shows. 2 aren't enough, the more the merrier. Time flew by quickly amidst the exciting performances and Xianxuji's wild thoughts. Gradually, the concert came to an end, and Dan Hongkui and Yang Yi finally appeared on stage. The beginning was like an opera, but also like the prelude to a lion dance. It made Xianxuji's dizzy head immediately sober. And then, love to work hard to win, the melody of this song is so old. Xianxuji thought with emotion. He was a nostalgic person. Since he was young, he had been influenced by the Nanyang melodies that were spread all over the streets. Now that he heard it again, he liked it even more. The TV cameras also cut to the guests who were accompanied by the selected members. This was the first time they had heard Yang Yi's song. Like Xianxuji, they were all mesmerized by the melody of the song. They even held each other's hands and started twisting, as if they were dancing on the beach. A momentary lapse in judgment cannot be forgiven. Yang Yi took the lead and raised the microphone to sing the first line. Wait a minute, chicken eat feces, door bull bomb? What was he singing? Many of the audience were confused, but the audience in front of the TV was much better. Although most of the audience were confused, they could read the subtitles. They could pretend that they understood the song, just like those people who thought they understood the English dialogue of the American movies by reading the subtitles. Xianxuji was different. As he could speak Hokkien, he could really understand it. Not bad. His singing is quite accurate. Xianxuji remembered that Yang Yi was from Anqing. He also remembered that Yang Yi had said in the previous episode that he learned Hokkien because his wife Murphy's ancestors were Taiwanese. Now it seemed that Yang Yi's language skills were indeed heaven-defying. Not only did he speak English well, but he also spoke Hokkien very well. Following that, it was Dan Hongkui's turn to sing the next 3 lines. A momentary lapse in judgment cannot be forgiven, no hope lost, every day drunk. It was obvious who was better. Dan Hongkui's singing of Hokkien was full of mistakes in Xianxuji's ears. Of course, to those who did not understand Hokkien, Dan Hongkui's singing was still pretty good. After all, to be able to sing a song in a language that they did not understand accurately or close to the basic pronunciation after more than half a month of practice was still praiseworthy. A soulless body like a scarecrow. It was Yang Yi's turn to sing again. Xianxuji, who was more picky with his ears, immediately felt more comfortable. This won't do. I can't just focus on whether they're singing correctly or not. Xianxuji suddenly came to a realization. He decided to forget about all this and focused on listening to the song while looking at the subtitles. Life can be compared to the waves on the sea, sometimes they rise and sometimes they fall. This classic line was sung by Yang Yi. Xianxuji felt as if he had drunk a few glasses of wine and became slightly tipsy. It was too nice to listen to. Yang Yi's singing was exactly the same as Murphy's. Both of them did not have any exaggerated movements, but this made it easier for people to focus on their singing. Listening to the emotional and rhythmic singing, Xianxuji felt as if he was immersed in the world described by the song. Good luck, bad luck. Dan Hongkui and Yang Yi looked at each other and sang a line. This scene was quite interesting, but Xianxuji still paid more attention to this song. Dan Hongkui's singing is not bad. Although there are some small mistakes in the pronunciation of some words, his voice is very good. No wonder he's known as the best singer among the best actors. Jiang Yujie put aside the language concerns and happily judged. Of course, the audience who did not speak Hokkien did not have such complicated thoughts. They just felt that this song was very nice to listen to. Not only was the melody beautiful, but the lyrics were also very inspirational. Since the concert started, this is the song that fits the theme of extreme challenges the best. Many of the audience members felt this way. 30% is destined by the heavens, 70% is hard work, only those who love to work hard can win. When the song came to an end, Yang Yi and Dan Hongkue sang the most important lyrics for the third time in unison. Many of the audience members could not help but hum along. Yes, even if they did not understand Hokkien, this section was relatively simple and catchy. How could the infected audience not sing along? Jiang Yujie was also full of pride as he sang along for the last time. Although the melody lingered and the ending was not over, he could not help but sigh in his heart. So our Hokkien language can also have such nice songs. There were many nice Hokkien songs, but the most popular one was Only Those Who Love to Work Hard Can Win. Jiang Yujie also deeply liked this song. He decided to download this song online. He wanted Yang Yi's original version. Previously, Phoebe Studios' official micro-broadcasting had already sent out a message saying that the source of this song would be released after the program was broadcast. I want to learn this song. When the time comes for the school's singing competition, I want to sing this song in the competition. Jiang Yujie thought happily. Needless to say, although Love to Work Hard to Win was only a Hokkien song, its beautiful melody and positive lyrics expressed the spirit of working hard. It would become the most suitable song for the theme song of The Limit Challenge in people's hearts, and it was also liked by many fans. However, the singing of this song also represented the end of the first season of The Limit Challenge. How could the fans bear to part with it? They ran to the official website and the 6 members' micro-broadcasting accounts overnight. They even ran to Yang Yi's micro-broadcasting account to urge the second season to return as soon as possible. However, this could only be a fantasy. The next season of The Limit Challenge would have to wait until the spring of next year. September quietly arrived. The end of the summer vacation also heralded the beginning of a new school year. Batch after batch of new students would also step into their primary school, middle school, and even university. The teachers of Huijia Primary School also returned to school early. Among them, the teachers of the first grade who were preparing to welcome the new students, especially the teachers who were also the form teachers, had already received the list of children in their classes. Li Rulin was the form teacher of the first grade's class 3. She casually glanced at the list and prepared to go back to write the script for her speech to the parents. After all, she was still very young. She was only about 28 years old this year. She had been a teacher and form teacher for 2 years, but it was her first time leading a new class. She still needed to prepare. Teacher Li, is there a child named Xianxia in your class? At this time, the form teacher of class 2, who was also Li Rulin's good friend, Lu Xianxian, came over and asked with a smile. Wait, let me see. Li Rulin had no choice but to pick up the list again and ask casually, why are you suddenly asking about this? Without waiting for Lu Xianxian to answer, Li Rulin found the name Yang Shi in the last row. Yes, in my class, there's a girl. What's wrong? Is she an acquaintance of yours? No, at that time, Teacher Kai, who was in charge of invigilating the exam, said that this Yang Shi was a genius. It was probably because her family taught her well. Anyway, Teacher Kai felt ashamed after hearing her English. In addition, it was said that she also knew Swedish. Lu Xianxian said with a face full of gossip, fortunately, you're a Chinese teacher. Although I'm also teaching your class, I'm a math teacher. I'm not worried about having a lot of pressure. So amazing? Really? Li Rulin was a little surprised. I'm a dog if I lie to you. Lu Xianxian laughed. Li Rulin felt a burst of joy in her heart. There was an outstanding student in her class who could produce results. Any teacher who knew about it would be happy. Lu Xianxian was still gossiping. Hey, what kind of family can raise such an amazing child? TSK, they can even speak Swedish. Is their family a diplomat family? You'll know when school starts. Li Rulin laughed. Xianxia, who had been noticed by the teacher, did not appear to be a genius at this moment. Papa, Papa, push me higher. The little girl's bell-like laughter echoed in the courtyard. She also floated back and forth in the air. Her long hair swung up and down like the unfolding of clouds. It was extremely beautiful. Xianxia is playing on the swing in the yard. Yesterday, Xianxia went to the Sahara Publishing House and passed by the children's play area specially prepared by the Sahara Publishing House for young parents and authors who came to train. With Xianxia's current status, he naturally could not help but stop and watch. A few children swinging happily on the swing made Xianxia suddenly have the idea of installing a swing at home. It just so happened that the materials were ready-made. There was also a spare children's swing in the warehouse of the Sahara Publishing House, so Xianxia moved it back. As soon as it was installed this morning, Xianxia could not wait to sit on it and asked her father to push her on the swing. Xianxia liked the feeling of swinging high and then quickly swinging down. Higher? No, if it goes any higher, you'll fly out. Xianxia walked to Xianxia's side and pointed to the distant sky with a smile. He said to her, "Do you see that? When the time comes, you'll fly into outer space." Hee hee, hee hee. The little girl did not know if she was amused by her father's humor or if she was enjoying the joy of playing on the swing, but she could not stop laughing. On the side, Steamed Bun also excitedly jumped around on the swing. He did not dare to go up and could only run back and forth on the side. He also had a lot of fun. When Xianxia was tired from laughing, she jumped down from the swing and followed her father home with unsteady steps. In the living room, the castle was still standing. However, compared to Murphy's crude and illegal building yesterday, the castle was now very beautiful. Xianxia specially bought a batch of good-looking pillows and stacked them up like sandbags. Xianxia also participated in the reconstruction of the castle last night. She excitedly brought over many dolls from her room, big and small, to help decorate the castle with vitality. However, Tong Tong had the heart to break out of prison. When Xianxia and the others came back, the little boy stood up on the wall again. His legs were still trembling. When he saw the movement at the door, he happily stretched out his little hand and eagerly called, "Baba." It seemed that he could not change his pronunciation in a short time. Unfortunately, he could not call his father, but he could call his sister. "Little brother, I'll play with you." Cici, on the other hand, ran over excitedly. With a light step of her long legs, she jumped in and rolled behind little Swanee. Tong Tong could not support himself and sat down again. However, he was already used to this feeling and did not cry or make a fuss. He just turned his head and stared at his sister with his big eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. "Papa, little brother broke the book." Xianxia saw a book that had been destroyed by Tong Tong behind Tong Tong. Xianxia, who liked to preserve every item, cried out in alarm and complained to her father. The little girl felt sorry for this book. Although this book was published by Sahara Publishing House for children, it was full of childish pictures. Xianxia could not bear to look at it, but she still sat up and carefully smoothed out the crumpled pages with her small hands. Tong Tong had crushed the book. Tong Tong looked at it in a daze. Of course, he did not understand what it meant and his eyes were full of confusion. Xianxia just looked at it and did not say anything. He brought back a batch of sample books from the publishing house for Tong Tong and Xianxia to read. In fact, he did not expect Tong Tong to love these books as much as his sister. Tong Tong was less than a year old, so it was impossible for him to love books. These picture books were just for him to read and feel fresh. This was the original purpose of these books. Just like Tong Tong's toys, the little guy would always clumsily break some of them as he grew up. When he grew up, he would even eliminate most of them. It was impossible for him to keep them as treasures. Of course, Xianxia did not stop Xianxia from helping her brother organize these books. He liked watching the interaction between the siblings. When Xianxia organized the books and showed concern for her brother, Xianxia felt very gratified. However, Xianxia was about to go to primary school, so she would not have much time to play with her brother at home. The day of registration had finally arrived. Xianxia had been looking forward to it. The little girl had thought that going to primary school would be the same as going to kindergarten. Early in the morning, she carried her little bag energetically, waiting for her father to bring her to meet her little friends. The little girl had also been dolled up by her mother today. Not only did she wear her favorite little white dress, she even tied her hair into a double-layered princess hairstyle. Paired with the dress, she looked exceptionally fresh and adorable. However, there was only one chance to dress like this, because after registering for school and collecting the school uniform, she would not be able to wear her beautiful clothes to school in the future. Why are you in such a hurry to carry your bag? Xianxia and her mother aren't here yet, give the bag to daddy. Xianxia was still worried that the straps of the new bag would hurt his daughter's little shoulders, so he wanted to help her carry it. However, she giggled and ran off with her little bag, unwilling to put it down. Daddy, you haven't made me lunch yet. The little girl suddenly remembered that last time, her father had not given her a lunchbox, and she had almost gone hungry in kindergarten. This morning, we can go home after registering for school, collecting our books and uniforms, and meeting your teachers and classmates. There's no need to eat in school. Xianxia said, oh right, you don't have to bring food to school in the future, because Xianxia Primary School has a cafeteria. After school starts, listen to the teacher's arrangements at noon and gather in school to eat the school food and rest. When school ends in the afternoon, Daddy will come and pick you up. She listened blankly, and did not have much of a reaction. She felt that there was no difference. Wasn't it just eating in school? After a while, Wu Jingjing brought over a similarly freshly dressed Lan Xian. During this time, Lan Caocai had been on a business trip again, but it was not for business matters. As one of the richest men in Jiangqing, he also had a bit of a political identity, so he had to follow some business people representing Jiangqing to a meeting in Beijing. Boss Lan really couldn't get away from this kind of thing. He could only regretfully miss the important day of his daughter's primary school. Xianxia drove the larger nanny van. Of course, she and Lan Xian sat together. Wu Jingjing and Murphy also sat together. They chatted and laughed as they teased Tong Tong. In contrast, Xianxia, who was quietly driving in front, looked like a real chauffeur. However, when Wu Jingjing and Murphy were gossiping, they still had to ask Xianxia. Xianxia, I heard from Laolan that the 5 kids are not in the same class. Only Xi and Xianxia are in the same class, right? Wu Jingjing asked. Yes, I was looking for someone to help, but they said that it was difficult to arrange for the 5 kids. They could only try to arrange for Xi and Xianxia to be in the same class. Xianxia said, one of the school board members personally called to explain to me that if the kids are all in the same class when they go to primary school, it will not be good for their growth. If the 5 kids play together wherever they go, it will be easy for them to isolate the other students, and it will be easy for them to be isolated by the other students. Children of this age should make more friends. I think it makes sense. Murphy nodded and said to Wu Jingjing, I think so too. When they reach primary school, they should broaden their circle of friends. Moreover, even if they are not in the same class, as long as they are in the same school, I think they can still play together often. I don't care. Laolan said that Xianxia only needs to be in the same class as Xi. He doesn't care about the others. Wu Jingjing smiled and said, I'm just curious how the other parents will react when they know. Like Wu Yu and teacher Nan. Although Wu Jingjing said this in private, it still seemed a little utilitarian and a little cruel, but it was normal. Who wouldn't want their children to be good? You can't expect everyone to be universal. The other 3 families all expressed their understanding of the situation. They didn't even care about the problem of not being in the same class. They also thought about their own children. Only their own children could get a good education. Why would they care about other children's situation? The world of adults was a little complicated, but the world of children was much simpler. After Xi arrived at school, she opened her eyes wide and looked around for her friends. Xianxia Primary School reported today. It was very crowded and lively. Looking for someone here was like looking for a needle in a haystack. However, Xi still found Yang Luoqi. She and Yang Luoqi held hands and jumped happily. Cici, my mother said that I'm in class 6. We're not in the same class. After Yang Luoqi was happy, she remembered this and looked at Cici with a sad expression. I am in class 3. Xianxia is also in class 3. But my dad said that it doesn't matter if we are not in the same class because we are very close to each other. I can go to your class and play with you. She said cheerfully. Then if we are not in the same class, are we still good friends? Yang Luoqi asked nervously. 100 of us are good friends. She stretched out her two little hands and innocently gestured. She originally wanted to say 100%. This was a new word she learned from her dad. However, she didn't understand what 100% meant, so she pretended to know and changed it. 100 of us are good friends. Yang Luoqi got the confirmation and became happy again. However, she also didn't understand the meaning of 100. She just thought that it was very funny. So she grabbed Xishi's hand and laughed. Murphy and Wu Jingjing, who were wearing sunglasses, stood quietly on the side, watching the children play. Yang Yi went to help them get the books and uniforms. However, Murphy and the others' peace was soon broken. Isn't this Mo Fei? A pleasantly surprised voice came over. The source of the voice was a young mother in her 20s. She was walking with her child and inadvertently saw Murphy wearing sunglasses. Originally, her attention was on her son, so she didn't recognize Murphy at first glance. However, Murphy was tall. She was taller than Wu Jingjing even without wearing high heels. Even if she wore sunglasses to disguise herself, her image and temperament seemed out of place among ordinary mothers. How could there be a mother who was so beautiful and elegant? How could there be a mother who had such a cold temperament but looked so elegant? Everyone loved beauty, including women. She couldn't help but look at Mo Fei again. Maybe she just wanted to ask for some advice from Mo Fei on how to make up. But she didn't expect that she would recognize Mo Fei at first glance. Murphy was a little surprised. She turned her head to look at the other party. It's really you. Murphy, I'm your fan. I bought all your albums and CDs. The young mother was so excited that she forgot about her son. She took a step forward and whispered in embarrassment. Fortunately, this mommy fan was still a reasonable fan. After expressing her excitement, she took into consideration that her son was watching from behind. She did not want to appear too infatuated, so she blushed and asked Murphy if she could take a photo with her. Murphy looked around and realized that their actions did not attract too much attention. She smiled faintly and agreed to the fan's request. But please don't make it public. I understand. She nodded excitedly. She took out her phone and said, I won't tell anyone. I don't want to affect you. Will you help to take the photo? The mommy fan was not satisfied with the photo she took with Murphy. She even dragged her son to take a photo with Murphy. Sigh, I really didn't expect to meet you here. I didn't even bring a pen and paper. Otherwise, I would have asked for your autograph. Sigh, I really like your songs. I even bought your latest song, Diamonds. The mommy fan said emotionally as she held onto her phone. As she spoke, she unknowingly started to address Murphy respectfully. It's my honor to be liked by all of you. Murphy looked at such a cute fan and was actually quite touched. She gave her a big hug and said gently. It's not that. It's mainly because your songs are good. I've had the dream of being a singer since I was young, but that dream did not come true in the end. Now, I really like your songs. You sing so well. The mommy fan said emotionally. If you like singing, you can participate in China's Top Voice. Murphy said kindly. Although this season's audition has ended, you can still practice and try to participate in next year's audition. Don't give up if you have a dream. Give it a try. The mommy fan waved her hand embarrassedly and said with a smile, how can I do that? Actually, it's just a thought. I don't sing well. My friends all say that it's fine if I sing well. If I don't sing well, I'll be a microphone hog every time I go to the KTV. Murphy was stunned for a moment. She could only smile awkwardly and politely. Mom, my hair is a little messy here. Help me fix it. At this moment, Xi, who was chatting with her friends, ran over. She pointed to the fluffy hair on the back of her head and said in a crisp voice. This is Xi. The mother fans were pleasantly surprised again. Of course, she could recognize Xi. Only now did she realize what was going on. That's right. Today was Huijia Primary School's enrollment day. If Murphy didn't come here for her child's enrollment, what else could she be here for? Of course, now that Tong Tong was in Wu Jingjing's arms, she did not notice it. Otherwise, she would be even more excited. It was only then that she saw this unfamiliar auntie. With her mother's reminder, she snuggled up to her mother and called out obediently, "Hello, auntie, hello, Xi." The mother fan's eyes lit up like light bulbs. She looked at Xi as if she was looking at her own daughter-in-law. She was inexplicably happy and said, "Hey, Murphy, Xi is really the same as in the photos. She's so beautiful, well-behaved, and sensible." "No, you don't know how mischievous she is usually." Murphy was like most mothers. Although she was happy in her heart, she was still very embarrassed to belittle her child. "I'm not mischievous." Xi disagreed. Fortunately, the mother fan still had to take her son to collect his books. She reluctantly said goodbye to Murphy. "Our Debao is so lucky to be in the same school as your child," Murphy could only respond with a smile. When she left, she looked back 3 times with every step she took. Once was to look at Murphy, and twice was to look at Xi. This mother fans did not leave a deep impression on Xianxia and Murphy. They were already used to bumping into fans like this. However, when Xianxia came back with his books and school uniform, he felt that he had been a little negligent when he heard Murphy's words. "Why don't you and mommy go back to the car first? After Xi finishes her class meeting, I'll take her to meet you guys." Xianxia smiled and said, "Anyway, I heard from others that many parents have to stand outside during the class meeting. There can't be too many parents sitting inside. It's not convenient for you and mommy to be crowded inside." Murphy did not have any objections. She accompanied Xi to register, which could be considered as fulfilling one of her wishes. There was no need to accompany her throughout the whole process. Murphy let Xianxia carry Tong Tong. She squatted down and smiled as she tidied up her daughter's little skirt. She said gently, "Xi, Mom is waiting for you outside. You're a primary school student from today onwards. You have to behave well." "I know." Xi was still immersed in the lively atmosphere of the new environment, so she responded crisply. The little girl looked at her mother with big eyes that were like clear autumn ripples. Under the bright morning sun, they were crystal clear and translucent. As her gaze moved, it added a bit of liveliness. Xianxi's face was not so easily recognized. After he found a seat for Xi in the classroom, he walked to the back of the classroom and stood with the other parents. There were many people, so it was somewhat crowded. Xianxia smiled and nodded at others in a friendly manner, but no one called out his name. "Only one person from your family came?" There was also a slightly older uncle parent who asked with concern, "Didn't the child's mother come?" "She came. Seeing that there was not enough space, I asked her to go back to the car and wait. We have a little one, so we can't take care of her." Xianxia responded with a smile. Although it was the first time they had met, they would be the parents of their children's classmates in the future, so they still greeted each other warmly. "My surname is Wang, and my name is Wang Hongwei. The boy with a crew cut sitting on the left of the 3rd row in the 2nd row is my son." The uncle stretched out his hand. When he introduced his son, his face was flushed. "What's your surname?" Now that Xianxi's personality had been thoroughly honed, he could integrate into the world of ordinary people. Since the uncle had introduced himself in such a friendly manner, Xianxia did not stand out. He shook the uncle's hand and smiled. "My surname is Yang. My daughter is from my family." Xianxia did not introduce Xi to the uncle. "Humph, boys, forget it, adults had their own social interactions, and children had their own children's world." Xi sat quietly in her seat for less than a minute. She could not help but move her little butt and turn around to look at her father. Although her father did not pay attention to her and was chatting with others, Xi did not mind. She saw that her father was not far behind her, so she calmed down and curiously looked at the desk and classroom. The classroom of an elementary school was completely different from that of a kindergarten. The classroom of a kindergarten was free. The desks could be moved, arranged neatly, or formed into a circle. Most of the time, the teachers would only bring the children to play games in the open space. However, the desks in an elementary school were arranged neatly in 4 rows and 8 columns. Moreover, most of the desks and chairs were made of cool iron. The desks were higher, and so were the chairs, which were more suitable for sitting upright and writing. There were lockers at the back of the classroom, and there was also a large blackboard with the blackboard of the previous class. There was also a large blackboard and a podium in front of the classroom. Xianxia felt that these were all very new. Because in the kindergarten, the blackboard was not fixed to the wall. Xianxia looked left and right, and along the way, she looked at the new classmates around her. Not to mention Xianxia, who was sitting next to her, the other classmates all had different expressions. Although everyone was dressed up neatly and beautifully, not everyone was as interested in school as Xianxia. Some children could not sit still and ran to the back, crying and begging their parents to take them home. Of course, they were quickly dragged back, and could only stay in their seats and wipe their tears. There were also some children who could not sit still. They ran around the seats and shouted, as if they were very familiar with the friends they had just met. In contrast, Xianxia was much calmer. She was neither happy nor sad. She sat in her chair casually, like a miniature version of Xianxia. The little girl was bored for a while, then suddenly turned her head and whispered to Xianxia, "Xianxia, do you have anything delicious to eat? I'm hungry." Xianxia blinked her big eyes, shook her head, and said, "Papa said that we don't have to bring lunch to school." In fact, Xianxia just felt bored and wanted to eat snacks to pass the time. However, they did not have a chance to continue talking. They heard the bell ring, and the female teacher who was talking to some parents outside the classroom just now came in. Xianxia and Xianxia, who had received a good education in Springfield Kindergarten, reacted and sat up straight. Their small waists were straight, and they obediently put their small hands on their legs. The campus, which had been noisy just now, gradually quieted down with the sound of the bell. If one was a little further away from the teaching buildings, one could feel that the entire campus seemed to have returned to the seclusion of the holidays at some point. The sun at the end of summer and the beginning of autumn baked the earth. The weeds in the green belt hung their heads lazily, and the leaves that were gradually turning yellow withered listlessly between the branches. When the wind blew, the rustling sound between the leaves was not as clear as before. The pavilion also quieted down, leaving only scattered bottles and paper. These were the remains of the chaos from before. However, in each teaching building, it was another scene. It was as if the vitality of the entire school had gathered together. The cute little fellows sat in rows, their bright eyes filled with curiosity and anticipation for the future. Li Rulin walked into the classroom with a smile. When she saw the children who had been quite obedient on the first day, she could not help but feel a surge of enthusiasm in her heart. In the next 6 years, I will witness the growth of these children. Although Li Rulin believed that the obedience and quietness of these little fellows would not last long, she still liked these little cuties very much. They were all pure and ignorant pieces of white paper. Teaching them, compared to the 5th and 6th grade children she had taught before, could stimulate the teacher's sense of accomplishment. "Hello, children." Li Rulin put down the things in her hands and greeted the children with a smile. "Hello, teacher." The response was sparse. Some of the children did not know how to respond, and the children who knew how to respond responded in unison. Li Rulin did not care. She wrote her name on the blackboard and kindly asked the children to call her Teacher Li. While Li Rulin was introducing herself and telling them about her beautiful wishes for the new semester, she was also looking around the classroom. Her gaze gently fell on the faces of each child one by one, letting them feel her attention. "This child is so beautiful." When Li Rulin saw Xianxia with red lips, white teeth, and picturesque features, she could not help but praise her in her heart. "She's so delicate and lovely at such a young age. When she grows up, won't she be devastatingly beautiful?" However, Li Rulin was still more curious about the genius girl that she could not forget, Xianxia. After looking around, Li Rulin found a Xianxia that matched the image in her mind, a quiet little girl with glasses sitting on the far left of the second row. This was an interesting guessing game. Li Rulin was very curious if she had guessed correctly. "Next, Teacher Li will read out the names of the children in our class. How about this? Let's make an agreement. When the teacher calls out a child's name, the child whose name is called has to shout and stand up, okay? Teacher wants to recognize each of your names and appearances," Li Rulin said with a smile. "Okay." At this moment, the children's response was much louder. There were also some who were in a daze and did not respond. Their parents behind them looked anxious and wanted to answer for them. Li Rulan began to read out the names. Chao Rulan, here. The first name that was read out received a clear response. However, Li Rulan was a little embarrassed because she saw that the girl who stood up and shouted was the quiet little girl who wore glasses at such a young age. She's not Xianxia, Li Rulan muttered in her heart. However, she did not delay on the surface. She still praised her with a smile, very good. Chao Rulan reacted very quickly. Moreover, she stood up according to the teacher's instructions. She performed very well. Everyone should learn from Chao Rulan. The girl with glasses named Chao Rulan was still standing. Her face was red. She did not know if she was shy or excited after being praised by the teacher. She did not dare to move until the teacher reminded her. Only then did she sit down. Of course, Li Rulan's roll call was not just to confirm her guess. She also wanted to recognize the students in the class so that she could call out their names in the subsequent lessons. A string of names was read down. Xian was called, but it was not Xixi's turn for a long time. The little girl was a little restless in her seat. Why didn't the teacher call my name? Xixi's little head was very confused. Her little hand was placed on the table. She had been ready to raise it for a long time. Xixi could not help but turn her head back to look at her father. However, this time, she saw her father's fingers gesturing, one circle after another. What did Papa mean? Xianxia was telling Xixi to turn back and listen to the teacher carefully. She could not look around. However, Xixi, who had been troubled by the fact that her name had not been called, did not have time to think. She could not understand. Wang Lei. At this time, Xianxia was also interrupted. Wang Hongwei, who had just talked to him, was pointing to his chest with some pride to his friends around him and saying, "My son, Wang Lei is my son." In fact, the teacher's name list was arranged according to the first letter of the pinyin of the surname. Xixi's surname was almost at the bottom, but since the teacher had already called out the Wang surname, it should be Xixi's turn soon. Finally, after a few children were called out, the name Xianxia was called out by Li Rulan with anticipation. Xixi had been waiting for a long time, so her reaction was naturally very fast. She stood up from her seat and called out in a clear voice, "Here." Li Rulan saw Xixi stand up and could not help but open her mouth in surprise. It's actually her? Li Rulan looked at Xixi's lively eyes and sighed in her heart, this child, how did their family raise her? She's beautiful and smart. Xixi stood up and also received the attention of the whole class. Of course, the little girl was also sized up by the parents behind her. Originally, Xixi did not stand out when she was sitting in her seat. Now that she stood up, her slender figure, beautiful clothes, and delicate face made her the focus of everyone's attention. TSK, this girl is amazing. Her family must be very good. She's been raised like a princess since she was young. Uncle Wang Hongwei was talking to Xianxia again. He was so focused on bragging about his son that he did not remember that Xianxia had introduced himself as a Yang. Xianxia could only smile politely at the other party and did not reply. Of course, the parents only saw the back of Xixi. They only saw what Xixi's face looked like when she turned around to look for her father. However, even so, Xixi's height was still enough to shock many parents, including Li Rulan. Xixi, who was only 6 years old, was already 1.27 meters tall. Although she was still a little short of Lu Weisha's 1.3 meters, compared to the students in the class who were generally 1.11 to 1.2 meters tall, Xixi was indeed much taller. Xixi was not used to being stared at by everyone in such a surprised manner. Moreover, she was more concerned about Teacher Li's evaluation of her. The little girl felt that her reaction was quite fast. Why didn't the teacher praise her at all? Li Rulan saw Xixi's anxious little eyes and realized that she had lost her composure. She quickly restrained her spirit and smiled. Okay, thank you, Xixi. You did well too. You can sit down now. Continue to work hard in the future. Xixi finally sat down in satisfaction. This was only the first class meeting for the new students. Li Rulan did not delay for too long. After briefly explaining the teaching plan for this semester and the content that required the parents' cooperation, the class meeting ended. Goodbye, Teacher Li, The children also left one after another. Li Rulan stood at the door and said goodbye to each of the children. Her memory seemed to be quite good. After reciting the names just now, she could now call out the names of each child at the door. This instantly shortened the distance between her and the students. Some parents deliberately lingered behind. They wanted to find an opportunity to chat more with the form teacher, build a relationship, or try to fight for something for their children. Yang Yi, on the other hand, did not have such thoughts. He left with Cici early on. Goodbye, Teacher Li. She was still very obedient. Her father held her right hand. She waved with her left hand and said goodbye to the teacher. Goodbye, Shi. Li Rulan glanced at Yang Yi and smiled as she patted Shishi's little head. Li Rulan muttered in her heart, as expected, her father is also very tall and quite imposing. Could he be a diplomat? Thinking of this, Li Rulan could not help but smile at Yang Yi and say, Yangxi's father, just call me Yang Yi. Yang Yi nodded at the other party. This name sounded a little familiar. Li Rulan had seen Yang Yi's name before. However, although she watched TV, she never chased after celebrities, so she did not recognize it. Now that she heard it, it sounded a little familiar. Li Rulan smiled and said, Okay, Yang Yi. I've seen your daughter's report card. At that time, the invigilator gave a very high evaluation and said that Xianxia was very smart. Yang Yi was stunned for a moment. He put his big hand on his daughter's shoulder and said with a smile, Is that so? Thank you for your compliment. But don't keep praising her like this. I'm afraid that her tail will curl up. Haha. It's okay. I believe that she will study hard in the future. She's a good child. Li Rulan also laughed. The parents and children left the school one after another. However, Li Rulan and the other first-grade teachers were not able to rest yet. They still had a meeting in the afternoon. They had to set up a SNS parent group on the computer, inform the parents to join the group, and so on. There was a lot of work. How are the students in your class? Lu Xianxia and Li Rulan worked at the same desk. She asked gossipily, Have you seen that genius? Li Rulan nodded and smiled. You definitely won't be able to guess what that Xianxia looks like. Sigh, what can a 6 or 7-year-old child look like? Round head, round face, cute and innocent. Isn't everyone the same? You're still keeping me in suspense. Lu Xianxia curled her lips. Li Rulan shook her head. Just say it. Lu Xianxia helplessly replied. Her heart was being scratched by Su Tao's words. She's really beautiful. Let me tell you, her family must be a diplomat. Her family conditions must be very good. She raised a child. She's tall and beautiful. Her skin is so good that it can be broken by the wind. Li Rulan said with some envy, moreover, she's quiet and obedient. Everyone loves her. F***ck. Lu Xianxia, the female hooligan, could not help but curse. Smart and good-looking. Are you still giving others a way out? What can we do? Maybe the child has been drinking nutritious milk without additives since she was young. Li Rulan sighed. That's true. Her family is a diplomat. They can get some good things. Lu Xianxia shook her head, indicating that she was not envious. Not at all. In the evening, Li Rulan and Lu Xianxia finished their work and invited each other to go home together. Li Rulan rode her electric scooter and slowly drove Lu Xianxia to the school gate. Electric scooters were also considered a characteristic of their old city area. As mentioned earlier, before the Wuhu district's renovation was completed, this scooter could not be completely banned. Why is there a group of people at the gate? Lu Xuanxuan's eyes were sharp as she muttered to Li Rulan. I don't know. Are they here to cause trouble? Li Rulan also felt strange. Their school had the best reputation among the private schools, and their management was also the strictest. Basically, outsiders were not allowed to enter, and the students were not allowed to fight or cause trouble. If there was, the lighter punishment would be to call the parents, and the heavier punishment would be to expel them directly. In addition, the quality of the students was generally very high. Huijiao Primary School basically did not have any hooligans causing trouble at the school. When Li Rulan's electric scooter passed, a security guard opened a small door and let them out. Only then did they hear the crowd arguing with the school's security guard. "It's a reporter." Li Rulan drove carefully. She only inadvertently caught a glimpse of those people's cameras and knew their identities. "It's the reporters. I heard them shouting. It seems like they want to interview our freshman teachers." Lu Xianxia whispered into Li Rulan's ear, "I think that if they treat me to a meal, I can consider answering a few of their questions." "Are you crazy?" The school strictly forbids teachers from leaking student information to outsiders. "If they find out, they will be expelled." Li Rulan was shocked and said hurriedly, "Hee, I was just kidding. Don't be so serious." Lu Xianxian laughed indecently. "They are definitely not interviewing me. I just heard that there is a big star among the parents of the freshmen called Murphy. We don't have such a parent in our class." These reporters, or to be exact, paparazzi, were attracted by the photo of Murphy that the parent had posted. In the end, the mother fan could not hold back her excitement and sent the photo to microbroadcasting. She also tagged Murphy's global fan club, which was spontaneously formed by the fans, on the microbroadcasting account. Naturally, it was forwarded by them. Now, the whole world knew that Murphy had brought Xishi to enroll in school. The paparazzi who were based in Jiangxing reacted a little slower, but they still managed to rush to Huijia Primary School at the last minute. "We don't have such a parent in our class either." Li Rulan laughed. "We don't even have a student with the surname Mo in our class, let alone a star's parent." Lu Xianxian was similar to Li Rulan. She liked to watch TV, but she never chased after celebrities. Therefore, when she heard Murphy's name, her reaction was not that strong. However, a woman's nature of gossip still made her take out her phone and search in the back seat. After a while, Lu Xianxian looked up with a strange expression. "Teacher Li, the genius in your class is called Xianxia. Did I remember wrongly?" "Yes, you told me at the beginning." Li Rulan replied, puzzled. "Her father, is he called Yang? Lu Xuanxuan's expression became more and more strange. The tall and steady man's magnetic voice rang in Li Rulan's mind. "You can call me Yang, yes." "How did you know?" Li Rulan asked in surprise. F***ck. The female hooligan cursed again and also called Li Rulan's nickname. Lan, you've hit the jackpot. You even said that Murphy isn't the parent of your class." "Ah? You mean? Murphy is a woman. She's a very famous female singer. She went on a foreign program not long ago and sang an English song. I even showed you that video." Li Rulan had only seen the video of Murphy singing and had never seen Murphy in person. However, she still connected the dots with Lu Xuanxuan's words and asked in surprise, "You mean, Xianxia is Murphy's daughter?" Their residence was not far away. As they chatted, they soon arrived home. As soon as Li Rulan's car stopped, Lu Xianxian could not wait to hand over her phone and said, "Is this the smart and beautiful Xianxia you were talking about?" Li Rulan took it and recognized Xishi in the photo at first glance. Although the little girl in the photo was wearing a different kind of school uniform and looked a little depressed, there was no mistake. It was the Xishi she saw this morning. It's her, but she should be a little older than this photo. She's a lot taller. Li Rulan nodded and said strangely, "Why do you have a photo of her? Is she really the child of that celebrity?" "It's not just the child of a celebrity." Lu Xianxian sighed. "Her father is a celebrity, and this child is also a celebrity. Their whole family is a celebrity." After a while, the two of them chattered as they walked into the teacher's apartment where they lived. Li Rulan was about to kneel down. Only then did she understand that her student was so amazing. She had already acted in a movie at such a young age. The photo just now was a stills photo. She's still a diplomat. Lu Xianxian laughed and laughed. "How would I know? I heard you say that she speaks English so well, so I guessed it myself." Li Rulan rolled her eyes and said. Lu Xianxian was very gossipy. Not only did she have a deep understanding of the content of Murphy and Yang Yi's Chengdu encyclopedia, but she also dug out some of Shishi's recent reports to read. Lan, come here. Look at this." Lu Xianxian pulled Li Rulan over and pointed at her computer screen. The computer was playing a video. She was talking to Prada Li Rulan and the others could not understand, but they could understand the Chinese subtitles. Her English is really good. Li Rulan sighed. The amazing one is the child. She's so young, but she's not afraid at all on stage. She's chatting so naturally with this black man. Lu Xianxia praised. Next, they were stunned as they watched Xixi dance the shuffle dance to the accompaniment of Seve. No wonder she's a star, but she has more skill points than us. Lu Xianxia sighed. You played too many games during the summer vacation, right? Li Rulan could not help but laugh. Anyway, looking at her, I feel that I've lived for more than 20 years in vain. Lu Xianxia covered her head and pretended to cry. Do you know what I'm thinking? Li Rulan calmed down from the initial surprise, shock, and disbelief and laughed. What are you thinking? Lu Xianxia asked. I used to think that Xianxia could be the class's study committee member. Li Rulan laughed. Now I think that the entertainment committee member is quite suitable for her. In the future, we won't have to worry about the class's programs. Isn't this too much of a waste? Such an excellent child. If it were me, I would directly make her the class monitor. Lu Xianxia said domineeringly. That's not necessary. You have to give the child room for improvement. Li Rulan said. At this time, she also remembered what Xianxia said before. Don't keep praising her like this. I'm afraid her tail will be raised. Her parents were not joking. They were serious. Xianxia was really too excellent. Room for improvement? I think you're deliberately suppressing others. Lu Xianxia curled her lips and said. I want to suppress her, but I can't use the word suppress. I should say that I'm guiding her correctly. Li Rulan was a language teacher. Unlike the female hooligan, who was a math teacher, she did not use words carelessly. She said carefully, the more excellent a child is, the more you need to guide her correctly so that she can understand the importance of hard work. Yang Yi's main purpose of launching The Voice of China was to help Qianli Chuanshu, but he did not expect that Murphy herself would become a die-hard fan of the show. During the first episode of the show, Murphy was on the plane and did not watch the broadcast. This time, she did not miss the second episode. During the day, she would bring Xixi to school, and at night, she would wait in front of the TV, waiting for the broadcast of the show. Yang Yi was beside the castle on the coffee table that had been moved out. Together with his daughter, he was handing her a few new textbook bags and book covers. If you want the textbooks to be as new and nice as they are now, you have to wrap them up with paper. Yang Yi held a large piece of high-quality paper that was not cheaper than the textbooks as he spoke to Xixi. This skill was mastered by Yang Yi's predecessor when he was young. At that time, his family was poor and Yang Chonggue did not have the money to buy many books for him and his brother. When Yang Yi was in primary school, Yang Huan was not even born yet. Therefore, Yang Yi's textbooks had to be carefully taken care of so that he could continue using them when he was in school. This could save him a lot of tuition fees. His nimble mother, Dong Yue, taught Yang Yi how to wrap the books, and Yang Yi did not disappoint. Not only did he wrap the books well, but he also took good care of the textbooks. From the start of the semester until the end of the semester, he did not pick up a pen to write on the textbooks. When Yang Yi used them, they were still brand new. In the past, the purpose of wrapping the books was to ensure that the textbooks could be recycled. Now, Yang Yi's motive for wrapping the books for Xixi had changed. He hoped that the textbooks could be kept clean and tidy, and it would be best if the corners did not curl up. Xixi stood at the side and watched with interest. Her two little hands were pressed on the coffee table. Of course, she couldn't sit still, and she didn't want to stand still either. Her body swayed gently with her little butt. You don't want the textbooks to become ugly after a few days of use, right? Yang Yi asked Xixi with a smile as he measured the books carefully. Don't become ugly. Of course, Xixi shook her head. She giggled and said, I'm not your little brother. Only a little brother would break a book. Murphy couldn't help but laugh when she heard that. It's your brother's fault again. Mr. Yang, let me tell you, I don't object to you wrapping Xixi's books, but don't let her be like you. Everything has to be symmetrical, neat, and tidy. Xixi turned around and snuggled up to her father, making a face at her mother. She liked to see her parents bickering with each other. Of course, her father always lost. Her father always seemed to be unable to outtalk her mother. She, who pitied her father, would step forward bravely at this time. Xianxia turned around and glanced at Tong Tong, who was still playing in the castle. The little guy now had a playmate. Because of the enclosed effect of his castle, Xiao Guai and the other cats were attracted. The originally maverick cats all came over and found their own comfortable places on the soft pillows. When your little brother grows up, he will also know how to take care of books. Xianxia laughed. If he doesn't understand, as his elder sister, you should teach him a lesson. Tell him, little brother, how can you be so naughty? You've ruined the books. She felt that her father's imitation of her tone was very interesting. She couldn't help but giggle. She laughed so hard that she shook and fell on her father's body crookedly. The book cover that Xianxia wrapped was still very beautiful. After wrapping it, the book cover seemed to have been redone. It became a very pure color. There was a white stripe on the top and a khaki color on the bottom. The ratio of white to khaki was about 1:3. It seemed that the whole book's image and temperament had been improved. Does it look good? Xianxia wrapped the first textbook and handed it to Shi. It looks good. The little girl happily took it and touched the cover that was slightly rough but did not lose its smoothness and luster. She replied crisply. She looked as if she couldn't bear to part with it. Xianxia's heart was filled with a sense of accomplishment. It's not done yet. Xianxia asked Shi for the wrapped book. Then, Xianxia picked up a small hard brush that he had prepared on the table. He dipped it in the white paint that he had already mixed. In the middle of the cover, where the khaki background was, he wrote the word Chinese in small script. Xianxia's calligraphy skills were average, but he could still fool ordinary people. So, with this line of white words, the cover was improved by a level. It gave people the illusion that it was the cover of a Chinese textbook. Do you want to write your name here? Xianxia was still unsatisfied. He pointed at the word Chinese and laughed. Yes, and then draw a flower here. It'll look good. She snuggled into her father's arms and said excitedly. Xianxia was a little surprised. He didn't expect his daughter to be able to draw inferences and give him ideas. Just as the father and daughter were wrapping up the book cover, the second episode of China's Top Voice began. Murphy clapped her hands happily. She quickly sat in the executive chair that she had moved from Xianxia's study room. She turned around with her back facing the TV and turned up the volume with the remote control. Then, she said to Xianxia with a smile, neither of you can give me any hints. I want to choose blindly. Shi's attention was attracted by her mother. She turned her head and watched with interest. Xianxia shrugged and laughed, since you're so interested, why don't I let you be a mentor for the next season? I saw that you haven't made a comeback this season and didn't have time to go, so I didn't arrange for you. I think I'll pass. Compared to Mentor Lin Qitian, Mentor Feng Huiwen, and Mentor Luo Jian, my qualifications are too lacking. I've even consulted with Mentor Luo Jian before. How am I qualified to be on the same level as him and say that I want to be a mentor? Murphy waved her hand. That's hard to say. You're also one of the best singers in the Chinese music industry. Moreover, your fame has spread overseas. Who dares to say that you're not qualified? Xianxia laughed and said, moreover, this is our family show. It's up to me whether I let you be on it or not. How can that be? It'll ruin the show. I hope that this show can really help those who can sing well. If I want to be on this show, I'll have to work hard for a few more years. I'll have to at least be as famous and capable as Eason. Murphy was a little annoyed. Then we'll talk about it in a few years. I have other shows for you anyway. Xianxia laughed. Okay. Let's watch the show. Murphy giggled and said, I think it's quite interesting to be an audience member. I'll choose blindly in front of the TV. No one knows. Then we'll guess which contestant will go to which mentor's team, okay? Do you want to bet with me? If you want to bet, you'll have to have something at stake. Xianxia laughed and said, I can assure you that I don't know anything about the results of the show. I didn't ask them. What do you want to bet on? Murphy looked over curiously. Tonight. Yang Yi looked at Xixi beside him. After confirming that she wasn't looking at him, he smirked and gestured with Murphy to take off his clothes. Whoever guesses more wrong will perform this dance, okay? Murphy rubbed her face and blushed. She said shyly, do you want to die? You're saying this in front of the child. What are you guys talking about? Xixi looked innocent. Daddy and Mommy said that whoever guesses more wrong tonight will have to perform the onion flinging dance for the other party. Dee-da-dee-da-dee. Yang Yi deliberately waved his hands and said. Hee hee. Xixi was confused and was amused by her father. Yang Yi mentioned the striptease dance because a few days ago, when he and Murphy were still in the United States, they watched a movie together in the bedroom on the farm. There was an extremely enchanting scene in the movie. Murphy turned her head and saw Yang Yi's eyes inadvertently revealing an expression of admiration. She decisively became jealous and somewhat unconvinced. She said, who doesn't know this dance? Isn't it just taking off all of it? However, when Yang Yi's index finger was moved and wanted her to perform a scene, the music was already playing. Murphy was embarrassed and evaded him by beating around the bush. But Yang Yi could not forget it. Do you want to do it? If I lose, I'll also dance. Yang Yi deliberately raised his eyebrows at Murphy, full of provocation. So arrogant? How could it be? Murphy bit her lower lip, angrily glared at Yang Yi, and snorted, let's do it. I also want to dance. Xixi excitedly stood up from her father's arms and said, I also know how to do this. This super simple spring onion dance was taught to her by Yang Yi before. Okay, but you have to dance first. Yang Yi rubbed Xixi's little head and said with a smile, because the TV will be broadcast until very late, and you still need to sleep. Then Papa, you play the beat for me. The little girl really believed that her parents were going to do the spring onion dance. She happily ran to her brother's castle and picked up 2 pillow towels to use as spring onions. Dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-doo-doo-doo. Taking advantage of the fact that the program had not yet started, Yang Yi sang the accompaniment for Xixi. This song was not easy to sing, and it was only because Yang Yi's extraordinary speed of speech that he managed to sing it. Although there might be some mistakes in the middle, when she heard Yang Yi's fast singing, Murphy turned around and threw herself on the sofa beside her, laughing so hard that she was lying down. Xixi, on the other hand, was very focused on dancing, swinging the pillow towels left and right up and down. That serious effort of trying to keep up with the rhythm was indescribably cute. However, Tong Tong, who was sitting in the castle, opened his little mouth and looked at his sister in confusion. It was not known why his attention was attracted by his sister and not his father. The little guy's confused expression while drooling seemed to be saying, Sister, are you stupid? After a short interlude, the second episode of China's Voice began to air. The opening animation and the fast-talking commercial from the host, Super Hot, quickly cut to the end, and the first contestant took the stage. Mo Fei still played the same trick. She turned around and didn't look at the TV screen. However, she still saw the expression on Yang Yi's face as he sat on the sofa opposite her. He seemed a little surprised. What's the matter? Murphy asked with a smile, her heart itching. Yang Yi shifted his gaze from the TV screen to Murphy and smiled mysteriously. I'm not telling you. Do you want to turn around and watch together? Murphy gritted her teeth and snorted. She pouted and said, no way, I want to choose blindly too. In fact, Yang Yi was surprised because the first contestant sang his song. The subtitles on the TV screen read, When You're Old. Singer, Su Lu. Original singer, Murphy. Composer, Yang Yi. The contestant on stage was a girl with short black hair. She carried a guitar and looked very heroic. Like the other singers, she bowed to the audience and the musicians behind her after she went on stage. However, she did not want anyone to accompany her. She sat down on the high chair on stage and picked up her guitar. Ha ha ha. As soon as the sound of the guitar rang out, Su Lu began to use her own voice to accompany the sound. Her slightly hoarse voice, at this moment, had an inexplicable ethereal quality. One must know that these two words usually didn't go together. Just by listening to her accompaniment, the 4 coaches on stage started to shake their heads. They were obviously a little intoxicated. Yang Yi's eyes also showed a hint of amazement. When You're Old. Nice song. Murphy knew what song it was from the prelude, but she still gave the singer a thumbs up. She whispered to Yang Yi, "It's quite interesting to do it this way. Why didn't I think of it before?" However, she only allowed the officials to set fires and not the common people to light lamps. After she finished muttering, she waved her hand and signaled Yang Yi to stop talking and listen to the song seriously. When you're old and your hair is white. Sulu played and sang at the same time. Sulu's singing was completely different from Murphy's. Murphy's singing of this song was relatively affectionate. It also reflected the lingering beauty of her and Yang Yi's love. Unintentionally, there was a kind of seductive ripple in her voice. But Sulu didn't have as deep an understanding as Mo Fei. When she sang this song, she also sang it according to her own understanding. Her slightly hoarse, but still clear voice had a hint of tiredness, as if she was helpless about this kind of aging. Of course, to see her real singing skills, one had to listen to the line, "How many people have loved the time when you sang happily in your youth?" However, what surprised Yang Yi was that Sulu did not sing this line with a high pitch like Murphy. She still maintained her own characteristics and sang this line with a slow rhythm. Although there was a touch of high pitch, it was just like a paper airplane, smoothly gliding over. "It's quite nice." Murphy gave high praise to Sulu's adaptation. She excitedly discussed with Yang Yi, "I think singing this line in a slow way is also very interesting." At this time, a teacher had already pressed the button. The rotating chair on the television screen lit up with the red "I choose you" light. Who turned it?" Murphy asked, unable to hold back her curiosity. Yang Yi could not keep her in suspense this time, because she, who was also watching attentively, rushed to answer, "It's Uncle Xianxia." "Mom, that sister is crying." On the television, there was a close-up shot. Sulu, who looked like a tomboy, had a trace of tears in her eyes, but she still pretended to be calm and tried her best to sing. She did not know if it was her experience singing in a bar that allowed her to cope with all kinds of unexpected situations. Although the moment Xianxia turned around, she was a little emotional, but her singing did not lose its standard. Just like before, she sang slowly and affectionately. Murphy also turned around when Sulu sang for the second time. She was a little slower than Feng Huiwen, but she really liked Sulu's singing. She gently clapped her hands and shook her head. Finally, the song ended, and the four teachers all turned around. Murphy still wanted to continue and said to Yang Yi, "This song is really suitable to be listened to with closed eyes. You didn't turn around, so you don't know the feeling. It's really wonderful." "Really? Then I'll try the next singer." Yang Yi laughed. After Sulu gave a simple introduction of her name, the four teachers all rushed to give their comments. The comments here were also a kind of knowledge. There was no need to talk about the failed contestants, but for the contestants who had many teachers turning around, the teachers' comments were also a way to win over the contestants. Maybe one sentence would touch the other person's heart, and the next second, the contestant would choose you as their teacher. Now was the time for the initiative to change hands. Xianxia also said in his very ordinary Mandarin, "Miss Su's voice is very good. Although it's not the kind of voice that sings sweet songs, I like it very much because such a voice can express a kind of strong emotion when singing." "Teacher Feng Huiwen, Xianxia is saying that you're not suitable for Little Su." Luo Jian deliberately said, "You were the queen of sweet songs." "I didn't mean that." Xianxia hurriedly waved his hand. "It doesn't matter if you mean that. Anyway, the two of them are not suitable for each other. Little Su can choose between the three of us male teachers." Lin Qitian said cheerfully. It was rare for him to be serious. "I don't want to bother with them. Xiao Su, I want to tell you that women understand women the best. Although I sing sweet songs, I also know other singing styles. I can give you some tips on how to sing a female song." "What about them?" "Hee hee." Feng Huiwen laughed. On the stage, swords were drawn. Although these people deliberately made it so exaggerated for the effect of the show, after the director's editing, the atmosphere was indeed very tense. Sulu, who felt that she was so lucky that she couldn't find her bearings, didn't know how to choose. "Who do you think she'll choose in the end?" Yang Yi asked. "Hurry up and choose one. Once you placed your bet, leave." Murphy rolled her eyes at Yang Yi. After a long time, she said, I think she'll choose Luo Jian. Teacher Luo also sings love songs. Maybe he used to be Su Lu's idol. I think she'll choose Xianxia. Xianxia's influence is still bigger now. After all, the others are not very active in the music industry now, Xianxia said. After Xianxia finished speaking, the TV cut to a few very short advertisements. After the advertisements, Su Lu would definitely choose. He smiled and said, then let's see who Su Lu will choose. Xianxia or Luo Jian? Or neither of them. The commercials that were cut into the show after only a few minutes were not too long. 30 seconds later, the commercials from the two sponsors were over in the blink of an eye. The TV returned to the scene of China's top voice. Alright, little Su, please make your choice. Luo Jian said. Su Lu's gaze became firm. She said, when I was learning how to sing, I listened to teacher Luo Jian's cassette tapes the most, Nanny. Xiangyi's heart skipped a beat. Oh no, it can't be like what Murphy said, right? Su Lu's choice was irreversible. She said sincerely, after that, I started singing. Although I studied and learned from many seniors, teacher Luo Jian's songs left the deepest impression on me. That's why I'm so fortunate to be recognized by so many teachers. However, I still hope to join teacher Luo Jian's team. It has always been my dream to be able to receive his personal guidance. Luo Jian stood up from his seat and proudly raised 2 fingers at the other 3 regretful mentors. He then turned around and hugged Su Lu. He even said, you know, Xiao Su, I was scared to death just now. I was afraid that you would change your tone and say that you would choose someone else after talking about your admiration for me for so long. Xianxia did not pay attention to the latter part of the conversation. He was looking at Murphy helplessly. Murphy was showing off in front of him. She coolly made a V-shaped gesture with her right thumb and index finger under her chin. It was not a good start. Things were not looking good. As the show progressed, Xixi, who was about to go to bed, was sent upstairs. Xianxia and Murphy were still watching TV in the living room. Both of them won and lost in their bets. There were also times when both of them guessed wrong. Overall, the situation was extremely tense. It was hard to tell who would have the last laugh. Again. Before the next contestant came on stage, Murphy turned her chair around excitedly. However, she soon saw the surprise in Xiangyi's eyes. What's wrong? Is there something special about this contestant? Murphy could not help but ask. Xiangyi smiled gently and shook his head. He said, I don't know how to put it. You'll know when you hear it. Mofei curled his lips and said, stop pretending. Then, a soothing guitar accompaniment sounded, and the contestants on the stage began their performances. It's guitar playing again. Why aren't the contestants using the band's accompaniment today? Those bands are much better than them. Murphy's ears were so sharp that she could tell the difference at once. However, Murphy quickly looked at Xiangyi in surprise. Isn't this your college days? I can't believe I can hear it here. Yes, this song was the one Xiangyi previously wrote for Guozi to pick up girls at the freshman party, university days. However, compared to Xiangyi's other songs, this song was much less popular. After all, it was produced by the Huai Brothers Company. Guozi, a non-professional singer, released the sound source earlier than Fairy Tale. At that time, Guozi was just a nobody. It was amazing that someone could know and choose to sing this song that was not popular. Of course, once the contestants on the stage opened their mouths, Murphy retracted her surprise. She was familiar with the voice and smiled. Isn't this 1,000 Miles Chuanshu? So they'd been arranged for the second episode. Xiangyi shook his head with a smile and said, I really don't know. He was a very competent manager. Not only had he passed the program to Han Yuman and Yun Yangfeng, but he had also let 1,000 Miles Chuanshu participate in the competition without informing the program team. Therefore, Lu Xiaoshu and Miao Chuan on the stage were just ordinary contestants. Murphy was right. This song was indeed less popular. When Lu Xiaoshu and the rest sang it, Luo Jian and Feng Huiwen, who had their backs to the stage, were surprised. It's so good. What's this song called? I've never heard of it. Xianxia knew, but he was too slow to speak and Lin Qitian beat him to it. Professor Lin smiled and said, You've never heard of this song? What a pity. It's one of Yang Yi's rare folk songs. It looked like Lin Qitian had done a lot of research on Yang Yi. Yang Yi's song? Luo Jian and Feng Huiwen were surprised. However, this was not the time to chat. Listening to the song was more important. Lu Xiaoxu was the lead singer while Miao Chuan was the backup singer. Both of them had worked together for many years. Their chemistry was so good that it felt like they were one. If one did not listen carefully, it would be difficult to distinguish their voices. However, what made Yang Yi feel emotional was that Lu Xiaoxu and Miao Chuan's singing of this song was closer to the original version. After going through that experience, Lu Xiaoxu and Miao Chuan's voices became more emotional. Their voices were slightly hoarse, with a hint of laziness and indescribable vicissitudes of life. Even when they sang hiding in the corner, secretly, crying, their voices revealed a pampering tone as if they had experienced the vicissitudes of life. They sang very well. Yang Yi could not help but say to Murphy, "I didn't expect them to secretly practice this. I'm starting to believe that you really didn't secretly get the results and cheat." Murphy's eyes twinkled as she said to Yang Yi, "Of course. I also specifically told everyone not to report to me about the program. I want to be an ordinary audience member." Yang Yi smiled and said, "You're only starting to believe now. If I had the results, how could I lose so many times just now? How could I let you go? Humph, I don't believe you. You're so glib, trying to coax me into dancing." Murphy's cheeks blushed as she spoke. Lu Xiaoxu and Miao Chuan's improvement in the past 2 years was very obvious. If the beginning of the song was just to suit the audience's ears, then when they sang "What is Love, I Don't Know," they switched between high notes and falsetto. Their excellent singing skills were reflected. Bang, bang, bang. 4 lights lit up one after another. The 4 mentors' swivel chairs turned around at the same time. They pointed at each other and laughed in surprise. "How many did you swivel?" Murphy's heart itched unbearably. "Guess." Lu Xiaoxu and Miao Chuan looked at each other. They could see the joy in each other's eyes. But the singing continued. Their work in the coffee shop allowed them to maintain a peaceful state of mind while singing. In the end, Murphy reluctantly turned around. She explained to Yang Yi, "I'm too familiar with them. I don't want to choose, so I turned around in the end." Of course, for Yang Yi, the most important part was to guess which mentor Lu Xiaoxu and Miao Chuan would choose. They must choose Xianxia. There's no doubt about it. Xianxia's singing is more helpful to them. Yang Yi rushed to say. Yang Yi felt that Lu Xiaoxu and Miao Chuan would choose Xianxia, not because of his singing, but because they were more familiar with Xianxia. On one hand, he was Yang Yi's good friend. On the other hand, Lin Muan was still in Xianxia's company. Murphy, however, held back her laughter. Her eyes flickered and she didn't dare to look at Yang Yi. "What's wrong? It's your turn to choose." Yang Yi was confused and asked with a smile. Murphy pursed her lips. She wanted to say something but stopped. Finally, she said, "Since you've chosen Xianxia, then I'll choose Lin Qitian." Yang Yi was amused and laughed, "Then you'll probably lose." He firmly believed that Lu Xiaoxu and Miao Chuan wouldn't choose Lin Qitian, because Lin Qitian had been famous for too long. Yang Yi raised his hand and snapped his fingers. He shook his head proudly. "They should be the last group. If you lose, you'll have to dance tonight." The news of Cici going to primary school was reported by some entertainment newspapers. However, this kind of gossip was destined to not attract much attention since there were no scandals or catfights. Therefore, Yang Yi did not even bother to respond to these reporters. He was fully focused on preparing for Xixi's upcoming primary school life. The hottest news in the entertainment industry recently was none other than China's The Voice. Although this program had only been broadcast for 2 episodes, its viewership ratings had been soaring crazily. It had the potential to break the viewership ratings record for music talent shows. The more the audience watched, the more they paid attention to it. Naturally, the media flocked to it as well. This program was so popular that if any news outlet was not related to China's The Voice, they would be too embarrassed to snatch the headlines. Therefore, the netizens would be speechless when they saw news headlines like this: "No worse than China's The Voice. The Great Travel Challenge premieres soon." Hu Kefi attends a sponsor's event and says she wants to participate in China's The Voice. The Great Zhou Dynasty crew has confirmed that the second male supporting lead took part in China's The Voice auditions. Although the headlines were all about China's The Voice, the content of the news had nothing to do with it. Naturally, the comments below were incessant. However, these people were thick-skinned enough to take advantage of the hype. Why would they care about the scolding? Of course, the proper media were still enthusiastically reporting news related to China's The Voice. They were all trying their best to interpret the program from many different angles so that they could stand out from the vast sea of news reports. The second episode of China's Voice gave them a chance because there were many outstanding contestants in this episode. For example, Su Lu, the short-haired girl's singing had conquered many of the audience. It could even be said that she became famous overnight. Many people who heard Su Lu's performance of When You're Old all became her fans without any prior agreement. Now, on all the major social media sites and search engines, she was the most searched for. Many viewers even started to think that Su Lu was the most capable singer to win the championship. There were many outstanding contestants, and there were many stories behind these contestants. Even though China's The Voice had set up an official micro-broadcasting and official website, listing the background stories of the selected contestants that were supposed to be told on stage under their photos, the media was still not satisfied with the information that had already been released. They tried their best to search for more explosive news. There was really a reporter who managed to find one overnight, and it was published in the newspaper the next day. The origin of China's Top Voice's fourth promotion 1000 Mile Creek Tree is so strange. First of all, the first news that the reporter exposed was that Qianli Quanchu's previous management company was Ronghua Management Company. The official website of China's Top Voice only mentioned that Qianli Quanchu was once a trainee of a management company. However, because he was unwilling to follow the unspoken rules, he was shelved. Of course, the introduction did not mention the name of the company. However, this news was not difficult to find out. Last year, Lin Muan had caused a scene at the Xiaonan TV station's talent show. He had also exposed the big news that Ronghua had cheated his junior brother, 1000 Miles Chuanshu. Many people still had a deep impression of it. Therefore, when the readers read up to this point in the report, they finally had a realization. So it's them. However, that was the extent of their impression. Compared to the cheated 1000 Miles Chuanshu, Tang Kai-tai, who was involved in this incident and was later known as the most cheated brat in history, left a deeper impression on the readers. This Tang Kai-tai has caused a lot of trouble. Even 1000 Miles Chuanshu was shelved by him. Luckily, they walked out of this incident. Otherwise, it would be a pity for them. They sing really well. After listening to University Days, fans who liked 1000 Miles Chuanshu expressed their opinions in the report. However, the biggest explosive point of this news was not 1000 Miles Chuanshu's past, but their present. 1000 Miles Chuanshu has signed with a new management company. It's the Huai brothers. The reporter also exposed this. Perhaps many readers are not familiar with the Huai brothers, but everyone is definitely familiar with the other artists in this company. Huazi, Yang Huan. That's right, they are this year's popular newcomers to variety shows, the two permanent members of the Limit Challenge. Now that I've spoken up to here, everyone should understand that Brother Hua Yi's character represents Yang Yi's own name. That's right, this company is opened by Yang Yi. China's The Voice is also one of the ace variety shows created by Yang Yi. With such a complicated relationship, it's almost certain that 1000 Miles Chuanshu will be able to advance to the next round, right? That's right, this report was not done to support China's The Voice. It came with a strong intention, clearly showing the intention to expose the dark secrets of China's The Voice, Beijing, Tianya Bar. Sulu was bidding farewell to her boss, Brother Ming. After today's program was broadcast, she would stop all her other part-time jobs and put in all her effort to join her mentor, Luo Jian's team and receive his guidance. Similarly, there were tougher competitions waiting for her in the future. It could be said that Su Lu had embarked on a new path and was rushing towards the future she had always been looking forward to. Today was just a farewell to the past. Sister Lu, take a look at this news. A resident singer who had a pretty good relationship with Su Lu passed the phone over while looking enviously at Su Lu, who had dyed her hair back to black. He said, China's The Voice actually has shady dealings. Do you think this is real? Sulu took a few glances and saw the report saying that there were dark secrets behind Thousand Miles Chuanchu's advancement. She fell silent. She had a deep impression of Qianli Kawaki because Qianli Kawaki had participated in the competition and video recording on the same day as her. Although she didn't watch Qianli Kawaki's competition, she still remembered the two big boys sitting quietly in the corner. It was easy to understand. After all, she only knew of this pair, but as for whether there were dark secrets behind their advancement, Sulu could not say for sure. She had watched the program yesterday and Thousand Miles Chuanchu's singing was very good. Sulu felt that it was normal for the mentor to turn around, whether there are dark secrets or not. Little Sue, now that you have decided to move forward, you have to move forward with determination. Brother Ming walked over and took the phone from Sulu's hand. He returned it to the resident singer and said to Sulu meaningfully, if you can become the champion, that would be even better. Artenia Bar would be proud of you and we would be able to bask in your glory. But if you can't become the champion, then so what? If you can perform on this show with such high ratings a few more times, you will be able to gain more viewers. You will be able to sign a contract with a big record company and release an album. If you can continue, that in itself is a kind of victory. Sulu nodded lightly at Brother Ming. The knot in her heart just now had disappeared. When Thousand Miles Chuanchu's identity and background were exposed, Mo Xiaowan and the rest had already prepared for it. Lu Xiaoshu and the rest signing was not something that needed to be kept a secret. Their names had already been posted on the Huai brothers' official website. However, Mo Xiaowan was still a little surprised. She did not expect the reporters to find out so quickly. We will hold a press conference on Tuesday. You can arrange it. Yang Yi will personally clarify this misunderstanding to the reporters. On Monday, Shishi will be busy on her first day of school. Mo Xiaowan walked out and went to Xiaoai's office. In addition, micro-broadcasting will release the explanation we have prepared. It wasn't a bad thing that Shishi's background was known by her homeroom teacher, Teacher Li. On the first day of class, when the teacher assigned the seats, Shishi was cleverly arranged to sit in the sixth column of the third row. Although she was still a little behind, if the seats were strictly divided according to height, Shishi's height would basically make her sit at the very back. Lan Xian and Shishi were a little different in height, so the two girls finally separated. Shishi also welcomed a new deskmate. When Shishi hugged her small school bag and sat down in her new seat, her new deskmate began to look at her curiously. Soon, she couldn't help but ask, "My name is Lu Xiaoyu. What's your name?" At this moment, Shishi retracted her gaze from Lan Xian. Just now, the two girls had been communicating with their eyes. Lan Xian really didn't want to sit apart from Shishi. She felt so wronged. Shishi blinked her big eyes and looked at her deskmate. Lu Xiaoyu was a thin girl, a little like Yang Luoqi. She had two thin braids on her head. Of course, it was obvious that she was also quite extroverted. She had a bright smile. "My name is Xianxia. You can call me Shishi." Shishi introduced her name to her deskmate seriously. "Then you can also call me Little Fishy because my name sounds a lot like little fish." Lu Xiaoyu giggled. "Hee hee, your name is so funny." Shishi and the other party quickly got closer. It just so happened that the extroverted girl met chatty Shi. At first, Shishi was a little embarrassed, but soon, the two girls began chatting enthusiastically. The first day of school seemed to pass quickly. In the afternoon, Yang Yi came to school to pick up Shishi. The little girl indeed knew a lot of friends. She waved to them one by one before getting into her father's car with Lan Xian. Because the two families lived together, and Yang Yi came to pick up Shishi every day, Lan Caokai simply asked Yang Yi to help pick up Lan Xian. The two girls went to school together, so they wouldn't be lonely. "Xian, today is your first day of school. Are you used to it?" Yang Yi asked with concern as he drove. "Papa, you didn't even ask me." Sisi, who was at the side, cried out with jealousy. "Okay, I'll ask you too. I'll ask you later." Yang Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Lan Xian pouted and said, "Primary school is not fun at all." "Why?" Shishi asked with some surprise. Because we can't go out to play. We have to sit in the classroom, and then there's nothing delicious to eat." At noon, there's no delicious food like Uncle Yang. I want to go back to kindergarten. Lan Xian said with grievance. At noon, the school's food is not delicious? Yang asked, what did you eat at noon? Not as delicious as Papa's food. At this time, Xianxia also nodded. However, her description was much richer than Lan Xian's. We had chicken drumsticks, broccoli, carrots, and eggs for lunch. After listening to Xixi's description, Yang felt that the school's nutrition was not bad. I don't like to eat vegetables. I want to eat delicious meat. Lan Xian pouted and said unhappily. There's meat. Chicken drumsticks are meat. Xixi refuted. No, it's just a little bit. It's not enough. Lan Xian cried out with grievance. Okay, Xian heir has suffered in school. Tonight's dinner at Xixi's house. Uncle will make delicious meat for you. Yang said with a smile. Don't be sad. Eat with everyone at school. He felt that this was not a bad thing. At noon, he let Lan Xian eat less meat and more vegetables. It just happened that she could lose weight. Xixi was not as gluttonous as Lan Xian. She could accept the school's food. Yang felt that it was not a bad thing to let his daughter's stomach adapt to ordinary food. She couldn't eat fish and meat every day. If Xixi's mouth was as picky as Lan Xian's, it would be easy for her to become pretentious when she grew up. As a human, we have to experience the joys and sorrows of life. We have to taste all the flavors in the world. Lan Xian felt that this compensation condition was not bad. She could go to Xixi's house for dinner. The little girl finally smiled through her tears. Come on, I'll test you. Xixi and Xian heir, you answer together. If you answer more, I'll make more delicious food for you tonight. Yang asked with a smile while driving, what did you learn at school today? In order to eat delicious food, Lan Xian was particularly enthusiastic and said, there's nothing to learn. We only learned the pinyin, A, O, E. Uncle Yang, you see, I know all of them. There's also mathematics. But Papa, we know all the mathematics taught by Mr. Liu. Xixi said. You really know all of them? What did Mr. Liu teach you today? Yang asked curiously. Mr. Liu asked us to count. Xixi said, in the textbook, there are 2 little rabbits carrying backpacks and 2 little bears playing basketball. There are also 9 little birds flying in the sky. Did you say these yourself, or did Mr. Liu teach you? Yang asked. Yang felt that Xixi's description was a little complicated. It should not be something that she could say by looking at the textbook. Mr. Liu asked me, and then I counted them all correctly. Then Mr. Liu counted with me and said that there were 2 little rabbits carrying backpacks. The little girl said to her father with great interest. Yang looked at his daughter from the rearview mirror and could see his daughter's beaming face. Lan Xian next to him was a little confused. She did not have a good memory like Xixi. Very good, Xixi. In the future, in school, no matter if you understand what the teacher teaches or not, you have to listen carefully in class and actively answer the teacher's questions. Do you understand? Yang praised Xixi with gratification and educated her. Okay. Xixi blinked her big eyes. What about the language class? What did you learn? Yang asked, how did the teacher teach you pinyin? Speaking of this, Xixi became even more excited. She loudly recited in the car, open your mouth, AAA. Hearing Xixi recite this, Lan Xian could not help but recite it, round mouth OOO, flat mouth EEE. After reciting it, the 2 little girls looked at each other and giggled. This rhyme was quite interesting. Looking at their alternating between complaining and being happy, Yang felt relieved. At least, on the first day of class, Xixi and Lan Xian seemed to adapt very quickly. They were able to keep up with the teacher's teaching progress. However, it wasn't hard to understand. After all, the kindergarten that Cici and Lanqing attended was also very good. In the kindergarten, they were playing around. Although the knowledge that they learned from secondary school was a little scattered, it was enough to satisfy most of their first-grade curriculum. More importantly, in Springfield Kindergarten, the teachers cultivated a special kind of mathematical logic for the children. This allowed them to think more than other children when they were learning other things. This was especially precious for their future studies. However, since they were in primary school, it was inevitable that they would come out of the comfortable world of play in kindergarten and begin to face more and more formal learning seriously. On the first day of school, Xianxia and the others had to start doing their homework. Not long after returning home, Yang received a homework message from Teacher Li on his mobile phone. Language homework: children, please make pinyin alphabet cards when you get home. Not only do you have to write the letters correctly, but you also have to pronounce the 4 tones correctly. After making the alphabet cards, please read them to your parents. Of course, Xianxia also had math homework and English homework. However, these homework were quite interesting. For example, the math homework was from 1 to 10. She had to find items that corresponded to these numbers in her life, such as a soap, 2 towels, 3 toothbrushes, and so on. It was not a boring and repetitive type of homework. While Yang was reading the homework assigned by the teacher on his mobile phone, Xianxia was also looking at her father, as if she was waiting for something. But from today onwards, Yang would no longer take her hand to do her homework. Do you know what the teacher's homework means? Yang asked with a smile. Xianxia nodded and gestured with her small hands, saying, Teacher Li said. She said that she wanted to make such a big card, then write the letters on it and read it to Papa and Mom. And the little girl chattered for a while, almost repeating what the teacher said. Her memory was really good, especially the short-term memory. She could basically tell what happened that day when Yang asked her to recount it. Yang cleaned up the tea table in the living room. The tea table was not very useful now, so it was just right for Xianxia to do her homework. Xianxia stood aside and looked at her father curiously. She saw that he put a stack of A4 white paper, a long plastic ruler, and a long pencil on the table. Come here. Yang smiled and waved his hand. Xianxia immediately ran over, thinking that her father was going to take her to do her homework. You can do the 3 homework here. Yang patted Xianxia's small shoulder and said softly, for example, the language homework. You can use the ruler to cut the white paper into cards according to what the teacher taught you. Then, write the few letters that you learned today in pinyin. Pay attention to the different tones. After Yang said for a while, he smiled and said, when you are done, Dad will come to see your results and listen to you read pinyin to Dad, okay? Daddy is going to make dinner now. Xianxia, on the other hand, became anxious. She pulled her father's hand, pouted her little mouth, and said unhappily, No. Papa, why don't you do homework with me? Because you have to finish your homework by yourself. Daddy will accompany you to do your homework. How will you do your own homework in the future? Yang gently patted Xianxia's little head and smiled. I don't want to do my own homework. In the future, Papa, can you accompany me to do my homework? Xianxia said reluctantly. The little girl's mind was quite clear, and she immediately caught the flaw in her father's words. That won't do. Xianxia, listen to Dad. Now, you are a primary school student. You are no longer a kindergarten child who relied on Dad for everything. After entering primary school, you have to start learning from the teacher. And most importantly, you have to learn by yourself and do things by yourself. Yang patiently explained to Xianxia, for example, you like little goldfish very much, but in class, the teacher won't teach you about it. You have to find information by yourself to learn more about little goldfish. You have to raise a little goldfish by yourself, take care of it, observe it, and verify the knowledge you have found. Didn't you already do all these when you were in kindergarten? Xianxia pouted and nodded unhappily. That's right. We are now just expanding the interest of little goldfish. Whether it is a poem or a mathematical formula, you can learn and study it by yourself. Didn't you just tell Dad that you already understood a lot of what the teacher said in English class? Yang said. Yes. The teacher told us to memorize the alphabet, but I understood it all. Xianxia said. If the teacher is talking about knowledge that you already understand, you can learn other things. For example, you only know how to speak English, but you don't know how to use a pen to write those letters and words. When the teacher is teaching the other students to read these, can you learn to write a little earlier and recite the alphabet of these words by yourself? Yang felt that he was also racking his brains. From doing homework, he had extended it to so many things. But I don't know how to write. She said in confusion. So, from now on, we have to do every homework well. In these homework, learn to learn by yourself. If you rely on Dad for everything, it will be difficult for you to learn these things quickly. You also want to be praised by the teacher, and you also want to get a good score in the exam, right? Then do your best. Dad believes that you can do these homework well by yourself. Xianxia waved his fist at Xi and encouraged her. Xi was still a little reluctant to leave. Her expression was very melancholy as she muttered, I want Papa to help me. Dad is going to cook. Later, Xianxia will come to our house for dinner. You don't want Xianxia to be disappointed when she comes over and sees that the food is not ready, do you? Xianxia said with a smile, and Dad didn't say that he won't accompany you. Later, when you finish the part that you need to do by yourself, Dad will come over and finish the rest with you. Don't you want to read it to Dad? Hearing this, she felt a little better in her heart. Dad will come over later. Dad didn't abandon me. Okay then. The little girl finally nodded, although she was still a little reluctant. Come on. When you finish, we can have dinner, and then you can play at night. Xianxia said with a smile. There wasn't a lot of homework now. She didn't really have to choose between playing time and doing homework. After her father walked away, she sat down in front of the tea table. She rested her chin on her hand and tilted her little head. She looked worried. What should I do? Without her father by her side, she still felt very helpless. As soon as her father walked away, she found that all the thoughts in her mind were in a mess. She didn't know where to start. After a while, she calmed down a little and sorted out her thoughts. Do the language homework first. In fact, she remembered the requirements of the homework clearly. She also saw her father cut the white paper with a ruler many times. The little girl took a piece of paper. It seemed a little thick, but she didn't look at it carefully. She pressed the ruler on it. Then, she grabbed a corner of the paper and began to tear it. Oh, crash, her right hand was slightly stronger than her left hand. She didn't know how to balance her strength. As a result, when she tore the paper, the ruler on her left hand slipped. Although the paper was torn in the end, it looked crooked. One side was big, and the other was small. It doesn't look good. She pouted. She grabbed a piece of paper with both hands and looked at her results unwillingly. Moreover, she realized that she had taken too much. There were 2 pieces of white paper. The little girl had encountered a problem. She subconsciously turned to look in the direction of the kitchen. Her father was cooking. She could still see his back as he walked. If her father was here, he would definitely teach her how to deal with this problem, but her father wasn't here. What should she do? She was conflicted. She turned her head back and looked at Steamed Bun, who was lying next to her and loyally accompanying her. She asked softly, Steamed Bun, do you think I should go ask Papa? Steamed Bun heard his little master call him and lifted his head. However, he didn't understand what she said. He only wagged his tail to please her. Oh. She pouted unhappily and said, Steamed Bun, you're not going to let me ask Papa for help either? If you don't help me, I don't like you anymore. Steamed Bun? Because of some wonderful misunderstandings, she gave up her habit of looking for her father whenever she encountered a problem, and decided to figure out how to cut the paper by herself. He saw the little girl sitting at the table, looking at the paper she had just broken with a frown on her face. Her drooping eyebrows, that pitiful little appearance, made him feel particularly distressed. She tried to try again, but the effect wasn't obvious, and the paper was still torn crookedly. The card made this way wouldn't look good. She pushed the broken part to the other side of the coffee table. How did Papa do it? She tilted her little head, trying hard to recall. At this time, the little girl's extraordinary memory showed its usefulness. She remembered that when her father used to do handicraft homework with her, he would always fold the paper first. Papa, why did you do that? Because after folding it like this, we can press a mark here. When you tear it, the paper will split according to this mark, and it will be neat. Xi's mind still echoed the conversation she had with her father. In fact, Xi had just casually asked, watching her father do things. If she didn't say a few words, it would be too boring. but her father had patiently answered her question. She didn't expect that after so long, the answer would come in handy. The little girl who had found a way showed a happy smile on her face, and she excitedly went to fold the paper. In order to compress the creases, she stuck out her little butt, and struggled to put all her weight on her little hands. The coffee table was quite sturdy. After a while, Xishi's cheerful cry came from the living room, "Done." The little girl pinched the 2 pieces of paper, looked left and right, and smiled with satisfaction. In fact, when she folded the paper, she didn't align the 2 corners, and the paper was a little asymmetrical, but Xishi couldn't see it. She felt it was already very neat. Xishi happily jumped out from the coffee table, hugged the inexplicably wrong bow, and said happily, "Bow bow, you were right. We don't need to ask Papa for help. I want to do it all, and then show it to Papa. Then, Papa will say, Xishi, you're really super awesome." "That's great." As the little girl spoke, she became intoxicated in her imagination and began to gesticulate with her hands and feet. Steamed Bun didn't know what was going on, but he didn't think too much about it. If the little master was happy, he was happy too. It seemed like he thought that the little master was playing with him, so he also jumped up and down happily, wagging his tail happily. Murphy came downstairs with Tong Tong, who had just taken a bath and smelled good. She saw Xishi lying in front of the coffee table, writing and drawing with a pencil. "Xishi, what are you doing?" Murphy leaned over curiously. Xishi, who had been very focused just now, didn't notice. When she heard her mother's voice, she raised her head and looked at her mother with her big bright eyes. "I'm doing my homework." "Doing homework alone? Do you want Mom to teach you?" Murphy asked with concern. She hadn't communicated with Xianxia yet, so she thought that Xianxia was busy cooking and didn't accompany Xishi. However, at this moment, Xishi was very satisfied with the state of exploring by herself. Moreover, she wanted to do this homework well and get her father's praise later. The little girl waved her hands repeatedly. No, Papa said I want to do my homework by myself." Murphy raised her eyebrows in surprise and said with a smile, "Okay, then you do it by yourself." However, at this moment, Tong Tong stretched out his small body from his mother's arms, stretched out his small hands, and called in a childish voice, "Jia Jia." It was unknown whether he wanted to play with his sister or was curious about the pen or other things in his sister's hand. "We can't disturb sister from doing her homework. Let's go see what delicious food Papa made for us today." Murphy stood up with him in her arms and walked to the kitchen with a smile. After a while, when the kitchen door opened, a strong smell of meat soup floated in. Steamed Bun couldn't help but get up from the ground. He stuck out his tongue and looked in the direction of the kitchen with bright eyes. Cece was still trying her best to deal with her homework. When her father finished cooking, Xishi had also finished her homework. As soon as she finished writing, the little girl couldn't wait to put down her pen and ran to the kitchen. She took her father's hand and said, "Papa, I'm done." Looking at her expectant eyes, she didn't know how much she wanted her father's praise. Xianxia followed her out and looked at Xishi's homework. He first looked at the top, Xishi's math homework. "A puppy?" Xianxia saw Xishi's crooked numbers and some corresponding drawings on the paper. He pointed at the drawings and asked with uncertainty. Obviously, Xishi, who hadn't learned how to write yet, used a combination of pictures and pictures to do her homework. Just like the letters she wrote before, Xianxia also encouraged Xishi to use her drawing ability to do her homework. Otherwise, how could a little girl who just started school finish this homework that required writing by herself? "A dog is Steamed Bun," Xishi said with a smile. She couldn't wait for her father to guess the riddles, so she took the initiative to tell her father. Then there are 2 eyes, Steamed Bun's eyes, 3 cats, Xiao Guai, Xiao Hui, and Dodo. It was also difficult for her to draw the specific images one by one. Although it couldn't be said to be exactly the same, Xishi's drawing ability had improved a lot over the years, especially the integration of the cartoon style. Xianxia felt that Xishi's drawings were quite recognizable. "Not bad, you did very well in your math homework. You fully used your imagination, and you drew so many drawings by yourself. Look at your 10 pillows, you even drew 10 pillows on top of them. Dad believes that you must have done your homework very seriously." Xianxia smiled and patted Xishi's little head. "Now that you've finished, do you feel a sense of accomplishment?" She giggled and twisted around, too embarrassed to admit it. Just as Xianxia was looking at her homework and praising Xian and her mother arrived. Murphy pressed the remote door lock of the courtyard, and Xian took the lead and ran over excitedly. Xian, have you finished your homework? Xianxia asked Xian casually as he greeted Wu Jingjing. Xian ran past Xianxia and said, "What homework?" She ran to Xi's side. Xianxia looked at Xian's absent-minded appearance and already knew the answer in his heart. Today's class, the homework assigned by the teacher. She didn't do any homework. Wu Jingjing said with a wry smile. As soon as she got home, she sat in front of the TV and watched cartoons. She didn't want to move even when I called her. If it weren't for the fact that she wanted to come to your house for dinner, she wouldn't even move her butt. Xianxia looked at Xian, who was laughing heartlessly with Xi, and shook his head helplessly. Big brother Lan isn't back yet? Murphy asked Wu Jingjing curiously. Didn't he finish his meeting? Wu Jingjing smiled and pointed at Xianxia, saying, then you'll have to ask your husband. He said he wants to buy an island or something and send our old Lan to Jinling. He wants to buy an island? Murphy asked Xianxia in surprise. Xianxia nodded lightly and said, Big brother Lan went to the capital for a meeting this time. I heard that there are many new policies that need to be passed. For example, private leasing of islands and land can be extended to 100 years. I discussed it with him and decided to rent the training island beside our piece of land in Jinling. It's better to develop it together. Murphy was just asking casually. She was not interested in Xianxia's business. Students, did you finish the homework I gave you yesterday? Li Rulin didn't stand on the podium. Instead, she walked along the aisle between the seats and blended into the midst of the children. Yes. The children's responses were still a little scattered. However, there were a few activists who not only answered clearly but also excitedly raised their little hands high as if they were worried that the teacher couldn't see them. For example, Xi. There were also children who just nodded and didn't say anything. For example, Xian, Li Rulin didn't mind. She smiled and randomly picked a child next to her. Wang Lei, can you take out your homework and show it to us? The boy with the crew cut was stunned for 2 seconds. He seemed to be confused as to why the teacher was looking for him. He was a little nervous. As he took out the card he made, he looked as if he was crying. With tears in his eyes, he mumbled, I did it, Teacher Li. I did it. Li Rulin was a little frightened by his reaction. When she taught the children in the upper grades, they didn't feel wronged because of one sentence from her. And she didn't say anything serious. Ahem, I just want to see how you did with your homework. I'm not criticizing you. Good boy, don't be afraid. Li Rulin took over and gently placed her hand on his shoulder, comforting him gently. Li Rulin had interacted with some teachers who had taught the first graders before. They advised her to praise and encourage them more. The first graders didn't understand a lot of things. If they could often be praised by the teacher, they would be more motivated to learn. Therefore, no matter how well Wang Lei completed his homework, Li Rulin tried her best to pick the good parts and praised him. You can see that when Wang Lei wrote these pinyin, he transcribed it very seriously. It was written very neatly. My father wrote this. Wang Lei said honestly. His voice was getting softer and softer. My father said that I didn't write well. Li Rulin choked. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry at this moment. Ahem. Student Wang Lei told me that these letters were written by his father and he didn't hide it. This shows that he is very honest. I suggest that everyone applaud for student Wang Lei's honesty and then learn from him. What do you think? Li Rulin still found a way. She clapped along with her classmates. As she clapped, she looked at the teacher thoughtfully. After a round of applause, Li Rulin smiled and handed the card back to Wang Lei. She said softly, It's okay that Dad wrote this, but I hope you can learn to write it yourself. Just use the sitting and holding posture that I taught you yesterday. Try to finish your homework by yourself next time. You don't need Dad's help, okay? Wang Lei finally wasn't so nervous anymore. He even nodded vigorously. After passing by a few students, finally, under Xixi's expectant gaze, Li Ruolin walked to Xixi's side. "Student Xianxia, can you share your homework with the teacher and students?" In fact, it wasn't just Xixi who was looking forward to showing her homework. Li Ruolin was also very curious. How well did this little girl in her class, who was said to be very smart, complete her homework? Xixi handed over the piece of paper that she had been holding in her hand for a long time. When the teacher flipped through it, she couldn't wait to say to Li Ruolin, "Teacher, I did all these. My papa asked me to make these papers myself, but I couldn't do it well. I only managed to do it later. Then, I wrote these, and I drew these." Li Ruolin could see that the strokes of the pinyin letters were relatively immature. They were not written neatly and crookedly. It was obvious that they were written by Xixi, who had not practiced writing for a long time. However, she preferred some of the small flowers on this piece of paper. They were all drawn with a pencil. Although the strokes were not smooth enough and the pattern looked relatively awkward, the flowers filled in the blanks on the white paper other than the pinyin letters. The layout was ingenious and looked much more exquisite. As expected of the child of a celebrity, she has very artistic cells. She has to do an ordinary homework perfectly. Li Ruolin secretly sighed in her heart. Xixi even pointed at the edge of the paper and stated enthusiastically, "My papa said that I didn't do it well enough, so he helped me cut here. These were made by my papa, and the rest were made by me." The paper that Xixi made was not cut square enough. After dinner, Xianxia helped Xixi cut it with scissors. The 12 pieces of paper were trimmed to the same size, just like playing cards, but you did the rest by yourself? Li Ruolin asked with some surprise. Seeing that her words had been answered, Xixi nodded happily and said more enthusiastically, "Yes. Teacher Li, my papa gave me a ruler, but I didn't do it well at first and tore the paper. Then, I remember papa." Fortunately, Li Ruolin was more patient. She listened to Xixi's story of how she found a way to cut the paper. "Very good." Li Ruolin smiled and clapped her hands. She raised her head and said to the other students, "Xianxia almost completed this homework by herself. The teacher thinks that everyone should learn from Xixi and learn from her hard work and serious attitude towards homework. Xianxia, the teacher wants to ask you, after doing this homework, do you feel that you have a more thorough understanding of these pinyin and a deeper memory of them?" Li Ruolin stayed with Xixi for a few more minutes. When Xixi heard this question with a complicated combination of words, she hesitated for a few seconds. After understanding it, she nodded. "That's right, that's true." Li Ruolin stood beside Xixi and nodded in satisfaction. She smiled and said, "Many children may not understand because when you were in kindergarten, you may not have homework." However, this time, it was Xixi's turn to undermine her. The little girl looked at the teacher in confusion and said, "Yes, teacher. Our kindergarten has homework." Li Ruolin nodded helplessly and said, "All right, the teacher is talking about some children. Because some children may not do much homework, they can't understand why the teacher assigns homework to you every day." Assigned homework every day, many children in the class widened their eyes in surprise. Xixi was also a little surprised. Homework every day? Wouldn't that mean that they wouldn't be able to play for a period of time every day? Even Xixi was a little conflicted. She didn't like to do homework every day. How boring would that be? Li Ruolin continued, because after you go to primary school, you will be exposed to a lot of new knowledge in the future. The teachers of different subjects will teach you a lot of lessons. With so much knowledge, after listening to it in class, you might forget it the next day. Therefore, you need to consolidate what you have learned in a day through homework. Only then will your learning be more effective. Many children, including Xixi, frowned sadly. They really didn't like to do homework. A primary school student's life was much more colorful than a kindergarten child's. After all, the school was bigger, there were more children, and there were more new things to do. But there were gains and losses. When the novelty wore off, Xixi and the rest had to face reality. For example, they had to study non-stop every day and do their homework every night. Just like what Lan Xian said, if you don't want to grow up, growing up might not be a happy thing. In the conference room of a hotel in Jiangqing, Yang Yi brought along 1,000 Miles Kawasaki and Lu Chuan to attend the media meeting that Mo Shaowan had arranged for him. Before the meeting started, Yang Yi naturally had to clarify the rumors that he had manipulated the results of China's The Voice's audition behind the scenes. But Yang Yi's few words of clarification did not have much effect. The reporters did not give up and asked, "Yang Yi, how can you prove that you did not manipulate the results of China's The Voice's audition? 1,000 Miles Kawasaki is an artist under your company. Shouldn't you avoid suspicion by not participating in the show?" "I would like to correct a statement made by this friend." Yang Yi faintly smiled and said, "Lu Xiaoxiu and Miao Chuan are my friends. Although they are signed under my company's name, this contract doesn't have any restrictions. They can leave at any time. The Huai brothers decided to set up this company because they were treated unfairly at Ronghua Tower. Its mission is to provide a place for my friends and family who are willing to make a living in the entertainment industry. Xiaogua, Xiaoshu, Xiaochuan, they are all very good friends of mine." The entertainment reporters below the stage were in an uproar. This was a big piece of news. Yang Yi had never said this to anyone before. Many celebrities and newcomers in the entertainment industry were envious of the treatment that Guizi and 1,000 Miles Kawasaki received. Because of Yang Yi's reputation, they all wanted to join the Huai brothers' management company. The reporters looked at Yang Yi excitedly and thought to themselves, when this news is released, who knows how many people who want to join will cry in the toilet. "Mr. Yang Yi, may I ask if your words can be understood this way? This management company of yours is closed to the public and doesn't recruit people? No matter if it's a celebrity who has been famous for a long time, a trainee, or a new artist," a reporter couldn't help but ask. "That's right. The reason why Brother Huai is called brother is also for this purpose. The original intention of setting up this company is not to make money, but to give my good friends who have dreams a management company that won't cheat them, and to help them form a management team." Yang Yi smiled. If these things were revealed, it would definitely cause a lot of controversy. Yang Yi could also predict that the media would analyze him, but Yang Yi did not care. He chose to be magnanimous and willful. At this moment, Lu Xiaoshu took the initiative to ask for the microphone and said, "I can confirm that because the company's contract does not have any restrictions on us staying or leaving, but Mao Chuan and I will not leave no matter what. Because we are good friends with Big Brother Yang, and Big Brother Yang has helped us so much. We have no reason to leave. Logically speaking, the commission that Huai Brothers Company gives us is only a small, very small part. It is only used for the basic operations of the company. We can't get such treatment anywhere else, so we have no reason to leave. Can it be said that you are also determined to stay in Brother Huai's company because of Yang Yi's songwriting ability?" a reporter asked sharply. Yang Yi took the microphone and said, "Let me formally introduce Lu Xiaoshu and Mao Chuan to you. Both of them are very excellent and potential songwriters. The music they create is recognized by me. Although they haven't officially debuted yet, I can tell you that the folk music they create themselves is also quite good. You can hear it in their albums in the future. I won't deny that I will write songs for them, but please believe me when I say that you will like their original music. Maybe my songs won't be able to steal their limelight." Yang Yi smiled and said. In addition, on the stage of China's Voice, they all sang other people's songs and advanced step by step. If they did not sing their own songs, it would be tantamount to breaking their own arms. If I wanted to control the results, why would I let them only perform their own songs? Singing their own original songs is a plus. Before this, Yang Yi had already explained that he did not make any special arrangements for Qianli Chuanshu. Even his good friend Xianxia, who was a mentor, did not know about the relationship between Qianli Chuanshu and Yang Yi. "Mr. Yang Yi, can I understand it this way? If there were no shady dealings, Qianli Chuanshu might have been eliminated and might not be able to win the championship, right?" a reporter asked. "Yes, anyone can be eliminated, and anyone can win the championship. Please pay attention to my words. I'm not a mentor, and I'm not a jury composed of major media that may participate in the future, so I can't predict who may win the championship and who may be eliminated in the future." Yang Yi didn't let him have his way. However, Yang Yi suddenly changed the topic. "But as a normal audience member, in my opinion, our team of The Voice of China is filled with talent. There are many singers with good singing and singing skills, and there are many who are even better than 1,000 Miles Kawaki and the others." He was not wrong. The entertainment industry in this world was too developed. Among the singers who were not successful, there were many who had amazing abilities and even potential. Xianli Chuanchu's singing could only be considered average among the singers who had advanced. Furthermore, this was the result of them singing folk songs to a certain extent. However, Yang Yi's words still surprised many of the reporters. Why would Yang Yi say that in front of Xianli Chuanchu and the rest? He did not give them any face at all. Maybe I was a little harsh, but this is an indisputable fact. I also hope that Xianli Chuanchu and the rest can recognize the gap between themselves and others through this competition, and not fight for the championship title. Yang Yi patted Lu Xiaoshu and Miao Chuan on the shoulders and said sincerely to the reporters, when I suggested for them to participate in the competition, I told them that they do not care if they can win the championship or not. In this competition, they just need to enjoy the process of competing with others, and recognize their own shortcomings and learn from them. That is enough. The entertainment industry is constantly changing every day. No matter how much glory you have now, no matter how popular you are now, sooner or later, you will be replaced by someone who is more attuned to the trend. When that time comes, no one will remember that you have won any championship. All these glory are just empty words. Only by constantly improving your own abilities will you be able to guarantee your longevity. Yang Yi's meaningful words stunned the reporters. The 4 coaches on China's Top Voice are all very appropriate examples. No one will deny their singing skills, their voices, and their works. Even after so many years, everyone has forgotten the honors they once received. But to this day, their voices are still unforgettable. That's what I mean by enduring. Yang Yi smiled. Since no one wants to win the championship, why did they participate in this competition? If they participate, they will take up one of the spots for others to advance. The reporters hit the nail on the head with their questions. Because on China's Voice, it doesn't care if you're good-looking or not, what your background is, or what your past is like. It only judges your ability based on your singing. Lu Xiaoshu answered cleverly. Since it doesn't matter about your background, we naturally have the right to participate. We also want to use our voices to compete with the other contestants and see how good we are. Of course, to be able to receive the guidance of our idol, teacher Lin Shitian, is the best thing that could happen. Lu Xiaoshu's answer received applause from many reporters. Their sincerity was also acknowledged by the reporters. Actually, I didn't expect that you would choose teacher Lin Shitian. When I was watching TV at home, I even made a bet with Murphy that you would choose Xianxia. In the end, I lost the bet because of you. Yang Yi turned around and joked. Lu Xiaoshu and Miao Chuan scratched their heads in embarrassment. I still want to say that although I was the one who provided the idea for China's Top Voice, I still have to thank director Hong Yuman, the 4 coaches, and all the staff in the production team for giving everyone such a good viewing experience. I didn't participate in the follow-up work of the show at all. Whether it was the organization, the auditions, or the recording of the show, all of these tasks were done by them alone. Yang Yi smiled as he explained to the surprised reporters. This is also the reason why I didn't know which coach 1,000 Miles Chuanchu and the others had chosen. Of course, when they advanced, they did call me to tell me the good news. But at that time, I was in America. International calls were too expensive, so I didn't tell them which coach they had chosen. The reporters could only half believe and half doubt Yang Yi's words. In the report, they would naturally have their own way of expressing themselves. However, when Yang Yi mentioned Murphy, the reporter's eyes lit up. Yang Yi, does Murphy also like to watch China's Top Voice? Reporting on a small group that was not famous yet, even if they had a relationship with Yang Yi, the popularity of this news would not be very high. But Emofei was different. She was now a hot news topic. Especially now that news of Murphy and Yang Yi becoming famous overseas was still spreading in China. Some media outlets had even hyped up the rumor that Murphy had become an international superstar. These unverified news also attracted the attention of the audience. Therefore, the reporters took the opportunity to ask questions about Murphy. Yang Yi, does Murphy also like to watch China's Voice? Yang Yi was stunned for a moment, then he smiled and replied, yes, she likes the show. We did not return for the first episode, but she managed to make it in time for the second episode's premiere that night. Yang Yi, why didn't China's Voice choose Murphy as a mentor? Is it to avoid suspicion? The reporters continued asking. There are many reasons. Firstly, China's voice has very high standards for choosing mentors. For example, teacher Lin Qitian, teacher Feng Huiwen, and teacher Luo Jian. Xianxia is my friend, but let's not talk about him. These three mentors are all important figures in the Chinese music industry, and their musical achievements are obvious to all. Murphy is still young after all, so she needs to learn more. Also, even if the standards were lowered, she does not have the time to participate in so many episodes of the show. Xianxia smiled and said, "There are many other reasons, but I can tell everyone that it is definitely not to avoid suspicion. Our show has always chosen the most suitable guests to give the audience the best viewing experience." Xianxia, when will Murphy make a comeback? Does she have any plans to develop in America? The topic of the press conference had completely deviated. These are the last two questions about Murphy that I will answer. After all, today's theme is China's voice, so I hope everyone will pay more attention to our show. Xianxia received the note from Imo Xiaowan and quietly controlled the pace of the press conference. Murphy's comeback is scheduled for the end of the year. She hopes to use the date of her child's birth last year as the official comeback date. It's a lucky day, isn't it? Xianxia smiled. Also, Murphy doesn't have any plans to develop in the United States. This has been explained in the studio's microbroadcasting. Friends who don't know much about this can pay more attention to our microbroadcasting. Xianxia, let me ask you a few more questions. What are the plans for Murphy's comeback? A concert or a new album? The reporters were still reluctant to leave, but under Imo Xiaowan's arrangements, the press conference came to an end. There was no need to keep Murphy's comeback a secret. It was because there were still nearly 3 months before Murphy's comeback. If they revealed everything now, it would definitely attract a lot of attention for Murphy. However, after 3 months of waiting, even the highest level of popularity would die down. Imo Xiaowan wanted to arrange the press releases properly for the next 3 months. From time to time, she would reveal some new things so that she could continue to retain the enthusiasm of the fans. After the Chinese class ended, Xianxia and her classmates welcomed their first physical education class in their lives. Because there was a physical education class today, Cici and her classmates had all put on their school uniform summer sports attire. It was a t-shirt with a blue collar and white sleeves, paired with sports shorts with a blue background and white stripes on the side. Huijia Primary School's uniforms were very expensive, but the materials used were practical. They were soft, breathable, and had a high content of cotton. It was comfortable for the children to wear, and it was also convenient for them to stretch their limbs during outdoor sports. It was September in Jiangqing, and the weather during the day was still relatively hot. It was stuffy to wear long pants during outdoor sports. Hence, Xianxia and most of her classmates wore shorts. Only a small number of children with weaker physiques wore long pants. The length of the shorts was basically around the knees. It was neither too long nor too short. Xianxia was the same. After all, her clothes were slightly bigger than the other students. However, Xiaxia's legs were slender, especially her calves. When she wore the shorts, her slender calves were exposed. Compared to the other students in the class, they were obviously longer. When she stood in a row, it made the little girl look more energetic. During the first physical education class, Xianxia and her classmates were the same. They were all curious and happy as they followed the physical education teacher to the sports field. Compared to staying in the small classroom, the sports field with a wide field of vision and bright sunshine was more interesting. After a round of self-introduction, the physical education teacher, Lu Dashan, arranged the children to line up in 4 rows according to their height. He was not as gentle and kind as Ms. Li Rulan. Perhaps it was because he had practiced physical education, but he was more straightforward and went straight to the point. Let's do some warm-up exercises first. You have to remember that the purpose of warm-up exercises is to prevent muscle strain during the exercise. Hence, you must remember to do warm-up exercises before exercising in the future. These words were so profound that many children opened their eyes and looked at Mr. Lu in confusion. Xianxia, on the other hand, understood what a warm-up exercise was. The little girl's eyes lit up. She remembered the warm-up exercises she had done when her father taught her martial arts and when her mother taught her to dance. However, the physical education teacher in front of her looked a little fierce. Although she had a lot to say and wanted to introduce what she had learned to the teacher, she still looked at Mr. Lu timidly and did not dare to open her mouth. Well, let's start from the first movement. Take your time. Lu Dashan was actually a strong man with a fierce face but a gentle heart. Compared with Yang Yi, he did look a little fierce. He knew that he was not good looking and was not good at talking, so he did not talk much and did not explain how to do the movements. He directly showed the children the first movement of the warm-up exercise, bowing and stretching. His right leg was bowed forward and his left leg was straightened. However, Lu Dashan had improved this warm-up exercise. He also raised his arms and straightened his palms above his head. Wow! Lu Xiaoyu, who was beside Shi, could not help but exclaim, "Mr. Lu is so awesome." Not only Lu Xiaoyu, but many children also opened their small mouths and looked at Mr. Lu Dashan in surprise. Some children, like Lu Xiaoyu, shouted out their admiration. Some, like before, were still thinking about Mr. Lu's fierce appearance and did not dare to move. Shi was not too surprised. She was experienced and knowledgeable. Her father was much better than Mr. Lu Dashan. Moreover, even her grandfather could do more exaggerated movements. This movement is a little difficult, but it is a good warm-up exercise to stretch your muscles and prevent your muscles from straining during the exercise. Now, let's divide into two groups. Students in the same group will help each other and take turns to support each other to do this movement, okay? Teacher Lu Dashan looked rash, but he wasn't. He still took care of these small first-year students whose body coordination might not be good enough. He looked around and said, "In our class, boys and girls are in 2 rows. So, the girls in the first row and the girls in the third row will form a group. You will form a group with your corresponding classmate. The same goes for boys." Shi looked ahead. She was the tallest girl in the third row, so her corresponding classmate was the tallest girl in the first row. Wasn't that Lan Xian? Lan Xian also turned her head and looked over. When she saw that she was going to form a group with she smiled happily. End of chapter 837. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.